gonna try to buy a new mic and stuff, and maybe with your help, maybe we'll make it sound not as bad.
Oh yeah, definite, bro. But what do you use right now? You got a audio interface too, or just USB microphone?
Oh, I got an audio box, PreSonus M7 condenser microphone.
Yeah, that sounds pretty good. That's all you need nowadays. You know what I mean? Everything else, you use third-party plugins or program to edit everything. What's the software you're using for editing?
I'm not sure, but I think my microphone might be broken, or the creators of this microphone suck, because I turn the gain, nothing happens until a certain point, and then it goes like crazy. So either it's way too low or it's way too loud, and I can't really, the audio box just is shit.
After certain years, whatever, they can break down. But nowadays, right, if you want to get a bundle, they got some pretty decent bundle off Amazon and stuff. So you would have audio interface and condenser microphone. You get a pair of headphones and stuff. And some of them come with the software too. You know what I mean? But if you feel comfortable using the software that you've been using this whole time, and it's cool, you can do that. But the bundles right now, like off Amazon, if you look for just audio interface and microphone and headphones, it's like $200, $250 the most. So they have the price range.
Trace, would you be willing to play one of your old songs where it's used in Karma?
Sure. That I really don't have a lot of good songs of Karma, because she didn't record all her songs she meant to make.
I sing them around the house.
She does sing them around the house. I'll give her that. I could do the. Let's just cross our fingers and. I don't know if this might strike the channel, because they sold the underlying track of the song, and so I can't really play the only really good song that I got Karma to be with me on, and so without potentially striking the channel. So.
Well, normally I would say that sounds like an excuse to me, but I trust your judgment. Thanks to you.
I should be able to find something. She was on a bunch of the songs as extra.
Oh, but it was so shit.
Yeah, that wasn't the best one. Yeah, I know. I'll do this one, because this one is just was made as a thank you to the server. I'd like to thank everybody, those who listened and those who inspired me to do this. And a special thanks to everyone on the live stream and my family who helped support me through this. Thank you. Battle mod is crushing it. Napalm, they can fight with it. Crypto's got the recipe like Mimic, don't want mess with me. Hank holds the hill. Chewy with the quick kill. Learn from Indio, you will.
When it's on, don't let him bring you down. When he gets on your nerves, just let the others go to town. We know the earth's like and curve, and where their noses are so brown. We know the cup that they serve, and that it's just a naughty clown.
Logos don't have any, it's not like it's for you and me. Testing things empirically, living in reality. There are some who see and others that do not, consigned to their lot.
Our lady's gotta be truth will make him take a seat. Lulu also sweet, Bambi what a treat.
This Tracy was on this track, damn phonetics, he's got the knack. Qualification Dandelion does not lack.
Whitson and Kai, high as the sky. They shine like my shines, we all know why.
Here, Glad Flow, give him the rope. We all know it's a joke.
I love
Battle mod is crushing it with napalm, they can fight with it. Crypto's got the recipe like Nina, don't want mess with me. Hank holds the hill, Chewy with the quick kill. Learn from Indio, you will.
When it's on, don't let him bring you down. When he gets on your nerves, just let the others go to town. We know the earth's like and curve, and where their noses are so brown. We know the cup that they serve, and that it's just a naughty clown. Evidence. No evidence.
I love Kinara.
Well, the zone, have any is not like it's for you and me. Testing things empirically, living in reality. There are some who see, and others that do not, consigned to their lot. Our lady's gotta be truth, will make him take a seat. Lulu, oh so sweet, Bambi, what a treat. This crazy was on this track, damn phonetics, he's got the knack. Qualification, Dandelion does not lack.
Whitson and Kai, high as the sky. They shine like my shines, we all know why.
Here, Glad Flow, give him the rope. We all know it's a joke.
I love Kinara.
Battle mod is crushing it. Napalm, they can fight with it. Crypto's got the recipe like Nina, don't want mess with me. Hank holds the hill, Chewy with the quick kill. Learn from Indio, you will. Thank you, everyone. You've been great. Thanks for the beats, Toby Dog, and others.
I love Kinara music.
And this is the end of my album, I guess. Next time, I'll try to be more professional. Until then, you can speak to me at 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, where the globe goes to die.
It's so funny, like, I cringe so much over my parts. Well, I love Karma's parts. She cringes so much over her parts. Well, she loves my parts. So, I don't like my own voice. And so, it's not natural for me to do this, but I'm practicing and getting better at it. If I find something that I'm not good at, I know I need to practice. You know, I wasn't going to say anything, but the artist will scrap the whole poem because of one little flaw, whereas everyone else enjoys the flaw.
No, but listen, bro. Like, you know, if you hear a lot of songs nowadays, like they probably like, you know, they mix properly, right? So, oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Got it. I'm just said the Drace. What did your family?
You keep cutting in and out.
Was like sorry.
You broke up a little bit. Yeah,
Breaking up over the ocean.
That was awesome. You're getting better, man. Just keep at it and bluff it as well. Got to be confident, you know. Bluff it.
Yeah, in the beginning I didn't feel comfortable talking into the mic to be like at all. And so making music was also very difficult. But it was easier than talking into the mic live because I was just recording it, but it was still weird because I was recording it. I've never been much into recording myself or taking pictures of myself.
Who lit Jedi? Standards are slipping round here.
Listen, I don't think it sounds bad or anything, bro. You might not like your voice, but you got you got the voice of a rapper. You know what I mean? And because a lot of time the song that you hear on radio or on stream, whatever, they've been mixed really good already. You know what I mean? And maybe your voice not properly mixed. That's why you don't like it that much, right? And if
that's a big component of it. Like, I can hear, like, it just sounds bad when I hear the recording. It doesn't sound bad when it comes out of my mouth, and I understand part of that is because part of the sound is traveling in your head
It's
through
also
vibrations.
settings or something, because we both noticed this for each other's voices, where we're like, this doesn't sound right.
Yeah, it just doesn't sound great, and then I don't know all the small little tricks that I tried to learn them, and I learned a few things in the process, and so, like, you can hear the evolution throughout my songs. Like, I learn a little new trick, or I try out auto-tune in one song, and it's just me trying things.
Yeah, that's cool, bro. I have a beat. Maybe I think you might like it. I'll send it to you if anything. I have another one. Yeah, just let me know if you like the beat, or if you think you can do something to it. If not, we'll pick it a different one.
Yeah, I love your beats, man.
Me too.
Yeah, Karma as well. So, like, we'll definitely listen to it and let you know.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you.
And if you guys want your ears murdered, I wrote a song for Millie Bobby Brown when she came out as a flat earther. And I even joined Twitter or X to try to, like, hey, you can see this over here. But I didn't have the check mark, so no one saw it. And that's pretty bad, but I tried to sing, and it wasn't good. I do think it's funny, though. That's why I offer it.
I didn't even know that Millie came out. The only way I knew who that was is because my kids got into Stranger Things and had me watch it with them. So I had no idea until that. But I guess that's when she got famous or whatever. Maybe. I don't know.
I think that was... I've never heard of her before that. That's her thing.
When did she come out? I don't even...
It's been a few years. The song contains her a clip of her basically talking about it. That's one of the reasons why I like it.
Post it in the chat or something?
Sorry, what?
Did you post it in the chat? You're talking about the song.
Play it.
Oh, play it. Yeah, go ahead.
Anyway, guys, there are so many facts that is flat. I mean, think about it. Like, think about it. Like, okay, guys, you don't even know.
Oh, I know I have been here since 2015. Truther since I was a teen. OG researcher, I cut the seam. It was me who lit the kerosene.
I think I am a. What do they call it? I think they call it a flat earther.
Almost there, baby. There's no fear lately. We've been crushing all of them. None of them can stand. Millie Bobby Brown, listen to the sound. Living legend, pretty lady representing wow. If you took the come to this, go listen to my wow. Earth mess is flat, they never stop us now. They never let it down, they help us going round and round. Living with an honest system, those around. An imaginary shifting ground, the globe is out, we burned it down. The truth was lost, but now it's found.
Thing is, right? Everybody's saying the earth is not flat. How do you know?
They don't know, they just believe it, just assume it. Meanwhile we measured and tested it. Oh, I know, I have been here since 2015. Truther since I was a teen. OG researcher, I cut the seam. It was me who lit the kerosene.
Because did you know? Oh, no, I'm not even going to say it because I'm probably going to be shut down on Instagram or something.
Let your voice be heard, it's how you move the herd, it's how you set them free, to make up their own minds. Millie Bobby Brown, listen to the sound. Living legend, pretty lady representing wow. If you took to come to this, go listen to my wow. Earth mess is flat, they never stop us now. They never let it down, they helped us going round and round. Living with an honest system, those around. An imaginary shifting ground, the globe is out, we burnt it down. The truth was lost, but now it's found. Oh, I know, I have been here since 2015. Truther since I was a teen. OG researcher, I cut the seam. It was me who lit the kerosene.
Anyway, guys, there are so many facts that it's flat. I mean, think about it. Like, think about it. Like, okay, guys, you don't even know. I think I am what do they call it? I think they call it a flat earther.
Millie Bobby Brown, this is your official invitation to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server, where the globe goes to die. If you want to know more about our world and have some interesting conversations, look for the live stream on YouTube or other media for a link. Much love. Peace.
I jammed that at a party.
Yes, he never showed up.
Party crap, yo.
So that first part of the song had very The Cult vibes, the music group, just so you know. And then the second part, you sound like the Bloodhound Gang. So it's really cool how you mix those two together. Very nice. I like it.
I heard like Bowie or Brian Ferry kind of vibes from that.
Lol.
That was great. That was freaking.
Listen to the David Bowie one, Sound and Vision. You might be able to use that.
I guess it's just retro music night.
At best, you disprove the radius.
Boy, I haven't even begun. I stick on topic. Check it. Just can't find that curve, no matter how much you look. Just can't find that curve. It matches that all over. Just
Just can't find that curve. You think you know it, boy. Just can't find that curve. Lost in imagination. Just can't find that curve. Not on the ISS. Just can't find that curve. Mental state ISS.
Well, I don't want to talk about the curve anymore, so let's talk about the stars. I think I can derive the curve from the stars. I just look up.
But we debunked the radius, fool. Just can't find that curve, no matter what you do. Just can't find that curve by looking up at the sky. Just can't find that curve, you lost your radius. Just can't find that curve, no matter what you do. Just can't find that curve, must take it all on faith. Just can't find that curve, it's time to leave the cult.
But if the Earth is a globe, it must have a curve somewhere.
Without a radius, you don't have a globe. I hate to repeat myself, but just can't find that curve. No matter how much you look, just can't find that curve. It masses flat all over. Just can't find that curve. You think you know it, boy. Just can't find that curve. Lost in imagination. Just can't find that curve. Not on the ISS. Just can't find that curve. Mental state ISS.
The ISS is so high up, you should be able to see it.
Nah, it only claims to be able to see 3% of the Earth, buddy. Just can't find that curve, no matter what you do. Just can't find that curve by looking up at the sky. Just can't find that curve, you lost your radius. Just can't find that curve, no matter what you do. Just can't find that curve, must take it all on faith. Just can't find that curve, it's time to leave the cult.
I'm not in a cult, you're in a cult.
Bro, we don't become a cult just because we left your cult. Just can't find that curve, no matter how much you look. Just can't find that curve, it masses flat all over. Just can't find that curve, you think you know it, boy. Just can't find that curve, lost in imagination. Just can't find that curve, not on the ISS. Just can't find that curve, mental state ISS.
I just refuse to accept this. There must be some excuse or something that can help me.
No, there really isn't. The only one you could try to pull is actually our argument. So welcome to Flat Earth. Test it for yourself, and then you will know that you just can't find the curve.
I don't remember that one. That's good though.
That's
Just
another
because we-
party track.
Yeah, for sure. Just because we left the cult doesn't mean that we're in a cult. It's funny.
Yeah, I like doing the Glober voice. It's one of my funny voices. I call it the goblin voice.
The Globlin voice.
Goblin these globes.
Yeah.
Goblin these nuts.
Exactly. You should make a remix of the Foxtrot Uniform Charlie Kilo song, but change it to like, I don't know, curvature, gravity, what else? Coriolis? I don't know.
Well, you could make a song on each subject, really.
Yeah, that was kind of my goal. Like, all of my songs have subject matter in them. So, like, originally I was like, I'll just make songs that speak about the subject. And so if they start whining about this, I'll just throw a song at them.
Yeah.
Listen to this.
I don't hear anything.
Oh, yeah, no, that's what I would say to them.
Oh, I gotcha.
Well, I guess I could play you my version of Why Would They Lie?
I didn't know you had your own version. That's cool.
Yo, We Truth has been telling you this for decades now. First you called us crazy conspiracy theorists. Now everything we told you came true. What now?
Why would they lie?
Tick, 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 time's running out. Beliefs are in doubt cause we got the clout. You don't have to shout. Just listen up, sprout. We know what it's about. We know about this route. Never any doubt. You're talking to your scout. You didn't evolve from a trout.
No, platypus.
Why would you lie? Why would you die? Who gave you rights? Why are there nights? Who gave you lights to take in the sights? Who had that almighty might? You gave up your rights for the stories of light. How about day turns to night in your box it up tight? You put up no fighters to snuff out your light.
Now.
That's not too bright. Why would you lie? So you bow and comply. Thinking you know him while only gas blowing. Meanwhile we over here flowing. The truth is showing. Denial's still ongoing.
But why?
Why would they lie? They got things to hide. Bound in their egos and pride. The science is misapplied. System designed to divide. Truth it gets denied. Before it is survived. Don't ask me why. I'm not the one who lied, my guy.
I don't know. Everything anyone sees could be an illusion under the control of an all-powerful demon.
Who's the conspiracy theorist now? You have no ground to stand on. Sad fact is, I don't think all of you can be saved. Some of you just need to go through some life changes before you're ready. We Truth has been telling you this for decades now. First you called us crazy conspiracy theorists. Now everything we told you came true. What now?
Why would they lie?
Tick, 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 time's running out. Beliefs are in doubt cause we got the clout. You don't have to shout. Just listen up, sprout. We know what it's about. We know about this route. Never any doubt. You're talking to your scout. You didn't evolve from a trout.
No, platypus.
Why would they lie? Don't ask me why. It does not apply. To blindly ask why, just let it all cry. It's okay, guy.
Now.
Besides, you can review. It's long overdue. Don't let them subdue you using voo-voo like you do and poo-poo. With your mind ain't a thumbs through. With your mind askew, it's hard to change your view. Sorry, we falsified our former worldview. There's nothing left but the glue. We broke free of the mental zoo and you can do it too. Just break through and learn the mental kung fu. To logic stay true and I thank you. We are your peer review. The earth is flat, stationary, and the sky is still blue. Who knew?
Me?
Now you do.
Oh, me.
Welcome to the earth. Snacks on the left, drinks on the right, and toilets at the back. The DJ is spinning all day, 24/7. Flat Earth Discord. So I win.
I remember you did another song like that with that Skeksis voice.
Oh, that's the actual, what's the movie called?
Skeksis voice,
Dark
dude,
Crystal
that's good.
song.
That's good.
Yeah, I think that's Helio's favorite song. I'll play that next.
Helios like the sun?
Oh no, Helio Skeptic, like the guy who runs our YouTube channel and like OG Flat Earther. Everyone's favorite drunk uncle.
You quoted me on that.
That's pretty bad, Leo Skeptic. They don't even know who you are anymore. You gotta come back.
Yeah, you need to get in here, bro. We miss you. He's generally listening in. But here's a song dedicated to him.
Yo. Drace.
Anabolic beat.
Trying something new this time.
I've got you. Got you right in my claws. I have written the laws to thunderous applause. Come, little girlfriend. Sketches are good, girlfriend. I've got you. Don't put your skin, just the energy within. So come with me and see the crystal. Let's begin. It's got you under your skin. Do you have the mark yet? It's about to begin. It's got
take it all on the chin, giving up on your kin while you're serving the kingpin. He's got you, his little secret king, nice, worshipping, believing the whole thing. He's got you living in sin, got you walking around with a dopey-eyed grin.
We got you, the globe has been. Don't believe me, wrap your hat up in tin. I'm your Huckleberry Finn. It's about to begin the unraveling of your programming. We got you, the lies are built in. FE, the linchpin, the lie wearing thin. No curve or a spin, the globe cannot win. Belongs in the bin.
I've got you right in my claws. I have written the laws to thunderous applause. Come, little Gelfling, sketches are good, Gelfling. I've got you. Don't put your skin, just the energy within. So come with me and see the crystal. Let's begin.
He's got you under your skin. Do you have the mark yet? It's about to begin. He's got you, take it all on the chin, giving up on your kin while you're serving the kingpin. He's got you, his little secret king, nice, worshipping, believing the whole thing. He's got you living in sin, got you walking around with a dopey-eyed grin.
We got you, the globe has been. Don't believe me, wrap your hat up in tin. I'm your Huckleberry Finn. It's about to begin the unraveling of your programming. We got you, the lies are built in. FE, the linchpin, the lie wearing thin. No curve or a spin, the globe cannot win. Belongs in the bin.
He's got you under your skin. Do you have the mark yet? It's about to begin. He's got you, take it all on the chin, giving up on your kin while you're serving the kingpin. He's got you, his little secret king, nice, worshipping, believing the whole thing. He's got you living in sin, got you walking around with a dopey-eyed grin.
We got you, the globe has been. Don't believe me, wrap your hat up in tin. I'm your Huckleberry Finn. It's about to begin the unraveling of your programming. We got you, the lies are built in. FE, the linchpin, the lie wearing thin. No curve or a spin, the globe cannot win. Belongs in the bin.
Man, I don't care who you are, that's awesome.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. I'm like picturing like Skeksis rapping with their little Muppet thing, and like when they stare into the freaking dark crystal, it's probably like a globe spinning in there or something.
Why would they lie is just hilarious on so many levels.
Yeah.
What's that voice sounds like that freaking bird. Is there a bird that talks like that? Like a pterodactyl or something? Where the hell is that from?
It's a Skeksis, bro.
I've heard it before.
From a movie called Dark Crystal. It's a Skeksis bird.
Okay. Cool.
And then I have a bunch of old AI songs that I want to remake to up the quality, but some of them are just some of my favorite songs.
I made good guys.
Which ones?
Where the good guys at? I'd like them.
Oh, that's a great one.
It has a Flat Earth reference in it.
Yeah, I'll try to find that one.
Look at this. Oh, yeah.
Okay, well, she's sending me and looking for that because she's looking for me. I can play something else. I got MIDI, I got Elijah. Space is really fake. Who was that? No, someone else. It's a bunch of stuff.
Space is fake and gay, bro.
Mm-hmm. 100%. This used to be my mom's favorite songs. Black Swan. It's a decent one. Drop the Woo Woo is one of our favorite old songs. Swinging in the Halls was also on Lasers Light the Way. From Horizon to Horizon, that was one of my favorites. History has shown us. Yeah, I remember all these songs, it was all good. I can play all this though. So much. I'll just try this one. So many. I'll do the Indio one while you do this one. I made this song for Indio.
Can you name one or?
Yeah, I guess. I don't think it was a meme.
You got them.
Just repost it. Yeah. I have it. Yeah, so I guess all the questions in there. So this this explanation of why yeah, I guess I just want to know more about the flat Earth explanation for bottom-up obstruction if the Earth isn't curved.
Oh, wait, you're a Globie?
Yeah.
I have a question for you. Where do we see Earth curve, or where do we measure Earth curve?
What do you mean, where do we measure? And where do we see that?
Can it be measured? Is there a measurement of Earth curve? Where do we see it? What does it look like?
Yeah, I guess there's been many measurements done, but you probably
sure. Can you name one or?
Yeah, I guess off the top of my head, it's. I remember, I don't know a lot about it, but.
Okay, well, I just want to tell you, I do disagree that there has been any globe measurements. In fact, all measurements on Earth are measured from sea level, which is a horizontal plane. Like elevation, altitude is always measured in respect to sea level. Even in celestial navigation with elevation angles, Earth is measured flat. There are no globe measurements. That's how maps are created. latitude and longitude is a coordinate system based off of a horizontal plane.
Actually, if I remember correctly, nautical miles take into account the Earth's curvature as a measurement.
Well, nautical miles is a linear distance, so that's actually not true. In fact, it's measured flat, and then they do this thing called Haversine formula to convert a horizontal planar measurement into a globe measurement to match globe coordinates.
Okay. Well, I mean, to the best of my knowledge, I thought it was directly reliant on the idea of Earth's curvature and the idea of latitude and longitude. But I guess what I wanted to learn.
No, that's incorrect. That's a common misconception, and I can explain the measurement as well. For example, during celestial navigation, you're going to do an elevation angle like to the sun, so you can get the angle of the sun for navigation purposes, right? So you're going to get your sextant, and you're going to sight the horizon as the bottom line of that angle. The top line of the angle goes from the observer to the star. The bottom line of that angle goes from the observer on the ground to the horizon, also on the ground. But not just to the horizon, but to the GP of the star or the sun above. GP is the ground position of that star. Each navigational star has its own ground position. So they're going to use the horizon to line that up to get the angle. And that ground position can be hundreds or thousands of miles away from the observer. And there's a straight flat line from the observer on the ground to the ground position also on the ground, measuring Earth flat. That's how we navigate.
Okay. I mean, I thought the development of the sextant was actually quite rooted in the idea of Earth's curvature, but I may be wrong. But why I joined this call in the first place was to understand bottom up.
Wait, I got a question for you.
Okay, yeah.
You say the sextant is rooted in for the Earth's curvature and stuff like that, right? Okay, what about a sundial?
I thought it was.
Well, think about a sundial. How about this? Is it for the moving sun, or is it for a stationary sun? I'm just curious.
I'm not sure.
Like how would it work though? No. I'm just saying, like, a lot of things would work both ends, if you know what I mean. It needs to be able to convert to the globe side for it to actually function.
What?
It needs to work on both ends for it to function. You know what I'm saying? That's why I use something as simple as a sundial. Is it made with a moving sun in mind, or a stationary sun and a moving Earth? Which one?
Well, how does a sundial work?
It's the angles of the sun cast different shadows, right?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, but like I said, like you brought up the idea that they made things with certain like concepts in mind, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm asking you, what concept did they have in mind for the sundial? Is it for a moving sun or a stationary sun? And a moving
I thought a sundial was rooted in like the heliocentric idea, but I'm not sure about that. I don't really know a lot about sundials.
No, that's another common misconception. Both the sextant and the sundial are based off of a stationary Earth and a moving sun, because that's what we observe. We observe the sun moving across the sky. We don't observe us moving. We don't feel any movement. There's no proof of us actually moving. We're actually a stationary Earth.
But you get what I'm saying, right? Like, both products seem to work on both ends. That's what I'm trying to say. So you should abandon the concept, like, that they had the concept in mind already when they made it.
Well, when the sundial was developed, was it based on a geocentric idea?
But does it work on the other idea? That's what I'm trying to say. Does it work on the other idea?
Does it work on the heliocentric idea?
Exactly. Does it?
I think so. Yeah.
Exactly. So you can't just you can't just say that they had that in mind, because it works on both. That's all I'm trying.
Does it work equally well?
It does. It does.
Are there different like heliocentric versus geocentric sundials? Is that?
No.
No. Okay.
No. The point is they have to work on both concepts for the thing to work at all. The real concept is flat Earth. The fake concept is ball rotating Earth, right? Mm-hmm. And it has to work on both concepts for it to be valid on the ball Earth.
I'm not exactly sure about that.
We're talking about tools here. We're talking about measurement devices. We're not talking about theory.
Right. So you're saying that every kind of not really like navigational tool, but like perhaps like orientational tool, for example, like a sextant, has to like they have to work on both models. Is that what you're saying? Or
I don't think, not exactly. I would disagree with that, because they actually don't work on models. Like, you can't measure an elevation angle on a globe, because a globe doesn't have a horizontal plane. You see that bottom line of the elevation angle meets the ground position, which creates a 90-degree angle to the star above. And you can't get a 90-degree angle on a globe surface because you need that horizontal plane surface. So what actually happens is they do the measurement on a flat Earth, and then they convert that measurement and calculate it into a globe to match made-up globe coordinates.
Do you have like an okay, I'm seeing it right. So is there like an image of like wait, were you the one talking about a sundial? Oh no, that was a sextant. Okay, I see it right here. Okay, so I actually didn't know how
you're a robot a little bit. You're a little bit of a robot.
Oh yeah.
I think it's okay. Go ahead. What's your question?
So this picture posted by Northern Rebellion 6.0 is crudely showing how a sextant works. Are you aware of like the concept of like tangent lines? Or no?
So you're gonna beg the question?
Yeah, tangents don't work with elevation angle measurements, you see, because the tangent has to meet at the horizon That's the tangent point, right? Is at the horizon. However, the horizon is not Earth curve. So it's not a tangent. It's a straight, flat, horizontal line from observer to ground position, hundreds or thousands of miles away.
Okay, so I have a question then. So like, does a sextant like work on a hill, or no?
Well, you wouldn't really use a sextant on a hill because it's a water thing.
Yeah.
You'd probably use a theodolite. Now, a theodolite would first establish a horizontal plane on the ground. That's the first step. Use the lens. I forgot the exact name of the type of lens it is, but it's basically a leveling device. You mark the level horizontal plane, and then you mark measurements based off that horizontal plane on the ground. And then that's where you take into account the hill and the angles of the hill. But it's still based off a horizontal plane, based off of sea level originally.
Okay. I kind of just want to get to the original question why I joined here. I was looking for like an explanation on bottom-up obstruction. So I'm kind of confused.
Yeah, bottom-up obstruction is perspective, basically the limits of your vision, right? So you agree that things farther away get small, well, they appear smaller to you, right?
Yeah.
If they get too small, then you can't see them anymore, right?
I mean,
if they get too far away,
it's too far away from me, I don't see. Yeah.
Right. That's agreeable. If they get too far away, you can't see them, right?
Yeah.
So with bottom up, you're talking about boats, right?
I mean, it doesn't. Yeah, I mean, sure. Yeah, we'll just talk about boats, I guess.
Boats, sure. We talk about boats. So as the boat gets further away, it gets smaller. Now you can say, "Oh, the bottom is getting smaller faster than the top," right? Well, what you're looking at is that if you're going to have a horizontal like sight line from you to the boat, then the top part of that horizontal line, like above you, above that horizontal line, that angle is very large to the top of the boat because there's nothing obstructing it. You know what I mean? Now, below that horizontal line, that horizontal sight line, that angle is going to get smaller and smaller, faster and faster, because it's obstructed by the surface of the water. So the surface of the water is going to have the bottom obstruct faster than the top because that angle gets smaller and smaller, as opposed to the top where it doesn't.
Can I butt in just for a second? Just real fast.
Sure, go ahead.
If you think about it, like let's say you got a building 10 miles away, and you're standing on the beach looking at that building. Well, the angle halfway in between the building and halfway between your eye, right to the ground, is going to be a very small angle, very acute, right? Whereas the angle from the half to the sky, it's going to be a lot bigger, right? Why? Because the sky's the limit. So if the ground is the limit to the angle that your eye can receive information, wouldn't it be easier to lose information with that really small angle where the water or the ground is the limit? Makes sense to me.
I guess I'm just having a hard time visualizing this. I don't know if there's like a good image I can explain this well, but
how about we talk about like a really like obvious example of how angles can change the way you see things.
Sure.
Like for example, can you see the top of a building if you're super close to it or far away from it? Like if you go right up to a wall, can you see the top of the wall easier or harder?
I mean, I like I think it would be harder, but I just went up to the wall and I could still see the top. Yeah.
About like the Empire State Building or something like that, right?
Okay. I assume it'd be pretty hard. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't see it from that angle because you're too close to it, right? So the farther away you get, the easier it is to see the top of the building. Top floor.
Or just the roof of your house.
Yeah, that has everything to do with angles. So
But I think, like, I don't think that's like an amazing example because
no, it's more like a really, really exaggerated example of this whole thing. Like it's so you can sort of visualize it in your head, right? Because I'm pretty sure the other thing you can't visualize right now.
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, I think like it could be a good example, but when you kind of rotate that whole system 90 degrees, right? So instead of looking up at the building, like you imagine yourself like the building is turned over flat, right? And instead you're like on top of it, and it's below you, right? When you're looking up at it, you're not looking up at it at like a perfect like 90-degree angle. If you can kind of understand what I'm saying, like when you look up at something, it's not at like a 90-degree angle. Like you're not looking like directly up. You're looking like sort of at an angle.
Because you're farther away.
It's kind of hard to visualize.
How about we?
So it's not exactly the same thing as like standing on a fairly like flat plane and looking out at like a pretty close to 90-degree angle at the ocean. I'd assume it'd be like different, but
I'm just trying to explain the angle concept to you by using something that's fairly easy to understand. But it does apply. That's all I gotta say, man.
Okay.
Angles change how you view things. That's the main point of it.
Yeah. I don't think I'm disagreeing with that statement. So here, let me post the image again. So it offers this explanation. As objects get farther away from the observer, they appear to shrink. Yeah. This is due to angular resolution. If the angle to the bottom of the building is smaller than the angle to the top, the bottom of the building will appear to reach the observer's eye level at a shorter distance. Beyond this point, only the section of the building located above the observer's eye level will be visible. What if the observer was like, or what if the eye level was like halfway in between the building then? Do you know what would happen?
You'd have a higher angle at both ends.
You would have an equal angle at both ends, right?
Yeah, but the reason why the bottom shows up, like goes up faster, is that you just notice it faster in a sense. But yeah, you would basically see things more clearly the higher you go. You just have a better angle at it. It's like, think of it like a freaking game, man. Like, you're gonna be able to shoot something in the air, or spot something in the air a lot easier than spotting something near to the ground.
Yeah, that makes me think of like Skyrim, Elder Scrolls. So when you're fighting a dragon and he's in the air, you can easily get his location, find out where he's at, track him down. But when he's grounded, you're like, okay, where's he at?
Pretty much. But yeah, angle. But yeah, to answer your question, angle. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I just want to try something real quick, see if this helps. So imagine you're just outside and you're just looking at the horizon, right? So put your arm in front of your face, pointing out, almost like a Nazi salute, but not really, just level.
Nazi salute.
Not really, right? So, okay. So that's your horizontal sight line, right? Now what's below that, what's below your arm has a limit. The limit's going to be faster because the ground is going to make that angle reduce very quickly as an object gets further away. But above that, your arm, there's nothing obstructing it. So you can see it further than the bottom. Does that make sense? I hope. Sorry.
I don't know. It's still.
I wouldn't use the word quickly or fast. I wouldn't use the word quickly or fast. Okay, so if the atmosphere is acting like a lens, right, then there could be magnification. And if there's magnification, it's just like zooming in on an image with your mouse wheel, right? But let's say you had monitors that were stacked up to the ceiling, right? But the tabletop is the lowest it goes. You obviously don't have monitors stacked to the floor because you can't see through the dirt. Well, let's say you have a cowboy and you're trying to read his belt to figure out which rodeo he won or whatever. Once you zoom in, right, on the cowboy's belt buckle, you can still see his hat because you got monitors to the ceiling. But you can't see his boots anymore because you zoomed in. Does that make sense?
Kind of. Yeah. I mean, yeah, kind of.
Yeah. All right. We need to set out a few baselines here, brother. First, I posted a video, which every single person speaking now and hearing my voice now should watch. It's about 8 minutes long. It's made by our esteemed colleague, Indio. It's called Optics on a Flat Earth. You can get it from the bot anytime or by searching !video space optics. Space is the space bar, not space, if you know what I mean. So it's ! videos, then you have a space, and then you put the term optics, you'll get this video. In this video, he uses the GeoGebra graphic design program to show you all the applicable angles, to show you how the relevant angles coming in towards the optic and the available reception angles are going to interact with each other, and what portion of optics are going to be within those angles, and a couple other things. It's only 8 minutes long. No excuses at this point. So every single person should watch it. Mandatory. Secondly, looking out across the ground is absolutely the most unique place you can look. It's not the same as looking anywhere else. For example, one, the air is the densest, the lowest to the ground, correct? And the interaction between the air and the ground causes differentiations in the environment than would be diagonal. In fact, this is well known. So, for example, many people will come in here and they'll say, well, if the Earth was flat, why can't I just see from here to Paris? Well, the answer is because at ground level, the air is so dense that the occlusion rate results in an opaque atmosphere at approximately 250 to 300 miles, depending on how you do it in the daily conditions. So in other words, the atmosphere is like a solid brick wall that you cannot see through at about 300 miles. So no matter how much light Paris is giving off, you're never going to see it for that reason alone and various other reasons. And so, for example, there's another phenomenon called total internal refraction, which results in, when you're looking out at the critical angle, all the light ends up becoming reflected light rather than light coming from the particulates themselves. So, for example, you can't see the water anymore at a certain range. You can see a reflection of the sky off the water. There's no resolvable color information from the water. Now, if you take a dense band of atmosphere and the majority of the propagation angles from the bottom of an object are coming through that, and it's simultaneously experiencing total internal reflection on the air and the particulates and the vapors and all of that coupled together is going to preclude the bottom of something. That's just a fact. And then on top of that, you couple in the angular resolution problem, which causes the bottoms to disappear. And so you have numerous factors of why it's physically necessary and cannot be otherwise that you can't see the bottoms of things as they recede out into the distance that have nothing to do with the Earth being a globe. In fact, if I remember correctly, there's more than 20 factors that could cause you to lose sight of something, especially from the bottom, that have nothing to do with globe curvature. So the fact that globe curvature is like the ubiquitous catch-all for the globe sides argument is actually deleterious to their case because they're ignoring all those other factors, and those other factors are compounding factors, which means you would have curvature plus those. That actually means, if you caught it, things should disappear from the bottom up sooner than what the globe proponents predict. That doesn't happen. So in conjunction with all of that, not to mention that the water they're looking out for to see the bottom of the boat allegedly disappear, that water can be demonstratedly to be measured flat. So clearly there's no globe here, there's no need for a globe here, and the water's clearly flat. The Earth is flat. I rest my case.
Yeah, that is one of the best videos I've ever seen on optics and how the eyes work. It's the best, hands down.
I have a feeling he didn't catch any of that because he still hasn't been able to visualize how angles can even change how things look.
That's fine. That's why he needs to watch that video. He could also read Euclid's optics and all kinds of other well-established facts about optics that Glovers continually ignore.
True.
I'll watch the video. Yeah.
Where is this video posted, by the way? Or do we have to look for it?
I posted it recently, but people might have chatted, so just gotta. One of my friends could post it if they're Gold Plus. They can do exclamation point videos, optics, and it'll appear.
In the live stream voice text, you might have to scroll up.
I see.
Yeah, the biggest problem with looking at the hulls of ship is actually the water. Because the hull gets dimmer and dimmer as it gets further and further away, but the water stays the same brightness. So the brightness of the water is obscuring the dimness of the hull.
Yeah, think about that, brothers. What you just said is very palpable. How could it be that the ship is entering a zone of dimmered light when the water resolve that you're looking at isn't? So clearly there's something greater going on.
I want to get back to DJ Drace and the dance party.
We had a normie come in.
I'd love to stay for that, but I need to inspect my eyelids for holes. it's cracks. I'm pretty sure that it's inspect the eyelids for cracks. Good night, Mother.
Cracks, holes, whatevs.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I'm gonna inspect my eyelids for holes to see if they're broken.
Yeah, she's tired. She needs to go to sleep.
Close your eyes. Look.
Oh God. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night, Mom.
Lightweight. All done.
Hey, if you guys want, you've never seen that video, I could pop you all into live stream too, and we could use the YouTube activity and watch it together right now.
You want to do that, May, when?
Now, the only problem with that is if we're broadcasting live, nobody that's watching live can see it. So if we watch an 8-minute video, there'll be like 8 minutes of them not seeing anything. And
I'm watching. That's why I'm not really talking.
Yeah, exactly. If we don't talk, then it'll just be like 8 minutes of dead air.
So like a watch together? Is that what you want? Is that guy still here?
I'll play some radio while you guys jump over and watch that video together if you guys want.
Okay, so here's how you do it. So what you do when you want to do this is you go and you do arrow, voice move, then you press it, right? Then you drag Vortex to LS2. Laka daka laka boing boing boinky doinky. Oh, where is he? Oh. Dang it, I can't do it right now. Oh, there we go. So you find LS2 and then you go bam. All right, now that we're all here, so then whoever wants to bring the YouTube bot back up to the live stream, right? So Drace, if you can move YouTube bot back to the LS1 and play something, that would be cool. Oh, what happened? What happened?
It took a while to move everyone. We're all in
It
now.
moves about a dozen people at a time.
Cool. So, so now that we're here, whoever's going to play on the bot needs to move the bot back to LS1 so that there's not dead air, and then we can all watch the show, and then we can get back on.
Okay, time for some music while they do their thing.
Refract, broke back, try that, get smacked. That's a rap, globe crap, got slapped. Radius is fuck, inflated self-destruct. Steering hole so big, drive though with my truck. Dumb truck, out of luck, numbers up, globe is fucked. Save your theory, make shiz up. Globe priest propped up, reality can't be denied. Open eyes, walk outside, look around, glow confound. Ain't shit's curving down, curving down, curving down. Glovers like lambs to slaughter, have a glass of flat water, water truth. NASA spoof, flat smacking with the proof. It's flat, fat, clap, clap back, get wreckage, wreck 'em up, knock 'em down, take your glow, get out my town, bye bye. Bye now, no more lies, that's how. How to live, how to be flat, be free, be free, be free, be free, be free, be free, reflect, broke back, try that, get smacked, that's a rap, globe crap, got slapped, radius is fuck, inflated self-destruct, steering hole so big, drive through with my truck, dump truck, out of luck, numbers up, globe is fuck, save your theory, make shiz up, globe priest propped up, reality can't be denied, open eyes, walk outside, look around, globe confound, ain't shit's curving down, glovers like lambs to slaughter, have a glass of flat water, water truth, NASA spoof, flat smacking with the proof, it's flat, fat, clap, clap back, get racked, rack 'em up, knock 'em down, take your glow, get
Yeah, that song was by AI Ardent, one of our members here. I forget who sent me this song. I need to have a better, hold better around, have a like text file or something where I write all this stuff in. Currently, I haven't.
Suez Canal.
Yeah, 100 miles of it. Yeah. Silly, isn't it? Silly. That globe is just silly.
You're a railroad engineer. You got 100 miles of track to build. You got to count for that curvature in that 100 miles. What is that? 600 some feet, whatever it is.
Oh, it's 2 miles. 2 miles of curvature. 2 miles of curvature there, approximately.
Yeah, every rise in elevation, they're going to have to start another curve section. How do you do rises with a railroad track on curved surfaces? What happens to the curve when you are rising up in elevation? Like, think about it.
Yeah. And then all the plumbing and the pipings that you've got to do out under the streets, that's all got to be curved. Everything. It's going to be a nightmare. Well, you believe you're on a globe, don't you? Get on with it. Get on with it. Curbsville, Curbsburg. Yeah, name of different areas in Curve World.
Hey, Gene, you just have a good idea for a new video game. You to start that Curve World. Everything works like it's on the globe in the video game. Make them play that game.
See how we are, ladies and gentlemen, the Flat Earthers thinking out of the box. We've just made a new game for you. Look at that, Curve World.
I know. Why doesn't Mark Sargent? He was a software engineer, I believe, and he could make, a model or a game using everything that the globe says: the curve, the gravity, the centripetal forces, and then see how that plays out on the surface. See what it looks like at the horizon. You would be able to measure left to right drop, as well as front and back. There would be no such thing as the perspective, the way we see things on the flat plane that we exist on. That's why perspective exists. That's why artists use perspective in the way that they do, because it is a flat plane. So it would be completely different if it was a curved surface.
Can you imagine an aircraft coming into land? Is he going to land over the curve or before the curve? Because it's before the curve. He's got to come down to come up to land on the curve. Then if it's over the curve, he's got to be careful that he doesn't overshoot the curve. Look at how nonsense that would be.
Yeah, this goes really deep because then think about the gyros. The gyros, instead of being stationary in space when they're spun up, they would actually have to process exactly with the curve at every elevation or altitude. Think about that one. And then one more thing. And then the aircraft at every height, as soon as they start rising in elevation or altitude, they would have to be speeding up and then slowing back down when they come down. They would have to be adjusting for the difference in speed if they're saying this Atmo is connected to the spinning ball.
Yep. That's exactly right. Right? And then they may have to have a new configuration type undercarriage similar to the shopping carts, because what if the runway is coming from the left and right, you're landing now, right? So it's got to be able to ride that and follow and spin. And then, so the plane is going sideways. The whole plane is going sideways, even though it was going forward just a moment ago.
Yeah, swivel wheels. They would have to have swivel wheels.
That's right. Swivel type undercarriage. New configuration, I mean, that's how silly it gets. Yeah.
Yeah, so I like asking this question to Globers, and I'll ask it again for the panel. And for the ones that have not spoken up yet, I've been asking for the last several years, if anyone, I don't care, Flat Earther or Glober, whoever, anybody out there, engineer or whatever, that can tell me any technology that is traveling on, above, or below the surface of Earth that is using the globe Earth metrics. So I don't care if it's a roller skate, skateboard, bicycle, automobile, suspension systems, any technology that is using the Earth's surface. I want to know which one of them, anyone, that is using the globe, dimensions for their use, for their practical use. I've never gotten an answer to that.
Yeah, it's a good question because, excuse me for eating in that, I do apologize. We do have suspensions, right? Now, when I used to set up my suspension on my motorbike, right, I still do today, but when I do it, I always used to think about the gravity pulling me down. Do you know that? So I didn't want to set the suspension so it's a hard ride or it's too soft. I was always thinking of gravity. Do you know that?
Right.
Yeah. Especially regarding the downforce, okay? On the suspension settings, downforce. And then you got the rebound force, okay? So I was always thinking of gravity, and I was always amazed on MotoGP, you know, the world's motorcycle championships, when you see them in the pits and they're getting the bike ready and that, and how quickly they dial that all in. I'm thinking, wow, they're really quick, aren't they? You know what I mean? You know, taking all that in and the gravity and everything, you know? Yeah, I always was wondering about that. Always, have I done it right? You know, and I knew when I done it right, when the bike handled beautifully, especially when I braked and everything. All three suspensions were working in unison under braking. Yeah, and then you accelerate out, the front would lift up, the butt would tuck its bum down slightly. Yeah, so you knew you had it balanced. A nice seesaw action was going on. So I thought, yeah, I got this right this time round. You know. Yeah. Funny, isn't it, though? The things you think in your head, you know?
You know, Sonny, the only thing I was trying to rack my brain, I know it's a stretch, but the only thing a Glober could maybe come back with is they think that the rockets are following the curve of the Earth when they go up to go into their magical fantasy space. But that's the only thing I can think of, but which is not valid. So
Right.
Anyway.
So I would have to ask, like, technically speaking, like, as a rocket is going upward, what are they using to determine its height and its location?
Yeah.
Like, they have to use, like, an elevation angle. I don't care what technology they're using. They have to use an elevation angle, because if they're determining how high this object is above the surface, what are they going to be using, folks?
Yeah. And it's also, it would be interesting to know in the industries, what industries are actually taking Earth's curvatures into consideration all over the globe, supposedly. You know, because if it's the globe, they have to. And, you know, it'd be interesting to hear them say how they do that. Show us the maps, because maps can say everything, but it is the action actually happening. This is what people don't seem to understand. And I'm not surprised they don't understand it, because they're trusting everything. So they're going to hear the documents in black and white state that when the maps proves it. Here it is in black and white. There we are. That's what happening. We've got the maps. But yeah, but is that actually happening in reality? It's not. You see, and that's what I've learnt over the last 10 years, that when I hear someone reading a document, I'm very quick to say that's a fraudulent document, ladies and gentlemen, because we are indeed on a flat Earth. So it has to be fraudulent in order to keep and substantiate the globe, excuse me. Yeah, has to be fraudulent. And then that statement I made to myself surprised me. You know, I thought, bloody hell, it's true, isn't it? That there are fraudulent documents out there that people are believing in. Wow. Wow. You know, coming from established authorities, you know? So you're not expecting them to be lying. There you are. Reputable, established, trusted. You know? Do you get my meaning, yeah? It's a real nightmare that is in itself.
Yeah,
exactly. A legal nightmare. Yeah. That's what you're fighting against. Established liars.
Yeah, and be prepared because there has been Glovers that have dropped information or manuals or some kind of technical documents about ballistics and artillery. And they have a call out for the radius. But what I want to see is when they're actually doing this practically, when are they actually doing this? Like, I want to see the logbooks. I want to see the actual documentation of them actually using it, not just some document that says they're using it. I want to know how they actually use it. That's the key point, because if we had the logbooks, because they would have to be doing calculations every time they fired something. So I want to see the actuality in the, in the actual practical use, and the logbooks of what calculations they're actually doing to make that a reality. So I want to see that.
Yeah, this is where the character Flat Earth Sherman, I think his name is Dominique or something like that. Yeah, he's a weapons expert. Okay, Marines weapons expert specialist. This guy, right? And he's the guy that also is part of I've forgotten what it's called. The kind of netting fiberglass camouflage things that they wear. He also prepared those. Okay. Now he put out a challenge in 2016, which is still there today, and that is for any sniper or any rifleman, man or woman, to prove the Coriolis, to prove that they account for it and it actually does exist. Okay. And he said he will give you the coordinates, and then you are to show us how you do it and demonstrate that it is actually happening. North, south, east, and west. Criteria is that you need to bring it's a $20,000 challenge. You bring your $20,000. I bring mine with my lawyers and your lawyers, your legal representatives. We sign the documents and agreements. We put the money in a safe in the public domain. Everyone can see it. It's locked up, and then the winner takes the money, of course. So if you're proving the Coriolis, you've got £20,000. If you haven't, I've got £20,000. That challenge is still there today. What do you think? That was Flat Earth Sherman.
Yeah, that's good.
Because it demonstrates that the globalist won't be able to even compete at the same level as him to say who's going to shoot better.
Right.
Even if they say if he doesn't account for the curve of the rotation, he'll still hit the target, and the other guy who is accounting for it won't be able to anyway. So by practical demonstration, you prove it isn't needed. But yet they use it as one of their proofs. They're like, well, you have to account for it. You do, really?
Yeah, exactly. That's why the challenge is still there. No one's been able to take it up. Simple challenge. It's like taking candy from a baby.
Yeah.
Well, it would be. It would be.
Nobody's ever gone and proven the globe and Flat Earth Dave and get the 2 Bitcoins he offered.
There you are. That's right. That's right. Dave Weiss. He's got that challenge out there as well. And Mark Sargent said he would go into a vacuum chamber with another glober together. Let's see if they did go to space. Challenge out there as well. No one's picked that one up. He said he was prepared to go into a vacuum chamber with someone else, of course. Let's go in and let's test it. So we've thrown down some challenges, right? And we haven't picked it up. It should have been easy for them. Like I said, it would be like taking candy from a baby. It's easy money, isn't it? Easy money. $20,000, you know? Come on. But no, no one's taken up the challenge. And then the cherry on the cake is Globers have lost in the court of law twice. Twice they've lost. They've not been able to prove the globe twice in a court of law. I just love that. Just love that, man. What globe are you people believing in, yeah? Because it doesn't exist. And if I had my way, you would be living on, I would banish you to globe world. No, curved world. That's it. That's what I banish you to, boy. Your life will not be convenient. Going over humps all over the place as you're driving to the shops. You go over one, again, there's another hump. No horizontality anywhere. Imagine that. It's your punishment. You didn't know the difference between a straight line and a curved line, that's why. Now you know. Can you imagine that? That would be brilliant, I'll tell you. All the Gen Panda cronies, a lot of them. I'd go and visit them on my hover bike. You know, my drone hover bike, yeah. How are you enjoying your curved world? Nice? Yeah? Convenient, is it? All right, yeah. No, I haven't got time. I haven't got time to be here. Or next time, maybe. I'm going to take a pass on that. Hover off back to reality, you know. Leveled world. Flat Earth, in other words. Yeah, I'd love to subject them to that. I really would. And why would I love it? Because of all the ridicule they gave us and all the horrible insults that they pushed out, that we had to wade through just to deliver the flat Earth truth into their jaw. Yes, I'd love to subject them to that. I would relish it and love it. Be one of my best programs on YouTube. Curve World. Look at how stupid they are. Look at how they live. Who would like to live like that? Totally inconvenient. Look at that. Everywhere you go is a curve. Even the toilet seat's curved, ladies and gentlemen. In the wrong way as well. Not in your bum's favour, against your bum. That's for punishment. You've got to hold it in. Yeah, there isn't a straight line anywhere. Yeah. I'd love to do that for them. And then you go over there and say, okay, who would like to return back to flat Earth reality? Put your hands up, please. Yeah? Well, you've still got another 2 years to go. Bye. My hover bike back. Bye. What shape is the Earth? Is it like this? Is it? What is it? I can't quite hear you. Oh, it's flat, is it? So you had to get to this level to understand, yeah? You didn't understand it when we told you, did you? You had to actually feel it for yourself. As God says, those who don't listen will feel it. Now you have to feel it for a while. Carry on, yeah? Carry on. Yeah, man. Commuting to work would be a nightmare. You wouldn't dare have a race. You wouldn't dare be racing other cars, you know? Ducking in and out of traffic. Curb bumps everywhere, you know? You know, you're going over so many bumps. You get to work, and your brain is going up and down. You get in there dizzy. You've got to rest to recover from the drive to work.
Yeah, that's a good question. What happens to hills on a curved Earth?
Yes, there'll be many of them.
Yeah, what about hills that are actually really physically curved? What happens to them on a curved Earth? I want to know.
If they're smart, you leave them alone, but then you go with the flow there. That's one that's already built for you. You build on that. Yeah, I just think it's funny. You know, you're driving to work, right? And you're going up and down, up and down, up and down, up and over, left turn, up, over, left turn, up and down, up. There isn't a straight line anywhere. Yeah.
Yeah, you'd actually have to believe that on a curved world, that sometimes if you're going downhill, you are actually going uphill. And sometimes if you're going uphill, you're actually going downhill.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Very true. And that phenomena is very apparent when you go hiking. Because it appears you're going downhill. And the reason for that is to take away the severity of the angle of the climb, but you're still going up. All right? Give it easy time on legs. That's why they design it like that. And for the vehicles who are climbing up on a mountain, you meet a lot of that on Mount Fuji, that phenomena that you just described. Yeah. And other mountains that I've climbed. Yeah, definitely. That's what would be happening in curved world. Yeah. Punishment, because they need to feel, how stupid the idea of living on a globe is, that you banish them to curved world. Yeah. And anybody who has, I'm going to remember this one. I'm going to keep this in my head because I'm going to be talking about this on other servers now, as a form of punishment. That's what I do. You're lucky I'm not in control, because I would create such a world so you people live in it. Yes. And just to wind you up, your shopping cart world will be oblate spheroids. Yes. It won't be a circle, it'll be oblate. So you're going to be, you're going to be up and down with your trolley as well. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure I could design a good world for them. Oblate Avenue. Semicircle lane. Yeah. What else would you have? Can't think now. Still early, you see, still early. So it's a Sunday, still reeling from July 4th. They went out July 4th and then they had that Saturday as well on top of that. Yeah. They're still reeling. So it's 8 o'clock coming up on the West Coast and 11 o'clock on the East Coast, coming up for 1 p.m. in the UK, coming up for midnight. Little while, I'm going to be starting Monday morning. So Ginge trailblazing. And then the Australians are ahead of me an hour, and there's a 2 hour. So
yeah, 18 minutes after 7 a.m. here. So almost 7:20.
Yeah.
Excuse me, can I ask a question?
Yeah, fire
away. Yeah, go ahead, man.
Okay, so because I asked it in the chat and nobody's actually responding. So how do we have winter in a country and summer in another country on a flat Earth? So, for example, if you have winter in the northern hemisphere, you're going to have summer in the southern. So
hold on. So number one, so where are these two hemispheres you're talking about? Where's that at?
Okay. This is I don't want to answer.
We got it. Hold on. Your question has to be logically follow and has to have a logical format to it.
Yeah, the northern
hemisphere. What you're saying is, if the Earth is a globe, how is it flat if the Earth is a globe? Okay, you need to fix your question. So your question follows along with some kind of answer where someone could answer it. By asking a question that doesn't have an answer, then pretending like, I didn't get an answer, therefore your presupposed position is already correct. So let's start over, okay? How do you have seasons? Right? That's the question you're asking.
My question was...
Is the seasons related to the curve of the Earth, or are seasons related to the movement of the sun? Which one?
Yeah, my question was I want to understand how it works on a flat Earth, because I know how it works on...
Exactly how you see it. That's the best... Okay, how you see seasons work is exactly how it works on a flat Earth.
Yeah. Because that's how
there's no easier way to break this down for you. What you see is exactly what you get. There's no hidden secret behind it. There's no special formula. There's no code to crack. You see seasons work. That's exactly how they work on the flat Earth, because you are on a flat Earth, so the seasons work just like you see them work.
They work on the globe because the Earth is tilted 23.5.
Okay, let's see that tilt. Let's see that part. Where's the tilt at? How'd you get that?
Yeah, you have to show us that tilt. You have to show it.
No. Wait. I don't have to show you.
Where's the tilt at? Where's the tilt?
You do. You really do.
I don't have to show. The reason is I don't have to show is because I asked you to describe to me how it works on a flat Earth, and you told me it works the same as the globe.
No, I didn't say anything about the globe. Nothing.
We didn't say
not one thing I said. I didn't say anything about the globe whatsoever. You asked me how do seasons work on the flat Earth. Exactly how you see them work. That's exactly how they work on the flat Earth. I didn't mention the globe. I didn't mention curvature. I didn't mention tilt. The sun moves over your head in an analemma. When you're in the northern part of when the sun is in your part of the analemma, that is summertime. When the analemma is on the other side, that is wintertime. Exactly how you see it work. It's exactly how it works on the flat Earth, which is exactly what you're on, a flat Earth.
Okay.
There's no independent variable here that you don't know. I'm not talking about curvature. I'm not talking about a tilt. I'm not talking about anything you don't see. The only thing I'm talking about is things you see, which is the sun moving across the sky in a pattern called the analemma. When the sun is in the northern part of the analemma, that is summer for the north and winter for the south. When the sun is in the southern part of the analemma, that is summer for the south and winter for the north. That's exactly how you see it. No other things were added. Nothing was taken away. Nothing was added. It's exactly how it works and exactly how it works on a flat Earth. Now, your job would be, well, you're right. You're wrong, but you're right at the same time. you're wrong for the right reasons, because you would say the analemma is then produced by a rotating, tilted Earth. Now show that part. Where's that at? How do we get an analemma by rotation and tilt alone? So let's start there and go.
No, I don't want to prove to you that the Earth is round. This is not my point. I just want to understand how does it work and why does it work when, or the analemma, how does it work and why does it work for a flat Earth?
Yeah, exactly how you see it. It's exactly how it works. Exactly how you see it is exactly how it works. Exactly on the.
You repeated this like 100 times.
Yeah, because you're asked the same question.
No,
You've
because
asked the
this is
same
not an
question
answer.
4 times. You've got exactly the same answer 4 times in a row.
I got your answer. Just listen, please.
Okay.
This is not an answer. You're saying it works exactly how it works, or it works exactly how you see.
Now you broke your worldview because you told me I've answered the same question 4 times in a row, and I also didn't answer the question.
Yeah, that's because
this is a break in logic. You have contradicted yourself. Sir, you have contradicted yourself. How did I answer and not answer at exactly the same time? How is that possible? Let's start here now. How does somebody answer while not answering at the same time?
I will tell you.
Are you trying to tell me the sun doesn't move through the sky? Are you trying to tell me the sun doesn't move and an analemma? Because those were my answers. So are you trying to say these aren't what's happening? The sun doesn't move in a pattern that is called the analemma.
If somebody asked me, what's your name?
No, hold on, dude. Stop. Listen. My answer was the sun moves in a pattern called the analemma. Is that statement true or is that statement false?
But my question was not about.
Try again. My answer was, let's do it again. My answer was the sun moves through the sky and an analemma. Is that true or is that false?
Answer the question.
Our question was.
Answer the question. You're not answering his question, which means you're not listening and you're not acknowledging anything. You're not acknowledging anything.
Okay, all right, yeah. Answer.
Just wait. You don't want to listen. When
you're not acknowledging. You're listening, but you're not acknowledging.
You're not listening. Okay. Once you ask a question, that should end with a question mark. Then you shut up. Then you start listening. You're the one not listening.
When somebody asks you,
can you please acknowledge? You're not acknowledging anything either. You're not acknowledging. This is the problem.
He's not giving like a logical answer. When somebody asks me, "What's your name?" and I tell them, "My name is my name." That's the reply to the question.
He answered the question perfectly. You're not acknowledging. You're not acknowledging the answer. That's your problem.
No, he said it works exactly how you see it work. What's that?
That's correct. That's the correct answer.
That's not an answer. That's a reply to the question. That
is a reply, which is an answer. Thank you very much. That is the answer to your question. You know what it is? You're not acknowledging it because you're not breaking it down. You're not looking at that answer. He's telling you that all your life, you've been living on a flat earth. You've been observing the seasons on a flat earth. That's how it's working, because you've been on a flat earth all your life. You are now to show us the tilt on your globe and the seasons, how they work. Yes, you do.
I don't
want to because the reason why you have to is because you haven't. We are living on a flat earth. You're living on a flat earth.
Okay, I'm living on a flat earth. I just want to understand how that thing works and why, and like in steps. How does it work? Why everything is happening such? Why is there
it works,
bro. And he's saying it works as you see it work. That's not the proper answer.
Do you know what the topic of cancer is?
Do you understand? Do you understand my point?
Okay, let's go through it. Ready? This is how it works. The sun moves. Yes or no? Does the sun move? Do you understand? Do you understand the sun moves?
You can't even answer that question. Does the sun move?
Okay. Both me and you are standing on the earth. We want to figure out how the seasons work. I look up and I see the sun move across the sky. Do you also see that? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay, so there we go. So now we got one data point. The sun moves in a pattern throughout the year. Yes or no?
Yes.
That pattern is called the analemma. Yes or no?
Okay.
When the sun is in its northern part of the analemma, that correlates with summertime in the north. Yes or no?
Okay, yes.
When the sun is in the southern part of the analemma, that correlates with summertime in the south.
Yeah. Okay.
There we go. Seasons are dictated by the movement of the sun through the sky.
That's still why. Why is it when the sun is at the northern part? How does that make summer if the Earth was flat? How does that make summer in the north and winter in the south?
Because the sun's there. You can literally see the sun move throughout the year to this location from that location and back again. We measured its motion through the latitudes, right?
Okay, I have a question. How far is the sun from our Earth?
Oh, I don't know. That's irrelevant.
That's irrelevant. Okay.
Yes.
Does anybody know?
Not that I'm aware of. Or anybody in here.
Yeah, how about this? How would you figure it out? How would you figure out how far the sun is? What would you do? What would be step one?
I don't know the answer. I'm asking you. Don't tell me how
Yeah,
do
I'm
I
saying,
figure it.
well, you asked me how. Well, how would I know? Well, how the fuck would you know? How would you know where it is? What would be the possible way to figure out? Because you're sitting there asking me a question that you don't know. You say,
No,
hey,
I
how
know.
far away the sun is? Oh, you do know. Okay, how'd you figure it out? What'd you do to figure out the distance of the sun?
Redshift.
Okay, that sounds like schizophrenic to me. You just said red shift.
Yeah, that's like.
Okay, so the color red shifted. Okay, how did that tell you how far the sun is?
No, that's it's not. It's not like that. It's not the color red shifted. It's because the globe is expanding, because the universe is expanding, and that causes, because the speed of light is constant. Yeah. That's like relativity, but that's why
our distance is increasing from the sun.
That's what he said, Jedi. Yeah, he said it's getting farther away. Every day the sun's getting farther and farther away.
No, this is not what I said. This is not what I said. I said that the universe is expanding, and that causes like
things
the
to separate.
No, that causes
increasing in distance.
That causes the wavelength to increase, and because the speed of light is constant, and the speed of light is equal to the frequency multiplied by the wavelength. If the wavelength increases, the frequency must decrease so that the speed of light remains constant. So each color of light that you see it because of the frequency. When the frequency decreases, the color changes. So that
means separation. That means it's getting further apart because of the stretching out of the wavelength into red. So you're saying it's getting further apart, the distance between the Earth and the Sun. In actual fact, everything is expanding. That means we should measure the separation between the stars, like the 3 stars of Orion's belt. They should be separating according to what you just said.
When space-time is getting expanded, that doesn't mean
space-time.
Okay, forget about it. This is my. You told me
exactly. You're talking. You're off into the weeds.
My answer, because you didn't know the answer. You told me you want to hear my answer, and now you're just like you don't like it. So I'm telling you,
you're off into the weeds. You're talking about the sun earlier on. We were just trying to figure out what caused the seasons. See, the sun does that.
A lot of physics, bro. You have to study a lot of physics. And the thing is, I want to know how you would know the distance from Earth to the sun.
We don't make a claim to the distance to the sun. We said that right at the beginning. I said I don't know.
Can I get in there, Jedi, just for a second? I'm going to post a video which can give you an estimate to the distance to the sun. It's an estimate, yeah.
What the
guy was called Jay Tolman Media. He used some optical equipment. It's an interesting attempt.
Oh my goodness!
We can give you that, but we're not giving you that. That's the distance, but it's an estimate. Okay.
All right, go ahead, Jen. Just go ahead. Post the video. We'll continue the conversation with Jedi.
Thanks. Sorry. Carry on. Thanks a lot, guys.
It is Sunday, I guess.
No, it's not. Yeah, so now I looked it up again, and it depends also on relativity too. So it measures the round trip distance. They use a radar that sends signals, and those signals go back and forth. And
Sorry, excuse me. They bounce radar off of what?
Of the sun.
A black body.
Whatever the body that you want
the
to measure.
Sun's a black body, isn't it?
Sorry?
The sun is a black body. You're not going to get any reflection off of that really bright light. Right? Do you not understand what a black body is? Being as you're Googling stuff, Google what a black body is and see the contradiction within your own story.
Let me clarify. Sorry. I made a mistake.
Black body.
It's not the sun. It's like you do it for a nearby planet, like Venus.
Black body. So now it's Venus.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
And
I thought
then
it was the sun.
So you measure the distance.
Excuse me.
With other planets, and from those.
Why are you running away around other planets? You said it was the sun.
Yeah, because you use this.
So why are we not talking about the sun? Why are you now talking about Jupiter and Venus and other planets?
Because you use this information to get the distance to the sun.
Do you understand what a black body is?
That does not emit.
So you said radar bounces off of the sun.
Not of the sun. I told you I corrected it to
Venus now.
Yeah.
Hey, it wasn't an airplane flying by.
So not the sun. So you debunked your own argument. Congratulations.
What debunked my own argument? I told you I said the sun by mistake, and then I corrected it to Venus. Can't anybody
say about the sun?
What's wrong with you? Yeah, you're talking about
the sun.
Yeah, we're talking about the sun because you have to
get. Cool. So why are you talking about Venus?
You have to compare it with something. That's how you
compare it. Are we talking about a transit?
Yeah. So I don't know what's
the size of Venus.
I can look it up for you.
How did you come to the size of Venus? How did you get that size?
Okay, I will answer you. Wait a second.
Sorry, are you Googling? Should I just have a conversation with Google?
No, it's not a conversation with Google because I don't know the size of Venus. I don't know it. I don't memorize it. How am I supposed to tell you?
I don't know, dude. It just sounds like you're Googling every question that I asked you. You then Googled the answer. It's weird. Have you Googled what a black body is yet? I asked you to do that as well.
No,
I got a black body. Yeah.
No, I did not Google what a black body is, but I Googled the distance to Venus, and there is a formula.
Something else, Jedi. Instead of Googling what you asked him to look up, he looked up something completely different.
So it's so you can measure the distance to Venus, and then you have to multiply by 2.
How did they measure it? How?
They sent radar waves. They went. They came back because and that's how you measure twice the distance, and then you divide by 2 the distance itself.
Okay, I understand. And now let me just say something here. Are you sure that they can send the signal to, was that planet they went to? Was it Jupiter, was it?
Venus,
sorry. Are you sure that the equipment we have here on Earth can do that distance? Because the only way you would know that is to actually be at Venus yourself with a receiver to receive that signal. Then you would know that that equipment can go that far. That's how you validate. That's the only way you could validate it. You can't make something on Earth and start telling people it can go this distance, I won't accept it. Okay? And that's what you're doing. You're not even checking that the equipment can do that.
We can make a laser that, for example,
I know
laser
we can.
visible light.
I know we can.
Visible light that can go. That
I
can
know.
go for millions. Okay, why not? Why don't you want to believe it? I don't understand. It's
because
not,
because it's unbelievable. That's why. It's not believable. I have to check it. That's why. I understand what a laser can do. I understand the technology. And I say to you that that's bunkum. And the only way I would know is for me to go to Venus, stand there and say, okay, Harry, can you send me the signal now? Provided my radio works, that is. Okay, and then boop, boop, dit, dit, boop, boop. Okay, I've got it. Thank you. Then I know that the equipment can work that far. I'm not going to believe it just like that and then get the maths. Because remember, we are artists. We can make maths do anything we like. When you get to the level of mathematics we're at the moment, you can make anything, but can you prove it? That's the problem. You haven't proven it. You're just believing it. Okay, and that's what Jedi was trying to tell you.
So it's the same thing. How do you know the distance to an aircraft when the radar is detecting an aircraft?
Well, the equipment is definitely working. Yeah.
Good question.
The equipment is definitely working. We know what 1,000 feet looks like. We can measure and validate that. We can't validate the distance from Earth to the Venus.
Yeah, when we figure out the distance to an aircraft, we're going to be using a horizontal plane because it's all going to be elevations from a horizontal plane using the radars.
The problem with your arguments is like both of them are working on the same principles. Like the speed of light is constant, and we know it.
Is it?
Okay. So both of them are working on the same principle. You want to?
No, they're not. They're not. They're not.
Wait. What do you mean they're not? They are working on the same principle.
One is fantastic because it's asking us to accept that a signal can or a frequency can be sent to Venus, and it's definitely it's a dead cert. No, so they're not the same. One we can validate, one we cannot validate. So they're not the same.
No, because when you validate the one that you can really measure with your by yourself, then that tells you that the answer for the big numbers are also correct.
No,
because
never does it happen like that. Nope, that's flawed. That's flawed methodology. I'm sorry. That's flawed methodology that cannot work in medicine, science, or anything. That's flawed. Flawed. That's assumptions and extrapolations. No, you've still got to validate, confirm. So I'm sorry, sir. You won't be in my science team, that's for sure. Take off that white jacket now.
There are thousands of kilometers, I think, between me and you right now, and because there is like fiber cables under the sea, that's how we can speak approximately spontaneously, and you can hear me like with a ping of, I don't know, like 50 milliseconds or something. So it's because of that.
No, again, no, you haven't proven that. We're using fiber optic cables. That's been proven. I've seen them being laid. I've seen them being repaired. There are 460 bundles of these things, apparently, under the ocean, covering 700,000 miles of the ocean seabed. And 95% of our communications today go through there. To be exact, 10 trillion financial communications alone go through there, between the banks and everything else. Financial communications, 10 trillion each day. That's an awful lot.
If you don't want to accept it, I cannot force you. But
why would I accept something that is not true? Come on now.
It's okay, but can you see your brain?
Look, can I see your brain? I certainly cannot, can I now? But anyway, listen up. I posted hang on a moment, please. I have posted the video where this guy, James Tolomedia, attempts to measure the distance to the sun. It's a very interesting endeavor. Please watch it. The man is very good. Watch that. You will learn something. But anyway, no, I cannot see your brain.
Okay. Do I have a brain?
I don't know. Are you using it correctly?
No. It's not about using it correctly or wrong.
Just stop. Both of you stop for a second. This dude now thinks he doesn't know anything about reality. He thinks he's a brain in the jar. He's been stepped on enough, it seems like, because now he's questioning whether he's even around right now. Dude, do you even know if you're on Discord?
No, it's not like that because he doesn't want to believe something until he sees
Why would
it.
I want to believe it? Yeah. Why
Did
would I
you
want
eat
to believe
something, dude? Did you eat something today?
Don't. I was talking to him, so can I please continue the conversation with him?
No.
Okay, then I'm leaving because this is bullshit.
Now, well, the rate of the brown, ladies and gentlemen, the rate the brown stuff was coming from this guy was just unbearable because it was a joke, and now he went to the point he didn't even know he had a brain or not. It's silly, isn't it? And then my colleague asked him, "Did you have something to eat?" I want to talk to you. I want to talk to the other guy, and now he's left. Silly. That's childish. That's what it is. When you start asking people have you got a brain? Can you see your brain? Well, we can see it through an X-ray. We can use an X-ray to see the brain, ladies and gentlemen. I haven't had the opportunity to do that, but that's again provable. You see what I mean? But he's asking us to believe that technologies exist that can give us the distance to the planets that we don't even know what they are, and it's working. Okay, that's a bamboozle that was Carl Sagan was telling us about. That science has become a religion whereby it is easy to be bamboozled, and a belief without validation or confirmation is a mistake. And I made that mistake for 48 years, believing that the earth was a globe, ladies and gentlemen. So obviously I'm going to check everything now after a 48-year era, trusting the scientists. Now, that's why I said to the guy, take that white jacket off. He wants to be a scientist, obviously. And he's got his white jacket on. Well, I say, take that off. You haven't proven anything yet. Put it in the cupboard. Now, get on with it. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you establish the standards that you are going to be satisfied with. You don't have to adhere to those scientists. They seem to be getting it wrong and using mathematics that don't match reality. This is the problem now. So you need to man up, or woman up for that matter, or sexist in any way, and just establish your standard and check everything. Nothing wrong with checking. It's not a crime, is it, to want to know? He says, why don't I believe? Why should I believe? Why can't I know? I have the right to know, don't I? Do I not, ladies and gentlemen? Well, I want to know. So I'm like the primitive man. Give me that clobber, smash the thing open, let's have a look. He's lying. It's a lie. Okay, goodbye. All right, there we are. So establish your standards. Thanks for listening. I'm going on mute now. Yeah, I think you've done a superb job in getting across the importance of science, and it's not about trust. I think you hit that nail so hard, the hammer broke. You know what I mean? But thank you very much. Beautiful.
I mean, just think about the logical fallacies the guy was using. So, I mean, there's several, but we could just go with a couple of them for now. The expanding universe. But is the sun's distance increasing? It would have to be. Okay, so that's one. How did they measure the distance to the sun in the first place? Oh, I measured my ceiling lamp in my living room by going and measuring the ceiling lamp in the bathroom with the door closed. Like, what? How are you going to do that? Okay, now open the bathroom door and measure the ceiling lamp in the bathroom. How does that apply to the living room lamp? So that's what he was doing with Venus, not the sun, something else. So you have to measure something else to know what something else is. Okay, well, how did they do that in the first place? I bet he doesn't even know that Copernicus, now I could be wrong, so forgive me if I'm wrong with the names, but I think it's Copernicus or one of them measured, they guessed at the size of Venus through the transit. And they assumed, so a guess, then an assumption that Venus and Earth are the same size, when they don't have a measurement of curvature on the Earth in the first place. Guy was full of it. Oh, one more thing that came up. When Crit replied, he said, You replied. That's not an answer. So an answer is not a reply. Thank you. Anyone
Yes,
else?
yes, Sonny. I pulled him up on that one as well. I pulled him on that one because a reply is an answer. So I thought that was really funny when he said that. But Crit did an excellent job, though. Did an excellent job there. That was, that was really enjoyable. That was the truth in motion there. The truth. That's what I enjoyed about it. The truth. You got to see the Glober with his fallacies and Crit with just the simple truth behind with logic. That was it. Wow. That's clean, isn't it?
They seem to not want to hear that answer, that how things work is exactly how you see it. Nothing more, nothing less. And not to harp on this too much longer, but
yeah, go on.
They have these classroom globes, right? They have elevation. They have I gave it away. They have the analemma on some of these globes, and we know by watching time lapse photography of the position of the sun at the same time each day throughout the year, it does create this figure 8 pattern called the analemma. That's measured from level plane to elevation angles.
There you are.
So they have flat Earth measurement, the analemma, on their curved globe. That right there is a oxymoron.
Yeah, oxymoron. Yeah. That's what we say in England. Is Jedi there? Jedi, are you there, mate? Just a quick question to you.
Yes, mate, I'm here. What's up?
Yeah. I was going to offer up that video with J. Tom and Media. Now, if you felt that was going to jeopardize something, do let me know, in straight away, because I don't want to undo any of the work that you guys have been doing over the years. I don't want to be the character that's bringing stuff in that's undoing things. Okay, so if you felt that I shouldn't have posted that video, do it live. It doesn't matter, but you let me know and you say because of these reasons, Jim, and then everyone learns.
You're a good lad, Jim. I appreciate that. Right, so Jay Tolan and a distance to the sun. Now, using this kind of trig method, right, measure an angle, trying to find the height of the object above the surface with regards to the sun or any celestial body, sun, moon, stars, doesn't really necessarily matter what it is. They don't act in the same way as terrestrial objects, right? When we gain altitude, because of the potential distance to them, let's say, if they do have a defined point in space, that angle doesn't change. Where with terrestrial objects, if you change your altitude, you go up, obviously the angle will decline downwards towards the surface. Sun, moon and stars don't appear to act like this. It's really hard to, how do I put this, argue that this is a good proof for the distance to the sun, because we can come up with multiple distances, and one of the primary issues is as the sun descends in angle towards the horizon, some mathematics will say that the altitude of the sun is changing, so the sun distance changes above the surface of the earth for an observer at any point making observations. It's going to be different all the time. If you make a measurement throughout the day, the sun appears to come it's weird.
No, you're right there, because I'm aware of that fluctuation in the height when it's in its tracks. So, yes, I can agree with that 100%. Yeah,
it's just one of those things that it's hard to argue this point. Distance to the sun, moon and stars are kind of irrelevant. If you want to bring this stuff up, and by all means we always do, right, it's going to be measured from a horizontal plane, whatever technique these people come in and try to do. Like, we've had quite a few people come in recently and say, well, using the celestial navigation method, we should be able to measure the distance to the stars, showing that they don't understand that we don't actually use like the general Euclidean trigonometry with regards to celestial navigation and celestial objects. It's not the same mathematics, but they're going to get us to try and go down into this hole, and because we can't give a definitive answer, then the Earth's a ball all of a sudden. Do you understand where we're going to go?
Yes, Exactly. Now, you see, ladies and gentlemen, why I asked that question, because I detected that Jedi was trying to tell me something, or he wanted to say something, but I'd already gone through the door. So, but listening, I thought, let me check him afterwards, because maybe there's something there. And then there we are. See? But I did say it was an estimate anyway, so I already prefixed it as it's an estimate. Look at the methodology he's trying to use.
Yeah.
When you say it's just an estimate or anything like that, now you give other people other shit to come at us with.
Okay, I'll bear that in mind. Okay?
But yeah. It's like, for example, yesterday, right? It probably wasn't a good idea for me to challenge you whilst we're in conversation with someone else, right? We should be focusing on the new people that come in, and sometimes we just try and keep the very simple basic facts. Like Radwin just said, if we start giving them ammunition to things that really we're not even making claims to, then the conversation ends off in the weeds for hours. So it's about trying to focus the conversation on the things that we can most definitely demonstrate to be true, not things that we speculate about, even though it is Sunday today.
Yeah, but anyway, that's why I brought it up. See what I mean, Radwin? I'm always checking. Like I said, I don't want to be the guy that's bringing ammunition to the opponents, so we're getting clobbered. That'd be very embarrassing. I might have to do Harry Curry.
I think a lot of people have fallen foul to the AE deception, right? Especially with the 24-hour quote-unquote experiment, like 6-7 months ago last year. We don't want to be involved in that straw man, right? This AE Gleason's Antarctica around the outside. It's a straw man. When we look back at the history of Flat Earth, that map was here when we got here, mate. That map was waiting for you when you figured out the Earth was flat, and it was waiting for me. And because it's a straw man, and for the last 10 years, they build the straw man up. They go to Antarctica, they burn the straw man down, and people walk away from flat Earth. The Earth was never that in the first place. It couldn't be if you understood what maps were. This one, it's only got one pole. How many poles have we got? 2.
Yeah, there's 2 poles, that's for sure.
Yeah.
The best part of that whole thing is when you get somebody who's really into this discussion, they just saw themselves burn their own model down. The AE projection is a globe projection using math. So when they said that is wrong, simply because they slapped a flat Earth sticker on it, what they did was they really said either their globe or all of math is wrong. One of those two things are wrong.
Yeah.
They just pretended like it was flat Earth for some reason.
Yeah.
What they said is part of the agenda. That William Duffy, Bill Duffy, he said that it's insensible that a flat earther would try to use the Bible to defend their position. The Bible's for the globe. So he decided that he would use logical fallacies, do a scam job, do all these crazy batshit things, because the real agenda was try to trick people into thinking that level and flat are actually curved because God made it that way.
Yeah. Well, I've had a slight shift in my position anyway, so with what was said today and yesterday as well, so that's cool. I'll be operating slightly differently as from now. Okay, guys?
You're good.
Okay, Radwin, keep you happy,
you're a good lad.
No, Jin, you're fine. Like, you can bring up anything you want to bring up. The only problem was that it was right in the middle of Jedi having a conversation with a guy you already talked to. That was it. It wasn't about how you present or why you present or the format or no, dude, you got to do you. The only issue was you had your shot. Me and you talked to that guy for about an hour. Okay. And it wasn't going anywhere. So I stepped back and you should have stepped back too and let Jedi talk to him. The guy simply was not going to get the analema. So from our points of view, we had to switch speakers just to test who was at fault. Was it me? Was it you? Or was it him?
Him, of course.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. That's how we had to test it. But by you jumping back in the conversation, that threw a monkey in the gears, because now you added you back in. That would so now we don't know if it was him or me or you, because now Jedi's conversation with him is tainted. That's the only problem with what you did. That was really it. Because at some point we're going to have to go through every single speaker, and if every single person, nothing was understood, nothing was retained, no one answered the question, at that point the most likely problem was him.
Yeah, but I felt I was getting to him because I was only going to build upon what you guys had done anyway, and that was basically he was talking about, like I said to him, we couldn't validate anything he said anyway. We he kept asking why didn't I believe, and why would I want to believe? I don't want to believe.
Yeah,
anything.
And you're right, and that's what we're going for. But the audience needs to hear it too. Once you've realized that, it's important to take a step back.
Yeah,
so that other people can realize it too.
Yeah.
I just get very triggered by the words north and south at the moment, dude. That's one of the main things.
Too much north and south, too much mouth, mate. Shut up.
No, it's not that, dude. But north and south seems to be. I get it. It just seems to have been an issue recently because people, always want to come in and say, "Well, where's the edge of the Earth?" And lots of people like to talk about, "Well, if I go south, because Antarctica's a ring, and if you go to Antarctica and you keep going, you're going to get to the limitation of the Earth." But south is just an area on the Earth underneath a point in the sky, so it couldn't be the edge of anything, right? Same with the north.
Right.
So when we were talking yesterday about the middle of the Earth, well, that's the north, right? Yeah. Yep. If the Earth is an AE azimuth or equidistant map and completely forgets about south, because north and south are comparable, in the AE map, south would be a complete circumference, not one geographical location. And this is the problem that we've kind of noticed over the last 2-3 years. We understand that on a flat Earth, we use celestial navigation. It's measuring elevation angles to the stars. Well, in that case, then, we must take all of the information on board and understand we measure 2 celestial poles, one in the north and one in the south. You can't get away from that fact, dude.
Yeah, but they're
on the AE map, people like to conjure magic, right?
They don't appear to be exactly opposite to each other, do they?
Say that again.
I said they don't. Those 2 poles do not appear to be exactly opposite, though, do they?
How do you mean?
Well, the Polaris is directly above my head, right up, but the Southern Cross is like horizontal. It's not directly above anyone's head.
Yeah. Okay. So, Polaris is a circumpolar star. It rotates around a center point of axis. It's off that axis by 1 degree. We call it the North Star because it's the most visible star that we can see that's closest to the north. Really, it doesn't appear to move, even though if you measure it, it slightly does. Now, the Big Dipper, the Bear, the northern circumpolar stars, they rotate like Polaris around that center point. In the south, the Southern Cross is like the Big Dipper or the Bear. It rotates around the southern rotation point. You can use the Southern Cross to find that southern rotation point. The thing about the southern rotation point is the star that's there, Sigma Antares, you can't see with the naked eye. So you can't use it as a navigational star. You use the other navigational stars, like the ones on the Southern Cross, or Vega, or ones that rotate around the south to find where south is. Just like you use the ones in the north.
Yeah, the point is, right, when I've seen those stars, though, the southern stars, they're not directly above me, are they? 90 degrees straight up, are they? They're at an angle, though. Out on the horizontal. Do you get what I mean?
But that's if you get closer to them, they'll start rising above the horizon.
Okay, right. Okay. Because I'm out of range, they're down. So I need to move towards it. It starts to rise up, very similar to the light poles and everything else. Okay, now I'm getting...
Yeah, exactly that. Yeah, exactly that. So you're underneath the North Star, you're at the North Pole, you're fucking freezing, you go south, you watch Polaris descend towards the horizon.
Excellent. Yeah, that's excellent now. So now I know that. Now I know. So basically, then it could be possible to have a 24-hour sun then, and that figure 8 alumina. What do we call it again?
Analema.
Analema. That figure of 8.
Analema.
Yeah. Well, that there must be a 24-hour sun in there because it's a figure of 8, isn't it?
Have you ever wondered why the eternity sign was like relevant to time?
That's right. Yeah.
Great big sun in the sky.
Yeah.
The infinity sign as well.
Yeah, and the infinity sign, but that was the one that came up to my head just now. Yeah. Infinity. Yeah.
But so if we look at the sun throughout the year, there's 2 summers. The dictation of the summer is where the sun is at the time. There's one in the north and one in the south.
Of course. Yeah. I'm getting a better look at the map now. So we're definitely on a flat surface. I mean, we're not disagreeing with that, are we?
Oh no, not at all.
Right. And then what we've got to work out now is the layout of the continent. So now I'm even more confident now when they keep saying, "Where's your map?" I said, well, basically, look, we don't really claim to have a map. The AE map was put for us. That's not accurate. I like it myself, mind you. I have an emotional attachment to that because the flights work on it, but that's not the layout. I can't validate that, and it doesn't match. Again, I don't like to say this, but it's not matching what's going on. The sun is playing a part here. We apparently have 2 24-hour suns now. We've definitely got 2 poles. Where is it on the map? It's not on the map. So the map's not accurate. There you go. So I'm ready to roll now.
As far as I'm concerned, this is great for us because people always ask us where the sun goes, and you can see the sun for pretty much 6 months of the year. In 2 summers, it's there it is, it's above the earth.
Yeah. Okay, so we're moving forward. See, it's good. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh no, it's good. Good conversation you guys are having.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
The flight time thing is also something that we have to be wary of, right? Because that was, how do you fly from like Sydney, Australia, across the South Pacific to South America? How does that work? It'd be longer here than it would be there. Another straw man because of the AE map. Yeah, we can wangle some things, right? And we can say, look, these curve lines are actually straight, but we're working from a false premise anyway.
Yeah. Because we do.
Yeah, the best part about the AE
of the Earth. Yeah.
The best part about the AE is that the globalists should say it's right when used appropriately. If this map is used for the size and scope of this design, it works. When you go outside of the scope of the map, then it doesn't work. But the problem is they'll do that. They'll say this is a functional working map based on the globe using math, then demonstrate why it's not that at exactly the same time. So at that point, you just got to step out. When the enemy is destroying their own position, or your opponent, that was the enemy is kind of a loaded term. When your opponent is destroying their own position, just stand out of the way. Let them tell you why their own map and their own model doesn't work.
Yeah. I always compare the AE to the Mercator because they're totally different. And that's why I was promoting the AE, because the Mercator map, the flights don't work on the Mercator map, which is supposed to be the globe. I said, well, it's not working there. And look at the flight paths and look at the straight lines and look at the emergency stop off. Everything's online. Works perfectly. So it's just the configuration, the layouts. Yeah. There's still a lot of work. Yeah, there's more to come, isn't there, in this thing, isn't there? There's more to come. We've got to get this map sorted out. But there's more to come,
People who talk about flying across the South Pacific don't understand the legalities of flight. It's only aircrafts that have got 4 engines that are allowed to be 3 hours from any airport. They can't travel over vast, thousands of miles of ocean without having somewhere to stop within 3 hours. If you've only got 2 engines, it's 180 minutes. It's 2.5 hours, right?
Right.
So no one's going to be flying over here anyway, even if the Earth was a sphere or flat. No one's going over these vast oceans. The South Atlantic, no one flies over it, dude. You have to fly north up the South American coast because you've got to stay close to an airport. Then you fly over the part of the Atlantic that's the thinnest, the smallest distance between the two, and then you go south if you want to go to South America. because you've got to stay near airports.
Yeah, you've got to. Yeah, they don't fly. I've known that. Yeah.
Jedi. Sorry, I got to jump in and say, Jedi, that was absolutely brilliant. Thank you for sharing that, brother. Wow. Talk about being able to, like, literally plug in observables and then make a real conclusion. Thank you for that, man.
No worries, man.
Good morning to you, Johnny.
Yeah, good morning, John. Or good afternoon. I forget what time it is for you.
Let's go. Good day. It's always a
Good day, Johnny. Good day. Good day, Johnny.
That's what I do. Good day for the day and good evening for the evening. That's a wrap.
Yeah. See, so the listeners got to listen to a discussion of repair, slight repairing going on there, and it was good, wasn't it? Wasn't it, ladies and gentlemen? There you go.
That's what accountability is, right? Keeping each other accountable for what we say so that we make this thing cleaner for people who want to learn and listen. Well done indeed.
Yeah.
Being as it's quiet, I'll invite some new people to speak. There's a lot of new people that's joined the chat. Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth channel here on this server. I actually don't know what server we're on, so hi everyone. So if anyone's got any questions regarding the topic of the room is the Flat Earth. Basically any conversation about what the Earth is and does is kind of, allowed to be on the table. So if anyone's got any questions about why flat earthers in 2025 say the Earth is not a ball and that it's flat, then please unmute yourself and say hi. Or if you've got some kind of desire to defend the belief that you're on a sphere, we will oblige you. It's not a problem at all. So if you want to come and defend your position, then we'd like to have that conversation too. But like I said, welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth channel here on your server. Welcome, one and all. If anyone's got any questions, please say hi.
Yeah. Excellent. Don't be shy now. Shyness stops you learning, doesn't it?
Excuse me.
Yeah, this is the English hub, isn't it? 24/7 Flat Earth English hub. Yeah. So they might want you may have some query in the English language or something you want to learn. That is also welcome. So please come and join in. Don't be shy. Shyness stop going forward. Please ask those questions. Just remember, 6 million people will be listening to at the same time. Can you imagine if that was the case? You couldn't call it stage fright. What would you call it? Mic fright.
I like it. Mic fright. Now that's going to stick with me. Yeah, I like it, Jim. It's mic fright.
Yeah. Well, it's where it's similar to stage fright.
Mm-hmm.
You can't come on the mic because
it kind of goes along with shock horror. Shock horror, mic fright.
Every time I hear Killian, it just reminds me of how I still haven't got those photos from Portugal yet. It's like one of them's really good. Like on the way back, the way I flew back into like Minnesota from Europe, we went over Canada, and that's like kind of what Jim was talking about too, about the flight pass. And one of the really cool things was as we were descending from like the cruising altitude, there was a layer of clouds, and the sun was above the clouds. So it was like sun, airplane, clouds. Then we went down below that layer of clouds, and it was clouds, sun, airplane, clouds. And then we went down again, I took pictures of this the whole time. We went down again, and it was clouds, sun, airplane, ground.
Wow.
And then I landed, and when I finally landed, I got run out. As soon as I got my baggage and everything, I ran outside, and I went to go check, and then it was, just like, like it was cloudy. So then it was me, clouds, and the sun above the clouds. And I was like, that is just the whole thing was just like the ever shifting sort of dynamic of the light passing through the different mediums. Kind of like where I tried to make it akin to, like how if you look, you shine your brights in fog, that layer of fog kind of blocks the light.
Yeah.
And then, or if you have light shining through like a piece of paper, it can light up the bottom of the paper because like the light kind of like blocks, like it makes a shadow below you. And a lot of times the globals talk about how come I can see light at the bottom of the cloud. Yeah, that's where the more dense material is of the cloud. The cloud, the light is then hitting that dense material and making it shine like a backlight or like a silhouette. You're seeing the silhouette of a cloud above you.
They're trying to operate that up as globe, you see. That's what they're trying to do. But again, that's like a little bit of gaslighting from the atmos as well, with the sun and that. As a flat earther, you'd be thinking nature's gaslighting you, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it just shows you that a lot of these optical, like the position of the sun or the instance of the light hitting you is sort of like a rainbow. It kind of depends on your observer dependency through lots of different variables. There isn't an individual location where you can just point in that general direction, that's a direction to the sun. It's varied and it's complex, and it kind of shows you that. So that's why I want to get it's on I had to switch the SIM card in my phone when I went to Europe. Okay. So to get the photos, I have to do that again. I always seem to do it tomorrow, and then I forget about it. And I'm like, okay, I'll do it later today, and then forget about it. But it's not that hard of a task. I just don't seem to really want to get around to it yet. But yeah, it's really interesting because like it shows you that on their own map, their own projection, that shouldn't have been the path I would have taken if globe. So there's some other reason why the flight path went through Canada and down from the south. And obviously the answer on the flat Earth is that these are air traffic control zones that they tell the plane which direction to go. They say based on your international flight and you going from point A to point B, this is the path you'll take to avoid domestic travel. Because the main airport is like right in the center of the state in the Twin Cities. So when you're traveling east to west, they want those planes to have their own corridors. And then when you're traveling kind of like north, up, over, and around, they want the planes coming from that direction to have a different corridor. So they can control. They know which planes are coming from which areas based on their headings and their directions and their speed.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, well, I look forward to the images when you get them, and that would be nice to see because, it's just amazing. And again, it shows that the atmos, it's always in flux. Yeah? Anything can happen at any time. Stating the obvious there, ladies and gentlemen, but, when you're down on Earth, you don't realize that, because you're just living your daily lives and you're probably not paying any attention. But here we are, crit flying back, seeing the sun up, sandwich different positions through the flight. Over how many hours was that? 9, 10 hours? Man.
Yeah, it was like, I can't remember how long the flight was, but it was a long flight.
Yeah, it would be. If you're going from the UK, So
I had to go from 7. So it was a lot. Just the whole day was long because the part of Portugal I went to was like the northern part. And it's kind of hard to pronounce like the. I'm just drawing a blank now how to pronounce a word, but it's like the part there's like all these castles and everything. It's kind of like the area where like the nobility live. For some reason it's on the tip of my tongue. It begins with a B, like Bascain or something like that. Okay. So I had to drive. I had to get a rental car and like drive like 2.5, 3 hours to get to Porto. Then from Porto, I had to take a flight from Porto to like another part in Europe. And that was like a really small plane. And then from there, get onto another plane and then fly to America. So it was like the whole day was almost like a 24-hour ordeal, like to get from.
Yeah.
Because with the layovers and the driving and all, it's a big trip.
Yeah, I've been to the castle anyway. You were talking about. I went there with my girlfriend. We went by motorbike. So, yeah, nice.
Yeah, you could see why they built it there because the roads are really small. It's like a one way. So like they have like people who drive up there. It takes a long time, and it's so steep too. So you can see why people that would be a defensive position because just getting up there to fight, your legs are probably fried. Like
that's right. That's right. You survey all of Porto, you can see it all. And it's a great castle.
That's the thing too. Like they show, like there's in the Lord of the Rings where they light all the fires across. Yeah, to say, hey, light the fires. They had the same principle in northern Portugal. That they had all these little mountain caps that go all the way across the whole region that have these little forts there. And they would light fires if being invaded. And how does that work on the Globetard? It wouldn't. It would not work on the Globetard. And that's why they were able to demonstrate that concept on Middle Earth, because Middle Earth is flat. That's how you can do these big fires to alert people, and one person lights and the other person lights. So the area defending of northern Portugal was so defensible because they had the high ground. They literally had the high ground.
The high ground and the visibility was there. It's brilliant, You're talking right because I have been there and it is beautiful. It is beautiful. Mountain roads are lovely as well. I went into the clouds. I thought it was going to rain, but it didn't, so we were lucky. And, so we didn't really need the waterproofs. We got a little bit damp because the cloud, you're riding in cloud. That's really nice as well.
Oh,
nice, it's fresh feeling.
Another thing, too, there's a very long tunnel that you have to drive through. That's like the longest tunnel, I think, in the world, or maybe Europe.
Oh, yeah.
It's like 7.9 kilometers. No curvature. It's flat all the way
there you
through.
Are. Yeah. I didn't take that route, but, I didn't know that tunnel. I was going over bridges myself.
Oh, there's a really maybe you went before the tunnel was built because it's kind of like a new thing. And there's lots of bridges too. And there's bridges that wind. They have to wind the bridge around mountains and stuff and hills. Yeah, so you'll be on the bridge and the bridge will turn and then turn back like a snake pattern. The flat all the way across from point A to point B. You leave on one side and you enter on the other side exactly the same elevation. And it's like a bridge that's like 4 miles. You're like 4 kilometers long.
Yeah.
Where was the curve of
security as well? We met security on the bridges as well, and they asked us for our identification, but I always kept it conveniently handy. Check it. Like, okay, you can go. Yeah, that was good. I enjoyed all of that. Just bringing back the memories there. Yeah, that castle was something else. Definitely worth the visit. Yeah. When you went, were there many tourists at that castle? Was it overcrowded?
I went in November, so it was kind of like the off season.
Right.
Yeah, they say sometimes they get tourists, but it was pretty. It was interesting because I like a small village, and there was the big word. There's an American in town, and everyone wanted to come talk to the American. It was pretty cool.
Yeah.
And one of the things I would ask them to talk, I go, what do you guys think of if they're old enough, what do you guys think of the moon mission? Because most of them have never left that village. They basically grew up in, their families are from there. As far as they go back, their families only lived in that one village, and they did olive farming or whatever, different types of persimmons. There's lots of different farmers, and they don't remember anything. Yeah. And they've never left. I mean, they might go. There is a smaller city nearby that's kind of like the biggest thing they'll ever go to. And for the most part, none of them have cars, or if they have a car, it's shared between multiple families and whatnot. So I would ask them, what did you think? Do you remember the America going to the moon? Oh yeah, that was complete nonsense. We just like everyone heard about it, without exception. No one said, "Oh, we were so excited! What a great achievement for mankind!" They're like, "Oh, what a bunch of hogwash! What a bunch of bullshit!"
Wow.
Or most of them said, I paid it no mind. Just more complete garbage. Like that.
Wow, that is interesting.
Oh yeah, like no one, like no fucks given.
Yeah, in Japan, it's the opposite. Right, they took it on board as it was a given thing. Because whenever I talk to them about flat Earth now, right, but they always say, but they went to the moon, didn't they? They went to the moon. I said, no, they didn't. And they always say the same thing. Damasasemashita ka? Did they deceive us? Yeah, and I say, yeah, dasasemashita. Yeah, so they did deceive us. That's the first thing they say. Did they deceive us? I said, yes, they did. They never went. Not possible. Right? But the Japanese the Japanese people that I've met over the 26 years that I've been here, and in the last 10 years in particular, they've definitely taken on board as they've gone, you see, till they hear me and I'm telling them that it's not possible to go. And then I'm showing them. They're very technically minded, so they can understand the meme, they can understand vacuum, they understand it quick like this, you see. They pick it up. So I don't have difficulty getting the implications across. And I said, I've only met one man, and he was like 70 something, that knew the earth was flat. When I asked him, he told me. One man. And I only ended up talking to him because of the motorbike. My bike was on, and he was saying that the bike is nice. I was at a shopping mall, and I came out, and he was saying to me, "Oh, this is a nice bike. This is your bike?" I said, "Yeah, it's a nice bike." I said, "Yeah, because it's a Honda. It's Japanese. They make the best bikes." I didn't make it. I said, And then I decided to flat smack him just to see, and he told me it was flat. He said he'd known for a long time. I goes, "What about the moon landings?" He goes, "No, they never went." I goes, okay. So I goes, "Yeah, no." But I'm telling everybody else, but nobody believes me. And he was 70 something, 75, somewhere there. So interesting that the Spanish seem to have known it was a hoax like that. That's interesting, that is. But yeah, thanks, Crit. I'm going to go and get some water.
All right, Steven, get back.
Yeah, I'm just going to.
Definitely welcome to say something, brother Zuka.
Hello.
Good day, good day.
I have a question.
I would love to hear it.
If Earth is not a sphere, then what shape is it? like flat Earth exactly won't make sense. So, like, what shape
Why?
is it?
Why does that not make sense?
Well, people would just fall off, and that have never happened.
So what do you need in order to fall off? What do you need, right? In order for you to fall off of it?
Wait, so you're saying like Earth is like a shape of paper?
See, it's I can't even have a conversation with you because you're literally trying to guess why I'm asking you questions, right? You just said if the earth was flat, people would fall off of it. Well, what do you need in order to fall off of something? There has to be a what? Right. Has anybody in this conversation claimed that there's an edge?
No, but there was no conversation going on.
In your understanding of the model, has anybody showed you an edge? Has anybody told you that there's an edge?
No.
Or have you just presupposed that there would be an edge because there would be a limit to a flat object, like a plate or a table? Right? You're presupposing that there's an edge, just like you're presupposing there's a sphere. But there's nothing in our reality that tells us that there's an edge, and there's nothing in our reality that tells us we're on a sphere either. So you're wrong on both accounts, unfortunately.
Would you say that it's infinite?
The observations can tell you a story that there's an infinite plane of topography, hills, valleys, and things like that. Issue then becomes, we know that we have containment because we observe pressure. So we can't go with an infinite plane because the things that we measure, the observables, tell us that we have containment.
I'm going to try to put my question into a simple way. So Earth is not a sphere, and it's not infinite. So there has to be a shape. So as a flat earther, have we like figured out what shape it is, or we are just assuming that it's not sphere, it's some different shape that we don't know yet?
Well, you say we, and I realize that, English may not be your first, or English may not be your first language. I don't want to jump to conclusions. But from a standpoint of what we actually have that we're observing, we should really be standing upon the observables in order to draw a proper conclusion, right? The observables are, we observe up and down, we observe containment due to the pressure that is measured. So with those things, we don't have to hang our hats on there being a shape. We know that there's an orientation, and we know that there's topography. And again, we also know that there's containment due to the pressure that's measured. With all those things that are verified and again, testable, repeatable, demonstrable, direct evidence that exists, we have to be honest with that and draw a conclusion of a container with topography beneath it. Google, you can join whenever you would like.
Yeah, so
Be respectful to the space on the floor. Go ahead.
I would stay on the same topic. Like, if the Earth's not sphere, then what is it? Because you're claiming that it's not an infinite world, but a flat object must have an edge, and you're claiming it's not have the Earth doesn't have an edge.
My friend, we're not going to be able to give you the answer because nobody's experienced what you're asking of us. You're asking us what is at the edge of reality, and I don't know. I've never been there.
Exactly. And again, just as I was explaining prior to this, brother, is that you have an idea in your head, right? That it's a flat earth, just like a flat plate, and therefore flat earth, therefore plate have edge, therefore flat earth have edge too. No, nobody's saying that. The higher up we go, the further out we see. Period. Again, I say that we can't stay flat on the idea of an infinite plane because, again, we observe and measure pressure at sea level, and as we go higher in altitude or elevation, that pressure decreases.
That's really doesn't make sense, because if we like traveled all the way to the east, we will head back to the west, and that doesn't make sense if it has no edges and it's quite infinite what you're claiming, and that doesn't happen else on a sphere object, because
Quick question.
Yes.
Quick question. What happens to the sun every day?
What happens to the sun every day?
Oh, sorry, that may have been a poorly constructed question. I apologize. What does the sun do every day consistently?
What does the sun? It does nothing, because it's.
It does exactly what you just said, right? It comes up from the east and it goes to the west. And it goes around and around like a circle on a racetrack every day.
No,
it doesn't? Oh, that's a surprising. I'll withdraw.
Yeah. I will tell you what happened. So the sun is in its place. It doesn't move. What moves is us.
Actually, it does move. Actually, the sun does move.
The Earth moves and rotates around its core, and we have the illusion that the sun goes from the east to the west, but that doesn't happen. We go from the west to the east to see, so we see the opposite. The sun going from the east to the west.
Okay, we understand the story. We're just talking about what we observe. You explain we see the sun move across the sky. You've got a story about what's actually happening, but we see the sun move across the sky, don't we?
Excuse me, I didn't hear.
No worries.
Keep him to the ground, because sorry, Killian, but he was saying about navigating across and going from east to west, and you took him from the ground to the sky, to the sun, and that's gonna be, I think, confusing for him.
Fair enough, Gemsy, and I appreciate that. I appreciate the accountability on that, brother Gemsy. Well stated. So, coming back to the idea of, again, and I don't even know where to start on this, brothers, from the standpoint of this. Brother Google thinks that the sun is stationary. The issue being that on the surface, hold on, I heard you, right? And I steel manned your position. You don't have to repeat it because I steel manned your position effectively. So the problem then becomes is, how do we effectively explain to him that we observe the sun moving in the sky, right? And this is where I'm not entirely sure.
Well, he said that if we go navigate, if we go from east to west, you're going around a sphere. But bro, Google, if you do a circle, east to west will be you doing a circle on a flat surface or a horizontal frame of reference. Nothing to do with a sphere. You're doing a circle around geographical north.
You can't make a circle around a flat surface.
Circles are flat.
Circumnavigation.
You can't get circles on flat surfaces. Sorry, circles are two-dimensional objects, dude. Think about what you just said. Can you draw a circle on a flat piece of paper?
Yeah, I can do.
Okay, so a circle is defined as a two-dimensional planar shape, right? You're saying that that's impossible on a flat surface. You've just drawn one on a flat surface.
I didn't say this. I mean, if you can go in a circle around the flat surface itself, not on it. Basically everyone can do a circle on a flat surface, but no one can do it around.
What do you mean around?
Around, like you are on the surface, you go all the way to the east, go under the surface, and go
Sorry.
all the way to the west and go on it again.
All the
You can
way
do it.
to the east. East is a circle around a northern or southern pole. By definition, that's a circle. You've just drawn an eastward circle and ended up where you started from because that's what you've just drawn, a circle. You understand this, right? This is coming through.
No, that's really doesn't
He's
make sense.
thinking, Jedi, Google, you're thinking from an outside perspective, and you're thinking that you're doing an orbit around a flat plate in space, floating in space. That's what he's thinking. He's thinking that that circle, east to west, is him walking across, doing an orbit around a flat something, a disk in space. That's the circle that he's talking about.
Maybe the explanation of a pram. You guys know what a pram? Actually, yeah, you would know what a pram is, Brother Jedi, right? You know what a pram is?
I know what I know what
That you push babies around in.
Oh crap! No, that's the stroller. Sorry, I got the terminology wrong. Sorry, I'm talking about when the baby lies in the crib and they have that thing that hangs over the crib and the baby can stare up at it and it goes around and around. What's that thing called?
Mobile.
A mobile?
Yeah. However you pronounce that one.
Maybe that would be a better model to explain to them that the things up in the sky go round and round, and we're on the Earth are stationary.
Check my boss.
You guys doesn't make sense. For me, I don't know about you, but for me, the concept of a flat Earth doesn't make sense for me. Like this is what I think for me.
The concept of a horizontal surface doesn't make sense, even though that's what you personally experience every single day.
Yeah, let me tell you
concept. Sorry, hold on. The concept of a horizontal stationary surface also doesn't make sense to you, even though that's what you experience every day. Weird.
We don't experience a flat surface or a
Do we
horizontal
not?
surface every day.
Sorry, do we not? Do we not build upon a sorry, my friend. Do we not build upon a level? Do we not look across the water and see a horizontal horizon?
Yeah, we see it, but why we see
okay,
it?
so experience so far. I don't want to lose my patience, my friend, but this is very simple to understand, right? We experience a flat plane. We have to rely on authority to tell us the Earth is sphere because of pictures that they gain from space. But your personal lived experience is a horizontal stationary, isn't it?
So let me ask you a question.
No, there was a question right at the end, right? Your personal lived experience is of a horizontal station, isn't it?
Yes, it is, but why?
Thank you.
That's the question I want to ask you.
See, you said it doesn't make sense, even though it's your personal lived experience that you just agreed to.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so you have to understand that you said that this doesn't make sense, even though it's your lived experience. You don't experience motion of the Earth, but you say that this doesn't make sense.
Yes, I do, because I know why I see a flat surface. And it's not because it's a flat surface.
That's not an argument, dude. Try again.
So, wait, let me ask you the question I want to ask. Why do we see a flat surface? Like, you say we experience a horizontal surface every day. Why do we see this?
Yes.
Like, if the Earth is flat, we're going to see the end of it. I can't see the end of it.
Sorry. Do you agree that perspective exists in the form that with distance, things appear to get smaller?
Yeah, it does.
Good. So we have an angular resolution limit of the human eye, right? We can't see for, right? Especially when you're looking across a horizontal plane that could be thousands of miles distance. You, if you're 6 foot, are only going to be able to resolve about 3-4 miles of that horizontal surface before the angle becomes too small for the human eye to resolve. Duh.
So,
you know this, right? Things get smaller with the distance.
Yeah, I got what you're saying, but why? Well, like, if I got
So
on
you're
top of
saying
the
if the Earth was flat, I should be able to see across the entire of the surface, forgetting about the angular resolution limit of the human eye. This makes sense now, doesn't it? Yes?
no, it doesn't, because
It doesn't, so
what
perspective
what
doesn't
you think,
exist.
no, it does exist, but
Oh, it does
not
exist, so
this
that's
way.
angular resolution with distance. Things look smaller far away, don't they?
Yeah, they does,
Good.
but
So
that's not what we experience.
the horizon when you're at the beach looking at out across the water, is the angular resolution limit of your eye. You can't see any further than that because the angle is too small.
Get in the side chat.
The thing you're saying is the actual thing that makes Earth a sphere, not a flat
No,
surface.
no. I'm talking about the angular resolution limit of the human. That doesn't make the Earth a sphere. That will be a compounding issue. But if we're talking about looking, then you definitely must acknowledge perspective, because that's how we see when we look. I'll ask you this question. The tree that
Jedi,
you're
you're coming through
standing
like
next to, my friend,
95%,
I need
but
you
you're
to
cutting out.
Sorry.
You're coming in like 90 something percent, but then you cut out at some points, Jedi. Just small points, but still your sentence is missing a few words. Have anybody noticed that the Jedi cut out a few times in the last few sentences?
Yes, I've heard the same thing.
Google, do you get what he was saying?
I get what he's saying, and part of it it's true, and part of it it's not true. Because why he claiming that in a simple way our eyes have a range that I can see after it because the things get too small. But that range will not matter if I am on top of a high surface. Like if I get on top of like say Burj Khalifa or the Eiffel Tower. If I am on top of it, why can't I can't see further things? It will appear,
Moved
but in
further
small
away because you have moved further away from the object, the Earth, that you're trying to look across.
Bro, we
The
ain't
Earth
playing
is
Minecraft.
really,
We
really,
don't got
really
jungle.
big, right? So if you get further away from it, the Burj Khalifa, or climb a mountain, you can resolve more of the surface. Do you know what a chessboard is?
Do I know what is what?
A chessboard.
Yeah, I know what is a chess.
Good. So the black and white squares, if you look horizontally across it, the ones at the distant part of the board, those straight and vertical lines are very, very narrow, right? But if you were to change your orientation and look downwards across it, you could resolve equally all of those squares. So when you're standing on the surface of the Earth, and if there was black and white squares, distance, you wouldn't be able to resolve. If you climbed a mountain and the floor was black and white squares, you would be able to angularly resolve those distant squares. You moved away from the object. You can see more of it because the object's big.
Yeah, well, what you're saying it will make sense on 2D items only, like not on 3D items like in our world.
No, the Earth, our reality is three-dimensional, and it doesn't matter if the Earth was flat or a sphere, you would still see more of it the further you got away. Because
No, it will matter.
perspective absolutely exists.
No, it will matter. It will matter.
Sorry, perspective doesn't matter.
No, I don't say it doesn't matter. It will matter.
So why did you say it doesn't matter then?
I didn't say it doesn't matter. I say the further you are from the object, yet it will be smaller, but you still can't see it because it's there. There is no range for the eye to see.
You brought up the example of climbing the Burj Khalifa and then asked us, why do we see further when I've changed my angle from the surface I'm trying to resolve? And you're saying that that can only work on a curved surface, or it doesn't matter. Are you following along?
No, I'm not following along because that's not what I claimed. That's not what I meant. You claim that the end of the sea, the horizon, what the farthest thing that we can see, there is something behind it, but we can't see because it's too small to see. But I am saying that even if there is something behind it, we still can't see it because it's there. Yet it's too small, it's too big. That doesn't matter. The size itself doesn't matter. The thing, if it's there, we must see it because our eyes doesn't have a range. Because we see the sun. The sun is way farther.
Sun has a massive angular size. Right, we can see it. It is big. The mountain that's far away. If you keep walking away from the mountain, eventually it's going to be too small for your eye to resolve. What are you on about?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
No,
work like this.
things don't get smaller the further they get away from you. You can see every single bee and fly and bird in existence, even the ones that are far away from you. Can you?
You know why when
Hello?
you walk there.
Hello. You're denying angular perspective. It's like you don't understand how you see the world. It's becoming frustrating. You're ignoring this. It's an absolute fact of your reality.
I'm not ignoring it. I know
May I
what
jump
this
in
is,
for?
and I believe in it. And I believe in it.
Can you jump in for a second there, Brother Jedi? Just to ask, who's laughing?
Brother,
Right.
when you walk behind the map, when you
No,
get away
it's
from
not.
a mountain.
I asked to jump in, not for you to talk more, for me to ask you a question. What is your definition of the horizon line?
The horizon line is the end of an eye can see because that's the end of a flat surface on a sphere you can see. Because
I don't need you. Can we not hold on? Just can you stop?
Let me
finish.
finish.
No, because you brought the word in sphere. You were doing great until you said sphere. I'm trying to keep it online with the idea of what makes the horizon line, and you literally had to bring in the word sphere, which is concerning. So I'm asking you again, what is the horizon line, please?
And let me definition it. Let me finish. All right. The horizon line is the end of an eye can see on a sphere, like we can see on a sphere. It's too big. Okay.
Oh, bro.
Comparing to you on a sphere, you are the sphere is too big. Comparing to you, so the horizon line is the end of a flat surface on a sphere you can see because what behind it is under it. The sphere, you know how the sphere goes? It's goes from one point and there it goes circle, it goes down. So
That was the definition of horizon? Was
yeah,
that?
that's it. Yeah.
That was the definition of horizon?
Google it.
Okay. Now, if this definition doesn't have the word, the definition I'm about to read, if this doesn't have the word sphere in it, what's going to happen? Are you going to step out of the conversation?
I will, but it might doesn't have the word sphere, but it will have the same idea.
So the definition, according to your Google, which your name is Google, I typed into the Google horizon definition. And it states, the line at which the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet. The second definition of it is the limit of a person's mental perception, experience, or interest. So, do you have the sphere in your horizon as something you're trying to figure out, or are you actually willing to tell me what the definition of horizon is, as we actually see it in reality?
I just told you, if you have a sphere that's big enough, you can see a flat surface on it, and the horizon line is the end of that flat surface before it goes into the circle.
Right. So earlier you said about going up in the CN Tower. Now, as you went up that elevator in the CN Tower, were you looking out the window?
when I look at the window, what will happen?
Well, when I went to the CN Tower in 1990, or sorry, not CN Tower, the Eiffel Tower, when I went in 1993 to visit Paris, and then I went to London, right? And visiting Paris, went to the Eiffel Tower. I went up from the base of the Eiffel Tower all the way up to the viewing deck. And what I noticed with the horizon line is the horizon line was going out further away from me.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, so if we were on a sphere, why wasn't the horizon line bending as I went up higher in altitude?
How will you see a bending in the horizon line and it's a line? Like, if you, I will tell you something. If the sun is setting, all right, and you are on the ground, and you see the sun setting, after it sets, if you go on top of the Eiffel Tower, you will still see it again after it sets when you was on the ground. Why will that happen? Because the angle changes. When you are on top, you see the horizon line from under. Okay, you see it from another angle that make you see under the horizon line that you will seeing on the ground. So you will still see the sun after it sits, and that can happen on a flat surface. When it sits, it sits. There's one edge, one horizon line.
See, that's the thing, right? You think, right, there's an edge that things are going to go behind and hide behind once they disappear. But again, I just said to you, we go up higher in altitude, and as Brother Jedi was just saying to you and explaining to you that when you change your viewing angles, we're able to bring these things back into perspective. So if we were dealing with a spheroid, there actually would be an edge that sun would actually hide behind, and we wouldn't be able to pull it back into our perspective by changing the focal length from our eyeball to the object, right? This is Rayleigh's criterion, angular resolution that you're talking about right now. Thanks for listening. Bye.
Man, you don't know what you're talking about for real.
Hand wave dismissal, globe cope. You keep going. It's good.
Can you look in the chat, please? There are two images for you to look at dealing with the horizon and horizontality. Please look at the images. They will help you understand that what you're saying it is true, but it doesn't relate to the globe. In that, when you raise your altitude as you go up, the more you can see. So when the sun disappeared from where you could see it, because you went up, that's why you could see it again. It's not because of the curve. It's because you went up, okay? And then after a while, it will get to a point where you no longer see it because the sun has gone out of the range of your country now. It's gone to another country. Do you understand? That's how that works. So you may have been able to rise up in altitude to see the sun. That's not because of the curvature of the earth. That's why you couldn't see it. It's because it's moving away from where you are standing. And when you raise yourself up, you've increased the angle so you can see it. Because if something has gone over a curve, you will never see it again. The curve will be blocking it forever. You'd have to change your position completely, and that means go towards the sun to try and catch it up to see it. And you can't do that. So, and if anything's gone over a curvature anyway, you'll never be able to see it. So, unfortunately, you are partially right. Yes, you can go up in altitude and you can see the sun, but that's because you're increasing the angle on that flat surface so you can see it. But after a while, the sun's going to go away from your country and it's going to be good morning somewhere else. Carry on anyway.
You know what's funny? What are you saying is what can make a surface a sphere, not a flat surface? Because if you get
that's impossible. That's impossible. I'll give you another example, a simple one. If you know a basketball court where you play basketball, if you put your phone underneath the basketball net at one end, and then you walk to the other end of the basketball, lie down on the floor on your stomach, you won't see the phone. And that's a leveled surface. You can't see it. Why? Because you're out of range. And the angle you're at as well is not conducive. But if you go onto your knees now, then the phone is visible. But again, it's only a slither. You know, that white line, if it's a white phone. Then you stand up, you see a little bit more. And then you walk towards it, and it starts to change shape. Starts to change. That's my phone. I'm 90 degrees above it. I'm right above. I can see the whole phone. That's how it works. That's the angular resolution from your perspective. And if you walk back again, walk back, and go back to the basketball, you won't see basketball net, the other end, you will not see the phone. That's a flat surface doing that. Flat, blocking the phone. Okay? Go out and do it. Go to the basketball court and do that. And you will see. That's natural law.
That will happen because what you are experiencing in our world is a flat surface on a sphere.
No, ladies and gentlemen, please pay attention to that. A flat surface on a sphere, ladies and gentlemen. How ridiculous is that? How ridiculous?
Yeah,
And then the
I will
images.
tell you- I will tell
Hang
you
on a
how,
minute,
Alex.
please. Hold on. The
Okay,
images that are CGI from Robert Simmons working for NASA, showing us we don't see flat spots. We see a spherical ball, more spherical than a cue ball, apparently. So I'm sorry. There are no flat spots in the images that NASA give us, which are CGI, not real, by the way.
I
So,
don't care
yeah.
about what NASA gives us. All right. What I care about, it's like if you got a sphere that's like 20k miles. Okay, or not that idea. If you got a line, it's 20k miles. 20k
No,
miles.
20k. What? 20 kilometers is to 12 miles.
Anyways, it's a massive number, all right, and you make it a circle. If you got a tinier a tinier number, like if it's a 20k meters, and you got a 20 meters, put it on top of it, it will lie flat. Okay.
No,
Why would that
ladies
happen?
and gentlemen, that is incorrect. For a sphere or a circle is, hang on a minute now, is a continuously curving line. There is no point on a sphere that is flat. In engineering, this is a killer for engineering. We do not want flat spots on a sphere, especially if we're putting it into motorcycle hubs, bicycle hubs, and wheel bearings in cars, engines. If there's a flat spot, that means that's going to cause vibration. Vibration causes heat. It's going to fail. So no, ladies and gentlemen, no spherical object has a flat spot. It's continuously smooth and continuously curving. That's engineering.
Okay, if what you're saying is right, do this right now with me. Make your hand flat, all right, and put your finger on it. You right now, what your finger can see, if the finger indicates you can see all things on the flat surface. All right. Now bend your hand under. What you will see is you can see the bending until a certain point. That certain point is the horizon line. All right. What after the horizon line is the bend. So what you're seeing is the bending, and your angle can see under it. That's the horizon line.
Oh, I'm not seeing that at all. It's nonsense. It's useless. Ladies and gentlemen, I've given you clear methodology that you can test for yourself. You're interrupting me now. I let you speak. I let you speak. You're interrupting. You're interrupting me. You are interrupting me. Can I not speak now? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, what you heard was clear methodology, and that is go to a basketball court, take your mobile phone and lay it down face down on the court underneath the basket, and go to the other end where the other basket is. Lie down. You will not see your phone. You will have to go onto your knees to see it. So it's not that the basketball court is curving, because it's flat, isn't it? A flat surface can obscure your object. Okay, that can definitely happen. That's the law of perspective and angular resolution, right? So bend the hand, putting your finger on the top. The spherical ball's got a flat spot. You're living on the spherical ball with flatness. That's rubbish, complete and utter. And by the way, we can measure it. Excuse me. Did you measure? Did you measure the curvature? You tested? Did you actually go into nature and measure?
Did what?
Did you actually go into nature and measure the curvature of the earth? The curvature of the earth. Have you done that?
I didn't done that. But
Right. Hold on. Please hold on now. So you haven't measured the curvature of the Earth. You're believing in other people doing it. I've done it. My colleagues in this have done it. We cannot be wrong because you haven't done it yet to say that we're wrong.
Oh, you done it?
You would have to go. Hold on, please hold on. You're still jumping. What you need to do is before you can say that we are wrong, you would need to go and check. Go and check that the Earth is curving and then bring that image you took and the methodology and come and teach us how you did that. Then we are wrong then we are wrong. Okay? Until that day, we are not wrong here. We are definitely correct. You have to go and check. And ladies and gentlemen, when he goes to check, he's going to come back as a flat earther. That's what he's going to do.
I will not.
You are a flat earther anyway. You are a flat earther by default. You are a flat earther in denial, and you are a flat earther gonna be.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
I will give you another idea, and that will be my last. Because
yes, please give me the idea. I'm interested. Go ahead.
Do this thing. Do you have a football, a soccer ball on you?
I have a basketball. I have a basketball.
A basketball. Okay.
No wonder he does.
Hold the basketball. All right.
Yes, I'm holding my basketball. Yes. Go ahead.
And put your fist on it.
Put my what on it? Put my fist on it. Fist.
Yeah. Look at it. Make it close to your face. Close to your face.
Okay, I've got a fist. I put it on the ball. Okay, what next?
What do you see?
I see my fist. I see my fist on the basketball. That's all I see.
You see flat.
No, I don't. I don't see flat at all. Sorry.
Then what you see?
I see my fist on the basketball. That's what I see. Finish. Nothing else.
How do you see your face? Tell me, how do you see your face?
I don't understand what you're doing there. That's being silly now, aren't you?
That's the idea I'm carrying. Like, if you get a sphere too close to you,
it's incorrect. It's incorrect. It's incorrect. We're talking about hang on a minute, please. We're talking about horizontality, flatness. Ladies and gentlemen, I took the basketball. I put my fist on it. What I saw was my fist on a basketball. That's it. I didn't see flat. I didn't see flat. Ladies and gentlemen, he's interrupting. You are interrupting. You are interrupting. You are interrupting. Thank you. Stop interrupting. Yeah. Right. So basically, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, I didn't. Can I just finish what I'm saying first?
Yeah,
you can hear me talking. When I'm finished, then you can speak. So, ladies and gentlemen, he asked me to put my fist on his basketball. So I put my fist on my basketball. All I saw was a fist on my basketball. I didn't see any flatness. So that methodology clearly doesn't prove anything. Doesn't prove anything, ladies and gentlemen. Okay? Okay. Next. Go ahead.
Okay, can I talk?
Say fist on a basketball. I said face.
You said fist.
Face.
I said face.
Oh, I didn't hear that then.
Your face on a basketball. What do you see? A basketball in my face.
Yeah.
What has this got to do?
Flat surface.
No, it's
because
curved.
it's not flat. It won't be flat.
No.
Wait, can I say something?
Hold on.
I just want to say something, man.
It's just ridiculous. I've got a football in my face.
How can you see the sun in a country and you can't see it in another one?
Okay, that's a good question.
People, this is getting ridiculous,
Yeah,
guys. Can we have some decorum,
Mr. Fried
please?
Chicken, Mr. Fried Chicken. How can you see a sun in a country and you can't see it in another country? Can you explain that?
It's gone away.
Yeah.
Like shock horror. The sun has gone away. You watch it come towards you and then go away. Then you ask why you can't see it anymore because it's gone away.
Okay. Do you understand?
I mean, if it's darkness for you, I guarantee you the sun is somewhere else.
Bro, this is stupid. You literally see it going down.
So you see it going down. Okay, so your ceiling in your corridor, as you look down the corridor, that's actually getting closer to the floor, is it?
Yeah.
The street lights, when you drive down the road at night, the ones that are further, are they closer to the floor Are you worried that you're not going to be able to fit your car through that gap between the road and the street light because it looks narrow? You're asking me why the sun appears to go down. Yeah, that's perspective, the human eye. Shock, horror. I mean, the silence I'm going to take as, well, sorry, Jedi, you're absolutely right, yeah. Perspective does exist, and things far away appear to be closer to the floor just because of how we view the world. That's not actually closer to the floor.
Mm-hmm. Jedi, can you direct him to the image that I posted in the service? Tell him to scroll back a little bit. He will see it. Horizon. He's got to look at that because that's what you're talking about. Just show him. It's there. Don't look in the... Yeah. Tell him, look in the chat. This is the other thing. Please look in the chat. People are putting a lot of material supporting what we are saying. Okay? It's all there. Go and have a look. And then let's discuss what you're looking at. Putting up faces on basketballs, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, I thought he said fist because I put my fist on there. I didn't know what that meant.
Yeah. I got my football here and I put it in my face and I just saw a football in my face. That's it.
Bro, Earth being flat won't pay your rent, man.
Yeah, this isn't about paying rent, dude. This isn't about employment.
Freaking retards.
This is about understanding how we operate within the reality in which we live. And we all treat the Earth as a horizontal stationary plane. You do, I do, Jin does, everybody does. You just think the Earth is a sphere because someone told you and gave you pictures from space. But when you measure the Earth doesn't measure to be a sphere. It measures over vast distances to be horizontal, thousands of miles.
Yeah. And by the way, the pictures that you thought you saw from space were not from space. They were made on a computer here on Earth. We can't go to space. We know that because we've checked the images.
Yo, son.
There you are. There you are. This is what we get, ladies and gentlemen. Pure childish behavior once they've lost. Once they realize that their efforts are futile, have no meaning, and they can't prove their globe, this is the behavior that they exhibit. Silly, really. You know, they're not going to grow up yet. Still childish. Shameful. Shameful.
Bro, you're literally 14 years old, man. Go get a fucking job, man.
Oh, have you got a job?
Well,
Have
I'm
you
just
got a
a
job?
kid. Well, I'm just a kid.
Okay. Is that a nice way to speak to your grown-ups? Go and get a job. I've got a job. What next? I have a job now. What do I do next?
Well, next, just some kids. And wife, and that's all. Enjoy
I've got
your
4
life.
kids. I've actually got 4 kids, and I'm enjoying it.
Claim this person is underage.
Yeah, underage. I know. Still, you know, there you are. It does happen from time to time.
Not even in the 7th grade. So please get off. Go talk to your parents about being online.
Yeah, shame. But there you are, ladies. They're bringing their kids up to be rude online. Look at that. Go and get a job. And after that, get some kids and then enjoy your life.
Yeah, I worked since I was 12 years old. This kid isn't even 12 years old yet.
Yeah. But then that's what happens. But anyway, thanks, Jedi. Did a good job there. It was getting a bit ridiculous. 5 voices. But it does happen like that. A little bit of audio chaos. Purely from their part. And ladies and gentlemen, here's my basketball. I put it in my face now. And, you know, what do I see? A basketball in my face. That's it. Nothing else.
Oh, Jin, perfect. Since you have your basketball close by. Great. So if you're holding your basketball like right at your face so you see the top surface, right?
Yeah.
And then you put your finger in front of your eyes. You can see your finger, and then take your finger forward over the top, the rise of the curve, and then back around to the opposite side. So you can't see your finger when your finger's on the opposite side of the curve, right?
No, can't see it at all. It's disappeared over the curve.
It disappeared. So now if you had a zoom camera and you left your finger in the same place. Could you zoom into your finger over the other side of the curve?
No chance of me seeing it because the curvature is in the way. I'm zooming into basketball. That's what I'm zooming into.
Yep. Thank you very much. That proves that when boats, they say, are going over the edge, you can zoom back into the ship and bring it back up. It doesn't matter at all. If you can zoom it in at all after it's disappeared from your naked eye, Earth is horizontal. That's another way of testing it.
Yeah. Because if something has gone over, if a ship, for example, has gone over the curvature, you would never be able to zoom it back in. But we can zoom it in. That proves that the Earth is not curving. That's what that proves. That's the meaning of that. That's why it's important to be looking in the chat, because we do post images to help you along. And if you look in the chat, sometimes you might have to scroll back. Then scroll. Don't give up at the first image you see. Oh, that's not the one. Scroll back. Have a look. Study it. It's all information. Information you're not getting at your university while still learning your university business. I'm not teaching you this stuff, for example. Okay? And if you're doing anything academic as well, they're not teaching you that at all. Okay? That was a mosquito there. Sorry about that. Yeah, summer season. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, that's what's going on, okay? Once something's gone over the curve, you can never see it again. From that position you are at, of course, you'd have to change your position if you want to see it. And that would mean you have to move towards where the ship has gone. Got to go towards the ship. Can't go up in the sky. Well, no, not if it's gone over the curve. No, you would have to go towards the ship. Catch it up, in other words. Because going up, it doesn't help you. Not on curved surfaces.
Yep. And the zoom lenses of cameras are not affected by any optical refractive effects, period. It doesn't change the optics that you're actually looking at. If you can zoom in, it's just expanding the angle so you have a wider angle of view and magnifies that vanishing point so you can see what's there.
Yeah.
It can't go over a curve edge and then you zoom back into it. This is not possible in reality.
That's right, yeah. Thank you, yeah. He was getting very uptight, wasn't he? He said, "This is my last one. I've run out of thought experiments, if you will." He's run out. None of them were good. So, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, it's important to understand that a flat surface can obscure what you're looking at. I give another example: the sidewalk, pavement. You know, you got the shops there. You're walking on a pavement, and there's a manhole cover. You're walking towards the manhole cover. It looks oval. By the time you get 90 degrees above it, it's a round circle. Okay? And if you walk back, you can keep walking back until you don't see it anymore. But that was on a leveled surface. So a leveled surface can obscure objects, without a doubt. I learned that as a child on my mother's kitchen counter with all the little crumbs of cakes and breads, little sugar, you know, the sugar that's spilt on the counter, for example. And then you're looking at it from one side of the table, you can see it, and then you go to the other side now, and you're putting your eye to the edge of the table, because that's what I used to do as a kid, and I couldn't see it. I remember myself doing that, playing with perspective. I did that as a kid. I think most of us did that. If you can think back, you would have been able to see the breadcrumbs on the counter, and you go to the other end, and you can't see them. Do you ever did that? Did anybody do that as a kid? I did. Yeah. Playing with perspective. Sugar granules, that's the word I was looking for. The little sugar granules on the counter. You know, you go to the other end of the counter, then you look and you can't see anything there. They're there, but you can't see it. And then as you walk along the counter on the edge, then you can see it. You see them coming up. It's just great. I can remember that right now And that's going back to like 1960, 68, 69. Brecknock Road, Mount Pellier House. That's where I was living at the time. Mount Pellier House, 1969. Brecknock Road. Yeah. See? I'm not living there now. I'm living in Japan at the moment, but that was when in 1969. You know. And I recall myself playing with perspective. Not knowing I was doing that. Didn't know it was called angular resolution perspective. Didn't know that. It was just a nice phenomena to witness as a kid. Yeah. You know. That's what I can recall doing that, you see. I'm sure maybe you guys did that as well, because it's, you know, when you're growing up, you get to the height of the table, don't you? You're growing up to the counter. So there comes a point where you can see the level of the counter as you're growing up. I remember doing that and playing with all the crumbs and that. That's when I knew I was getting bigger. And then you grow up and then you end up taking perspective for granted. You don't even think about it. But you're living with optical illusions all the time. Every second you're awake, there's optical illusions all around you. All around you. We just don't think about them. We take them for granted. See, we the flat earthers are bringing the reality of your lives so you can wake up and enjoy. Enjoy the reality properly, not the virtual one. That's boring. Virtual reality is not real, is it? They're giving, and the young individuals who come here to try and prove the globe, everything is textbook narrative teaching. Textbook narrative. All right, I've come under attack by 4 mosquitoes at the moment. I'm having a war going on here. Fucking hell. I'm their lunch, it would seem.
Yeah, sorry to hear that, Jim.
Oh, no, that's all right. That's okay. I'm using the Tiger Balm. So where I've been bitten and that, you know, wipe the Tiger Balm on. Yeah, that's what I do. It's okay. I'm used to it. Yeah. I don't spray anything in the room, you know. I don't do any of that. Introduce horrible chemicals into my ear. No, you've got to, they're there. You've got to go with them. You know, I've actually got the door open. That's why, bringing in here, so they're coming in through the gap.
Yeah, they're attracted to your out breath.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm trying to stay cool without using the aircon. I'm in the classroom here, so I try not to use the air conditioner. You know, it's now what? Just gone 20 past 1 in the morning, I think it is now. Isn't it? Yeah. So, you know, it's early here now. Not tired. Kids, wife, they're all upstairs relaxing. And I'm down here making noise.
Yeah, that's like me in the late evening, trying to hide from waking up any children or the wife.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a terrible example of how the Earth is curved. Put the basketball in front of your face.
Yeah, it is. It is. He said, "You see flat." Silly, really terrible. Yeah, yeah. He was, yeah. Lucky I had it to hand as well.
Yeah, so they broke off. I guess half the people broke off and went over to politics. That's good.
Mm. Yeah,
I saw it was like Heretic. Yeah, Heretic was over there by himself.
Oh, I see. Right. Yeah. So it's okay. It's not. It's nice that they do that. So you split the numbers, and this is really mainly it's for really helping people learn their English. But we're getting a few little hardcore, Globers coming in as well.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, it was on. We were here, we were on late last night, early this morning, whichever way you want to look at it. My time, Gemsy and I, and T Dub was here, but yeah, there was this French gentleman who was like didn't realize he was in the Flat Earth Discord, and he's sitting here like, why do these guys keep talking to me about the Earth? He's like, I'm just trying to practice my English. Like, he started getting a little nasty. He started cursing. He's like, why do I give a fuck? I don't really care about this. And I'm like, oh man, this guy's getting heated. And then he finally reads the room, and I'm like, we're live on YouTube right now. And he looks up. He's like, oh shoot, and he's like, oh, now I understand. It was probably about like 40, maybe like 25 minutes later before he understood like what was going on.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was a good chat. It was a good chat. It was a fun time anyway. Kind of laughable, but yeah. I mean, we had a few guys came in. One was like a aerospace engineer. We had another one of those guys who was trying to, at least self-proclaimed, could lie about whatever you want in these types of forums.
Right.
Yeah, I'm an aerospace engineer, and he's like talking. So we got Matrix in here. Matrix was like tearing him apart. It was a good chat. There's some good clippable moments there.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice when you can expose them. If you're what do you call him, aerospace engineer, then he should know his stuff. And then if you walk him through the logic and the simplicity of flat Earth, he should get it like that because he hasn't measured the curvature himself. He's just lying, isn't he? That's the one that gets him. Have you measured it? So how can you say I'm wrong when you haven't even checked it yet? You haven't even checked it. That's the thing.
They wouldn't know the difference anyway. It says like all the flight manuals, all the military documents tell everybody to treat the world as flat and stationary. That's not by accident. If it was moving, it would be moving. I heard your conversation earlier about like doing a video game based off of a curved surface, a curved sphere that's rotating. Just plug in all the data and make a virtual version of what the heck they say is going on.
Yeah.
And the glaring differences would be paramount.
Yeah, and you banish them to that world, curve world, and you banish them there, because that's where you want to live. Okay, let's correct that up. And you've got to consider curvature, everything you do. There will not be a horizontal line for you. Everything's going to be curved. Like I said, even the toilet seat's going to be curved. Not in favor of your buttocks as well. It'll be, convexed, not concaved. To follow the contour of your
simulators you could do like a simulator, even just for flight, right? Just for flight. Just like, let's do a flight simulator where you got to fly over a ball. That's the alleged size. And then you let them fly the Concorde, you let them fly like the fast jets or the fighter jets.
Yeah, that's right.
And make them try and have to reckon with that. Yeah.
That's right. the SR-71 Concorde. Yeah, but yes, that's a great idea. Yeah, see how they fly.
Yeah, because if somebody did the calculations and made the simulator, it would be glaringly obvious like why it's impossible, right? The other thing would be the landings, right? Just to mimic that rotation. And
Right.
I mean, I guess you would want to set the stage somewhere around the equator, not get too far away, like somewhere between like the 500 mile an hour rotational speed or to the 1040 mile an hour rotational speed, somewhere in
idea,
between those 2 points.
Yeah.
Yeah, somewhere in that sweet spot where it's nice and quick. And then, just throw different runways for landing strips in different directions relative to that rotational direction.
That's
and
right.
then just have them try and figure out how they're going to reckon with that. That's like a globe killer right there. It really is. People are like, oh well, the Atmo is rotating with it as well. Well, if the Atmo is rotating with it as well, then you would have some serious speeds of the Atmo. The Atmo would be moving very quickly in those areas compared to other areas. So you'd have you'd have the air that's allegedly velcroed to the surface of the ball moving at different speeds as you traverse the different parts of it. So
Yeah. Back
very
in
hot.
2016, you see, I had I got it in 2013, right? It's called Let's Become a Pilot. In Japanese, it's Pilot ni Naro. Let's become a pilot together. Okay, so you're learning how to fly planes. It's a simulator game. Okay, and everything, it's all level. Okay, I didn't realize I was just playing the game, and it's all horizontal. It wasn't until 2015, sorry, Boxing Day, that I became flat earther. And during me watching the videos of the flat Earth, because I was trying to do catch up, because I ignored it all through 2014. Okay, totally ignored the thing. Right, so I'm now catching up with all the content that was produced that year. Okay, so I watched 8 hours. Okay, and during the 8 hours watching, I remembered my pilot game. I thought, blimey, look, I was playing the game and it was horizontal all the time. Look at how I missed all the clues. Do you know what I mean? Because I was even playing the game, and everything's just level, isn't it? It's just level. Horizontal through the flights. Cessna, jet fighters, passenger jet airlines, okay? Battle simulation games, and everything is just level. There's no Kobita experience at all. None. And that's
100%.
Yeah. I was like
I
flogging
played a lot of flight simulators. I played a lot of flight simulators as a child and even into my early adulthood. But yeah, there's a lot of that, dude. You notice it's completely flat as far as if it was a curved surface, if it was a sphere, it would be painfully obvious to everybody.
Yeah, it would be obvious.
Especially at high altitudes. At 35,000 feet up or 35,000 feet in the air, it would be completely obvious.
Yeah. That's the thing that you notice how level it is. You see, right? And because of that, you just feel comfortable. It's like you're level in the air, like you're on the road. It's level. Now you're in the air level. You don't have any concerns. But if it's curving now, I think you'd have some concerns. Landing on a curve. Come on, man. That's not going to be easy, is it?
It's what's great for the globe side is they've convinced everybody that no matter how high you go, you'll never see any curvature. But it's definitely a ball. It's like it's so easy for people to sit back and be like, no, we live on a ball, even though we'll never see it, right? It's amazing.
Yeah.
Like they're like, don't trust any of your senses. You're flying through outer space at all these crazy speeds, and they act like it's being on a train, right? Being on a freaking plane, right? Being in a car. It's like no, you can still tell. Even I don't care if you're on a moving train, a moving plane, a moving car, in a moving vehicle, right? A Greyhound bus, whatever, going across the country on a smooth highway. It doesn't matter. All of those different scenarios, you still feel motion. You might not be consciously remembering every little bump and jump and bustle and getting like just you feel it. You feel that inertial motion.
Yeah.
It's just you get used to it, and it's not uncomfortable because it's consistent, right? But any
Yeah.
inconsistency, any change, you feel that change.
Yeah.
And but I think it's taken for granted how the motion is felt, right? I mean, on a plane, you still know you're moving. Yeah, you might be able to take a nap or whatever and get comfortable, but if there's any type of turbulence, you're going to wake right up.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
if you start turning at any point in any one of those different vehicles or modes of travel, it's over. You're getting thrown opposite direction of the turn. So
Yeah.
just the way it goes. The fact that all of the motions are curved trajectories, it's like they're like, oh, but it's a slight curve compared to the size. And it's like, how would you know? How would you know what slight is or what's a sharp curve?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. People love to speak in absolutes about things they have no clue about. So it's pretty interesting to hear these conversations take place. And people don't know anything about what they're talking about firsthand speak with such authority as if they're authorities on the subject
Well,
matter.
that's what
So
they do. That's what they do. They speak with such authority. You know, you tell them something that is fundamentally the law of nature. It's irrefutable. They don't even register that. They go on it with a spiel from one of their scientists, right? And then you ask them, "Did you hear what I said? Though you didn't acknowledge it, though. You're not acknowledging. You're telling me that a scientist." And then this guy was talking about the Earth being, oblate, oval shape. I said, "Yeah. Have you seen that? Show me the image that you've taken of the Earth that is oval." And then he went back to it's only slight. Okay, then if it's only slight, that means it's almost spherical. So the circumference comes back again. There must be curvature, mustn't there? And he didn't want to say yeah. I got him to say yeah once or twice. Yeah, but he slipped back into, it's going to be flat anyway. But I just said no, it can't be. Sorry, you're not going to get away with that here. And I kept whacking him on the head with, "You haven't checked now, have you? You won't check. You can't check. You don't check. When are you going to check? Because you can't say I'm wrong until you haven't checked. I have checked. Why won't you check? You're at the back of the queue. You're at the back. I'm at the front because I've checked. You've got to go to the back because you haven't checked." You see what I mean? Yeah. Getting him to realize that he's lesser than I am because he hasn't checked yet. So you go to the back. You haven't checked yet. You can't come up the front with me. You're at the back. You're in deficit. So deficit people to the back. You have to check it. Why? And another one goes, "Why won't you believe? Why do I have to believe? Why can't I know for myself?" That's what I mean. It's just silly, weak people.
yeah. The aerospace guy last night was saying that the sun appearing to get lower in the sky couldn't possibly have anything to do with the convergence point and the way our perspective works. And I'm like, how can you say that it has nothing to do with it when you look down a long corridor and it appears that the ceiling is touching the ground in the distance and the walls are touching each other in the distance? It's like, it's the same concept. And he just couldn't wrap his head around that. He's like, well, the sun wouldn't be disappearing from the bottom up. It's like, well, I don't think you are, comprehending
He doesn't understand, does he? No.
Yeah.
How can you not understand that?
Comprehension issue.
Yeah.
It's a comprehension issue.
Yeah. Because he knows he's obviously witnessed it, right? But he hasn't connected the dots properly. That's all. Yeah, comprehension issue. Exactly. Yeah. Doesn't understand what he's looking at.
Yeah, I don't fault anybody for the complexity of it all. I mean, it's very complicated. You got a lot of variables here, right? You got a lot of different things that to factor into your reasoning and thought process. But at the end of it all, if you're not factoring in all these things, then you can't be speaking with such authority as if there's no other way. No, that's impossible. There's no other way. It's like, well, have you thought about all the variables? No. Okay. Well, if you're not taking into account all this other information, then you're not going to get there, brother. Like I tell people all the time.
Yeah.
Looking at the stars and saying there's no other way. There's no other way.
Yeah.
I mean, have you considered all of the possibilities? Yeah. We had that one guy we were speaking to the other day. Who was that gentleman? another guy who wanted to go to school to become an engineer, right?
Yeah.
Who was studying. That was the
That's
gentleman
right.
we were discussing the subject matter with the other day, and he couldn't wrap his head around it either. Well, everybody would have to be lying. No, right? We get back into that. You can be lying and not know you're lying, right? You could be
Yeah.
thinking you're telling everybody the most pure truth in the world, right?
Yeah.
You're sitting there advocating for a globular heliocentric model that you can't verify, like, and you're doing a great job, and you're doing it from the most sincere point of view and perspective.
Hmm.
It doesn't mean that you're not telling falsehoods, right? If at the end of the day it's
Yeah,
not
you're
sphere.
misinforming anyway. At least you're misinforming, maybe not unintentionally, but it's misinformation at the end of the day, you see. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's been very interesting this past couple of days. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think the analogy of the luminaries on their own little tracks, on their own little railroad tracks, is a good analogy for these people. It's
Yeah.
like, yeah, you can see them moving, and look, they're all on their own paths. Every single one of them has their own path. You know what I mean? None of them are, and like you could even put a track for the wandering stars that don't stay on their course every day, right? It's the same concept. But
That's right.
that's one way of looking at the luminaries in your area and being like, okay, well, that explains why they are moving and we're not. But it appears that they're going in a circuit. Oh, they have their own track, and it's a circuit around this,
Yeah.
fixed, point.
Yeah. Those time lapse photographies brings that home quite well, doesn't it? Don't you think? I remember when I saw them, I thought they were brilliant.
Yeah, I posted the one that had the two, the one that was shot at that one observatory, where you could see the two, basically the left side of the one celestial pole and the right side of the other celestial pole.
Yeah.
Stars rotating around them.
Yeah, rotating in anti-clockwise and clockwise pattern. Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah, that's a great shot. That's a great long. That's a great
time lapse. That was a great time lapse shot.
Time lapse right there. That's a great time lapse photography right there. Like that shows. It's like, okay, it doesn't necessarily. How can we be spinning in two directions at once, guys?
Yeah.
The bottom half of the spear is spinning one way, and the other top half of the sphere is spinning a different direction. Come on.
Yeah, that's right.
Imagine the chaos of the seas.
Splitting the equator,
yeah. Imagine the chaos in the seas, if that was the case.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. It might be beneficial to the fishermen, maybe bringing all the fish up to the equator. Perhaps confusion, mayhem, or it might be detrimental in sending them away from that region. They might avoid it. Either one would apply. It wouldn't be good. But I think, it's been a very interesting week, I'd have to say. Yeah, a very interesting 2 weeks since I've been back on this 24/7 now. It's been very interesting to see the psychology at play. It's still the same old, but it's with the youngsters. They're a little bit more volatile, just a little bit more than a number of years back.
Well, yeah, think about the difference between when you first started flat smacking people to today, right? They got AI at their side, right?
Yeah, they got AI now. That's right.
Yeah, I want some whoever's into making memes. I think a good meme would be like a little kid with like a mom and a dad, but the mom's face is like ChatGPT and the dad's face is Google search engine or something.
Yeah.
Walking around with their parents, like, well, I got my mommy and daddy with me, or I got my big brother ChatGPT, something like that.
Yeah. But the one thing is, right, the one thing that's great here is that those who have come in and have failed to produce their globe are sitting there licking their wounds, and they've realized that they've failed. So we've done the job there good and proper. They failed. So that's it. They know they were not able to prove their globe. So that must, that they might be in cog at the moment, but we've done them a service. The fact that they couldn't prove it means that should make them think. You better come with proofs and no appeal to authorities and nonsense like that. You better have checked yourself, basically, because if you haven't, it's no good. Just no good. In this particular situation, you've got to check it. And it's not difficult, you see, that's the thing. The beauty of it is it's not difficult. So you can check it. It gets me when no one knows how to do it, right? The Globers don't know how to do it. When they're first coming in to discuss it and you tell them that you have actually checked and measured, well, how would you do that? They're lost, aren't they? They're lost. They don't have an idea at all on how to measure it. So when you ask them, have you measured? No, I haven't done that. I haven't got $50,000. One guy said today, as if you need that much money, right? $50,000. I'm not a scientist, but the scientists have already done it, so I don't have to do it, he said. And I thought, no, I have the right. I am the scientist. I can check for myself. I don't have to trust them, do I? That's it. You guys have got trust issues. So what we did, we trusted them and they were wrong. Can I not check for myself, please? Okay, now.
That's the difference. That's the difference between healthy skepticism and unhealthy skepticism, right?
Yeah.
You could be walking through life deathly afraid of everything, right? Or that everybody's lying to you. You can't trust anyone, right? How many people are cynical like that, right?
Yeah.
Like, oh, they're just lying. They're not being them true selves. They're just showing a side of themselves that they think is acceptable. No one's being genuine, right? You get into these. You could go unhealthy, the unhealthy route to the unhealthy extreme of any side of any argument.
And you become toxic with it. Yeah, of course. Totally agree.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
that's how this guy was. Sorry to cut you off there. That's how this guy was that I was talking to. Joseph, his name was. He was toxic with it because when he realized that he wasn't making any inroads, all his explanations were failures, every single one of them. He then, when I was trying to explain another failure, another point that he had got wrong, it was He kept, when I made a point, and he kept interrupting. So I said, are you taking in what I'm saying? I harmed him to death. That's what I did there. Don't be playing the ha-ha game with me because I'll just destroy you where you sit. Silly ass. You don't even know who you got in front of you here. Behave yourself, man. Just learn. Learn the thing. Blimey. Scientist. Then in the end, the final disaster, the final throwing in the towels, he's going to take a tape measure and walk all over the world to prove the earth and come back to the same place. Take a tape measure with him as well, starting from his house, he said. It might take me a few years, but I'm going to do it, he said. Wow.
Yeah. Is he going to buy a bunch of, like 200-foot tape measures or something and tape them together?
200 miles?
That might cost dollars. He probably underestimated how many feet he's looking at there. I converted the 24,901 miles into feet. It's actually like 1,031,000 feet.
1,031,000. Look at that. 1,031,000 feet.
Yeah, in circumference.
That's all over.
It was a ball.
Yeah, that's all over, ladies and gentlemen. It's all over. He's not doing that. Yeah, but he lost anyway. He lost miserably. He wasn't graceful in defeat. He was just a stick in the mud. Knob ends to the end. Joseph. Yeah. He can't cut it. If he shows his face, he better be showing his face saying he's a flat earther. Because with that kind of defeat, I'd never show my face again. Embarrassing.
Guys,
I said to
Wizard in the chat. I think he wants to talk to us. Hey, Wizard. How are you?
Wizard. Hello, Wizard.
Yo, what's up, guys? How you doing? Hope you're all doing great.
Yeah, we're enjoying the Sunday. You enjoying your Sunday?
Yeah, kinda, but I got a lot of work to do, actually. It's my brother wedding. It's gonna be tomorrow, and we got a lot of preparation, actually.
Wow.
But yeah.
Okay, congratulations.
Congratulations to him. And the
Thank you
families, man.
guys. All
Congratulations,
right.
him and the families. Yeah.
I appreciate that. I appreciate it. Thank you, bro. So, I had a conversation before here, and after that, I went to YouTube to watch some, like, debates between a flat earther and a globe one. And there was something mentioned about like someone shared a video about the gases. I don't know, like, something in the sea, and then when we zoom it, we get to see the bottom of it and also the top as well. And if there was a curvature, then that we shouldn't see the bottom. Am I right about that? Right?
I'm not sure to what you're talking about there. So that's
There's something in the sea level, like a gas extraction station, the natural gas. I don't know if we
Oh, you're
still
talking
have
about like
it here.
are you talking about the oil rigs and
Yes,
the
yes,
natural gas
yeah,
rigs?
it's over
Yeah.
here.
okay. You're talking about the Black Swan then.
Yes, Black Swan. Yeah, thank you for reminding me. So they said that there's what we call a reflection. There's something called total internal
Refraction. Refraction, I think it was.
Yeah, we can consider it that way. Where when the light like moves between a high dense, medium to the
Yeah,
lower
yeah.
one, usually tend to bend a little bit. And they said the reason why we were able to see the whole oil station is because of the reflection or the refraction that happening over there, because it's quite hard to do this in the soil. And they said in the sea level there's a high level of humidity, which makes the air near to the sea level high dense and more dense, all right,
Yeah.
than the air in the soil. And this is why you get to see the whole object in front of you, even though if there was a curve. Like imagine the light ray travels and then gets to bend and then reach to your eyes, if you're using a scope or something.
Yeah,
So what's your thought or what's your take on that?
Yeah. Do you want to take this one, John, or do you want me to do it? Okay, well, John's taking his time there, so I'll answer the question for you. First and foremost, yes, the atmos does create refraction, but it's not going to create a refraction from where those oil rigs were taken, that it's going to lift it up like 10 miles. A 10-mile refraction doesn't happen. Do you understand? Refraction is minuscule. Okay, it does happen, and light does bend, but not going to lift. It can't be behind the globe ball Earth, okay, from my position, and it's lifting it up 10 miles so I can see it. That's impossible.
Yeah, I think like the math in extreme conditions you could get 15%. But yeah, you would need like hundreds of percent to get those type of effects. So it's just beyond reasonable.
Yeah, it's just not happening like that. Like it can't do that. Basically, I've never seen conditions where objects are being lifted up that high. Impossible, right? And the other thing is this. Yeah, remember this. As an ex-military man myself, yeah, once I set my target up on that oil rig, right, I would be able to blow it up, and I shouldn't be able to blow it up. If the Earth is curving, it should be behind the curve. So if I shoot, I shouldn't hit it, or I should only be able to hit the top section, depending on how much. What's the word I'm looking for? The atmosphere that's there, that's moving the horizon to and fro. Okay, I feel very confident that I'll be able to destroy those two oil rigs. You understand? So it's a lose for the globe there. And remember, the observation was made at only 12 inches, 1 foot, and we can see 29 miles. There's islands behind those oil rigs, and we're able to see the island as well. Where, conditions allowing, okay, from 12 inches. That's what you've got to home in as well, 12 inches. Look at what we can see from 12 inches on the ocean. Yes, marvelous. Amazing. The flat Earth is just amazing. Do you have any other questions?
Yeah, those values were favored towards the globe side too. It was only 8 inches off of the ground, but we rounded it up to 12.
Oh, right. I wasn't aware of that. Right. 8 inches. Wow. 8 inches. Sorry, go ahead.
I don't know, like some some air forces in the Second World War II
Yeah.
were globe Earth in his like map was he was attacking certain objects, and he succeeded at that. Let alone, I've heard some stuff about the journey between America and Japan as well. I'm not sure aware of the detail, but if you can share some, I'm sure that there are some claim regarding the distance between America and Japan as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was the claim? What was the point you're raising about that the flight?
They said like usually if Earth is flat, then it should take like longer distance to reach to Japan or longer time.
Oh, yeah. Well, I've flown from London, England. That's London, England, Heathrow Airport to Japan, Tokyo. I'm actually in Japan now. This is where I'm talking to you from now. So it's konbanwa from Japan. Good evening, in other words. But anyway, basically that's a 9.5-hour flight, 6,000 miles. Now, when you extrapolate that 6,000 miles onto the globe, that's almost 90 degrees, just short of 90 degrees curvature. And then the predicted curvature through Mars is 3,740.47 miles of curvature to be experienced through that 6,000 miles through 9.5 hours. The plane flew horizontal, no curvature experience. That's strong evidence that the plane is flying horizontal. It matches my senses. My senses tells me that the plane is flying level. My spirit level on my phone remained level for the flight. So there's two backup. And then the third backup is the in-flight telemetry data that records all characteristics of the flight, showing that the pitch angle of the aircraft remained horizontal throughout the duration of the flight. Of 3 degrees. That's a standard configuration for flight, so that the airflow flows across the aircraft and you get a smooth lift and you don't have problems with turbulence and a bumpy ride for the passengers. Okay? No curvature experience. And I've done that. I've flown all over the place. Japan, Los Angeles, for example. Japan, Hawaii 7 times. Guam, Saipan, Vietnam, Philippines, London, like I've just said, yeah? So, it's just not happening. Okinawa so many times.
Well,
No
there was another point brought up earlier today. I think Jedi covered it. How there's a difference between military flights and commercial flights, right? For passenger craft. So military flights have no restriction on what their flight paths are going to be, right?
Okay.
Where you so you have that difference, right? Where commercial flights have to stay within reasonable area to keep it safer for the passengers, right? So there's usually somewhere the plane can safely land in case of emergencies. So they won't be flying over like large expanses of ocean. So that's another issue with just commercial flight times and military flight times for military operation and military purposes.
Nice. Thank you guys for answering. Yeah, one last thing, if you don't mind.
No, that's okay. But could you speak into your mic a bit better, because you're coming in very low?
I just changed my mic gain. How about now? Is it better?
Yeah, that's better. Yeah, much better.
Yeah. Speaking of the gravity thing, like does flat earther believers have any kind of scientific, let's say, equations or experiment with the gravity? Because I studied physics when I was in high school, and we have these equations of the 9.8 meter per second square,
the drop rate,
and sometimes when we talk about the sea, like the flat earthers say that it's impossible for this huge amount of water to be stick to this big bowl. You have to
That's
float
correct.
somehow.
That's correct.
And also we studied that when it's come to gravity, the mass doesn't count, right? If you dropped like a pencil at an airplane, probably somehow. All right. So I believe mass here has nothing to do with this. Like if it's big or small, the Earth's going to attract them anyway. Yeah.
If it
So
were, if
my
it were a
question
ball,
is,
yeah, if it were a
yes.
ball, the problem is this. First and foremost, which gravity are you referring to? Because there's two schools of thought here, Newtonian and Einsteinian. Okay, none of them were proven. None of them were proven. I repeat one more time. None of them were proven. Sir Isaac Newton himself stated that the idea of mass attracting mass was an absurd idea, and he didn't want his name ascribed to that. Okay, he distanced himself from it. He didn't prove it. He couldn't prove it. Okay, then 106 years or 7 years later comes Albert Einstein with the bending and warping of the space-time fabric. Again, when I drop my pencil, how is that warping space-time in my classroom here? Do you see what I mean? I call that word salad. What Albert Einstein was saying. It doesn't match reality. Okay. So which gravity are you referring to, and how was it proven? You tell me the experiment that proves it.
Well, it's just an observable experiment, but the reason behind it, like I'm sure, like no one knows, like the other main forces, like the electric force. We don't know why the positive attract the negative. We also don't know why.
Yeah, the electrostatic force. Yeah. Well, yeah. There's a lot to it, Wizard. If you think about like both gravity theories require a sphere. Right? Why? Because everything has a downward vector towards the center of that sphere, right?
Yeah.
So that's the nature of the beast there. So if you don't have a sphere, you basically don't have, like, the whole premise is kind of bunk, right? The points are moot. So yeah, the real issue there is like you notice an effect, right? You notice this 9.8 meters per second or whatever drop downwards, right, towards that downward vector. But the difference between the theory and what's witnessed is like, well, you could hijack the effect and say, oh no, it's because of this cause that no one can prove, right? So no one can, quantify what this thing is or prove it to exist, but the effect is there. So it's like, okay, well, we're going to take the credit for the effect, but a lot that's overlooked is that gases disprove it, right? Because there's no parabolic arcs in the gas molecules when gas is finding its equilibrium, right? Gas expands in all directions with no bias, no downward bias anyway. So either gas is anti-gravity or gravity's not present in any of the gas laws. So
All right. I believe over history. By the way, this question is not to corner anybody. It's just like I want to see what is the future of the idea of believing in a flat Earth. Like, yet so far, there's a lot of phenomena that the global Earth people are relying on, and they have some sort of prediction to these phenomena based in their own calculations. Now, the flat Earth model. Why I haven't seen anybody offering anything scientific with the flat Earth model, like the solar eclipse, these kind of celestial stuff that happen in the sky. Why is it only comes from the globe Earth people in the first place? Like yet so far the flat Earth didn't show us how forget about gravity. The day and night happen, for example. They don't tell us about.
That's quite interesting what you say. Sorry to interrupt you there. Quite interesting what you say. What you've got to remember is that with Copernicus, for example, Nicolaus Copernicus and his heliocentric model. Now, he did not want to release that to the public, to the world, because it was a work in progress. He hadn't finalized anything. Do you understand? Nicolaus Copernicus, right? He hadn't finished his work. He dies during his getting it ready and preparing it. He died. So the Jesuits took it and taught it as real. Do you understand? So Nicolaus Copernicus wasn't ready to release his stuff. He hadn't proven anything, and taught it as fact. There's the first problem. Do you understand?
All right.
Isaac Newton. Isaac Newton disagrees with the theory of, and they credit Sir Isaac Newton for gravity when he never proved it, and he didn't agree with the theory, right? But then they ascribed it to his name after his death. Can you see this pattern?
Yeah.
Right.
Since you are in the military, right?
Yeah, it was.
Like,
Yeah.
You were in the military.
Yeah, go on.
For any of you guys to fly as high as it's possible to notice if the Earth.
Yeah, he's breaking out a little bit there, but I knew what he said. I think. Yeah, can you hear me? Because I understood your question. He seems to have faded out a little bit. Yeah, I have to wait till he comes back in. Yes, he has faded out, ladies and gentlemen. He has faded out. Yeah. So we just got to wait for him to come back. But he was asking, is it possible to notice the curvature from high altitudes? Well, no, it's not, because the Earth is flat, you see. And you will notice if you watch the documentaries, one is called 28 Pilots Confirm Flat Earth. I'll say again, 28 Pilots Confirm Flat Earth. And then the other one is called Flatten the Curve. Flatten the Curve. That came out, I think.
I lost my connection for like 20 seconds.
Yeah, I can start again for you. Basically, I understood your question, and I'll say it like this. No, it's not possible for us to see the curvature from high altitude because the Earth is indeed flat, and we're not really seeing any curvature. And I was just giving you some pilots. There's a documentary called 28 Pilots Confirm Flat Earth. I'll repeat that again. 28 Pilots Confirm Flat Earth. And there's another documentary called Flatten the Curve. One more time. Flatten the Curve. Now, these two documentaries, what you have are professional jet fighter pilots, helicopter gunship pilots, naval aircraft carrier personnel, flight instructors, those who teach you how to fly planes, and then you've got submariners, okay? These groups are telling you that they don't operate on a globe. The Earth is flat. And if we were to subject our equipment and instruments to a globe, then we wouldn't be able to operate properly, basically, is what they have said. And that we don't fly over a globe. We're flying over a flat Earth. When we go to Antarctica, we don't go antipodal, in other words, upside down. It's a horizontal flight all the way. We don't flip, as it were, to quote them. Okay?
Yeah, I posted some stuff in the side chat for you to take a peek at, Wizard.
Yeah, Wizard, if you go to the chat, those two documentaries are fundamental in understanding that that's coming from the professionals. They operate 365 days of the year. They're going to know or not if the Earth is flat or not. Okay?
Right.
Also, Neil deGrasse Tyson. One more. Neil deGrasse Tyson. He's on stage with a female assistant holding an inflatable globe. Okay? And he was talking about the Felix von Gardner jump, where when you see out of his camera, the Earth is curving. He said that was a GoPro fisheye lens that facilitates curvature. Right? There's no way you could see the flatness of the curvature of the Earth from the height that Felix von Gardner jumped. That stuff is flat, to quote him, word for word there. That stuff is flat, he said. Okay? The Red Bull jump. I'll stop there.
Yeah, I'm watching that thing actually, but I hear you, bro. I hear you.
Oh, okay, yeah. If you want to, well, they're long documentaries. When we offer you this material, I would prefer that you watch them when you're at your leisure and then return, because they're long, you see. I mean, you can watch it now, but then you may have other questions. So that's for later viewing. Yeah,
I'm gonna save them actually for.
Yeah, that's the whole point. You see,
there would be a question. I'm sorry to cut you, bro, but there would be now the $1 million question, which is, if we were get to assume that yes, now I'm going to believe that Earth is flat. Now there would be another question that really begs an answer, which is why they were trying to hide that fact from everybody. I wish I would
Okay.
know actually.
Well, that's a great question.
What is the main goal? Yeah.
Yeah. Now, most flat earthers will tell you that. Well, we don't know why they're lying in a sense. Yeah, because we're into the realms of speculation. Yeah, we're into the realms of speculation. Hello there. Just a moment. We're just having a discussion with Wizard, and then we can get to you. Thank you. That would be in the realms of speculation, but for me, it's because they're using it. They're lying in order to control the human race. The elites who have established themselves over hundreds of years are in control, and they want to keep that control. So basically, they're lying to us in order to keep us under control. That's why. That's why they've lied about everything. They haven't just lied about the shape of the earth, because from the shape of the earth has come the space industry. So now they're going to space. No one can go there. But yet there's money being expelled at the expense of the taxpayer, who at the moment is ignorant of the fact. Some of us are woken up like me and my colleagues, but the majority of the world out there thinks that's a real thing, and their money is being well used perhaps. But you understand? So it's all about control of humanity and keeping that control. Okay?
Okay, wait. I want to pitch in. So if you're saying the Earth is flat, okay, so basically, how can you explain the temperature variations, the winds, and the gravity?
Okay, good questions. The winds variations are happening as you experience them, because you've only experienced them on the flat earth. The reason I say that is you yourself have never seen the curvature of the earth, and have you actually measured the curvature of the earth to know that? So basically, the winds operate as they are. The sun is also an addition to the variation of the temperature, of course. That's how we have our seasons and weather. Okay? And as for gravity, gravity does not exist. Hasn't been proven to exist.
What
Hey,
gravity
Jen, you
does
want
not
to see
exist?
it? Jen, do you want to see if any of the other members on the flat Earth side want to take this one?
Yeah, of course. No problem, man. No problem, man. Yeah, of course. Excellent.
Anybody want to jump in?
Because it was
We got a
was
bunch of
nice
bright
talking
minds
to you. I'm
here.
sort of like my
Yeah, we
time
got a
Yeah,
lot
have
of
a
people
great
here.
day. And,
Please take over. No problem.
yeah, anybody says who? Anybody want to jump in? No, I guess he left. Says who? You want to jump in, brother?
Yeah, so you had a bunch of questions all at once. Some of these things are fairly obvious, just at face value. So we'll tackle one at a time. You asked about temperature or weather systems. Did Jin satisfy you with his answer?
No.
No? Okay. So, number one, to have this weather system, varying pressure, this dynamic system that we have, we're going to have air pressure, gas pressure on the Earth. Okay?
Yeah.
So you can't have these varying systems or varying weather patterns within this system without it being a contained dynamic system. So the Earth is under containment. Otherwise, there'd be no gas pressure here. So number one, the Earth is contained. It also has a moving, apparently, heat source, which we call the sun. And since that moving heat source heats different areas at different times from different angles, you'll have variances in pressure and heat and density. And then you'll get wind and rain and humidity and snow and ice storms and stuff like that. So that should answer that question fairly easily. Does that satisfy you?
No, that still does not satisfy me.
Okay. Why not?
So you're saying that basically the sun is the main heat source, which is the reason for the variation in the temperature and the weather. But you did not explain me. But okay, what are the others?
Well, I mean, you have geothermal energy, right? You have evaporation from the oceans. That creates cooler temperatures.
You said
So there's a lot of
geothermal energy.
Yeah, geothermal
energy.
Yeah.
So where is it coming from?
Earth, geothermal. You don't know what geothermal means? It's okay if you don't.
It comes from the earth. No, it comes from the earth, but why is the Earth being heated from the from the depths? Why? Because there is
I don't know.
Molten magma, etc., in the spherical container. You get it, and that's the Earth. It's actually not spherical; it's elliptical. You also know that.
Elliptical. Okay, so what is the differential as far as the ellipsoid is concerned?
Okay, so the temperature variations.
Sorry, friend, I just asked you a question about the ellipsoid that you just claimed. Why are you ignoring me when I respond to you?
No. Okay. I'll tell you. Wait, man. So basically, you're saying that, like, how is it an ellipsoid? Like, that's what you're asking, right?
Yeah, what's the differential in the ellipsoid? How out of round is the Earth?
Okay. Wait. So, have you ever been to?
Why are you asking me another question when I asked you a very pointed question about the claim that you made?
Man, if I'm not questioning you and to make my point, then how will I make my point?
All you have to tell me is the dimensions of the ellipsoid and tell me how far out of round it is. It's not that difficult.
Yeah, it's not that far out of round. It's basically, it's bulged on the equator. It's bulged out in the equatorial region.
How
You know
much?
that, right?
How much?
How much? Okay, I'll show you the calculations.
I already know it, but tell me how bad of an ellipsoid this is.
You're being okay. Wait.
It's 0.3%. The Earth is 99.7 perfectly round.
Okay.
Okay, so
Yeah,
what was that argument for? What was that argument for? Why were you trying to tell me it was an ellipsoid or elliptoid or whatever you guys think it is? What does that have to do with the argument? Especially if you can't measure any of that curvature. So what I want from you now is to go ahead and verify for me the curvature measurements that we have.
No. Actually,
no?
let me keep my point.
Okay,
No,
so
no,
you
just
claim an
what you're doing
ellipsoid.
is you're
No, I'm sorry. You
dodging
claim an
into
ellipsoid, then you don't tell me the dimensions of the ellipsoid, then you don't tell me how you got the numbers for that ellipsoid. So you're giving me a claim with no evidence.
Oh my God, man. Okay, let
That's
me bring in the
crazy. I'm
evidence.
just
Then
as
can I keep my claim?
flabbergasted as you are because you will not support your claims. It's pretty bad.
Okay, I'll support my claim. But will you let me put in my claims?
Yeah, so your claim is we live on an ellipsoid. I want you to show me where they measured the curvature of that ellipsoid.
Okay. I'll give you from viable sources, okay?
No, I just want you to tell me who did it and how so I can verify it.
Yeah, what you're looking for is the measurement, not a
Yeah, sure.
calculation, a measurement.
Got it. I completely understand the difference between the two.
I'll remember that.
Okay, in the meanwhile, I want to just ask one question. If you guys are saying that there isn't anything called gravity, how your so-called sun is circling the flat Earth according to you?
No one said it was circling the flat Earth. Did you say that?
Well, now what it does?
What?
As much as I know about flat Earth, people say that the sun, it goes in around in circumference of the flat Earth. That's what I know about.
Okay, who said that today? I'm
Am I
sorry,
right?
friend. Who said
Am I
that here
right?
today?
Not here. I'm saying that that's what I know.
Okay, so you've heard other people say that, so you decided to bring in an anecdotal piece of evidence that somebody else said and then paste it all over us and say, why do you guys say that? Why do people say that? Ask the people that told you that, not me.
Yeah, I'm so you guys say that gravity doesn't exist.
Okay, yeah, no, there's no gravity unless you can show it to me.
Yeah, show us.
Okay, there isn't no gravity. Okay, then how your sun isn't going into space?
It's not my sun, and there's no space either unless you can show that to me.
Yeah, show us.
There isn't any space. Okay, then shit, dude, that's funny.
So you guys don't have any evidence for space, you don't have any evidence for gravity, and all of a sudden it's my sun? Why is it my sun? Aren't you underneath the sun as well?
If there isn't any gravity, why we pick up a pen, just lift it up and just release it. It's just gonna come down.
What does that have to do with anything? Is that gravity?
Something's pulling it.
Oh no! I'm sorry. You're calling gravity a force. Gravity hasn't been a force since 1915. Were you not aware? Are you guys not even up to date on the pseudoscience for the globe? You don't even know the right pseudoscience.
Yeah. There is no gravity.
That's what I'm talking about. See, now you're getting it. There's no gravity because no one's ever actually shown there to be any gravity.
Yeah, just a quick disclaimer. I don't mean to kind of interrupt, but I think it's necessary. A disclaimer for any people that believe that Earth is a globe. Go and check your references calling gravity a force. It's not a force. It hasn't been, like it was said, since 1915. That's 110 years out of date, superseded by general relativity in November of 1915 by Albert Einstein. Now, Albert Einstein doesn't have a force. Albert Einstein had the bending and warping of space-time, which is like was said, it's a pseudoscience. It's actually called a pseudo-force. Fictitious force means not true. So it's not a force. It was actually, now think about this. And and there's no pun intended, but thinking about it is all you can do with gravity is think about it. Actually, there was no experiment proving gravity. It was actually called by the author, Einstein, a thought experiment. Now, try to tell me what kind of experiment you can do with thought. What is the independent variable that the experimenter manipulated? Is that just changing your mind? That's not science. And I'll end my tirade. Thanks.
It's a fantasy.
Okay, so I just found like the measurements. So first of all, the polar diameter is 12,714 kilometers, and the equilateral diameter is
I don't want the claim again. You are giving me the claim again. I want you to give me how they measured that. Don't you understand?
They measured it using basic maths. Don't you guys know basic maths?
You can't use math to measure things. You have to use instruments to measure things. What's wrong with you?
Oh my God! On what principle does instrument work? Do instrument work? Tell me.
What instrument will you use to measure curvature? I don't know. It's your claim.
Okay, yeah, there was no instrument. Basically, so
no instrument, so no measurement then. Okay, so no measurement then. Bro, I know it's really rough. Remember earlier you said calculations are not measurements? So now you're going to give me maths, which is calculations and no measurements? No instruments were used? Remember that?
I'm going to give... I just gave you the measurements.
So you gave me the number. That's the claim. The claim is not the measurement. The measurement is the instruments used and how it was performed. You haven't given me that yet.
Okay. Can I explain that, please?
No, you can't explain to me a calculation made when no measurements were given.
You are not acknowledging it, bro. You're just not even
Oh,
acknowledging
I'm not
it.
acknowledging the fact that you haven't provided for me any measurements, any instruments, and any methods to get the values to enter into the calculations,
What
the
I'm
math.
saying.
You
Can I
said that
please
we're
tell
not
you? Can I
measurements.
please tell you?
Yeah, I'm acknowledging the fact that you're not answering the question that I asked.
Okay, so let me answer now. Can I?
Okay, what measurements?
Basically, these
Measurements, that's what I want from you. I'll take nothing less than measurements, instruments, and method used.
So what is measurement? Tell me.
You don't know how to
Tell me
measure?
measurement.
What size is your shoe? How did you guys determine what size to put on your foot of a shoe?
There is a unit and we use it, you know.
No, the instrument. Do you go to the shoe store, you know, and they measure your foot and they say, oh, you're a 10.5?
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's an instrument involved and then there's units. There's a standard to use. I want you to show me the instrument and the standard used to measure the earth with the method.
So you're saying you need an instrument.
No,
It is
I'm
not even
asking you for
required.
3 very specific things: instrument, standard, and the measurement.
We don't need an instrument.
What are you muttering about?
We don't even need that. We don't need an instrument.
You don't need that, so you can just make it up on the spot. You just make up a value.
And it's a false claim, buddy.
So you guys are just making up the size of the earth and nobody actually measured it? That sounds pretty disingenuous. Sounds like a lie. Why are you lying?
Didn't the Greeks do that like 2,000 years ago? Just ask.
Yeah, they made it up too. Same problem.
Okay, they made it up. Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, they made it up.
Okay, so between that point, 2000 and 100 years ago, and now, nobody else measured.
Well, I don't even know if anybody did it 2,100 years ago because no one's provided for us a measurement.
Can't you try that same method?
Yeah,
Well,
show me how
have you
to do
measured it
that.
yourself? What about you? Have you measured, sir?
Hold
Have
on,
you
Jim.
measured it?
Hold on, Jim.
I'm current. You don't have to be so aggressive. That's not even my talking point. I'm just coming in for the Mr. Future guy.
Yeah, white knighting.
Yeah, okay, so but they're not letting me talk, man. Come on.
Mr. Future, just tell them 2 buildings, 2 shadows. Measure the angle difference between the
Yeah,
2
that's
shadows.
what I was telling. Like we need
Okay,
2
so
poles,
it's a flat Earth
we can
then.
measure
So you
the
guys
sun's
measured a
shadow.
flat
If there
Earth.
is no shadow, then we can use basic math.
Excuse me, you measured a flat Earth then. You measured angles from the surface of the Earth? Well, that would be a flat Earth
Okay,
then.
wait. How will you measure what? How will you measure your flat earth? Okay, tell me the calculations, tell me the values. Like I just told you the value and you're saying
No
it's made up.
problem.
Then how?
No problem.
Okay, tell
Yeah, we use lasers. No problem. We use lasers to find vertical drop over distance. We find 0. So the value is 0 curvature, 0 drop over distance. Is that good enough for you?
Nah, you use lasers.
No, you don't like that? No, I've got the papers for you. We've got a PDF. It's about 110 megabytes. It's hundreds of pages. Do you want to read the whole thing?
Yeah, give me, I'll read it.
I'll give it to you.
I'm very interested. Yeah, give it to me. Come on. So the guy is basically saying that he uses laser, and how can you even shoot the laser, and how do you know that where it has ended?
Mr. Future, do you understand that the Aristophanes sticks and shadows measurement assumed a infinitely far sun source with parallel rays? If you look in the side chat, posted at 2 minutes past the hour, you'll see there's a video, and then there's a screenshot taken from the video showing a local light source heating up a very specific hotspot on the cloud deck. That sun can't be infinitely far away hitting things with parallel rays now, can it?
Yeah.
Disproving the whole sticks and shadows experiment.
Its sun's light rays are being
I just want to make you guys
are falling.
The guy is
Wow.
talking like a child, so please don't talk softly to him.
All right, New Buddha. Thanks for interjecting and protecting the young lad. We're not being coarse with him. We're not being rash. We've been very cordial. No one's calling
Yeah,
him
I'm
names.
saying that.
We don't need you tone policing the conversation. We've been very, very cordial.
Hey, Mr. Future Bacha,
Very
don't
cordial.
waste your time in front of this.
Yeah, I literally, man. I thought I was okay. Yeah, so the earth is flat. I also believe it now.
Is he crying?
Can anyone explain to me how the flat Earth works? I'm pretty new here. I just
Yeah,
two words.
exactly.
It works on ideas and dreams.
I'm
Says
here.
is-
I'm here
is
to. I'm here
getting
to explore. Actually, like
getting
I
you the,
just joined.
he's getting you the PDF, guys. He's just getting the file so he could share it in side chat with the young man, so he could go ahead and read it on his own. But yeah, if you're looking for an explanation for everything to replace a replacement theory, that's not what we're here for.
No,
You can
not
answer
an
any
explanation, not a
questions
replacement,
about
not an
measures.
entire explanation. 2 words. I asked for 2 words.
Yeah, I can answer that. So, what Flat Earth is a group of people who have all come to the conclusion and realization that the globe that they claim doesn't exist. There is no curvature to be measured, and there is no motion.
Cool.
So that's
Thanks.
what Flat Earth is. What Flat Earth is a disk in space in the heliocentric cosmology.
No, I was more asking about like what is the sun in your view?
The sun is a heavenly body. And I'm not willing to make claims of what the sun is. There's plenty of theories that make a lot more sense. Theories that make a lot more sense than a ball of gas in a vacuum. But I'm not going to make claims and speculate to what the sun could possibly be. What we do know, though, is that the sun travels over our head from east to west every single day.
Does it travel east to west in a straight line, or does it travel in a curved line?
Well, that would appear to be curved, wouldn't it? Due to perspective. But the sun's always above your head.
Yeah, I understand that, but I mean like east to west in a straight line or in a curve, not the way we perceive it, but the way you claim it to.
How can I answer questions that don't involve our perception? From our perception, it arcs over our head and is at its highest point at 12 noon every day.
I mean,
see, that's what I'm trying to push here, is that we're very empirical. We don't tend to make claims about stuff that we can't collectively as human beings prove ourselves. So we will be looking for sort of empirical arguments to these questions, and the questions are: if it's a ball, where's the curvature? Can it be measured? Where's the motion? Can that be detected? And does it logically make sense consistently with nature and the idea of space and a vacuum of space next to our Earth? That doesn't make logical sense.
I understand that, but the very nice guy, I forgot his name, was grilling the younger, very nice guy about empirical measurements, which is why I asked, do we know at least whether the sun in the flat Earth theory is traveling in a straight line or in a curved line?
Sorry, friend, we make no claims about the sun, about the Earth, remember? So the sun is something that can't be, like measured or anything like that. We can't get to it, all that stuff. We don't even really know if it's a physical object. So at this point, it's about the Earth, not about the sun. I don't know why everybody's so obsessed with what the sun is. Let's concentrate on the Earth, since that's the thing you're standing on.
What about sunlight? Can we
again with the sun? What about it?
No.
What
the
about
light,
the sunlight?
The sunlight? Can we make claims?
What about it? What about it?
What is it?
You don't know what light is? Me neither.
It's light. Yeah.
Light.
Yeah. None of us know what it is.
Why do you ask me? You don't know what sunlight is? I'm asking you because, well, this is supposed to be something I'm not your theory, what I'm not familiar in. So,
oh, I'm sorry. What is the room, the channel that you came in here? What does it say? What's the name of it?
Light. Oh no, sorry. I mean 24/7 Flat Earth.
Flat Earth. Is there anything about suns on the name on the channel?
Okay, so let's not talk about the sun at all. Sunlight, sun rays. Let's not talk about that at all. Then.
Fantastic.
Brilliant. Let's talk about what we can and can't prove in nature. So, can we prove the ball? Can we prove that we live on a spinning ball?
Does our ball get affected by a thing called sunlight?
Yes, there is sunlight that hits the Earth. Yeah.
Do you guys believe in? I'm sorry. Does the flat Earth theory have anything related to photosynthesis in it?
Hold on a second. The flat Earth theory. What is that?
How would you like me to name you as a collective?
I don't want you to name us at all. We don't accept any flattering titles here.
What do you very nice?
I told you what flat Earth was.
What do you very nice gentlemen think about, and maybe ladies think about photosynthesis?
Oh, does it say 24/7 photosynthesis plants and shit?
What am I allowed to discuss? I'm sorry. That's a part of the photosynthesis. That's a part of the Earth.
Is it part of the flat Earth topic? Photosynthesis?
Okay, it's easier this way. What am I allowed? Can you tell me what I'm allowed? Because a plant is
it's
on
about
the Earth.
The nature of the surface and whether or not it is flat or curved. That's what we're here to talk about.
Can I talk about humans?
Right. If you're trying to lead us to somewhere,
I'm not trying to lead you any. I'm trying to explain.
No, but listen. Let me finish. I said if you're trying to lead us to a question that does relate to the Earth, the geometry of the Earth, and the claims, then get to the point. But if you're just going to ask these unrelated or seemingly unrelated questions, we're going to try and direct you back to the topic of flat Earth. Simple.
Yeah. Yeah, is the Earth curving or not? Is it flat or not? How do we know this? That's where you're at.
Yeah. Can I add something?
Sure.
Yeah. So there's like a guy who is a flat Earth supportive. I think he went to enter South Pole and did an experiment there to prove that Earth is flat, but he came to the conclusion that Earth is round. I forgot the name of the video.
That's wrong. That's great.
Let's stick to the flat Earth discussion.
Someone's echoing.
I think it's the guy who asked the question.
Bro, you may have to go to push the top.
Yeah, can you go to push the top?
So, no problem. So, we went to Antarctica and they performed an experiment. Can you tell me what the dependent variable was in the experiment?
Also, I just think it needs to be stated they didn't go to prove the geometry or the shape of the Earth. They went to prove whether there was a 24-hour sun. It's nothing to do with the shape or the surface of the Earth.
Since you mentioned the 24-hour sun,
100%.
Can I talk about the sun a little bit, please?
No, we didn't bring that up. Somebody else did.
Yeah, and my response was that it has nothing to do with the geometry of the Earth, unless you want to make a bunch of assumptions beforehand. But that's not what we're doing.
I'm just asking whether I can. All good.
Hey, so let me ask you a question. Since you're so obsessed with the sun, why do you keep bringing it up as if it has anything to do with the nature of the surface of the Earth?
That was a totally different person that jumped in, says who, and he left as soon as Roots said that.
I think says who.
Yeah, that was a totally different guy.
Yeah, I know, but this guy keeps wanting to talk about the sun. So can you tell me what the sun has to do with the nature and the measurement of the surface, please? Why are you so obsessed with it?
I was actually asking what you guys claim, not the flat Earth community or whatever you guys claim sunlight or photosynthesis is. It has to be somewhere in your philosophy, and I was trying to.
No, not really.
Where these
I make no claims.
Fit in your philosophy.
I make no claims. Did you hear me?
Did you? Did
It's
you?
unrelated,
I
though.
listened to you. Is there a moderator in this discussion? Like I listened.
Yeah, that's
to
me. So what do you want to talk about? Do you got a problem? You want to file a complaint?
You're a moderator?
There's no need to cry for a
That's right.
moderator. There's no moderation needed here. You're asking unrelated questions. We're trying to direct you back to the actual question of the room.
Oh, I'm currently on the. Okay, wait.
Unless you can link your question to the question of the room, then we're going to just direct you back. So do you have a question about flat Earth?
Do we know why moss grows on one side?
Do you know why trees grow? No?
Yeah.
Who cares?
What does that have to do with the nature of the surface?
Well, I'm just asking. I'm trying to figure out what I'm allowed to talk about. Moss is a part of the Earth, so I figured maybe we could.
Artifactist. We've already had this discussion with you. I've already corrected you on your poor question choices. Okay? So we're talking about the Earth and its surface and the measurements, whether or not it's round or it's flat. If there's any roundness to it, we should be able to measure it. If we can't measure it, what is the conclusion that we should come to after that?
A guy named Pakistan just joined and his mic isn't muted. It's a little. Thank you. Yeah, I wasn't talking about measurements because the guy who was talking before you, Roots, I think your name is. Nice to meet you. Was talking about a heavenly body and things that we cannot perceive or measure, or we can perceive but can't measure. So I was trying to understand what else can we feel. But
So you don't want to talk about the flat Earth today. Is that what I should assume at this point?
How'd you get that?
Well, because you've only been asking questions about the sun and photosynthesis. Not the title of the room, by the way.
Okay, moss, photosynthesis, plants. Can I ask questions about our soil?
Why don't you ask a question?
Yeah,
I'm going to mute you. I'm going to leave you on permanent mute if you keep doing this stupidness. Now we're discussing. We're discussing the flat Earth. If you ask another unrelated question, you're going to stay on mute.
Hey, excuse me for barging in, but hey, says who and Roots. If you wouldn't mind, I would like to just take less than a minute or two, possibly, to put this stupid idea of photosynthesis to rest completely. Can I do that? So he won't
Hey, go
ask
ahead.
the question. Yeah, so he won't ask the
thank you so
stupid
much, by the
question
way.
anymore
Thank
once I'm done. So once I'm finished, if he mentions the photosynthesis thing again, he needs to be permanently muted or whatever. So is it Artifactus? Is that who I'm speaking to?
Yes, thank you so much for.
You asked a question about photosynthesis, correct?
Yes, I was just trying to figure out where.
Okay,
it fits.
great. Okay, great. That's what I'm about to talk about. So, what do you think the sun is in your paradigm? What does the heliocentrism say the sun is?
I was expecting an explanation of where that all fits in your.
Okay, well, I'll fill in the blanks. Burning gases, right? Or
no, but that
conversion?
doesn't fit into what Roots said. I was just.
No,
Okay.
I'm just going to put the photosynthesis thing. I'm just trying to get to a point. So they say the sun is burning gases, or let's get more specific, that it's a conversion from hydrogen to helium, right? So basically like fusion, nuclear fusion. Would you agree with that?
Fission or fusion.
And
Sure.
it's, so basically a lot of people say it's burning gases. Would you agree with that?
Sure.
Okay. So plants do not grow from burning gases. Plants do not grow from conversion of hydrogen to helium. Plants do not grow from plasma. Period. End of subject. As a matter of fact, on Earth, the only way we can grow plants is with electric light. Check it yourself. And also, I'll just finish it with this. Try to grow plants with burning fusion or plasma, and now spin it around, spin the entire plant around 360 degrees in a 24-hour period, and let me know how your plants grow. That's the end of my tirade.
Well,
Thanks for letting me share. That puts it to rest.
I do have some UV lights.
Photosynthesis cannot happen from the way they say the sun is burning gases. End of the topic.
Thank you so much. I'm fully on board with you there. I was not trying to understand why it doesn't work in the science theory department. I was trying to understand why it works in your guys' view.
What is it? That's non sequitur. What did the two have to do with each other?
Can I ask questions about how you guys perceive the world? And
Nobody here made any claims about it. So why would you ask questions about things we did not make any claims about?
Well, you do acknowledge the existence.
That's the last thing I wanted to do was for you to go further into the weeds with what the sun is there. Like we make no claims. The reason I made my statement is so that you would get off of the stupid idea that a burning gas ball can grow plants.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I never said I believe that. I was asking you guys what you believe in.
Yeah, we don't want to talk about what we believe. Let's go back to the surface of Earth, which is the topic of this channel. So we're on about the surface of Earth. Sorry,
We're gonna have
I didn't
to move on
mean for that to happen.
That's fine. No, it's fine. He disrespected Roots there. Roots gave him one more chance to not ask any more stupid questions about it. He did it again, so it's over. He's on mute.
Yeah. I mean,
I think he was trolling, to be honest.
Yeah, I would even say, I mean, we're pretty decent around here and cordial with people. If he wants to put something in the chat to redeem himself, that he wants to stay on the topic of what the Earth is, yeah, I agree, John. I know what you mean. But if he can put something in the chat about another question or something on topic of the Earth itself, like heliocentrism or anything like that, I would say he should be excused. But until then yeah, keep him on mute. I'll shut up.
No, you're good. I think he was a bit borderline. I think he was trolling a little bit. I think maybe he was trying to prove some point that wasn't true, which is that, he can't talk, he's being censored, blah, blah, blah. But, we've politely asked him several times and unpolitely asked him. But the point is, he's been asked multiple times, to keep it on topic. So unless and that's why I said to him, if you're going somewhere with this, make your point. But he wasn't.
Right.
So that opens up space. If anybody else wants to ask a question, start a topic around the shape or the surface of the Earth, feel free.
I hope Mr. Future found the PDF and is reading it.
Yep, I'm reviewing it.
Okay.
What PDF did you send him?
One of the laser tests. There are multiple, by the way, over vast distances. No drop over distance anywhere on the Earth measured with very thorough techniques and very nice, expensive lasers that reach way out there, 30 miles or more. One of the originals, I think it was, let me look.
FE Core?
Yeah, FE Core.
Yeah, nice. I feel like they were pretty thorough. A laser test creating a horizontal plane parallel to the Earth is proof that there is no curvature. I'm going to make a decision.
Yeah, the gentleman at the
Artifactus off mute. He's apologised in the chat. So let's give him another chance.
What happened to the guy that was asking questions at the bottom right? That his mic was like really echoing bad. Did we give? You said to switch to push to talk, and then we haven't heard anything from him after he asked his initial question.
That's a good point. I can't even read that name. Mr. Skellington, are you there? Looks like
I think his name
Forsad.
is Fars. Yeah, Farsad. Yeah, Farsad. Hey, Farsad, do you still have any questions? And did you fix your mic? If not, just say what you have to say, and then put yourself back on mute in between responses and stuff, so we don't get that echoing feature.
I just want to take the moment of silence to apologize.
Yeah, don't worry. Would like you to prefer you to stay on topic. You don't need to talk meta or bring it up.
I'll try to collect my thoughts and get on topic.
So let me ask you a question. Do you believe there is any empirical or direct evidence for the globe?
No, I don't really care much about it.
No, but do you believe that there is direct evidence for the globe?
I mean, I'm sure if I worked in a science-related field, I might find something, but me personally, no.
So if you could find something, in your hypothetical, what type of direct evidence do you think exists for the globe or could exist that you could possibly find out about?
So I was always wondering, I live a little higher up, on the 12th floor. So, and I can get down pretty fast. I was wondering, why is there a difference in perception during sunrise or sunset, looking from the balcony, and when I quickly get down to the street level? The perception of the
I don't know.
Sky and road.
Did you change your angle to the thing that you were viewing?
Yes.
Okay, there you go. Answered your own question.
But if... Okay, I'm sorry, I'm not going to go further. I'm sorry. Thank you.
I mean, you change your angle, you change your perspective. Not that difficult.
Yeah. Thanks.
So what do you believe the horizon is, in your words?
The very first question I asked was about this. Remember when you said the sun travels above us?
Yep.
And I asked if it's a straight line or a curved line. I was just trying to figure out. I was kind of trying to figure out this question again. This last question was going there as well. Is it going in a straight line or in a curved line?
No idea. It's an apparent arc for everybody.
Okay.
You've got to understand the apparent part is the only part that we can prove. There's no way to tell you what from we can't tell you what the sun's doing apart from our perspective. So you've got to respect the fact that that's all we can tell you honestly. And you want us to speculate, but I'm trying to sort of gently remind you that we're not going to speculate on something that you can scrutinize us on, because what good would that be in an empirical argument or an empirical approach to this topic, which is what we do?
I'm definitely not trying.
I've got a question. Hold on a second. I've got a question. What about when the Arctic Circle, is it making a circular motion there? Because it can be seen for 24 hours at the Arctic Circle for sure. We got video of that. Flat Earth, what's his name? D Marble. So that's a circular motion. Okay, thank you.
An apparent circle. That's the fun part about it. It's apparent.
Circular motion above us or around? Does it go below our plane, our flat Earth?
Nobody's ever witnessed the sun going below the surface of anything.
Okay.
See, this is why I asked you what do you believe the horizon is? Because from our perception, once something goes beyond, and it doesn't matter what this object is, once it goes beyond the limitation of how far you can see on that day, it will appear to drop down into the convergence point of the horizon. So that's how perspective works, whether we're dealing with streetlights, a hallway, or something that goes over the horizon over distance. Either way, perceptively, you will see that arcing, you will see that drop, and things can appear to disappear from bottom up through the atmosphere.
Okay, so it's always above us.
Yes, it's always above our head, yes. And when you see it, so when it's at 12 noon, yeah, and it's above your head at 12 noon and it moves away from you, it's always at that altitude where it's at. It's not dropping altitude, it's staying up there. And as it moves away from you, it appears to be, let me finish please, it appears to be dropping, but that's an optical illusion because it's still straight up. Yeah. Yeah. So do you understand what we're saying there? Let me just explain it again. At 12 noon, and you see the sun above your head, the distance from your head to that object, the sun, is the same as it moves away. Even though it appears to be dropping down, that's because it's moving away from you. Much the same as a car that looks little down on the motorway. As it comes towards you, it gets larger and larger and larger. It's full size as it goes past, and then it starts to shrink down the size again. That's an optical illusion because the car is not shrinking, is it? It's a proper sized car, but because it's moving away from you, it appears to be another optical illusion.
That's
Do you get it now?
Very good. Yeah, very good explanation. Thank you so much. Just to follow up, I have some, let's say, binoculars. Do they extend my sight? How far I can see?
Yeah.
Yes.
What happens there? What happens there is that they they aid your visuals because your naked eye is limited as to how far it can see horizontally, right? Looking along there. So as the ship, let's say, you feel has gone over the curvature as the Globers claim, what's actually happened is that your eye is no longer able to focus on that ship. It's gone beyond the eye's capability. So you pick up the pair of binoculars now, and now your binoculars are aiding you. And there we are. The ship is still there. Before anything has gone over the curvature, as my friend Root said, you will never see it again because it's gone over the curvature. You can't retrieve it. It's gone. But because it's still on the water and it hasn't gone over the curvature, that's why you can see it. And if you use the binoculars, the ship would go beyond the focal capability of the binoculars. You put the binoculars down and you pick up a telescope now with a longer range and the ship is still there. Okay? Do you get it?
Yeah, I was more trying. So I was following up on you talking about the sun or the moon, since it disappears because we can't see that far. Do binoculars or very high-powered scopes, can they help us see the moon when it's very far away?
Yes, you can. There's Robert Persona did an excellent one from the Planetae Veritas, and what he was trying to prove here is that from the lunar surface, and we look at the Earth, supposedly because they went, but we know they didn't go. But he was highlighting this point. he could recognize no landmass from the image from the lunar surface. Looking at the Earth, could recognize no landmass, but yet from Earth, with a pair of binoculars, you can recognize features of the moon, places that have been named, and you can see them. And he said, well, that's a discrepancy, isn't it? How can it be that if you're on the lunar surface, where the Earth should be 4 times bigger, and you're not recognizing land masses, right? But yet from Earth, looking at the moon, you can recognize landmass with a pair of binoculars.
I was going into. Thank you so much. I was more going into like the moon when it leaves our line of sight, when it goes beyond what we can visually perceive. Can we see it if we take a very high-powered scope?
Yeah, so Artifactus, I just want to direct you to the side chat. So have a look at the image of the sun that I've the GIF that I've posted, and this is, imagine you looking with the naked eye and then lifting up your binoculars. This is the 2 different shots that you'll see. At the beginning of the GIF, that's what you'd see with the naked eye. It looks like the sun is hidden by the horizon. But then when you zoom in, you widen the angular view. So you're actually like moving the point of how far you can see forward. Now all of a sudden that sun comes out of the horizon. There's more information. You open the field of view, and now the sun rises off the horizon. And this is the same with anything in the distance.
That's actually very, very interesting. Thank you so much. A very, very good explanation. Just probably my last question. I don't want to tread too far here. What happens when it goes farther than what these pairs of binoculars can see? So when it looks like it went below the perceived horizon.
Yeah, great question. And that I was going to follow up with this one as well. So if you look in the side chat, I've just posted a picture of maybe an idea of what the sun or what a star would look like further beyond you. So as you look up into the sky, before I say this, by the way, have you ever heard of the term personal viewing dome, atmospheric viewing dome, or azimuthal grid of vision? Have you ever heard of any of these terms before?
No.
So you see, if you were in the middle of the ocean, you look around on a very clear day, 360, you would see the horizon is a great circle around you at eye level, okay? This is sort of a field of view that you have. This is a limit. Imagine it like a bubble, a hemis bubble. And that's your field of view. That's as far as you can see. Anything that goes beyond the field of view will start to drop on your horizon. Your horizon is the limitation of that would be like an arc down to the horizon, which is where your eye level is. So if we were looking at a star or something that was up in the sky, but we were traveling away from that star or the sun or whatever it is, or well, the sun's different because it travels itself. But if we were looking at a fixed object and we moved away, that object or that whatever it is would drop down onto the horizon. So that's how we see. We see in a big azimuthal grid of vision. Everything is in a apparent position based on its location to you, how far the distance is, and obviously the height.
Okay, thank you so much, and that answers my question with high-powered scopes or binoculars, why they don't work here either. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir. You're welcome.
Yeah, that's why I was asking you about the horizon, because a lot of globers are misunderstood and believe that the horizon is the curvature of the Earth. But just by understanding perception and the way that we see, we know that the horizon is a point in which you are no longer able to see further then. So things can appear to drop down once they go beyond the eye level, below the horizon, then they will appear to, that's where you get the effects of boats over the curve or a sun disappearing behind a physical location. It's not. It's a visual point. It's an optical point.
Can I sidetrack towards Gravity. Well, I don't believe gravity. Just can I ask some questions? Can I do that?
Yeah, go ahead. Shoot from the hip.
So let's say I shoot in a precision rifle shooting discipline, and I just shot a projectile at 800 meters. It's losing velocity. It's dropping. Obviously, since we can perceive that, does that fit into what we are talking about here? Just so I can like for
What,
myself,
perception?
Explanation.
Do you mean perception or do you mean gravity?
I mean gravity. That the bullet, which is going at a high velocity, is dropping over time.
Yeah.
Due to the loss of velocity.
Right, but why does it drop?
You know, that's kind of my question. So as it loses velocity, it drops. If it wouldn't lose velocity.
But you can simplify that question then. If that's your only part to the question, then you can simplify it to why do things go down?
Yeah. Why do things go down? Or actually, I'm sorry. Why do things that are going fast and become even faster? Why do they not go down?
Oh, well, that's momentum. That's energy.
Yeah.
So if you apply a force to okay, so think of it like this. Unless you apply a force to an object, objects will sit in a state of rest. Okay? So once you shoot your bullet, you've applied a force to that object, so you're taking that bullet out of equilibrium. Before you shot that bullet, it was at rest. It was sitting within the chamber of the gun. So it's resting on a surface because, well, it's in a chamber, so let's not go to that point. But the point I'm trying to make is once you apply the force to the gun, then to the bullet, then that bullet will be under that force until the force runs out of energy. So it's all the standard laws, of science and momentum are applied, and then you eventually get what we get is a dropping. So if we take that to an object at rest, like the phone on your table in front of you, that's sitting in a state of rest right now. As soon as you apply a force to it, i.e. you pick it up, you're taking that phone out of equilibrium. You're now holding it with your force. You're holding it. But as soon as you release your force, then that phone will drop and land back on the table and sit at a state of rest. So the only gravity we're experiencing is specific gravity, which is basically relative density. So we know why things go down. They're due to objects being more dense than the medium that they're in. You following?
Yeah. I'm that was a perfect explanation. It was just there was a part missing to my question. Then why does an increase in momentum or increase in velocity of the bullet also increase the distance from our plane, from our Earth, and the bullet over time if the velocity keeps increasing?
So what do you mean the velocity keeps increasing? Because with a bullet, the velocity keeps increasing due to momentum, but then it eventually starts to decrease.
Yeah, it decreases, which is the root cause of the bullet dropping, as I understand it. But if it were to increase, or if we use rocket-powered projectiles, for example, these do gain attitude.
Right. Well, you're applying a force. You're applying more energy. So it's a push. It's a physical push. It's just like pushing a car or pushing something on wheels. As long as you're pushing, then the momentum continues. Maybe I don't understand your question.
I don't mean in a situation where I'm shooting at an upwards angle. I mean, if I were to shoot at a 0-degree angle, straight ahead, and the velocity would keep increasing during flight, the height over Earth of the bullet the altitude of the bullet would also keep increasing. Or am I totally misunderstanding?
No, I think you may be assuming that because you believe we live on a ball and you believe there's curvature. Is that why you assume that?
Oh no, in the traditional, how should I say? I don't think in science the altitude of the bullet increases due to the curvature the rocket powered projectile increases due to the curvature because the distance would be too small there between point A and impact point. But I need to read more into this. I'm sorry, everyone, but the way that gravity works, the higher the velocity, at one point you get closer and closer to escape velocity. I'm not very read up on this, so which is why I know that something when velocity increases, the altitude also increases during flight, which is why I'm asking you why this is happening, why this happens, or why we believe this happens.
I mean, I'm trying to understand your point. You just brought up rockets and escape velocity, and maybe you're not exactly sure what you're asking, but I mean, it depends on what you're talking about. But if you have a sideways velocity, then you add a certain amount of force, and there's an equal amount of force that comes out the other side. If you have a ballistic rocket, and that's a constant force for a period of time, well, yeah, for that period of time, that rocket isn't going to increase in altitude unless the rocket is aimed that way. If the force is completely horizontal, then that rocket will travel horizontally.
I think I figured out a way to ask this properly. If we make a homemade rocket and we point it directly at not the perceived horizon, but again, directly sideways at a 0-degree angle, and we launched it during flight, do you think during flight, while it's gaining velocity, would it also be gaining altitude, although it's pointing directly sideways?
I think it's a bit of a malformed question. I think you have all sorts of things like air resistance, other forces that can act on the rocket. If you're talking about an ideal situation where the rocket's being controlled to travel horizontally, then there'll be no increase in altitude.
Even if the velocity is increasing, right?
Right. If you're controlling the rocket to travel horizontally, then the rocket will not increase in altitude. No.
Okay, thank you so much. I cede my time.
I have a follow-up question. Why is that important? Why did you ask that question?
Well, remember when you asked me, I'm sorry, I don't remember the question. I said if I were to work in science, maybe I would have an answer, but doesn't relate to my life. But I do as a hobbyist competition shooting, and I like that, and which is why I asked a question which is relevant for me.
Okay, now you've added context. I think I get it. So, are you taking into account the kick of the actual gun? Because if you're saying that your bullet is rising in altitude, then are you taking everything into account in the way that a gun works and the kick that you get from the gun? Also, you're basing it on your aim, so you're holding the gun, hoping that you're horizontal.
No, I'm kind of, whenever I shoot long range, I'm always holding the gun, even though you can't perceive it. I'm holding the gun a little upwards because it's zeroed in at a certain distance. So it makes sense that up to a certain point, it would be rising in altitude. I was more asking about projectiles which are assisted during flight. So powered, but you answered.
Well, I can give you a good example. Have you ever heard of a railgun?
Yeah.
Yeah, railguns prove flat Earth. Railguns can shoot. Oh, I used to know this, but we're talking up to 100 miles potentially, and hit targets. Now, to shoot that far over and hit a target, you would need a horizontal surface. You wouldn't be able to hit things behind a physical obstruction. So railguns, just the distance that they can hit, their normal projectile bullets and guns, they are able to hit targets. I believe, I'm going to Google it now, but I believe it could be up to 100 miles.
Thank you.
Yeah, effective range from 62 to 124 miles. So we're able, and I say we human beings are able, and we can verify that railguns are used regularly, at least in prototype testing. We can break the curvature calculation by thousands of percent. You're supposed to be seeing a curve. Yeah, you're supposed to be seeing a curve of around 8 inch per mile squared. So as a 6 foot high person, the Earth is now starting to curve away from you from about 3 miles. Okay, and at 100 miles, I mean, at 10 miles, we're going to be experiencing 66 feet of curvature. So at 100 miles, we would expect around, in feet, 100 miles, 6,600 feet of curvature. So a railgun is able to hit a target that should be 6,600 feet behind the curve. That would be impossible.
I don't have much, well, understandably, so I don't have much experience with railguns. Do they shoot them parallel to the ground to achieve these 120 miles, or parabolically at a parabolic axis?
No, they shoot at they obviously, like all ballistics, you need to take into account drop of the bullet and then atmospheric conditions. But there is no way to account for 6,000 feet of a hill. Otherwise, we would be able to shoot a railgun over a really big hill, as long as it was wide enough. That's not how bullets work. I mean, maybe arrows work like that, but bullets don't work like that.
I guess you just, yeah, I'm sorry, you were looking up the distance. What's the velocity? Like, how fast do the projectiles go with railguns? Or I can Google that myself, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you can check that up yourself, yeah. The point I'm trying to get hammer home here is that this would be impossible on a ball. A railgun literally debunks the curvature of the Earth, which is supposed to be at 8 inch per mile squared. Now, even if that's slightly off, because the curvature calculation is a parabolic calculation, okay? So you could argue, and I'm giving you a little help here, but you could even argue that those numbers aren't correct at that kind of distance, 100 miles. The problem is it wouldn't be far off. We're still talking about 6,000 feet of a hill, of a drop, of a physical block. You and the Earth, between you and that target is 6,000 feet of earth or water, whatever it is. That would be impossible on a ball.
Thanks. I cede my time.
So is that it? No, I mean, isn't that interesting to you at all?
No, it's very interesting. You answered all my questions. I think there's a bunch of other people they probably have something they want to talk about as well. I don't want to take up everyone's time,
Well, nobody seems to be interjecting unless anyone wants to jump in. I mean, I did want to ask you, you mentioned gravity earlier. We didn't really get into it. I wanted to ask you what your definition of gravity was, if it's not what I described earlier, which is just relative density.
No, it's just falling. I jump out of a window, I break my legs. That's it. That's all it is for me.
Yeah. So that's relative density, right?
Yep.
So where would you say you are? Are you on the fence? Are you still strong on the globe? Where's your head at?
Oh no, I never said I'm strong on the globe. I just came in asking questions. Everyone assumed I'm like super strong on the globe.
Well, everybody would be, right? There's no reason for you to not be on the globe unless you've been exposed to either observations in nature, which I'm assuming you haven't because we've been discussing them, or whether you've come across flat earth information and then started to look into it. So I just pre-assume people are on the globe and would be on the globe like everybody, like all of us were, until we actually looked into it and did the research. And there's a period of time where you're on the fence. You're like, okay, a lot of these arguments make sense, but I've not done any observations myself. I've not looked into it myself. So I'm trying to figure out, where are you? Is this something you're going to look into?
Well, I have the PDF that you guys kindly, I think, provided me with, and that's why I'm asking these questions. I was just, if you're asking whether I'm on the fence, what I believe, what not, is there such a thing as centrism here? Can I take the things that are, which makes sense to me, or which I understood from what we talked about, and the other things I'm still like, I'm not sure.
Well, I'd say being on the fence is pretty central, right? Centristic.
Yeah.
But I'm sending you a link to the home server. Our home server, we have terabytes of observations, data, history of the flat Earth, information about science, but also about the NASA faking footage, mistakes that they've made in footage from the astronauts, lies that they've told. So there's everything from real world observations to full on documentaries on this server. So let me send you that.
Thank you so much. Will take me some time to go through everything.
Yeah, there's a lot of channels in that server. So if you're looking for the information, just scroll down to the very bottom. You'll see channels with subjects. In fact, I'm going to put that in the side chat for anybody else who isn't already a part of the server.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, these discussions help everybody that's listening. So if you feel like you're wasting time, it's never a waste of time to continue to discuss these things. So thanks for opening up and having a productive conversation, brother.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I've just realized, I'm surprised I didn't get blocked or muted for that. I can't share other channels in the side chat of another channel. There's usually sort of punishment for that. So if you do want a link to the server, drop me a DM.
Will do. Right.
I've already sent it to you, Artefactus. Don't you worry.
Oh yeah, thank you.
Yeah, big ups to all the speakers too, man. I was listening earlier. Jen, who has signed off, did a great job today. W for him, buddy. And yeah, we got Radwin in the audience. We got Heretic. We got Gemsy. We got Flat Earth Batman. We got J.E. Barrington in the house. Elbow TV. DOS68. Kingslayer. Obviously Roots. T-Dub, Ultimate Flat Earth Final Boss, Vitalis. Yeah, good to all the guests. Anybody want to mic up and speak up?
I just want to say
glad to have everybody here.
Thank you so much for the patience and for the explanations. Everyone is very kind. I was just a little concerned about the moderator guy previously says who, but who am I to judge the little pushes he gave me?
Yeah, there's a lot of different types of hosts. A few of us will spoon feed. You know, I'd like to say that I've pretty much spoon fed you the same information that says he was trying to get across to you, but he doesn't spoon feed quite as much. And, you know, I don't know. Everyone's got their own style. Everyone's got their own way of doing it. But if you're able to not get triggered by someone's tone or someone's sharpness, he's got the same intention, you know, to get the same information across. Everybody learns differently, and everybody teaches differently as well.
I appreciate that. By the way, can I hop in here anytime I want and discuss things, or is this channel reserved for the YouTube?
24/7, brother. Yeah, you're always welcome. You're always welcome, because if you do start looking into this, you're going to have questions. Some of the guys in here, like especially some of the names that John just read out, you're talking about 15 years of research, you know, and between us, God, there's hundreds of years of research between just this panel alone. I mean, we've got channels in other servers with even more even more experience and even more hours on the clock. So you're dealing with a very experienced group of people who can answer quite a few of your questions. And if I can't, or John can't, someone like Heretic can, someone like Gemsy can, you know, so Redwin as well. So there's a lot of us, and there's a lot of combined knowledge in these rooms.
Thank you so much, Roots. Do people come in and ask questions often, or I'm waiting for someone else to come in? That's what I'm asking.
Yeah,
they do.
So it's a 50-50. Like, it's gonna be quiet like this, and then someone's gonna come, and then just a rhythm.
Yeah, on this server in particular, DJ's kind of been spearheading, leading these different events and hosting different events. So, yeah, it's been, when we host an event, we get a lot of traffic. So you have a lot of people kind of swarming the chat in and out. And due to the fact that this is an English learning server, you have a lot of different people with varying commands over the English language. So that's also a factor in, you know, the types of conversations that we have in here. But yeah, all in all, the different servers will bring a different type of questionnaire, you know, or questioning individual. So if some people seem more abrasive, it's probably because they have tens of thousands of hours in servers that allow for a lot more trolls or trolling types to come in and kind of just kamikaze the chats. So,
by the way, before I joined this correct server, I went into 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server where I had to get verified, and I was. Tell me if I'm going off topic. I'm sorry. Where I was told about something about controlled opposition. What is that about? Or like controlled?
Yeah, so basically it's another group called Flat Earth Society, FES, which was the Flat Earth Society of Canada in the beginning. So they just took off the C, and basically the idea is that it should not be confused for that society. That's the one that's controlled opposition.
That's a good point. Yeah, it's a good point. And in general, look, this is a topic that causes a lot of confusion, and I think there's a lot of I mean, the government themselves, they brought this up, I think, in Obama's term. In America, in Obama's term, flat Earth was trending online, probably one of the most searched terms at one point of the year. And there was a few hearings where they decided, right, we're going to censor flat Earth. Basically, we're going to encourage the anti-flat Earth videos to the and content to the top of Google searches. And deprioritize the actual flat Earth content, and we're going to put disclaimers on all the videos, and we're also going to create our own content to educate people how basically flat Earth is stupid, in as many words. So yeah, that's what I would consider the agents of controlled opposition. They are the people who are involved in these groups and ideas, and some of the ideas and groups that they come up with is very nefarious, with a bit of malice sometimes, some of these characters, but their whole job basically is to either miseducate people into what flat Earth is. That's why you'll see a lot of content around with thumbnails of a disc in space, or ideas of with water pouring out off the edges, and just basically sort of ideas that they can put in average people's heads, so they take one look and think, well, that's ridiculous, and that must be what the flat earthers believe, which is why we have to kind of premise, we're not here to tell you a cosmology. We don't believe that the earth is a disk in space. We're here to talk about sort of what we can prove, what's empirical, and the lies that have been told. We've been told a hell of a lot of lies, wives' tales, folk stories that are just not true in reality. But they stitch everything together. They don't teach us what perception is. They stitch everything together and create a model that doesn't even work. But people don't know the model doesn't work, because they're only given bite-sized chunks of information. It's only through flat Earth that a lot of the best, even Globers, most of the Globers love the flat Earth community, because they learn more here about their own model than they can online, because they're not taught their own model correctly. Because if they were, they would know that actually the model doesn't work.
Totally. You mentioned again, I don't think I have to be qualifying this all the time about you guys needing to cut me off in case I'm going off topic, but you said the governments are trying to censor, or censor us. Oh, sorry, not yet us. Censor you guys. Do you have any political movements or organizing, anything like that?
No, and that's something that is quite controversial. Some people sit on different sides of the fences. I think the problem you've got is politics is basically, it's a game that's played at the high tables to keep the population sort of invested into the system. I think the problem is when you start getting to this level of scrutiny, logical thinking, you start to see through politics and realize just how ridiculous it is and just how much of a game it truly is. So I think your best flat earthers, or your most experienced flat earthers, have no interest in politics. They don't even care if you don't want to believe or come to know the truth of our reality. That and I'd say rightly so as well. I think the more logical you become, the more you realize that pushing your own agenda and pushing your own ideas on people is just like what they've done. If you're pushing your philosophy on other people, then how are you any different to the people who are pushing their philosophy? Which is why we're so adamant to tell you that flat earth isn't a philosophy. It isn't a belief system that we're trying to push on you. It's the ability and approach to systematically question what we've been told. And what we've been told once questioned doesn't appear in reality, i.e. there's no curvature, there's no motion. The idea of a space vacuum, it violates the laws of science. And that's what we're trying to highlight. Whether you take that and say, wow, I need to apply this logical idea of, scrutiny and asking for evidence for claims, following a logical framework, you can apply this in life. And I believe it would improve humanity, because I think a lot of our problems are the fact that we don't question things and we don't ask for evidence. So for us, you can take this how you want. We don't care whether you become a flat earther. But what we do want you to do is use that logical, critical thinking and be able to apply this, because once you've achieved that and once you've sort of got comfortable with doing that and standing on your own too against the majority or the authority, you'd be surprised just how much we believe and just how much Flat Earth really affects as a knock-on sort of effect.
Thank you so much. Does anyone else want to take the time? I have a couple more questions, but if anyone else, again, I think I'm just going off here and taking up people's time. But Roots, I have two questions. One is about, you just said basically all politics is useless for the cause here. But if they are attacking you guys, don't you believe still some political organization is needed to kind of defend yourself?
Yeah, that's why I said it's quite a controversial, interesting point. It depends on the agenda, we're not here to push like a religion or a philosophy. We're here to have those honest discussions with people. So if that's the goal, then who cares? If there's less people because of what the government are doing, then yes, it's a bigger challenge. But I mean, everybody has the right to believe what they want to believe, right? And if you don't want to apply logical thought and you've had exposure to it, then that's your decision, But for us, it's like, well, we're unable to do that. We're unable to just go along with the lie, because we've developed these skills, these abilities to actually question, look into the evidence, believe that we are we do have enough to be able to sort of get our head around it, whether we don't understand it today. So for us, really, it's not part of the agenda. The only agenda here is to question and to apply that logical framework.
Okay. Thank you.
Think of it as it's like a gift you get from Flat Earth, whether you want to admit you're a flat earther. I mean, we're all living on a flat Earth. Whether you're in building, whether you're in aerodynamics, whether you're in ballistics, any industry that deals with the world is treating the Earth as a flat, stationary topographical plane. So for us, the argument is kind of over. You already live on a flat Earth, and we can prove that.
Yeah,
so your political leaning is, and I'm not talking you, but anybody's political leaning is pretty much irrelevant at this point. The fact is, the Earth's flat. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I'll go. I was more saying that's why in the very beginning I was like, it doesn't really matter much to me. I was just asking questions. My second question was if the movement wants more people to think openly and, well, still, there no political organization, but you still want the movement to be represented in nice ways. Don't you think it's good to be nice, open, kind, and spread the same kind of inclusionary messaging that you're spreading, instead of being a little, perhaps more aggressive? But again, I don't know how people attack you guys, so maybe you are being nice to everyone.
I mean, yeah, it'd be nice if everybody was nice and we wasn't being attacked with misinformation, But at the end of the day, this is the world we live in. This is how it is, and it's like this because of the lack of logic, because of the lack of critical thinking, because they have taught us all these stories, and they've not taught us the methodologies. They've not taught us the context in which we're learning these things. And I think That's something that you have to come to the conclusion on your own, and we can't package this into a book. This is a journey you need to go on. Pakistan, you're hot micing. Pakistan, you there?
I'm muted, bro.
No, you're hot micing. Okay, you're muted now. Yeah, good. Yeah, this is something you need to go through as a journey, and whether you come out of it a flat earther or not, you're definitely going to come out of it with skills that you didn't have before. And then you can go and apply that to every piece of research you ever undertake in the future, whether it's a personal thing that's happening in your life, whether it's just research of a hobby. You're going to be able to actually come to conclusions and be able to distinguish the difference between belief and knowledge. And that's the key here. The globe is a belief. The only thing we probably have an agenda to do is to just expose that this globe is a belief system like a religion. So the globe is a religion, and Flat Earth is a movement of people who have realized this. Some of them are vocal about it, and some of them, they've taken that understanding and they've changed their approach to how they discern information.
Do you guys ever get well, I guess what do we
I have a question for you.
Yep, sorry.
Earth is Earth.
Oh, cool.
Earth is flat. Who said? Who's agree with this?
Yeah, Pakistan, we have a few flat earthers here. I think me, John, Says who are quite active in the chat at the minute. Do you have any questions? Do you have any questions for the flat earthers?
Yeah, of course. I have a question. Would you like to give me evidence?
Well, we could give you evidence, but before we even touch on that, Says who? Did you want to jump in? I've been speaking for a while.
Well, it's fine. I just figured
the
easiest.
I just want to know.
Hold on, Pakistan. Hold on. Just hold on a minute. Go ahead, Says who?
Okay, so if you want evidence, the easiest one, the one that you can verify yourself, is that water lays flat and level at its surface. So if most of the Earth is water, then the surface of that water is flat and level.
Nowadays, we are living in 2025, and we know there's a gravity work on Earth. There's a North Pole and South Pole.
You don't agree that the water is flat and level at its surface?
I agree if water is flat level on the surface, but
okay. So how can that be a ball?
Cause I don't know. It's like, but too much. I don't know. But we know the whole world know the related about the Earth. The Earth is round.
Yes. I agree. The entire Earth has been taught that the Earth is a ball. Yeah, everybody was taught that. Nobody actually had that proven to them.
Bro, there's 4 countries they go to on moon. They did go there, and India's also go there, and they did claim Earth is round. They did show us to videos.
Okay.
So how can you say Earth is?
I'm going to help you out for a second. Those countries, those things that you call countries, are corporations. Those corporations are all owned by the same investment companies.
Listen.
Why are you arguing with me and talking over me? I listened to you. Now, do you think you could listen to me, or do you just want to be rude?
Yeah, come on, Pakistan. Let him finish, and then you're welcome to reply.
Number one, it's not going to help you to use some kind of circumstantial evidence like there are 4 countries that show us something on TV. What we need to do is measure the Earth. That's the important thing. It doesn't matter what anybody says. It matters how the Earth measures. Do you agree with that?
No.
Okay, well then you might help. Somebody else can talk to you.
Pakistan, do you realize how illogical that comment you just made was?
Okay, wait. Would you like to repeat your question again? Because I didn't understand.
Yeah, he asked you, why does it matter that lots of people believe it's a ball? Wouldn't it be more important to have evidence? Wouldn't you agree evidence is more important than a bunch of people's opinion?
Evidence is important. I don't care about the bunch opinion of the people. Okay, I have a genuine
Now,
question.
if you take that, hold on, before we move on, if you take what you've just said and apply it to your life, you wouldn't be responding the way you have. You're not living that what you just said. You do believe it's a ball without evidence, and your argument was that because there's a lot of people, or the majority of people believe it's a ball. So you're not applying your own you're not applying your own philosophy.
Okay, I have a genuine question. So why sun is round? If you are claiming the earth is not flat, and why sun is round and why moon is round? If earth is flat.
There's an assumption. Okay, yeah. So the sun is round and the earth is round. Great. And on a pool table, the balls are round. In fact, no, they're not. They're spherical. But that doesn't make the pool table that the balls sit on a ball, does it? So it's irrelevant. Whether the sun and moon are circles doesn't mean that the ground or the table that these balls are sitting on are circle. And you don't even have confirmation that the circles that we call the sun and the moon are spherical. You just assume that.
Okay. I have one more question. If earth is flat, why we just have 195 countries in the world? They are the member of United Nations. And why we don't have more land? Because the world population is 8 billion, and you see every country is like the poor countries, they're facing a density population, like the inflation rate is so high. So if we have a lot of land, if earth is flat and there is no end, why we are not going there?
Okay, so you're assuming there is an end or an edge, okay? That's the first assumption. We haven't said anything about an end or an edge. Now, what has anything to do with the population of the earth, the amount of people, the amount of nations, the unity amongst those people? What does that have to do with what we're asking for, which is there any direct evidence for the ball? No, there's no direct evidence for the ball. Yes, we know everybody believes it's a ball. We already know that. But what we're asking is there any evidence for the ball?
Bro, there's the earth is round. Cause we did never found a new country like in next year. If earth is flat and there is no end, why we cannot find a new country again and again? Why it's just there is only 200 countries in the world, the whole world?
Okay, because when you go south, Pakistan, you'll hit Antarctica. And Antarctica is a very, very inhospitable place. Not only do you need to climb up some big ice shelves to get onto the continent of Antarctica, which is the highest, and I say continent in air quotes here, But not only do you need to climb up some ice sheets to get up most parts of Antarctica, but any exploration it needs to be vetted and supported by the government. You can't go and freely explore Antarctica. So when they have explored Antarctica, there are claims. There are some claims. There was an Admiral Byrd. He claimed that there was more land. We don't necessarily subscribe to that, but there are claims that there is things beyond the Antarctic Circle. So who knows? But this doesn't help us answer the question: is there any evidence for the ball? That's the question.
There's a lot of evidence, bro. There's a lot of videos. The spaceships did go on space, and they did make a lot of videos of Earth. So how can we
Circumstantial.
Yeah, the videos are coming. The videos are coming from NASA. We have had videos
different countries.
from China. Yeah, we have had videos from Russia.
Chinese space agency did also confirm.
Confirm what?
Chinese space agency.
Yeah, they agree.
Earth
right.
is round.
Yeah. Okay. Their
India is
official
also.
position. Yeah, their official position is in line with the mainstream narrative. Yeah, we are aware of that. But what evidence do they have it's a ball? Because when the Chinese provide footage, it's different footage from what NASA provide. So from the International Space Station, you'll see curvature from the NASA feed. But from the Chinese missions, when they're on the International Space Station, there's no curvature on the horizon. It's a completely flat horizon. So yeah, we have contradicting images, but those images are not evidence that we live on a ball. They're evidence that there is narratives. Sorry, there is imagery coming from authorities, and some of those images aren't consistent with each other. We have pictures, so-called pictures of the Earth, where one continent fills up the whole side of a ball. The shape, the size of these continents, the whole rest of the world would have to be on the other side of the ball. So my argument here is pictures and videos from space are contradicting each other, and they're not evidence for either curvature, motion of the Earth, that space can actually exist. These are just pictures and images you believe coming from an authority.
I don't agree with you.
Now, I'm going to share with you in the side chat, because that's my thing. I like to share stuff to help support what I'm saying. I'm going to share with you an a video from the Chinese space station. From the ISS, from a Chinese mission, where they're at 250 miles above the Earth. 250 miles above the Earth, and there's no curvature. So I'm going to put that in the side chat for you now. Now, this contradicts the footage that we get from the NASA images of the spacewalks. Hold on one second. Yeah, it wasn't sharing for some reason. I've had to restart and reconnect. Let me put that in the side chat for you. So, incoming is footage from the ISS from a Chinese spacewalk that contradicts the footage from the same height of NASA. So who are we supposed to believe? The footage we get from NASA or the footage we get from the Chinese? It's in the side chat.
Looks pretty flat to me.
The video's in the side chat. This is why we don't take images from a space agency as direct evidence. It isn't direct evidence. You have to believe in the images you're being shown to be true. Undistorted, unedited, and NASA even admit that they edit and distort their images. They use fisheye lenses. They use After Effects. They create complete artist depictions.
Single country who's disagree with this with the NASA and Chinese.
Yeah, because after World War II, there was an agreement that if you want to be in the new world, after all the reconstruction that happened, you're going to subscribe to a few ideas. One of them being that the Earth is a ball and that you teach it mandatorily within school. See, people think that this globe idea was a fully supported and established idea for thousands of years. That's nonsense. It only became mandatory in schools after World War II. There are still people alive today who were taught that the Earth was flat at school. So that makes a mess of these arguments that you're making. So how do we make sense of it? The only way you can make sense of this argument is to ask and look for the evidence for the claims. So what are the claims? The claims are the globe makes some, the heliocentric model makes some claims. They make the claim that there is curvature. They make the claim that the Earth is in motion. And they make the claim that the sky is a vacuum next to the open system we call the Earth's atmosphere. These are three claims, positive claims from the globe. Now the globe, because it's not self-evident, there isn't any direct evidence. The globe has a burden of proof. The globe must, if you believe in the globe, you must be able to explain why you believe it, because that's not what we experience in nature. And that's how you should approach this subject. Did he leave?
Yeah, I think he was overwhelmed.
Yeah, it appears so.
He sounded distracted.
Yeah, I think he got a phone call, and then he ignored it, and then probably had to call somebody back or something. Yeah, we've had a couple people just bouncing in and out. We got Nana, who's a beginner in the in learning the English language. She's in the side chat. She said she was just going to listen. So I'm trying to engage people who are popping in, trying to at least greet them a little bit. But yeah, Roots, big W's for you, brother.
Hey, I'm not saying anything that anybody else doesn't say. I think we've had some reasonable people in the last hour, 2 hours. Anyway, yeah, welcome, Nana. Hope you're well. Hope you get something out of this, the channel.
Hello.
Hello, welcome, welcome.
Hello. Nice to meet you. I might be coming down with a cold, so I'm gonna turn off my voice chat. I'm sorry. But But I mean, nice to meet you.
Okay, nice to meet you. Well, unless MH or Matador, you wanted to add something, then Artifactus, if you have any other questions, they'd be welcome.
I'd be happy to. I just need a couple minutes to finish my dinner.
Yes, sir. Chow down. Enjoy it.
Yeah, take
Enjoy
your
your
time.
food, people. So many people just eat on the move, eat on the go. You got to sit down, enjoy your food.
What's up with Nana? Why didn't she or he talk?
It's very, very new to the language. So
No.
she said she just wanted to listen in. Yeah, listen in and see if she could learn something from other people conversing. I just checked in on politics, and Bev is in politics right now.
Yeah, I bet it's chaos over there.
Yeah, I don't know him, but I've heard some stories.
Yeah, it's an interesting little group that Bev's put together over there. They're basically flat earthers, but they don't like to call themselves flat earthers. It's very strange.
What does he have, his own server or something?
Yeah. Has his own server, his own little group of followers, his own YouTube channel. Yeah. I think he was trying to make a name for himself for a while.
Oh, okay.
Didn't really work
Hey,
out
to each
though.
their own. To each their own. As long as people aren't spreading like too much fantasy stuff and stay in the realms of reality, I'm kind of cool with that, you know?
Oh, it's a waste of time, brother. It's a very semantical sort of group. They argue a lot of semantics about the definitions of words and taking it to its extreme. But it can be quite hypocritical because they don't do that with other words. So when it comes to the word flat earth, they have a problem and they get very semantical about the difference between flat and level, and yeah, it can get a bit over the top in my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I see how that goes.
Yeah, doesn't need to be that complex.
Have to make sure they use the proper verbiage, right? Like, don't say flat earth here. We don't want to give anybody the wrong ideas. Yeah.
Yeah, they call themselves level earthers, but they tend to, I don't know, they play a lot of games and record a lot of conversations for content and things like that.
Topographical horizontal plane earthers.
Oh, far worse than that. It's level earthers from their perspective. Don't you dare say plane, because planes are flat. Even though the definition of any level object, the definition of any level object will have a level surface. Sorry, any level object will have a flat surface. But yeah, they like to ignore that one.
Yeah, that's interesting. G, welcome to the room. MH, welcome to the room. Matador, again, thanks for being here. Thanks for listening in. Mr. Future, thanks for staying here, listening in, and for your questions earlier. And yeah, Nana, thanks for being here. Thanks to all of the members of the 24/7 crew for being here, taking the time out of your day to spend time with these people and spend time with us. Really appreciate it. Everybody's listening on YouTube. Thanks to you too. If you want to come join us, there's a link in the live chat. Come on in. Let us know what you're thinking if you have anything to add to the conversation. Yeah, Nana, we usually try to stick to the room topic and not stray too far off, as it's what our audience is here for, and it's what the server members are here to discuss, right? Which is the level nature of the surface of the earth here and the water. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the room. If you want to ask some questions, feel free. We're discussing the topic of flat Earth. Could ask your questions in the side chat if you don't feel comfortable using the microphone. Welcome.
By the way, something came to my mind. How do I go about people who talk about the eclipse or the ISS floating above us, doing whatever?
Who wants to tackle that? Anybody want to answer that question on the flat Earth side?
Well, which one do you want to start on? Eclipses or the ISS? The fact that it exists.
Well, so ISS I asked because that's people usually talk about that, and eclipse is the next thing that just came into my mind. So you can start with the ISS, I guess.
Well, the ISS doesn't have to be in the vacuum of space, and actually it isn't. It would be what's considered low Earth orbit, which is the Earth's atmosphere. So you can have high altitude platforms, high altitude planes, all sorts of, balloons. There's all sorts of technology that can create orbits on a flat Earth. You can have an orbit and a satellite orbit on a flat Earth. Most satellites are within Earth's system, so the only question here is there an outer space for these satellites to be in? Well, most satellites are not in outer space anyway, so the satellite system isn't a problem because you can have orbits on a flat Earth. They've sold us a narrative that the ISS is in space, but it's still within.
It's not
orbit.
my narrative. I'm just clarifying.
No, I said they've sold us. Not you've told us. They have sold us a narrative that the ISS is in space when it's not. It's in low Earth orbit.
So, question: If the ISS actually did exist and it was in low Earth orbit, or these were actors in a studio, how would you know the difference?
Great question.
Wait, if they were actors in a studio on the ISS?
Yeah.
Oh no,
Yeah.
I wasn't really asking about the video footage of the ISS. I was more asking about the thing that's just going above me.
Right. That's so that's interesting. So we have a size and a distance for that particular, if you want to call it an object, I call it sky phenomena. It doesn't actually match the angular size that would have to be at the distance that it is. So whatever they're claiming that thing to be really should not be seen by the naked eye or even a telescope. So there's that problem.
Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm. We're talking about something that is unknown. Well, go ahead.
Yeah, when they say that the ISS is like 300 kilometers, and you can see certain thing, there's photograph or whatever imagery of that, but then you can compare it to a 747 that it flies at about 10 kilometers, and they look about the same. You'll be able to see something that is 300 kilometers away, and it's of that size.
I mean, it's not that
It
big
shows in the sky.
It's not that big when you look up and see the ISS.
Exactly, it's not that big, but the distance, the angle, he told you the angular size, you shouldn't be able to see it the way it's observed. Whatever you're observing, it's not what they claim it to be, and it's not in the medium that they claim it is.
Yeah, but earlier we talked about
The combination of the NASA has in multiple locations they have an ISS underwater. They also have another one above water. So they practice inside of these things, so they can combine the actors inside of these things on these replicas of the supposedly ISS, and then combine the imagery and give you a movie what you actually see. misrepresentation of reality, because that's what you see when you see the ISS in video. They show you the Earth curving. The Earth doesn't curve when you check the Earth. So the curving Earth that they show you in the imagery, that's a misrepresentation of the way the Earth presents itself to be. That's not the Earth.
I was not asking about what they're doing inside there. For all I care, I don't really care. I was just asking about the thing I see in the sky.
So we have high altitude aircraft, high altitude balloons, high altitude aircraft that can do these things. You can observe.
I'm going to share a picture in the chat to back up what you're saying, Jemsy.
Hello, bro. I have a question for you. Be good. Did you remember my questions?
Yeah.
Big Root.
Can you hold on just for a moment? Can you hold on just for one moment, just while we finish this discussion?
Yeah, welcome back, Pakistan. Yeah, we're speaking to somebody else right now. You could just hold on for a few moments. Yeah, we'll get to you after.
I'm not going to move on to the second question, by the way, because I guess the first one answered that. Thank you.
Yeah, have a look in the side chat. It's not sharing. I'm going to have to reconnect on my phone. But yeah, keep an eye on the side chat. I'm going to share with you some well-known and announced, publicly known high-altitude craft, high-altitude blimps that are part and can be part of the weather and satellite system.
Oh yeah, but again, if I'm going off topic, just mute me. But the ISS is going a little faster. When I observed it, it was going quite a bit faster.
Yeah, you gotta put all the pieces together, though. If the imagery that you see from their perspective, from the ISS inside out, and they show you the Earth curving, when you check the Earth, it's not curving the real Earth, so the imagery is wrong. And when they say they are in the vacuum of space, or whatever, 200 plus miles away in a vacuum, that doesn't conform to the laws of nature. So there's a bunch of things that don't add to the puzzle. But then you can create this in Hollywood. You can create an imagery, a movie that will show you something like this. You don't see in reality. That's why they have to give you fake
I'm so sorry. I'm always talking about my perception. I'm not talking about like what I see in videos.
Okay. So let me ask you a question then. How come you are not scrutinizing and then questioning the people that are giving you the narrative if your perspective of the object does not match their claim?
Well, this is new to me that my perspective doesn't match the claim. You guys are educating me on that, so I will, I guess, scrutinize the other ones afterwards, which is why I'm asking what should I respond to people when they tell me about the ISS and when I see the ISS.
Just stick to the ground. Remember your perspective. So you stick to the ground and you tap on the middle.
So you see some kind of sky phenomena. You're told a story about it. You don't scrutinize it, and then you ask us about it. I don't understand your logic.
Wait. I don't understand your question. I'm sorry.
It wasn't a question, it was a statement.
Your statement being?
Your logic is flawed.
What's my logic?
You see a sky phenomena. I'll repeat it again. You see sky phenomena. You're told a story about it. You don't scrutinize it, and then you ask us questions about it. Why?
Well, I don't know if you were here, says who, but I asked what should I respond to people who talk to me about the ISS, which means I am out to scrutinize them, right?
What should you ask him? Ask him why the claims about the distance and the size do not match their claim about the distance and the size.
I wrote that down.
You can come to a conclusion about the nature of the claim, but you won't be able to make a complete you won't be able to come to a complete answer of what it is it made of, how big it is, what are the mechanisms that are, that it works with. You won't be able to answer those questions. But you know that the Earth is not, those things. The Earth is not curving, it's not spinning. That thing is not in a vacuum of space next to a high pressure system that we're in. So those things we do know. But the other things that your friends might ask you, well, what about how does it work? How does that ISS works? If we're not in the vacuum of space or whatever, there's a lot of questions that you won't be able to answer because there's unknowns about certain things.
Yeah, while you're there, I want you to write down the inverse square law. Have you ever heard of the inverse square law for light before?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, well, there's a model within that called standard candles. That will, based on the luminosity, that will give you the distance you should be able to see something from and how far you'd be able to see it before eventually it would decrease in angular. You just wouldn't be able to see it from that distance. So type down the inverse square law.
I did.
Yeah, it's based on the inverse square law. When it comes to things in the sky, it all depends on the luminosity of the object.
Pakistan, you're hot looking again, bro.
Yeah, I did mute him for a second. But yeah, that's what Says Who was trying to tell you, and Gemsy was trying to tell you, Artifactus. Does that make more sense?
It does. I wrote everything down. It is, I guess, I'm not going to go there. Okay, thank you.
So Artifactus, let me compare this to something. So there's a sky phenomena that happens every day. There's a sunrise. Okay, now you see a sunrise, I see a sunrise, everybody sees it. So I tell you a story about it. I say that the reason that the sun rises is because the rooster alerts the horses that pull the chariots that the sun is sitting in, and the chariots and the sky chariots are the thing that holds the sun, and the invisible horses pull it across the sky. Would you have more questions for me about that?
I would never question you, Says Who. I don't want to fight with you.
I'm not here to fight with you. I'm here to have a conversation. I mean, the passive aggressiveness I have, detected from you, which is not necessary. I'm just giving you a scenario where you see something and I see something, and I gave you a story. I got to believe that you would probably have more questions about it than just me giving you some kind of story and you blindly believing it. Although it seems that that's the same thing that you apply to whatever somebody from NASA tells you. Now, why are they more credible than anybody else?
Don't apply anything in real life what NASA tells me, which is why I'm asking you questions to apply that to real life.
Wait, say that again. I didn't hear the first part.
I don't know why you presume that I believe whatever NASA says, or I just look. I asked you a couple of, I guess, popular things, which obviously people will ask me, and I got the answers. So I'm cocked and locked with all the facts that you guys gave me, and I will go scrutinize everyone else.
Okay. See, that's the thing that we deal with the most here. You mentioned earlier you don't know how much kickback we get or what kind of aggression people come in here with. Well, quite a bit, a lot of hostility, a lot of questions for us that they've never actually applied to their own worldview. So you say that you don't actually believe one way or the other about what the world might be. That's no problem. But we are the only ones getting the scrutiny. Nobody seems to be asking their physics teachers or the people in university or the astronauts or whatever. Nobody ever asks them these kinds of questions. Nobody asks them to just go, hey, prove it to me. And then right afterward, they're going to get some kind of affirming the consequent type of answer. So it is the kind of scrutiny that we get is not the kind of scrutiny that the powers that be or the agencies or the astronauts get. So the treatment we get is scrutiny without cause, and it's not equally distributed.
If it looked like I'm scrutinizing you, I'm very sorry.
Yeah, it's gonna sound like you might be gathering some information to see what answers you can give to people if the topic is brought up. You want to be kind of ready about
Yeah.
what to say when they ask you about the ISS and what that is, and are they lying or whatever questions come with that frame of mindset and questioning. Is that there are things that are unknown, and we can only speculate. There are things that you won't be able to have a concrete answer, and people are just gonna turn the wheel and use their non-logical logic to just turn whatever you're telling them to something else. But there is other objective things that are not up for debate, like the Earth is not curving, like gas pressure requires a container, like the ground is motionless. That's not based on opinion. So that those are the many things are objective, and then the other things are maybe up for debate and speculation, like what is actually that thing made of whatever they claim the ISS is, right? What is that thing exactly? If it's not what they claim it to be, that will be a speculation. What is the sun? What are the stars? What's the mechanisms of the luminaries? There's a lot of speculation there. It wouldn't be objective or empirical. You see, there's a difference between certain questions that you may be able to answer, and others that you're gonna speculate about with your answer.
I mean, to things that I don't have an answer to, I'll just say I don't know.
Yeah, there's things that we don't know. The Globers are going to tell you that they do know. They tell you how black holes work and exoplanets 7 trillion miles away, and there's water and methane and diamonds falling from the sky. They'll tell you those kind of stories. But that's the issue. That the whole globe thing is just a fantasy fairy tale, and a lot of people just believe it, and they will speak about it like they are characters in a movie, and they believe they are the characters. They're the superheroes in the movie. They're trying to save the planet, and you are the villain trying to take away their planet and their outer space fantasy. You're gonna be a villain if you try to take it from them. You see the issue? Some people will hear you. Some people will hear you. Some people, but a lot of people are very logical, and they will follow the logic and come to a fundamental conclusion and an objective conclusion about many things. But don't expect that from everyone. They're gonna label you crazy if you question the ISS as if it is given in the TV. If you question the ISS, they're gonna turn on YouTube, turn on their phone, open the YouTube app, and they're gonna tell you, "Look, right here. Are you crazy?" And from then on, they're not gonna think about it logically anymore. They saw it in YouTube. It makes sense for them. They confirming their bias based on the imagery that they're getting. The Earth is a globe. There's astronauts in outer space. I pull up YouTube, and that's confirming my bias right there. They don't have to think about it anymore, logically or objectively. You get what I'm saying? You get it?
Yep. I'm writing things down as we go.
Yeah, pick your fights. You don't have to tell this to everyone. Whoever is curious about the topic, if you want to talk about it, definitely have the conversation. But you don't need to push it to your mom or your dad if they believe and if they're NASA fans or whatever.
Yeah, I'd actually suggest you don't do that.
If your dad is gonna disown you if you don't believe in outer space, just don't tell him. Maybe give him the suggestion, but you don't need to go all out on people that just gonna believe the authority and not their friend or family member that is trying to have them talk about it and question things. But my dad and my uncle, they're astrophysicists, and they know that there's raining diamonds in Jupiter. My uncle is an astronaut, aerospace engineer. Yesterday, there was an aerospace engineer in here, and he couldn't answer a bunch of questions, and he couldn't prove that he actually works with devices that are taking the globe into account, talking about airplanes and flight. He believes that what he's doing is on a globe. He believes there's outer space out there. He is an aerospace engineer, but he couldn't prove it. He couldn't prove that he's using the globe for any of those things. He just believe it. He couldn't put it into words. He said it himself. I don't know how to put it into words. Like when you're trying to talk about something logically that follows reality and you don't violate that logic and that objectivity, if then you're trying to explain how fantasy things like the globe works in reality and you try to mix those things, there's going to be a lot of confusion, like the outer space engineer yesterday was showing. A lot of the globe believers show they cannot put it into words how the globe actually works in reality. Why? Because it doesn't work in reality. They have to make stories about it and just believe. Go ahead, guys. I already gave my spiel. You go ahead.
Thank you. While we're all quiet here, I had to answer a questionnaire when joining the server. What's my English fluency level? Would you guys put me at fluent or native?
It sounds to me like you are not a beginner. Definitely not a beginner. Fluent, I will say you will have to be able to speak legalese and differentiate between. I don't know if you can speak the legal language, then you'll be fluent in English. Can you win a court case in the English law?
Oh no, I wouldn't count on myself to win a court case. I would hire a lawyer for that.
There you go. That will be advanced English speaker, or I will say what, fluent. But then you can communicate. So you are. What's the other one? Intermediate. What's the other one?
Okay, well then I judged myself too good. I pressed fluent. I apologize to everyone.
Do you get what I'm saying? Between the fluent and the intermediate and the beginner, you're not a beginner. But you wouldn't be able to win a court case in the English language, so you're not an advanced English speaker.
You mean like self-represent in court?
Something like that, or represent some. You wouldn't be able to self-represent because you cannot represent yourself. You can only present yourself. How can you not? How you gonna represent yourself if you are yourself?
No, I mean
you'll be You'll be a lawyer to represent someone else.
No, if you go without a lawyer, I think you can do that and just self-represent yourself.
Now that will be representing your strawman. You will be gathering the strawman version, your name. You'll be representing your name, but you're not the name. that's the thing about certain legalese. You're not that legal fiction that is a persona on paper. You're not that thing.
What's the gap between native and fluent then? I'm sorry.
Native. That's a good question. I think natives will be like you were born in, I don't know, in England, and you learn English that is from England, from that section of the world, and you're able to speak that English, even if it's the street English. A lot of people speak the high school English, but the high school English, from whatever they are, versus the legal English, which is an advanced version of it in commerce and the dictionaries for the meanings of words. There's a difference.
Yeah, excuse me, Jency. Native just means it's your native language. So anybody from Australia, America, England, anywhere where English is the native language in that country. That's the definition
native.
given by the server.
Yeah, but a lot of people native in the US wouldn't be able to communicate in a court in English.
I don't think all native level speakers would be able to communicate in court.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. In court, you will need like an advanced version of the English language. But the native one,
you need to be able to pass the bar and communicate. And you just need to know the codes of the different court systems.
To pass that test, you will have to be kind of advanced in the language.
I'd say you'd
to pass the bar.
Much more advanced than fluent.
Is it because there is the English that you learn in school, and maybe you graduate with the door, window, floor, mom, dad. That's English, and you know what it means. But that wouldn't be like advanced. Advanced will be like the meanings of a bunch of words, maybe more than 50% of the language, that you know what the words actually mean, and you use them within their you use the words within their how do you say, context, their actual meaning, what they actually are being used for. You know what they mean when you say it. When the Glober says gravity, like a parrot, a parrot can say words in English. Gravity, paka. But does it know what it means? That parrot speaks English. It says hello. It says gravity. Is that's a native, because it was born in America, says words in English. That's native for the parrot. It doesn't know what it means. I'm rambling, but there's some logic to what I'm saying. You probably can find it and know what I mean.
Thank you. I cede my time.
Yeah, Jimsy, what I was referring to was what it says on the server. When you join the server, it asks you that question about what's your level of English, and then it has the definitions of what each different category you can choose from. So if you were born speaking only English in an English-speaking country, that's what they mean by native in this particular context.
Yep. I remember. Let me read it. I think I took a screenshot from that thing. Yeah, you're going based on the server thing. I'm extending it a little bit. But yeah, I agree. It's the server meaning of whatever they labels of the roles. I take a screenshot of that stuff?
Alright, guys and girls. Thank you so much. I'll be joining later again. Once again, thank you. Sorry for my
Thank
earlier
you.
behavior. Bye bye.
Have a good one. Thank you.
You too. Take care.
Beginner can communicate in English with a limited range of context or with the help from the listener. Intermediate can communicate essential points and ideas in familiar contexts, uses English effectively. Advanced, a person who can pronounce the words correctly, express themselves in pure lucid English. Fluent, able to use English fluently and flexibly in wide range of contexts. Yeah, I think the fluent, advanced to fluent will be the guy that passed the legal exam. Oh, I don't have the screenshot for the native. It's cut. Let me see. Oh, fluent. Able to use English fluently and oh, actually, native. No, I don't have native. For those who have spoken English, that's the only part I got from it. They were baby. Yeah, a native English speaker doesn't necessarily mean an advanced or fluent, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? G, how you doing, G? Have you been here before? G? And this VZ? VC?
Yeah, Genji, I agree with you 100%. There's plenty of people who grew up speaking English that don't have a very good command over the language. A lot of my boys in New Jersey were from the projects, and they spoke Ebonics, so that was like my second language to be able to communicate with them.
And there are people for sure that are not natives, but they are pretty advanced in English speakers.
Oh yes, that goes without saying. I mean, there's some people who have a brilliant command over the language, and that goes for all languages, really.
Yep.
Have you ever read any Carlos Castaneda? He's an author from like the 70s, I believe. His command over the Spanish language was pretty impressive.
Carlos Castaneda. Anthropologist, and writer. My bad. Anthropologist. First time I've heard of him, but looks like there's information about him even in the Britannica Encyclopedia. Books, biography. What did he write about? Do you know? Do you remember?
He wrote stories about his experience as a shaman's apprentice in, I believe he was in the United States.
Don Juan.
Yeah, the Don Juan. Yep, Don Juan. His first book was The Yaqui Way of Knowledge.
The trick is in what one emphasizes. We either make ourselves miserable or we make ourselves strong. The amount of work is the same. That's a good one. Well said, Carlos.
Yeah, I read all his books. They're if the stories are genuine and true, he's got some remarkable stories he's told so far. So, yeah, pretty impressive stuff. But, another famous writer was really into his work. His name is Wayne Dyer. He wrote The Road Less Traveled. Another great read if you're into reading.
And you, like you've just said, you can now, you, AI Overlord, has stated, you can have level water on that spherical object, right? Thus saying it doesn't have to curve, right? Because it's a spherical object. I mean, nice going. Just hope that all the flat earthers are aware of this.
What's he on about now?
Yeah, I don't know. He's senile rant again. Like AI just told him you could build a cofferdam and then put that on any object, not just a ball, and then have the water be level across the surface of that cofferdam. And Bev says, did all you flat earthers just hear that you could put a cofferdam on any object? And thought he won something. Dude, you're too retarded. Just like AI told you. You're too retarded to even grasp the concept. So he broke out clay. He used clay. Something that you could like play with yourself. And you could mound up clay and hold water inside it. And it'd be like, huh.
Wow, dude. Come on.
So the argument, right, that he was rebutting, the one he talked about, a video he went over, was an argument that states, if the Earth is a spherical object, E, then the surface of liquid water, at rest, brackets, must curve. And AI say that it doesn't. It could be level. So, thus disproving the fact that there must be a curvature on a spherical object. Which seemed to me is like a rather strange claim for a flat earther to be making, but then I realised it was AI Overlord.
What I missed.
He claimed victory. He said that he globe smacked you back to a true globe.
Yeah, whatever.
He disproved the Modus Tollens.
Yeah, you're T-shirt logic. We're smart because we're the next level and we're logical thinkers. One that we critiqued last time. Yeah, got smacked harder than a ton of bricks. So, what's your point? You got any other arguments I can destroy?
Oh well, there's the Earth not being flat one, that one. But I mean, you
mean the retard argument?
right?
You don't understand how flat is defined? You mean that one?
Well, like I say, I do it as a visual surface.
Yeah. Here, we could settle this right now. Give me a functional definition of flat that can be effectuated in tangible reality. Go ahead.
A visual surface condition.
What type of visual surface condition?
One that you can see. Visual.
Wow. So a visual surface condition is a condition you can see. That's your wisdom, dude? Are you dumb?
Well, you said what type? I'm just trying to wonder, what do you mean by visual? Do you not understand visual? Or surface? Or
no, dude. What you don't understand, is that there's nobody fooled by your retardation, dude. The audience can see what you're doing. We all can see what you're doing. You know what you're doing.
Yeah, I'm defining flat.
No, you're not. So if you look up flat in a dictionary, you're not going to find visual surface condition, and that's it, dude. Are you dumb?
No, there's about 20 or 30 different definitions of what flat is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. So now give me one that we can use in tangible reality to call an object flat.
Visual
surface condition.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Let's agree that that's the definition. So that means that my Red Bull can is flat because it has a visual surface condition. Wow, you're an idiot.
Which bit has a visual surface condition and flat?
No, I didn't. See, now you're trying to define the word, dude, with the word itself.
Yeah, I'm trying to work out which surface of your...
No, dude. Nobody knows. Nobody knows which surface is flat because all as you said is it's a visual surface condition. Every surface of the Red Bull can has a surface condition, you moron. So how do I tell the difference?
The ones that are flat, you can describe as being flat.
Right, so what does flat mean?
Obviously not the ones that are curved. They're not the
What
ones
does
that are...
flat mean? Bev, if we can define the flat ones as flat based on the visual surface condition, then what does flat mean?
Just a visual surface condition.
You dumb. All right. I think I've won this round as I win every round with this moron.
So what do you define flat as then?
Yeah, it's very simple, dude. It's where all extents of the surface quality on one axis are much, much lesser than the extent of the surface quality on the other axis in the sense of amplitude or direction. And all the other surfaces perpendicular between two parallel planes. As a matter of fact, if you look up any machining handbook, you'll pretty much find that same exact definition because that's the only way you can actually define objects, because ideally flat, as in all points on the surface are in the same plane, is a geometric ideal that can't exist in tangible three-dimensional free space, which is why if you look in anywhere where they make flat products and you look at how they define it like I defined it. None of them define it as a visual surface condition, you dolt. And they certainly don't use a tautological loop where the definition is the word and the word is the definition, for goodness sakes. According to you, Bab, there's no way for me to determine which part of the can is flat because you gave no functional definition of how to determine that. Because you need to have it be no functional definition because you want to be smart and think you're smart and say the Earth isn't flat because of varying heights of objects differential on a plane. So it's not ideally flat, which is the first definition in an ideal geometry definition, which if you say that definition must apply across all categories, you're committing a lexical fallacy. But you would be more than happy to do that and to not define the word actually that anybody can use because you're a disingenuous a-hole, like we already knew. Yeah, so how do you define flat, dummy? Give it to us.
Visual surface condition.
Yeah, you're stupid, dude.
Wait, AI Overlord, can you repeat the definition of flat?
Yeah, I will, but first I gotta mute this moron because I'm not interested in hearing him talk through me. Give me a second. Man, this sucks. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, so AI Overlord's coming back. He's going to answer your question about flat. Then if anybody else has any questions, the new people that have come in here. Jess, I know you've been communicating in the chat, text chat. So
yeah, I'm very sorry, but like, sorry for interrupting, but I'd rather not talk in the chat because when I do, people either don't take it seriously, they insult, or they just debate in bad faith. So I try to avoid that. That's why I type in side chats.
I hear you. Thank you for coming on the mic to say that, because sometimes people just, refuse to talk at all. It's always nice to hear somebody's voice, even if they're telling us they don't want to talk right now. But yeah, Overlord, I don't know if he's ready to answer the other person's question now. He's back.
Well, right, so I went a little overboard with my definition because I wanted to parse out all the particulars and the exclusions. But the basic definition of flat that's functionally, in reality, is essentially the extent of the surface variance height is dramatically, or they use different types of words, but a certain boundary of a differentiation between the extent of the width of an object. So if the width of an object is like 5 and the height is less than 1, right, that you might not consider that flat. But in order to consider anything flat, all the points of the surface with the height and the depth. So, for example, the tips and the troughs, or if you were using the Earth, you'd use the tip of Mount Everest and the bottom of the Marianas Trench, right? And then you have a level line that passes through all those points, and all the points on the surface are between two parallel planes. Okay, that's how they define flat in any mechanical sense. It's the only way you can define it, because in order for something to be idealistically flat, which means there's no variance on the surface, it can't exist because molecules have variance on the surface. So a three-dimensional object cannot be idealistically flat. Like, no, duh, everyone knows that. So an attempt to impose an ideal definition on reality would be retarded and incoherent. So we don't do that. What we say is that all the points on the surface variance, right, are between two parallel planes with a tolerance. That's how we define it. Now, what Bev said was a visual surface condition. Now, if anybody didn't know what flat meant already, yeah, so if you didn't know what flat meant already, and someone told you, when you asked, hey, what is flat, you said a visual surface condition. They'd have no idea what the heck you were talking about at all. You'd go away still not knowing what they meant. So Bev's attempt to define what flat is just to beg the question that you already know what flat is and to hide the fact that he has no functional claim of what flat is, so he can maintain his stupid critique of flat Earth by saying the Earth can't be flat because of variance in the surface. But we know that we define objects as flat that have variance in the surface. In fact, it's the only types of objects we can define at all, because those are the only types of objects that exist in reality. So, for example, when you're doing machining and stuff, you'll buy what's called a surface plate. And a surface plate is a standard of flatness at which you can judge your parts that you build against. And they machine these plates to be very, very flat. But guess what? If you zoom in on them with a microscope, you can still see crevices and undulations in the surface. Because why? Because it's not idealistically flat. However, all the points on the surface are arranged between two parallel planes. Right? It's that simple. That's why I asked Bev to work in my factory, right? Yeah, Mary Mom, one day I asked Bev to work in my factory where we make flat parts, and I asked him, I want you to be my quality control engineer, and I want you to reject every part that isn't flat. You know what that would mean? It means you have to reject every part we make. We could never sell a single part, according to his standard of what flat means. That's how dumb he is.
Yeah, it's the same theme with all the globe believers like Bev. You know, we choose to live in the real world, and they choose to live in their imaginary fantasy world. Yeah, well, we already discussed how I would have to use too many quotation marks to say that. I guess I could call you an RGK, and most people wouldn't know what I was talking about. Would you prefer that?
You could give me a label of whatever you wanted, right? But you should know that I can actually prove this stuff. I mean,
I'll just call you a Glober. I'll just call you. You're just a run-of-the-mill Glober, nothing special, same as all the other ones.
Yeah, he keeps promising, Mary Mom, that he can prove these things, but anytime you ask him to do so, he hems and he haws, and he says, it's a journey. You have to take the journey yourself. I can't give you the destination. It's the journey, my friend.
What the fuck?
Hey,
I think it's pretty obvious.
Hey, Bev,
argument, right?
Yeah, it's pretty obvious that you haven't given an argument. How about you give one right now and prove it? Go ahead, prove one right now. Give it to Mary Mom. She hasn't been around for years. She might want to hear your argument. Go ahead, give it to her. Live, right now. Do it.
Okay. If the Earth is a spherical object, P, then the surface of liquid water at rest must curve, Q. Antecedent consequent relationship. I think you can agree on that. We can then say a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. And then we can say not Q. There's no curve to a horizontal plane of reference. So therefore, not Q, not P. The Earth is not a spherical object.
All right, cool. So let's go back to critique your first premise. If the Earth is a spherical object, then the surface of liquid water must curve. How is that true? Prove it.
Wait a minute. Mary Mom, what do you think of that?
Of what? The whole thing? You're
That
proving, you're
argument.
disproving a sphere, and then, but then you're still claiming
Spherical
globe. I
object.
mean, that's where
I
you're
said it's
going with
not. I
this.
said it's not a spherical object, right? I did say that.
Yeah, but his first claim was that if Earth is a spherical object, then the surface of liquid water must curve. Now he left out a bunch of assumptions necessary to carry that premise. He left them out on the table, expecting that people would just bite on it without doing any critical thought. Because he, unlike other people, are entrenched with a bunch of knob-gobbling sycophants who don't critique him logically. They just listen to what he says. They say, oh, yeah, that sounds so great. I won't parse it out or check your premises at all.
Yeah, so what do you think of that argument then, Mary Mom? What do you think of that?
Yeah, your first premise is false.
What, if the Earth is a spherical object?
Yeah, if the Earth is a spherical object, then water must curve. That's not necessarily true.
No, that's the
So
first
how do you
premise.
prove that
If
premise?
the Earth is a spherical object. B, that's the first premise.
What?
If the Earth is a spherical
No, that's not a premise, you dummy. That's a proposition, you dummy, not a premise.
That's your P statement, your P premise.
Oh, yeah, prove that those two things are intrinsically linked, where if the Earth is a sphere, then water must curve. Prove that.
That's what the argument does, right?
No, the argument doesn't prove it, it claims it. That's not a proof. A claim is not a proof, in case you didn't know, dummy.
But that's the argument, it's a modus tollens.
Holy crap, dude. You're dumb as a brick, dude.
Well, you can critique the mind my P's and Q's. Is that...
No, it has nothing to do with your P's and Q's, you dummy. It has to do with your premise, you retard.
Why is it so logical enough, dude? Must the surface of liquid water, must that curve?
You tell me, dude. It's your claim that you made in your proposition.
Yes. I think
Why?
that's the idea.
Why?
Because the spherical object is the Earth.
Why?
And well, the water goes on the Earth, right?
Oh, so what you meant to say?
I don't know what
object. Yeah, I know, dude. I know you don't know what I'm doing because you're dumb as a rock.
But
you're
you
dumb
said
as a
it
rock.
can be level, right? You're trying to say that it's not true, that it has to
Someone help me out, because my mute's broken.
Yeah, someone help him out. Come on.
Yeah, help me out. Mute this guy so I can speak without him traveling right through.
Oh yeah, I can mute him for you. Yeah, that's no problem.
Yeah, every now and then the ability to mod people just disappears from your thing until you reset your phone or something. So I just want everyone to notice that if the Earth is a spherical object, the water must curve isn't true. What he meant to say, and then he had to parse it out further, is if the Earth is a spherical object and that entire surface is covered in water, right, then it would curve. And even that isn't true. Because you could have a spherical object submerged in water. And that water could take the shape of a cube in a container that's a cube. So even that isn't true. So he has at least three particulars he has to parse out before he gets to his assertion that if the Earth is simply a spherical object, that water must curve. So his premise isn't proven in the first place. So what is he doing? He's begging you to entertain the idea of a model of a globe Earth with water wrapped around it without actually saying it. So he's not actually putting in the work to make his argument precise. He's making you borrow from the lore of the heliocentric model and impute it into his argument for him. So when I ask him to prove his first premise, he's freaking clueless on how to do it. Oh, and by the way, the first part, if the Earth was the globe, is simply a proposition, not a premise. Frickin' retard. All right, let's unmute him and see. Let's just unmute him and watch him spiral, because he certainly isn't going to respond with any logical rebuttal to anything I said. We already know that.
Do you realize it's a modus tollens that falsifies the spherical object, right?
No, it doesn't.
That argument does, yeah.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't debunk it, dude. Not at all. It's only would debunk it if it's true that if, then surface must curve of water. And you haven't linked those two together to make them necessarily contingent. So no, it doesn't disprove anything. You failed to demonstrate in any way that a spherical object means water must be curving. Doesn't make any sense, dude. The fact that you don't understand that just proves why you can't understand anybody else's argument, because you're too dumb. There's at least one step removed that you haven't stated or proven or claimed within your argument. And you have to do that. You have to link those two together. There is no antecedent consequent relationship that if something is a sphere, then that means water must curve. That doesn't exist. So for you to just gaslight the audience in passing as if that is the case, that it's an antecedent consequent, without demonstrating that it is, just shows how disingenuous you are. Either that or incompetent, or both. Could be both, don't get me wrong.
So you say it's not a dogmatic globe claim?
Dude, you never make, see, here's the problem. You're begging the audience to be invited in their model affliction to assume a model based on what you're saying rather than you to prove your premises. So you're an a-hole, dude. It's that simple.
Yeah, he's the model afflictor.
Yeah, you're trying to modally afflict the people you're speaking to, and you're relying on the fact that they are to make you not have to prove your point. That's pretty disingenuous jerk maneuver right there. If you don't understand how simply the fact that something is a sphere doesn't mean water has to curve, if you don't get that, I don't know how we can help you here. Maybe seek therapy.
So you're saying water can be level, horizontal, on a sphere?
Dude, I've already demonstrated that it can be. That's how dumb you are. You forgot it. And then we only talked about it, 5-7 minutes ago?
So water being level isn't exclusive to the flat earth then? It can now occur on a sphere. AI overlord.
Okay, let's assume that's true.
2025.
And that debunks your argument that you just made, you moron.
No, I don't claim that water being level is a proof of flat earth. I don't claim that. That's what you guys do. But it seems like you've just debunked that. It's not exclusive to the flat earth now. It can occur.
Oh, dude, you said that the earth. You listen, dude. You said that the earth is the land sticking out of the water. How do we measure that? Precipitation profile from sea level. So if the sea level is horizontal, right, and laying level, and all the land is between two parallel planes, parallel with the horizon, then that fits the functional mechanical definition of flat, dude. So that would be flat. So you played yourself. Congratulations. I don't know, dude. You need to have more powwows with your team before you come over here and get wrecked.
Yeah, I mean, I can see.
Powwow.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, I said go ahead first.
You did actually, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I can see like, yeah, you think you're getting some kind of gotcha moment here or something, but yeah, people here will sometimes say, like when I use that argument, and other people do too, about over 70% of the Earth's surface, as we're told, being covered in water, and we observe water lie flat and level. Like when I use that, it's more of because it's when people have been indoctrinated with the globe for so long, it's hard for them to even imagine something different in their mind, especially with the way propaganda works, especially visual propaganda without even realizing it, and subliminal propaganda and so on. It's like that's all they ever have envisioned being on a globe. But especially if people have spent time around flat water at the ocean or a large lake, they can usually envision like water being flat as far as the eye can see and the horizon being flat. And so to me, it's more of like it's a tool to get people to kind of open up their brain and get away from the indoctrination. But it's not, we don't need to, like, that's not I would never put that out as a proof, because you can also come up with other models, as AI Overlord has demonstrated to explain that. We have the lack of drop over distance and then the horizon consistently being observed far beyond where its maximum distance would be if on a sphere of the dimensions claimed. So I don't hear anyone in here using that water argument as like a slam dunk, here's your proof. We don't need that. At least I'm just telling you from my perspective, it's more just kind of a thought experiment type thing. So you really haven't won anything here, Bev. If that's what you were looking for, I don't think you got it. I don't think you got your gotcha moment.
What would his gotcha moment possibly be? That he's desperate to still live on a globe, and he wants other people arguments to give the possibility that the Earth could still be a giant globe that he's living on top of? Hey, if you love your globe, Bev, by all means, hug it at night. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, the only reason you would come into a flat Earth server as someone who claims to be a questioner of the mainstream model, as you appear to be claiming to be, would be to just keep people confused and questioning, and so on. Yep, that would be their purpose.
Why would you bend over backwards? Think about this, Merriman. Why would you bend over backwards to use like a Marxist tactic to ensure that everyone uses the term true globe? So we don't live on a globe; we live on a true globe. It's like, what does that even mean? One of his acolytes came in here. I know, we know you have no idea. We know you. Hey, Bev. We know you have no idea what it means, even though you say it. We know that.
I don't say that. No, that's the problem.
Really, you sure about that?
Yes.
Because we've all heard you say it, and we have it on recording.
The real globe.
Okay, fair enough. True versus real. Okay, that's a fair correction. So So look at this, guys. What he had to do is parse out. We don't live on a globe. We live on the true globe. And say, no, that's wrong, friend. We don't live on a globe. We live on a real globe. Holy fuck, dude. Shut up, dude. Elderbear, shut up.
Oh, is it me? Sorry, I didn't know it was hot micing. Apologies.
Hey, no worries. Apology accepted. Now, Bev, for the love of God. Okay, I'm going to finish my sentence. Don't have to interrupt me. Okay? I'm not going to throw you under the bus with my lack of the ability to memory what happened 30 seconds ago like your acolyte morons do. Okay, so he had to correct me. This is what happened. I said, it's not, we don't live on a globe, we live on a true globe. And so his correction to me is, no. It's not that we don't live on a globe, it's that we live on the real globe. So, at the end of the day, you're a glober. Thanks. No duh. We all knew that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually relieved. I'm glad I was in here today because I was, like I said, I wasn't updated on your current lore, and so now to know that you are a glober, I mean, that just makes things much more clear. So, I'm pretty sure earlier you did say true globe, but then you corrected it to real. So we got you. You're the RGK. Yep, real globe knower. We got it.
You dumbass.
You know what's hilarious?
We can say then that water seeking, large bodies of water seeking level is not exclusive to the flat Earth any longer.
No, dude. Not at all.
But you said it could happen on a sphere, like the salt flats, for instance.
We need a gotcha button creation bear for Mary Mom because she got her gotcha moment.
The salt flats is at elevation, isn't it?
Yeah, what's your point?
Well, I mean, that could be one of those little divots in the earth that you said that could, that could be on a sphere.
What? See, this is the problem with you guys. You keep making composition fallacies.
Well, I'm just going off what you said. You know.
But do you think that the salt flat is isolated from the rest? Do you think that the salt flat is isolated from the rest of the water on the Earth, in that it's not a profile from sea level in which the seas are horizontal? Are you that dumb?
Well, that would also correlate with that you described on the sphere, would it not? Would have the same properties that you just described.
Yeah, dude, that would make the entire known territory flat, dude. Would it not? The answer is yes.
I mean, we know that mean sea level is a point on a vertical datum.
May I ask the question?
Well, before you go on, this moron thinks that if you measure something on a vertical datum, then the Earth can't be flat. That's how dumb he is. All right, go ahead and ask your question.
No, it just means that the elevation change on the salt flats shows that it's not flat.
Yeah, dude, because you're an idiot. That's why. We already parsed out the mechanical definition of flat, so I'm going to give you a chance. No, Elder Bear, we're not playing your stupid game.
It's not flat. It's got an elevation change.
Yeah, you're dumb. So, Elder Bear.
Hey, sorry for interrupting, Overlord.
No, I'm going to have you ask your question, but I need to give him his homework first, okay? So, Elder Bear, your homework is to go get a functional, mechanically real definition of flat that can actually be effectuated in three-dimensional free space with a tangible object. Go get me that definition and come back. When you can do that, then you can say what is and isn't flat. Until then, I'm just going to keep you on mute because you're too stupid to be here. All right, go ahead, friend.
Yeah, we've got two people with a question. The first person who asked was Socialist Hex, and the second person was Jess. So let's hear Socialist Hex first.
So my question is, if the Earth is flat, you should be able to see out at the ocean like for long distances, correct?
No. Incorrect. Do you want to know why?
Yes.
Okay. So forgetting the angular resolution, human eye would, certain angles below an angle, it can't see it anymore. So you have a limited field of view. But forgetting about the technology, eventually the atmosphere that we breathe is not going to be able to let light pass through it because it's not completely transparent. It's opaque. The more and more distance, the more and more atmosphere the light has got to pass through. And about 250, 300 miles, it becomes like a brick wall where light can't pass through it anymore.
But like 26 miles should be okay?
Yeah, 26 miles seems to be fine. We can definitely see things at 26 miles away.
Then why did the battleship Yamato need spotter planes to aim its gunfire in World War II?
Because it's easier to see further from an aeroplane because it's above the surface. So yeah, spotter planes can see things that are further away because they have a high view.
They needed a spotter plane because the ship couldn't see where the shells landed because they fired over the horizon.
Yeah, the horizon, though, is not the curvature of the Earth. That's a misconception. The horizon is the limitation of the angular resolution or the optic, the camera, the telescope, whatever. As the surface beneath your eye ramps upwards towards the horizon, the angles towards the horizon decrease and decrease and decrease until eventually the angle is so small you can't resolve any more of the surface. So like you can do is get up high in an aeroplane, the angle will open up, it will increase, you can resolve more of the surface. Horizon's not Earth curvature, dude. That's a misconception.
But and now it could be horizontal on a sphere as well, thanks to
If
AI.
the atmosphere is the limiting factor, shouldn't that also affect the airplane as well?
Sorry.
So height shouldn't make a difference.
Yeah, but we were talking earlier about seeing across the entirety of the Earth, and I gave you a limitation of about 200, 250, 300 miles, something like that. Talking about an aeroplane. And we're still going to be, talking about numbers within the 2-digit value.
But then I'm still confused. So the limitation is 250 miles.
Okay, and you're talking about going up in an airplane and seeing something that's, 2 digits away?
Yes, and the ship wasn't able to see its own gunfire at 26 miles, yes.
So what? So?
Well,
yeah, but
if you say the limit is 250, then the ship should have been able to see it, right?
Hold on, brother. We don't want to make a single cause fallacy here. He gave you a upper limit of the ambient atmosphere's occlusion, which means how much light would be dithered away over distance. Now that is a semi-hard limit. Sometimes it's a little bit longer, sometimes it's less. Some people calculate it out to approximately 300 miles. But the Rayleigh atmospheric extinction coefficient means that the ambient atmosphere will cause light to not be able to pass through it at between somewhere 250 to 300 miles. That doesn't mean there aren't other effects that exist. That's not the only reason why you can't see forever, dude. It's just one reason. Does that make sense?
Yes, but I would think the bright flash of a battleship shell landing somewhere should be able to overcome this at 26 miles.
Dude.
Yeah. Do you have any evidence that they didn't see the flash?
Yeah, dude, I saw the flash.
That's why they had the plane. That's why they had the plane.
Dude,
otherwise, why would you bring a plane to a war zone?
Yeah, brother, I saw the flash all the way from Kuwait in Baghdad, dude. All the way from Kuwait, I saw the flash from Baghdad. Right before we broke the berm and invaded the country. We dropped a bunch of bombs on the city. I saw the flash. Now what?
Well, then I'm still asking why did they have the plane with them? Makes no sense if it's not needed.
It's been answered for you.
But the first answer was, well, you can see stuff better. And now you're saying, well, the flashes should have been visible. So now I'm confused.
Let's be clear too, that the bombs we dropped on Baghdad were much bigger than the bombs they dropped on little ships, right?
No, I'm talking about Battleship Yamato. So like 20-inch caliber?
Yeah, dude. Yeah. Yeah, it's well known, dude, that indirect fire. It's well known that indirect fire requires a forward observer, dude. Like that's obvious. Everybody knows that.
Yeah, but then still, the artillery usually is able to make out where the shells landed from just like where the smoke comes up. But the battleship wasn't able to do that because they fired.
No, dude. That doesn't tell you. Smoke coming up doesn't tell you where your rounds landed, dude. Not even close. Not even close, dude.
No, I do agree with AI Overlord here because smoke tends to move a lot when it gets higher and higher, right? Because of the air currency and whatnot. Now, I'm not saying that the Earth is. Sorry, again.
Go ahead.
Are you finished or?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm not saying that the Earth is a globe or is flat, right? I'm literally a skeptic. Okay, that's why I'm in here, and I would love to talk to Jedi. I don't know if Jedi is back. If Jedi is here.
Yeah, well, currently we're speaking with Socialist Hex, who is trying to backwards engineer his evidence to assume that he lives on a sphere. So if you could wait patiently, that'd be fantastic.
I mean, Hex, are you done?
I don't think the continuation of this conversation will yield further result. So, yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Well, let me just finish this. Let me finish it. So, well known. In fact, they did a test on a battery from a United States battleship with all the guns in the same battery, which means they're all in the same turret. They had the same firing solution and the same target coordinates. So they did repetition shots at 40,000 meters when they did their test, which is approximately 25 miles, which is right in the range you're talking about. And they found that the round uncertainty, with all the same variables being taken into account at the gun, was a circle of uncertainty of 300 meters. So that means that without a forward observer walking the rounds onto the target, there is no way they can accurately fire on something 25 miles away. Period. It's pure accident that they would hit it.
Without any forward observers? That's what you say?
Yeah, 100%. Dude, without any forward observer, you're not hitting your target, dude. With any certainty at all.
Okay, then I have a question, because here in Europe we have a thing called the Panzerhaubitzer, right? Which is an artillery piece which can shoot up to 45 kilometers, like a can of Coca-Cola out of your hands, right? If there was no blast, right?
No, it can't.
Or if there was no... Well, okay. And why do you think it can't?
Because I know for a fact it can't. The only thing you'd be talking about is a guided munition that is either guided by a laser or a GPS coordinate. A guided munition. An unguided munition cannot have that accuracy. Period.
Well, do you know what the power or the Panzer Howitzer or howitzer is?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't care.
Well, okay, so it's a very accurate piece of artillery with.
Yeah. Power and accuracy aren't equivalent.
I'm not saying that, though. That's what you're implying. Okay, but sorry, Jedi, I want to have the conversation with you because you are the only one actually responding to my messages. So I'm very skeptical, right, about the measurements in when was this in the when did I say that it was with the 2 poles, right? Yeah, so I do agree that if they measure this, for example, a week later, then you need to have like a nuclear powered how do you say that, like clock, right, in order to have the same time of measurement of one pole to the other pole, right, of the 500 kilometer line. Right. So how did they measure that then? Wait, hang on. I need to scroll up a bit because I'm losing my point.
I gave you the calculation. You gave me a list of examples, right?
Yeah.
Cool. So the first one is basically the Eratosthenes example of 2 sticks, one underneath the sun at solar noon, and another stick in a place called Alexandria, 500 states or 483 miles away. Now, what I was pointing out to you is, one, this is an angle measurement. This is literally a right angle triangle that has been formed here conceptually. The top of the right angle triangle is the sun. Directly underneath the sun is a stick that casts no shadow because it's directly underneath the light source. 500 states or 483 nautical miles away, there's a stick that's not directly underneath the sun, causes a shadow. 3 points on the triangle are the sun and the 2 sticks. The distance between the 2 sticks can be calculated by the angle that was measured at the top of the stick from the hypotenuse, right? The 7-degree angle. If you multiply that 7 by 69, you get 483. That's the distance from Syene to Alexandria. That's a straight horizontal straight line distance measured by the utilization of a right angle triangle.
And do you mean, okay, so I have no clue what the last couple of words were because there stops my English, right? My English is not that good. But do you mean the horizontal line that is being measured, is that like over the surface? Or do you mean like a direct line straight to Earth?
No, over the surface. The adjacent straight line of the triangle is between the 2 sticks on the surface of the Earth. We can calculate the distance between those sticks with the calculation I just gave.
Okay. So, but in order for them to make this calculation, didn't they also need to like calculate in time of where the sun was 500 kilometers back, right? Because the time also changes with time zone, right? So
sun moves throughout seasons and stuff. So in this location at this time, the sun is directly overhead, right? So they made this measurement there because the sun was in a good position, directly overhead, forming a 90-degree angle between the vertical line down from the sun to the well and then the horizontal plane of the Earth. 90 degrees. Yeah. The sun moves. That's good. Doesn't change the measurement though. There's a little bit of mathematics involved with this example from Eratosthenes 2,000 years ago.
Yeah, but, I'm not good at mathematics at all, dude.
That's fine. That's okay, buddy. I just wanted to explain that one to you. The second one on your list, which was I can't remember the French guy's name, but he measured by moving location different latitudes. Is that the second example? Do you remember?
Yeah, arc measurement scientists like Jean Piccard and later the French geodesic mission measured degrees of latitude at different locations using trigonometry.
Yep.
Am I saying that correctly?
Same processes we've just done. Trigonometry. We're going to be using a triangle. The difference here is we're not going to be using the sun. We're going to be using a star called Polaris, the North Star. The angle above the horizon is going to change the further away from it you get. This is what he did. So this is, again, an elevation angle taken from a horizontal surface.
Yeah. Okay. No. Okay. Fair. No, but that makes sense. So that refutes the points that I made. Okay. Fair. So another thing, right? So I love space. Okay. I love like looking at space, at other planets, at stars, other stars, what's not, blah blah blah. Right. So. When I was younger, I used to go to a lot of observatories, right? I would look into telescopes and what's not. And now this is a serious question, right? Because this is how I come to more of an understanding that the Earth is a globe instead of a flat Earth. And please don't insult me because of this. But if I look at other planets, I see them being spherical, right? I see them being round. So how does that work then compared to a flat Earth? Like if I
round spherical. Okay. So if you look up in the sky and you see spheres that move, does that logically follow that you must and can only be on a sphere that moves?
I mean, if I look at other people and that means that I am a human too, right? This is how I reason. Okay, so if I talk to you, I assume that you are a human. So that means that I am a human too, because we can reason with each other.
Good. Yeah, you can reason, right? You can look at yourself and you can see you look like other people. As compared to if you went to a forest and you saw a lot of trees, you wouldn't conclude that you must be a tree. You would look at yourself and evaluate that you were most definitely not a tree.
Yeah,
so with this, when we look at the Earth doesn't measure to be like those things in the sky. The Earth doesn't measure to have curvature like those things in the sky, and the Earth doesn't measure to have motion like those things in the sky. So measurably, the Earth isn't like those things in the sky.
Okay, so then another question. So how do you see Earth, or what is like the general understanding of that the flat Earth theory on how the flat Earth looks then, if the Earth is not comparable to other things in our solar system?
The Earth might be, and this is hard, right? Because overall understanding of reality, just because I know that the surface of water is flat. But it might be easier to understand that we stand on the floor, the Earth, and above us, not below us and around us, above us are the sun, moon, and stars. Now, the overall shape of the Earth, I've absolutely no idea. The overall dimensions, its depth, I have no idea. What the sun, moon, and stars are, I have no idea. I just understand that water's measured flat.
Yeah, I mean, like, the only thing that I would say about that, why the water is flat, is because it's drawn towards a thing called gravity, and that's like why the Earth is round as well. That's my reasoning behind it. I'm not saying that it's true, right? Because anything might be true.
I know, but it can't be flat if gravity pulls it in to be a spherical shape. Horizontal lines and curved lines are different, aren't they? So it can't be flat if it's curved. So I get your story about gravity's going to pull everything down and make it into a sphere, but when we go and measure our earthly reality, we don't measure that curvature that gravity would imply.
But we can't measure the gravity if we stay at ground floor, unless we go, for example, down to the ocean and up to a mountain, and those are the only two things that are compare or distinguishable in gravitational pulls, right?
Okay, but we can drop things and they will go straight down, but that's vertical, perpendicular, 90 degrees to horizontal. Just because we can drop things doesn't mean we can only be on a sphere, right? And again, if you're going to say we drop things, right, that's going to be down. That's going to be perpendicular to horizontal, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'm sorry for being annoying if some people think this whatever, but
you're not being annoying at all.
Okay.
Not at all.
I mean, I do think that like the moon is kind of weird though, right? Because the moon literally stays in one place and is always facing one side. That's like what I'm skeptical about as well. It's like, why does the moon fucking turn around? But okay, whatever. But yeah, okay. So what you're saying is, what I just got out of this conversation is that you do think the Earth is flat, right? But other planets or moons in the system are not flat?
Oh, okay. I'll stop you right there.
Oh, okay.
So, again, the Earth isn't like the third disk from the sun going around the sun. Right, the Earth is stationary and underneath the sun and whatever the planets are. Right, it is a large floor, and the ceiling with the lights is above us.
Okay. Thank you for explaining it that simply. So then, if you say that the Earth is like a disk, right? And
no, sorry, no. I do apologise to interrupt, but I gave you no shape. I said I don't know the shape.
You don't know the shape. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. But okay, then I have another question because I asked this to somebody in chat and he just refused to answer that. But if we would go to the horizon and let's say the Earth is flat or a disk or any type of non-spherical object, wouldn't we be able to walk off or sail off or fly off the sphere thing?
Jedi.
Yo.
He keeps wanting to put... I just want to say something quickly. You cannot put a flat Earth in the solar system. It seems like that's what you're thinking right now. There's a lot of flat objects probably in your own vicinity right now that you could pick up and represent as a flat object.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
frisbee or a plate or something like this, a piece of paper. If your idea that flat Earth is like a flat object inserted into the solar system, none of your questions are going to get you towards what we're trying to show you.
Okay, then can you explain me what you're trying to show me? Because I'm honestly trying to understand. Okay, this is not like bad faith in anything. I'm literally trying to understand.
I'll be quick and pass it back to Jedi.
Okay. Thank you.
This is my take. This doesn't necessarily need to represent everybody in this panel. But I think your best bet to think of flat Earth is to sort of think of the universe. Because you probably don't think of the universe as an object or any type of shape. You don't know much about the boundaries or the edge or how big it is or what it looks like from some outside place. I think that your best bet is to probably think of flat Earth like that. Because you wouldn't ask things like, well, if we get to the edge of the universe, would we fall off? Or is the universe a disk? Things like this.
Well, you might find some disagreements on that because if you use the label flat Earth, or the Earth where we stand on, and the waters across, where we can navigate across, and we give it a description as flat, and we create the label flat Earth from it, that's an aspect of the surface, and the whole of the construct is not just one aspect. The whole of the construct has many aspects. So flat as a one aspect doesn't mean the whole. So if you're going to say that the whole is the term that describes one aspect of it, I think that wouldn't logically follow, in my opinion, CB.
Well, I did say this isn't a representation of the whole, panel, but I give him a suggestion.
If you think about it logically, though, it wouldn't follow that the heavens above is flatter, that the sun is flatter, that the container is flatter. That's not it. That's my opinion. You're giving your side. I'm telling you, if you think about it logically. The flat Earth is the surface, that what we describe, that we can measure, we can travel across, observe, and describe it as such. Some people use that term. Some people use other terms. Some people say it's level Earth or horizontal Earth or motionless Earth. Flat Earth is one of the ones that are used, but I guess it's not the whole. It's the pedal or the, let's say, the ground of.
Jimsy, you don't have to educate me, Jimsy. We're just trying to help someone new who thinks that flat is an object in solar system. That's all I'm.
Yeah, not an object. Obviously, there's many objects in it, but not an object that you can hold in your hand and look at it.
Solar system.
I mean, okay, so by my own logic, right, if I put my hands on Earth, I'm basically holding the Earth in my hands, right? That's my take on this, right? So, but how does that work with the rest of the universe? Are you saying that these pictures that are being made by scientists or by telescopes or whatever, are you saying that these pictures like show something fake or?
Well, yeah, actually, because they do dress them up a lot as production.
Okay. But what about what about what he said though? What do you mean when you put your hands on the ground? That's like basically the Earth.
That's the soil.
Is that not the case regardless?
Well, I'm not holding the Earth, right? I'm holding the air. I'm holding nothingness, right now.
No, before your example. If you said you put your hand on the floor.
Yeah, then I'm holding Earth, right? Then
what's the difference? What's the difference if you're holding the Earth being a level place or the Earth being a Christmas ornament? That you still be holding it, right?
I mean, if let's say the Christmas tree is connected to the Earth and the Christmas ball is connected to the tree, then I would be indirectly holding the Earth. Yeah, with my logic, I would be indirectly holding the Earth. Yes. But for example, if I put my fist into the ground, then I am, holding the Earth with my fist, right? Like I know it sounds stupid as fuck, but that's how I think about it.
Yeah, but regardless of what the shape of the Earth is, that still would be the case. So I don't understand why that point is relevant. I don't know how that followed. I don't know why that preceded your second point.
Oh no, because somebody else said that if you put your fist or hands to the ground, then something.
Okay.
That was my response to that. But yeah, okay. So if I want to read more into this, right? Because
the pictures, your second question.
So if I want to read more into this, where should I read about?
Ask you the new question.
This question wasn't even asked to you. Like this was to other people. I don't.
Well, I'm answering everybody heard you ask what you asked about the planets and pictures. Are they fake or real? I'm literally trying to address that, and you just ignoring it. Why?
Why? Because I don't feel like you can reach me with the answers that you're giving, to be fair, and this is my honest opinion.
No, why? You asked the question, and I'm trying to answer that question. I haven't yet.
Do you want to rude do you want a rude answer? I don't feel like you are going to convince me, okay? That's the rude answer that I'm going to give you, okay?
Well, an even ruder response. Hey, Jess, an even ruder response.
Hold on, don't worry about it. Jedi or CB, can you ask the same question that I asked? Because I'm sure you're aware of the conversation and how it went. And so when he asks us if we think that the things in the sky, they've taken pictures and if they're fake, I want to address that, not move on. So if he doesn't want me to ask it, can you ask him about his question? Because I would like to know what pictures he thinks are real that we would be judging.
Yeah, if you want to put it in the chat, we can take a look.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, how about this? He requested to speak to Jedi because him and Jedi are amenable to each other. How about we let Jedi take it like he was? How about that? Is that fair?
I mean, sure, there was some other people or some other person who also sounded reasonable. Again, I'm sorry, Daddy Flurf, your name, that I am rude to you like that, but I just have a psychological tendency to people who don't sound they can convince me that I literally turn against them, and that's not what I want to happen, okay? Like, I want to, people be able to talk sense into me, as some might say.
That's interesting. Seeing as that the only thing that I asked you, hold on, that's interesting. Seeing as that the only thing I did was come into the conversation trying to seek clarity, and then I asked you what pictures, as far as your main point was concerned, and all of a sudden the conversation is about whether I'm going to be able to convince you. It's all weird because I'm not. It's not about convincing. Maybe it is for you, but it's weird that I didn't even try to convince you of anything. You're like, no, I don't.
It's
I don't
not
like
weird
this.
at all, dude.
No, so
He doesn't like your demeanor. He doesn't like your demeanor. It's that simple.
I don't want to sound no. Can you please stop assuming and start asking? Like I have history, right, with people, like the way you are speaking, right, and it's not a personal attack. But the way you are speaking and some other people in this chat are speaking, that I'm literally turning against them, and that's not what I want, right? I want to be able to understand that.
All right, AI, fair enough.
That's the problems that I have as a person, and I would like to.
So now that we're 2 minutes removed from when Jedi was having an amenable conversation with you, do you want to return to that? Do you want to just keep talking about it?
I just shared a Hubble space link of NASA, right? I understand if you want to debunk it, NASA, or that NASA is lying, but this is one of the pictures that I would use as a reference of, everything out there.
Okay, why are we looking away from the Earth if we're trying to talk about the surface of the Earth? It's my first thing. Second of all, I highly doubt that the Hubble Space Telescope is in a vacuum, and I'll explain to you why in a moment. And three, the alternative idea is the Hubble telescope is actually a terrestrial object. It's in an aircraft. Its possible name is Sophia, but this is conjecture. I'd be possibly more interested in why we're not looking at the Earth to talk about what the Earth is, and how the vacuum of space violates the second law of thermodynamics. That would be my issue with this.
So I have no clue what these things mean, what you just said. I just look at the pictures and I love listening to people about it. But so what do you mean by the thermodynamics of thing, what you just said?
Where's Hubble?
The Hubble is in space, yes?
Okay, and space is a vacuum, correct?
I think so, yeah. That's what they say.
That's what we're told. Yeah, that's what we're told.
Yeah, exactly.
The problem comes with this. Me and you, we're breathing gas pressure. Now, we're told that the Earth is a thermodynamically open system. That means that energy, like heat, for example, is free to come and go, and physical matter, like gas, is free to come and go. So if that story is true, that the Earth is an open system in a vacuum, me and you would not be breathing gas pressure. Gas pressure is caused by the force of the gas exerted upon the walls of its container. That dictates a closed system. But we're told the Earth is open. That means we shouldn't be able to achieve pressure because there's nothing to press against, and the gas will continue to expand into the vacuum of space. So that's why I don't think that the telescope Hubble's in the vacuum of space, because that would mean that the rocket would have left the Earth through an open system to drop the telescope off, meaning that all of the gas is free to leave also.
I mean, that's like, okay, so if we look at for example, the stars that are being created in gas giants, right? In enormous gas systems, right? We would see that the gas would be drawn towards each other because of gravity. That's the hypothetical, right? Which what they are saying. Then, like, I would assume that would be the same thing for Earth as well. So, if we would, for example, just like in a video game, right, we would able to spawn, let's say, 1 light year of gas, right? 1 by 1 light year of gas, and that would be, I don't know, let's say oxygen, right, which we are breathing. I do think that would be drawn towards Earth, right, because of the gravity.
I mean,
so
I understand.
What I mean by that is...
Sorry, I thought you'd finished. Carry on. No, I thought you finished. Okay.
No, I was finished.
It's okay. I understand your story, but it's kind of 100% against a law of nature, right? Just listen to the story about a gas cloud that compresses itself and then turns into a planet, right? A stellar nursery. Now, we understand, according to the law of nature, that is universal and without exception, that gas expands to fill space. That's what gas does. Gas doesn't compress itself, does it?
I mean, under extreme conditions, a lot of weird shit tends to happen, yes?
Sorry. What happens?
So under a lot of extreme stuff, weird shit tends to happen. So, for example, for example, hydrogen, right, which is can be used in cars to power the cars. That's made of water, which is being put at a critical level, and then is used as a fuel, right? So we see that a lot of chemicals or elements, right, can be that they are acting differently under extreme cases.
No. All conditions show an increase in entropy.
Okay, hang on, I need to Google that word. And entropy. What's that?
Yeah. So the movement.
Quantifies the disorder or randomness of the system.
Do you want some examples?
Yeah, please.
Okay. So if you boil water and then you stop adding the energy, the heat, you understand the hot water over time is going to mix with the ambient environment and go cold. The energy is going to leave, isn't it?
Yeah, the hot water left, yeah.
Yeah. So that's entropy in one of its simplest forms. Also, the mixing of gases, right? They're not going to stay over here and over there. They're going to combine. They're going to mix. Also, with gases, because of that energy, the kinetic energy, because they have temperature, because they're constantly rebounding, they're going to expand. So another way to demonstrate entropy is gas expansion into a vacuum. And that's what I'm talking about. That law of nature dictates that in an open system, gas fills space.
Yeah, I've no clue. I'm not that well read on these topics.
Do you want a simple example?
Yeah, if you want to take the time. Again, I'm sorry for wasting your time.
You're fine. You're fine. You know what a car tire is, yeah?
Yeah.
Good. So you fill it with gas, and there's high pressure inside the container, the tire. It's higher pressure than the outside environment, right?
Yeah.
Cool. Now, if you were to take a knife and slash your tires, the high pressure gas would leave, mixing with the outside environment and reaching an equilibrium, right?
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. That's a law of nature. Happens like that all of the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. So if the Earth is an open system, if it doesn't have a tire, the gas is going to leave.
Okay, and so like, what about Jupiter and stuff like that then? Because those are gas giants as well, then, right? But or are you?
But they couldn't be.
Okay.
Good, because gases don't have shapes themselves, do they? They take the shape of their container, like the tyre or the football. Jupiter's an uncontained ball of gas. That's a violation of this little law that we've been discussing. Gas fills space. It doesn't take shapes unless it's contained in one.
Okay, so I think I'm kind of getting it now.
Cool.
So I'm just gonna assume one more thing then. So, like, do you guys think then that that's the pictures, or if we look to a telescope at these gas giants, that these gas giants are fake, or that they are containers in it themselves? Or
what do you mean by fake?
Well, like, because when I look at Jupiter, for example, right, with a telescope, and I do this over a extended period of time, right, let's say a couple of weeks, then I see the storms moving of Jupiter, right? So
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't know that there's storms. You don't see gas, and you don't see storms.
Okay, so then what am I seeing in Jupiter?
Wait. The issue with that is that there is the observable phenomena that let's say he's observing through the telescope, and then there's the idea,
the
all
interpretation,
the assumptions that he replaces the phenomena with.
Yes, I was getting there.
Yeah. Okay, but
so you see something. So you might see some movement. You see some color. You see some movement. You see a circular thing, right? All that's there's a story attached to all of that you've got in the back of your mind that you're applying to what you're seeing, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the story is true about what you're seeing.
Okay, so then to add to this, and this is my last one because I think I've been fed enough information at this point to think about. So because I literally took pictures of the things that I call storms on Jupiter, right, and on Saturn, and I compared them to each other, and I literally saw movements in these, then how would I justify that then?
You can also see the same type of phenomena, mixing of fluids. So, for example, a whirlpool can give you the same observed thing, like a storm. It goes round and round. You've got no real way of telling if what substance that is, but it could be many, but it couldn't be an uncontained ball of gas. It could be a super hot liquid metal, for example. Who knows, dude? Lots of speculation.
Okay. Well, thank you at least for taking the time. I seriously appreciate it to be taken seriously for once. Yeah, seriously, thank you for the time, Jedi, and the other dude who interjected or added. So, yeah, thank you for that.
No worries, man. Welcome back anytime. Have a good evening.
All I wanted to say were things like what Rayleigh Criterion posted, like those aren't pictures. I wanted to know what pictures we were going to be judging.
Hey, Jedi, don't forget to give him your number.
Yeah, I think he's got a little crush there.
There was that old saying, like, it doesn't matter if you know what you're talking about. It matters if you have a British accent.
The American accent isn't doing it.
Do we need the New York brash accent? Like Neil.
I'm talking here.
Yeah, Neil be like, "What's the matter with you?" And then we'd be like, "Hey, you can't talk about that here."
Nice.
Oh, everybody's here muted. What the hell?
Waiting for you, Honey Bun. What's Honey Bun? What do you got? What's your question about the flat Earth there, Honey Bun?
Well, I don't have a question. I was just pointing out that everybody, like literally every single person in this voice chat is muted.
Everyone?
That's literally not true. Again, you and I.
Almost everyone.
So what would you expect? That it'd just be like 30 people talking all at the same time? Is that what you're expecting?
There's nobody talking. That's the thing.
No one. Right now, there's no one talking at all. You just
when I joined, there wasn't.
You just
Everybody
didn't
was
hear
silent.
you just didn't hear like 3 other people talking to you.
When I first joined, there was nobody talking. It was dead silent.
No, was it?
Yeah,
This is a recorded live stream.
Yeah, it
It
was.
was literally just a full conversation happening before you started talking.
Yeah, dude, you are
nothing.
very, very confused. You joined.
Why you guys getting so angry at me? What did I do?
No one's angry. We're letting you know
You're
that you
talking
are
to me with an
very.
attitude.
You're very. Yeah, appeal to tone is one of the lowest lowbrow things you can do. I'm letting you know straight up. We are live streamed and recorded the whole time. You are deeply confused.
Yeah, Honey Bun. If you're new here, you just have to know, like, because of the large amount of unfair criticism and propaganda wars that we're subjected to as flat earthers, we like to be hyper accurate with our language. So,
But I didn't say anything to you.
I know. So yeah, let's just try to get to the room topic, which is flat Earth. Are you new to the topic of flat Earth, Honey Bun?
No. Yes.
Yes, no, okay. What have you
Yes.
heard about it before? I bet you've heard something in your lifetime, right? Have you heard anything? Have you ever heard those 2 words together, flat Earth?
Yes.
Yeah, and in what context did you hear them?
From you.
Oh, just now. Oh, great. Wide open. So you've never seen a meme of, like, ships falling off of a flat Earth wedge, or a disc with, dinosaurs getting hit by a asteroid? None of those things.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I don't like the way you're talking to me, though. I feel like you're
like me either. Gosh, I was trying to be good cop. I was trying to be good cop here. I guess I'm failing.
You're talking to me like I'm a fucking little kid, bro.
Sorry, Honey Bun.
You're talking to me like I'm a big boy.
That's how you're talking, dude. Like you're a little kid.
I know.
Hey, who the fuck is talking to you? I'm not having a fucking conversation with somebody else. You better
see
shut
that
your mouth,
attitude?
Yeah, maybe
Shut your mouth when I'm not talking to you,
change your
fucking
username to like change your username to like big man on campus or something. If you want, like, because you're starting off.
Hey,
I'm
gonna take you behind the gym if you don't shut your fucking mouth.
That is not going to get you very far, my young friend.
Yeah, Matrix
So how
is on
about
the
we
case
start
now.
again?
All you motherfuckers, I came in here with a nice tone.
Yeah, just slow
and
down.
You
I
started
get that.
talking to me with
I didn't
an
say you
attitude.
didn't.
Hey,
Oi.
I'm not talking to you, so shut your mouth.
You asked for it and you got it.
Now, we're going to start again, since you didn't want to listen to that bit. I didn't say anything that you're a little kid or any shit like that. I said we're going to start again. So if you want to infer something from that, please do so. Now, how's it going, Honey Bun? Welcome to our channel. Have you got proof of curvature with you?
Yeah, I do.
Excellent. Please present it for everyone on the panel. That would be
Yes,
much
sir.
appreciated.
I will right now.
And just so you know, it sounds like you're breaking up a little bit.
No, I have push to talk on and I released it a little bit early. I'm getting your proof right now.
That's all right then. Wow, I can't believe one of them's got proof of curvature. This is going to be swell, guys. We're going to have a day off.
We're going to be able to finally close the server?
I do, so let me post it in the side chat.
Come on.
So can it be
Please be good.
pictures
Please be
from
good.
space? Can anyone guess what it's going to be?
The betting line's out.
Here it is. Oh.
Put me in for pictures.
Hold on.
I'll take banana in space.
I'll take high altitude balloon footage with a fisheye lens.
Big dinosaur meme he claims to have never seen.
Picture from an airplane.
The way it was kicking off, I thought it was going to be a Yappuccino or Cope with lies.
It won't let me copy and paste it. I have proof, but it won't copy and paste.
You can send it to me if you want. I can post it for you.
Okay.
There we go.
Yeah, I will. All right, no, there we go. All right, I'm sending it in the
Fingers
side.
crossed.
Fingers, I can't fucking post it. Hey, who said that they'll post?
Yeah, DJ. Yeah, you can send it to me.
Okay. I didn't have any media perms. That's why. All right, there you go.
Drum roll, please.
Come on, come on, come on.
Yeah, just post that, brother.
All right, all right.
Don't spoil it.
This is better than I expected, bro. This is some solid proof, I think.
Come on, come on, come on.
There's my proof.
What? No. We don't live on a cartoon, my friend. That's a cartoon.
Oh, this was his proof of curvature.
Well, then why did the Disney show told me
I think
that?
I win. I said random meme, right? Yeah, I think I win.
You did.
Random meme. You gotta be what meme?
Hey, Australian guy, this is what the Disney show told me.
What show?
Like the Disney show. This is what the Disney show said.
I call it Disney show. What's a Disney show? I just Googled that. There's no such thing as the Disney show.
The Disney show. It's on every day.
That's not
the
a
Disney
thing.
show. Yes, it is. I swear to God, it is.
Bruh.
Search up the Disney show right now.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
All right. So you're watching
like,
cartoons, and cartoons is your proof of reality.
Yes.
So
why would
if I was
Disney lie
watching
to me?
cartoons, if I was watching cartoons, and someone was to say, "I need a cartoon representation of flat Earth," that's probably what I'd show them.
Well, yeah. Why would Disney lie to me? I don't think Disney would lie to me.
Why would any media lie to you?
Do we have any Globers that are not weak trolls, like that level 1 trolls? Do we have any level 3 trolls in here that are funny?
I'm not a troll. What are you
Yeah,
talking
I'd even take level 2 at this point. At least be an upgrade.
Hey, that's my proof, and now you're getting angry at me? You fucking dumb bitch.
No, we're not angry at you. We're just over listening to trolls and people doing dumb
I'm not a troll. My mom
No,
told
if you're,
me that I was
if you're interested in taking this seriously,
Disney show told me
we're all
that's-
ears. We're open to serious discussion if you want to have one.
We're having a serious
no one-
discussion.
No one's angry at you. We're laughing at you.
Who the fuck told you to speak, dumb Nick?
Oh, I'd be very careful if I was you, young
I think his
fellow.
time's up.
Yeah.
I'm not a troll.
Bye bye, guy. It was fun while it lasted.
And it didn't last long.
They use the hard R or just the A?
Who cares?
I mean,
And minus 1 point for DJ for actually posting that shit.
What up?
I'll take the
That was
1
entertaining.
point negative.
It was worth it. It was worth the loss.
Heretic
How
says
did it-
that the only one that's TOS is the hard R, not the A one.
Yeah, I can never tell the difference between the two. I mean, so I try to just, I really I can't. I've had people like take me aside, like one-on-one, and be like, okay, say them both. Like, I really, they sound exactly the same. Like, really, it's almost impossible to tell the difference. I mean, for me anyway. I know some people can spot it like a mile away. I mean, maybe it's just I hear the first part and I just stop listening for the second half of it. You know, maybe that's it. I'm not really sure, but it's really hard for me to give, some charity to someone who's going to purposely blurt it. It seems like, why are they blurting it anyway? Kind of, what's the method? Why say it? It's like the way of calling someone an asshole or like a son of a bitch. Like, there's different ways of saying it. It was like if the tone is like really friendly, I kind of maybe think that's the A one. But if the tone is like, someone talking, and the guy tells them shut up, N-word, I kind of just assume that was a hard R. But no, I didn't ban them. I'm just saying that I generally try to avoid the conversation where someone uses it because I really don't. To me, they sound exactly the same.
Oh, is Tristan ready for another convo? Is that what my power level is growing means? Tristan, you gonna go for round 2?
What happened with the dude who was talking about Hubble telescope photos? I missed that because I had to take a call.
He scooted. He just left cordially.
Oh, he did not run off or anything like that?
No, I don't think so. That's the one that Jedi was talking to, right?
Yeah, Jedi said, hey, why would you use a space telescope that's pointing the wrong direction to figure out what Earth is? And I'm like, oh, shit, phone call. And I looked, I was like, okay, I gotta take this one.
Yeah, he and Jedi are pen pals now, and no one else is allowed to speak to him except Jedi, his best bud. So if he comes back, make sure you ping Jedi.
That was the best part, too. It's like some of you people just get me mad, and when I'm mad, I won't want to talk, and I'll just start, like, whatever. I'm like, okay, well, find who you can connect with. I mean, that's wisdom. If somebody knows a limitation, then they know when to talk and when not to talk. If he comes back here and is like, I only like to talk to Jedi, and then wants not to talk to Jedi, you're like, really?
I love it when people come in and call Crit too hostile. I laugh. I think it's hilarious.
No, because, Crit's always, like, really cheerful in his berating. Yeah, like, he's not really hostile at all.
The day that one of them had a meltdown in P&R over CB being hostile was the day I just slid off my chair. That was it for me.
Who, me?
Remember that one day we were in P&R and one of them came in, you started talking to him, going through the usual thing, and he just had a meltdown that you were aggressive and he wanted to talk to me, of all people.
Yeah. It's like, if you thought I
That
would...
shit done me.
DJ too. DJ's like, gently spoken, and so I've heard people call him hostile too. It's like, what?
I've seen him reach across the table and slap somebody in the face before. No?
Oh, I was there for that. DJ is super hostile, bro.
Shut the fuck up, man.
Yeah, he's putting his baby powder on his hand. before he uses it.
And then there's Jedi.
Well, I spit on it before I put it in. What are you talking about?
Yeah, he's as friendly as a box of box of kittens, dude. That guy.
Mm-hmm. That are hungry and have only been fed catnip. Yeah.
He blocked me after the triangle test, so.
The triangle test. Classic.
Yeah, we had some fun earlier today with Ben.
Hold on.
And his
Yeah, hold on. Ask me what a triangle is.
It's a true globe.
Oh no, that's not what I was going to say. Go ahead, ask me.
What's a triangle?
It's a visual condition of a shape.
That was so
That's
stupid.
good one.
Okay, AI, add up the sum of the internal angles of this triangle then.
They equal the visual conditions of a shape.
Yeah, one visual condition plus another visual condition equals the sum of all the visual conditions.
So 3 visual conditions.
Yeah, that was the best part. Define what the word flat means. Well, flat means it's a visual condition. So like red or green or curved, bumpy, lump, so any visual condition, you just say that's a flat. And he's like, yeah. So anything with a surface condition has a flat. He's like, yeah. Well done, Bev. Well done.
But you're waiting for him to drop the bomb, dude, and you know, everybody's kind of quiet, and then you just hear him like softly go like, yeah. And it's like, dude, what? Like, he didn't drop any knowledge bombs, bro. Like,
no, because it's just like asking him, how do you define this word that you used? He's like, okay, the word I just used means surface condition. And all objects have a surface condition that's visual. If you can see it, then it's got a surface condition. And that surface condition is rounded up as flat. And he's like, yeah. But it's also not flat at the same time. He's like, yeah.
I mean, these guys avoid the word flat like the plague, dude. I swear, dude. You've never known a group that was more like against the word flat than these guys.
Yeah, it's like the way you have a jargon in the army. There's like a hoa, where like what does that mean? It kind of means anything. It just depends on the context of the time. It could mean yes, it means no, it means going forward, it means going back. It all depends on what. It means affirmative. It's just like a really weird jargon word that you have to know the context of soldiers talking to each other to really know what they just said. And that's kind of how they use the word flat. The flat is just an abstraction word sound that vaguely describes something you can see, but you never actually see it.
Every time he comes in here, dude, they hear your voice and they're just like, I know they cringed because his logic was just completely gone, bro. And I guess they pride themselves on being, logical or whatever. Do they really make T-shirts that say that? That would be hilarious.
As far as I know.
Golly.
And they call it T-shirt logic.
Shoot, they were on pretty long this morning, dude. We're talking about earlier this morning. They were here. Mostly all day, actually.
Yeah, it was quite interesting. They really, I mean, they got wrecked with, like, I think Mick was with them on, with maybe Geos or something like that.
Yeah, we took one of their other guys, put him in his argument in a chokehold. Buster?
Yeah, I thought it was funny Buster getting triggered over the soundboard. Of all things to get upset by. Like a soundboard. It's like, really? You're going to get up. So you've got Elder Bear singing in the background, making animal sounds, doing all kinds of weird shit. No problem with that. But I play a few clips on the soundboard in between people's comments, and he's going to, like, full panic mode over that.
Yeah, he actually filled in the gaps for you, CB, today.
Yeah, hello guys, how y'all doing?
Good, how are you? Hello, welcome to the channel.
Tackling Joe again. I think today's the day, guys.
Oh, it's that guy. It's that guy.
No, hey, I think today's the day.
Deadly.
Hold on,
dude, Deadly. Are you going to watch NASA Plus on Disney Plus?
Hold on, real quick, before I answer that question, I think today's going to be the day.
Today's the day. For what?
Yeah. Today's the day, maybe, that you can show evidence for your flat Earth theory. Maybe. I have hope in you. Come on. Please, I would love for you to show evidence. Actual good evidence, and I'll concede.
Show it.
I'll become a flat earther.
Yeah, I'd just like to say something first. I'd just like to make a public service announcement that this guy, you obviously can't call him by the name he's chosen.
Whoa, no,
it's false advertising. I'd just like to call him Joker. Yeah, if anybody else wants, I just like to call him Joker. I just like to call him Joker. I just like to call him Joker. I just like to call him Joker.
I like to call you retarded Discord bitch that doesn't know how to show evidence for, her flat Earth theory. Right, I mean, that's pretty bad, right? That you can't show evidence for your flat Earth.
Master, can you just shut up for like 10 seconds? Mum, just so you know, the very first time I saw this kid come in here, or witnessed his presence, or got to hear it, he had a debate and he got destroyed. I think it was by Jedi.
That's a lie, by the way.
His score back then was only something like 35-0, and we abused him about not changing his score, and he still has not done it.
Well, you have yet to defeat me. You're self-claiming a win.
Master Wannabe, this is all recorded live. Every time you've been in here, you have been whitewashed out of here.
Well, is me being whitewashed?
How about instead of yapping? How about instead of yapping, young fellow, you do yourself a favour and provide proof of curvature, and we'll see if you can do it today.
Okay, maybe
you're laughing, but you're yet to do it.
I've yet to do it. This is cope. This is just like cope.
So, waiting patiently.
Okay, so I recorded all of this too, and I have recordings too. I mean, I can show.
Well,
I can go back
and hear how stupid you are. That's brilliant.
24/7. I mean,
can you just make a point now?
Okay, can I make the point now? Okay.
Yeah,
Let me give you all the old stuff that I said before. That you don't listen to. Maybe today is the day you're gonna listen. Okay, so are you aware of the horizon?
Yes, the horizontal line.
Okay, so hold on.
Surface of water.
Stop freaking out. Okay.
What are you talking about?
What happens when a boat?
What the horizon was.
Stop spurging.
No.
What happens?
You asked me if I knew what the horizon was. You answered your own question.
No, why are you spurging? Okay.
No, I'm not spurging.
Good morning, man babies and group thinkers. How you doing?
Okay. What happens when a boat goes to the horizon?
Sorry, you asked me if I knew what the horizon was.
What happens when a boat goes over the horizon?
Excuse me. Within your loaded question, the horizon, what's the horizon?
No, you're not going to dodge.
You asked me what happens when a boat goes over the horizon. I want you to tell me what it is. What's the horizon?
Oh my God. Here it goes again.
Do you not know what the horizon is?
The way to answer my question is to
Master, he's trying to answer your question, but there's a word in there that has multiple definitions. He would like to know which definition you are using for horizon. Now, what are you using as a definition for horizon so he can answer your question?
Okay, I'll answer it. Okay. So here, I'll answer it because he's dodging my question. But the horizon is the curve that separates the surface, of the body from the sky when it's viewed. Did you hear me? It is a curve.
Sorry, the curve of the horizon. That's a contradiction in the definition, though, isn't it?
No, it isn't.
It is, because horizon is where we get horizontal from. The horizon's horizontal.
So
all horizontal. Sorry, hold on. All horizontal lines are parallel to the plane of the horizon. So I'm going to disagree with you saying the horizon that's horizontal is curved.
Okay, so look in the chat.
I just want to say something. Excuse me, guys.
No. Before you say anything, look in the chat. Just go ahead and look at that. Look at my screenshot.
Okay.
And you can read that in code. And don't say it's Wikipedia because
the horizon's the apparent curve. Okay, so what is it? What do you mean by this apparent curve? It's obviously a curve.
Yes, exactly. Yep, there we go. It's all.
You're interrupting, Necro.
Well, we might as well let the other guy, because this is just like a repeat customer
you're gonna
troll.
dodge, right? I'm literally.
Yeah, he's just a fucking troll, that guy. And I mean, whatever.
No,
there was
I'm
no one
not,
else
I'm
to
not.
talk to, but somebody might make an honest attempt. Might be better.
I'm not a troll.
I was talking about
No.
the other dude, dude.
The other one is a troll. So welcome.
Okay.
Necro.
Thank you very much. I was just gonna say, guys, seriously, why don't you believe the Earth is a sphere? If you have multiple photos and everyone is shooting those photos, there are so many pictures. Why?
Because when we try to measure the surface of the Earth that is curved in those pictures, we don't measure a curved surface. So measurably, the Earth isn't like the pictures.
But it doesn't even make sense, guys. It doesn't make sense for us to be alive if the Earth was not spherical.
Sorry. You need to address what I said before you start making weird claims like we wouldn't be alive unless the Earth was a ball.
No, but you're still telling me the same argument.
My friend, I'm
you
telling
repeat
you,
your
in
argument
comparison to those pictures, right, that show the Earth to be a sphere, that means the surface is curved. When we measure the surface of the Earth, however, we do not measure curvature. So the Earth is not measured to be like those pictures.
I don't understand what you mean. When do we measure it? How do we measure it?
All the time when we build upon it. For example, when we level ourselves with the Earth. For example. Yeah, all of the time.
When we are building, for example, the Burj Khalifa or something.
When we aviate across the Earth, that's fly. We treat and navigate across the Earth as if it was a horizontal plane. So all of the time, dude.
But guys,
you do.
The Earth is too big.
Too big for what?
It's too big for a plane to see the curvature, for you to see the curvature.
No. I'm not talking about see it. I'm talking about navigate it. An aircraft would have to rotate around a sphere. That means it would have to pitch downwards to follow the curvature of the Earth. An aircraft doesn't do this, however. An aircraft flies horizontally, parallel to the ground below, with its nose pitched up a degree.
Yeah, but the Earth is too big. When I say you're telling me that it needs to level. But if you think about a sphere, do not think about the Earth. Just think about a sphere and then a dot on the sphere. And then I want you to think that another dot is hovering above this dot on the sphere, right? How do you think that this dot should do? It's still gonna be the same case.
Okay,
it's still gonna be exactly horizontal.
I'll tell you.
In comparison to the dot.
I'll tell you.
Yeah.
If you've got a dot on the top of the sphere and you move 90 degrees to say the equator of the sphere, you have rotated 90 degrees. Now that would be measured within an aircraft that would have to pitch downwards to eventually be 90 degrees relative to its first horizontal position. An aircraft does not do this over these distances around the world.
But how
You're saying
the
that's too big.
look,
Aircrafts fly all over the earth. What are you talking about?
The aircraft, even if the aircraft would want to like change its direction in order to like be, be perpendicular. How do you say perpendicular in English? To the sphere, to the surface of the sphere, right? It needs to be like aligned with the surface, right? This is what you mean.
Rotate, yeah.
Okay, so even if this was the case, the airplane, like the change in the angle of the airplane is way too small to be like 90 degrees in total. Like you are not gonna be able to measure this. Like you're talking about this as if the airplane is almost half of the sphere. It's not the case. The airplane is way too small compared to the sphere.
Excuse me, you do understand that the increase in speed is increase in change of pitch. For example, a jet craft with a fighter pilot who's flying at Mach 2, he's going to have to pitch downwards faster than a commercial airjet that's travelling at 500 miles an hour. Do you understand the physics that would take place to fly around a sphere? It's like flying around a corner, right? You're going to have to negotiate, change your direction to fly around that corner. A curved surface is like a corner. You would have to change your pitch to negotiate that curvature to maintain a constant altitude above that ever curving surface.
This curvature in comparison to the airplane or the jet craft or whatever, however the speed is, it's way too big for the aircraft to like feel this change.
Excuse me.
It's too big. Like
excuse me. Okay, that's
but
like
you're not letting me finish my argument.
Big. Sorry, too big. What is the curvature rate of the Earth with a radius of 3,000?
What? I didn't hear what you said.
What is the curvature rate over the surface of the Earth with a given radius of 3,000? You said ambiguously it's you don't know. So you said it's too big, but yet you don't know.
What difference does it make?
Excuse me.
No, just tell me
Excuse me. You said it's too big, but yet you don't know.
Yeah, it's too big. I mean, how could you not believe this? Like, how could this be a weak point of my argument? It's too big.
Excuse me. How big is it? How big is it?
The what?
I think 1 degree of curvature is about 60 miles, 69 miles for 1 degree.
Yeah, okay.
Cool. So he's saying
I was just giving you a figure.
So is that too big?
Yeah, it's in comparison to the airplane.
Comparison,
it's too big.
So an aircraft flying at 500 miles per hour.
Look.
That would be a rate. Sorry, dude.
Let's
I know the numbers. Would you like them? I actually know
I do
the
not
numbers.
care about them because it's not helping your case. It's not helping you.
I know the numbers. You don't.
If the airplane was as big as you think it should, then yes, it would feel and it would need to change its direction to like just stay perpendicular or like stay with the curvature, right? It would need to. But if the airplane is so small, like a tiny little dot, it would still need it, but not as much.
Hello? How much altitude would an aircraft traveling at 500 miles an hour, how much of its altitude would change over 1 minute if it didn't pitch downwards? You said it's too big. So
I really do not understand this question.
Sorry, over 1 minute. If an aircraft is traveling at 500 miles per hour, how much will it change?
8 miles. That's less than 1 degree of curvature. That's only 8 miles in 1 minute. So the altitude would probably change by, I don't know, a mile, maybe 2 at the most.
About 2,117 feet. Over 1 minute, the aircraft will raise in altitude if it's traveling at 500 miles an hour. You understand that aircraft wants to fly at a maintained altitude, right? If it rises in altitude, that's going to cause a problem. The problem's going to be exponential with more time, because with more distance, there's more curve.
I'm pretty sure aircrafts have built-in technology to self-correct to account for the
Awesome.
Earth's
Then show the
curvature.
correction.
Show the correct in what way? That the
You said
technology
it would
has
have
that
to.
they have this technology?
You said it would have to correct. Okay, show the correction.
No, I said I'm pretty sure the aircrafts have technology to self-correct.
Okay, so show the self-correction then. It has
In
the
what way?
technology
What
to
way do you want me? What way do you want me to show it?
Well, show it within the measurements that are read out within the flight data.
How is he going to like give you the measurements, dude? Come on, seriously.
So I can get them for you. It's no problem. I can get you the data
Like,
from.
where did you get them from? Did you calculate them yourself or what?
No, you can go to
data recordings.
Dude, do you understand that aircraft crashes are highly studied, right? You understand the flight before an aircraft loses its altitude and crashes in the ground, loses.
Yeah.
All of the data is recorded, isn't
collected.
it?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, it's all
that's true.
recorded.
Yeah. Did you get it from there then?
Yeah, if you want it, and then I want you to point out the correction that this guy said. Would you like it?
But what, you would not need this. You would just go and search up any aircraft and maybe even, look. Okay, I will search it up on chat. I will ask ChatGPT. ChatGPT would probably just do it quicker.
Oh, holy ChatGPT! Please give me the answer.
Yeah.
I'm too silly to think for myself.
Hey,
Are you
Necro.
fucking serious at this point? How am I supposed to know
Necro,
the details
stop having
of
a
an
meltdown.
aircraft?
Here's an idea.
No,
Why
it is
don't
not
you look
serious.
inside chat? Talking over me is not going to help. Have a look inside chat. There's black box recording data posted up for your convenience. Please.
Okay.
So you don't have to go
Dude,
to,
how am I-
oh, holy chat GPT.
No, where do you go to when you have a fucking Google search and it's gonna take a time? I don't want to waste my time on a fucking Google. I just want he does it quicker.
I put it in the side chat for your convenience. And just so you know, I do hope you're an aeronautical engineer, because I had one to converse with yesterday and he shut his yap afterwards. So please, explain to us how an aeroplane does not have to dip its nose around a ball if flying around said ball.
Dude, first of all, this picture that you're showing, I'm not a fucking engineer to understand it. That's why I'm telling you that I'm gonna need to search it up, because I'm obviously not an engineer.
Well, if you're not an engineer to study it, perhaps, here's an idea, stop spruiking claims you know 5/8 of fuck all about. Go and research it first.
Oh yeah, and
would that be a good idea?
And a fucking picture with some lines.
That's
and
flight recorder data off an actual flight.
Okay,
That's a flight recorder data off an actual flight. So whilst you're having your little meltdown, go and do your research.
Look.
You're welcome back at any time when you are more knowledgeable in said field.
Okay, are you more knowledgeable?
Then you're not equipped to debate this.
Tell us, like, explain to me. I'm illiterate. I'm ignorant. Okay, come on, tell me. What do you understand from this picture? I don't understand. What do you understand?
I'll tell you. So, like I said right at the beginning, an aircraft flies with its nose pitched up at 1 degree at a certain speed to maintain flight. It maintains an altitude that is parallel to the ground below. It maintains this altitude with its nose up from horizontal for over 2 hours, demonstrating that the plane is flying horizontal, parallel to the ground below that is horizontal. If the surface of the Earth was curved, where it says pitch, the pitch would be negative, not positive.
Okay. So let me just paraphrase in order to make sure that I understand. So you're telling me that if it was true that the plane was flying over a sphere, then it would need its nose would need to adjust its angle in order to be perpendicular to the curvature of the surface. But it's not doing this. The data shows, as you claim, that the nose is pitched 1 degree so that it's flying horizontal. And if this was the case, then the plane would just like fly over the surface and then into the space or something. Like it
Right.
would, if it, with enough
on.
speed and so on.
Hold on.
But
Hold
this is
on.
not the case. It's still
Excuse
flying
me.
over the Earth, right?
Excuse me. Excuse me. So you understand that the 1 degree of pitch is so it can maintain its horizontal flight at a certain speed. You're correct. If it's going to pitch any more and more, it's going to go flying up into the bloody sky. And you understand that if it pitches downwards from horizontal, it's going to start crashing into the ground. But it's doing this to maintain its altitude parallel to the ground below. Now, what would happen, because the aircraft wants to know, for example, its azimuthal angles, right? Its pitch, its yaw, right? For when it's turning, for when it's rising, all of these types of things, landing and taking off. So its orientation in 3-dimensional space is controlled by a lot of gadgets, primarily gyroscopes. These give the false horizon in the cockpit, the straight line that the pilot has to navigate with. Now, if the gyroscope is rotating around the sphere, that means that that false horizon would continually change. That means that the pilot would have to chase it. He would chase it by pitching downwards. This is not recorded in the flight data. There's no change of pitch downwards to follow a false horizon.
Why does he need to change it if he's too small? Like he would still need to change it, but the change is going to be too small.
We discussed this earlier. Over 1 minute, travelling at 500 miles an hour, if he doesn't pitch downwards and maintains horizontal like a tangent, then the difference in altitude over 1 minute is 2,170 feet. That's going to be exponential with the increased distance. 2 meters going to be more because it's a curved surface. The deviation from the curved surface be exponential distance.
I don't know, dude. Look. What did you say again? The last sentence? I didn't hear.
No, it's okay, buddy. I don't want to overblow you with too much information. You get the premise. You have the information there. The only thing that you're doing at the moment is trying to argue against it. And I get it, but the data speaks for itself.
No, actually, look, I'm not here just to argue with the purpose of arguing. Look, I'm seriously not here for that. I'm here to understand something. Who is right here? The flat earthers or the curved earthers? Like I've looked into physics and so on. So I want to understand your point. That's why I'm here. When I'm arguing, it might sound like I'm trying to convince you of something that even I am not sure of. And in
Fair
truth,
enough.
to be honest, I'm not sure about anything at all. But still, the Earth being flat, it does not make sense physically. Like how on Earth could it be possible if all the other planets are also sphere? If the sun is also a sphere?
I'm to tell you before you ramble on. All right, you've already placed the Earth in the category of planets. Planets being spherical bodies that orbit around the sun. The Earth, however, is not measured to be like those things. The surface is not measured to have curvature. The body of the Earth is not measured to have motion. So measurably, the Earth doesn't fit into the category of planet.
And what category does it fit into then?
The Earth can be the thing by itself. The things in the sky are the things in the sky. Right?
And
different things.
There are certain things in physics that I'm not remembering, but I think that there was something in physics that we talked about in the class, and it was that if the Earth cannot maintain its position and its own gravitational force around the sun, if it wasn't a sphere, there is no other possible way for it to exist other than being a sphere.
The Earth isn't around the sun. The Earth is the floor of the universe, and the sun, moon, and stars reside above the floor.
Okay. And where does gravitation comes from?
I don't know what gravitation comes from the idea that you think that you're on a ball and you need mathematics to make your world go round.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And how doesn't
so
sense to me?
In polite language, it's a mathematical folly.
How is that?
It's not real. Gravity doesn't pull
how
things
do you determine
into
that
the
it's not
center
real?
of the. Sorry, gravity, whatever that is, doesn't pull things inwards to the center of an Earth sphere because the Earth isn't a sphere.
How does it work then?
What, gravity?
Like, why aren't we just flying around?
Why would we be flying around?
I mean, you're saying that gravity is not pulling things together. Is that
Not
like,
even,
I don't know, maybe I understood.
Not even in your
Maybe I didn't
current
understand.
not even in your current scientific rhetoric is gravity pulling things to the ground. Einstein doesn't say that.
It's pulling things. It's pulling
general
things
and special
towards.
relative. Sorry, mate, please. Trying to help you.
Yeah.
Good. You're describing the Earth pulling things down to it. That's not how gravity is described today, right? Einstein, general and special relativity don't describe this. Gravity is not a force, is it?
No, it is a force, but it's one of the four fundamental forces, I think.
No, it's not. Is Einstein's mathematics and field equations to do with space-time describing gravity as a force?
Look, I did not look into this, but I know that it's one of the. Like, there are four fundamental forces, and one of them is gravity.
Dude, the answer is no, and that's like so out of date these days. I don't mean to poke fun in like education systems, but they teach this crap, and it's been debunked for like 110, 15 years or so. Like Einstein, 1915, right? Mass attracting mass violates special relativity.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's not mass attracting mass, dude.
But then, what is pulling people and all the objects towards the Earth?
I tell you, just like your scientists, I don't know. And I say your scientists because we've got multiple ideas of what gravity is. The one that you discussed, the one that Einstein discussed, and several previous and prior, sorry.
What, I didn't understand. Like, what do you mean they discussed? What idea?
There's lots of ideas of what gravity is. I don't know which one is
we
real.
are still, like, scientifically, we are not sure what it is. Is that what you're trying to say?
That's even if it's a thing.
But now I searched up Einstein's. Okay, continue.
Right. That's only if it applies to a sphere, and the Earth isn't a sphere. So these are just mathematical follies. I don't know the reason why some things go down when you drop them. Right, just like why things rise, why gas expands. There's lots of different things that happen, right?
Okay, let me just. We talked about Einstein's point of view about gravity, and here is the summary of what he says. So Einstein says, the mass tells a space-time how to curve, and curved space-time tells matter how to move. Okay, I'll repeat it. So the mass tells space-time how to curve, and then the curved space-time tells matter how to move. And that's the core idea.
Yeah, no, that's not the idea that the Earth is pulling stuff down to it. That's mass attracting mass. The Earth mass is attracting other mass to it.
I also remember that Einstein came up with the idea that the Earth itself is like curving the space-time. So you gotta think about it as a piece of fabric, and then you put a huge ball and it curves it.
I know. I'm well ahead of you. I was telling you. So yes, I know this. Now, this is all on the presupposition that the Earth is a ball in a solar system in a galaxy. The Earth is not a ball rotating around the sun.
I mean, yeah, if you gotta think about it as a flat surface, then it's gonna change everything about physics. You're gonna need to come up with a new kind of physics.
Sorry, it's not going to change everything. Things go up and down
Yeah,
all the
but
time
almost
anyway.
everything. Like,
yeah, you just have to build from another framework. It's not, or it could be, still the mass of the Earth. There's mathematics that show that. I guess you could have a curvature of space-time in a system where the Earth is the bottom of the space-time fabric, making everything descend to it, depending on it. I don't know. There's lots of different ideas. So what?
No, so okay, let's talk about any object, random object. It has a mass, right? It needs to have a mass, a bunch of atoms, the molecules, whatever.
So stuff.
Any object. Okay, yeah, stuff. It has a mass and it weighs something.
Stuff. Yep.
Okay, and this mass is going to tell the space-time how to curve.
How does it do that? How does it do that?
It's just going to, like, how does the fucking gravitation works? Like, it's just like this. It's like this. It tells it. When I say tells it, the verb tells it. I don't mean like it's speaking to it in any language. No, it's like curving it. Like, how does a plane fly up? The pilot tells the plane to like turn the pitch up, right? And then tells the engine to start and to give it enough force in order for the plane to fly. And this is the same idea. Like, it's curving space-time.
Is space-time
and then
physical?
this curved space-time. What is it then? If it's not physical.
I'm asking you, is it physical?
I don't know. I don't know. Who knows?
It would have to be to act on physicality, wouldn't it?
I mean, yeah, sure.
Cool. Does
since we are not sure of anything at this point,
because you're now catching up and trying to run ahead, does Einstein describe the space-time fabric as physical?
I don't know. I'm not like, I don't have the entire history of Einstein, honestly.
Okay, would you like me to tell you?
Okay.
No.
What does he say then?
It's a mathematical concept. It's not physically real in and of itself, but it's a good mathematical concept to try and backwards engineer phenomena.
It's a mathematical concept.
Yes.
I mean, there's double check.
So we have 4 dimensions: height, width, length, to give 3-dimensionality, and the coordinate of time. Within the mathematics, mass has the power, depending on where it is, to curve that coordinate system, the dimensions of space and time. That's what the math says.
Just a minute. Okay, Einstein's view of space-time. He introduced the idea that space and time are interwoven into a single 4-dimensional continuum, space-time. This was first treated somewhat mathematically, especially in Minkowski's formulation, which Einstein initially resisted but later accepted. In general relativity from 1915, Einstein moved beyond mathematical description. He saw space-time curvature as something with direct physical effects. It determines how objects move and how time passes. The geometry of space-time is shaped by matter and energy, and that geometry in turn governs motion. Einstein considered space-time curvature physical. Gravitational waves, gravitational time dilation, and light bending near massive bodies are observable phenomena, resulting from the structure of space-time. In his later writings, Einstein emphasized that the metric field, in other words, space-time geometry, is a real physical field, on par with electromagnetic fields. Did you hear it?
Yeah, I did, yeah. So he considered it physical, and in later life, he said it was physical. That's nice, but space, height, width, length, is conceptual. Right? Yes, we have 3-dimensionality, but the fact that there is space that's absent of anything doesn't mean that the nothing is physical. He says it is. That's nice, but it's a mathematical concept. Within the rules of his concept, it's not physical.
Space-time is considered physical in general
physical
with a nuanced meaning.
Yeah, is
what
time
physical means in this context?
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you, right? Can you give me 3 foot cubed of volume of space?
What the fuck is this question, dude? It's not a math.
Exactly.
It's not an object. Space is not an object.
Yeah,
nothing.
Well done.
Look, you're not understanding the core basis of physics, dude.
No, thank you. It is not an object. It doesn't have physicality.
Okay.
And now you're going to jump up and down and get angry at me.
No.
Get angry at Einstein.
Look, dude, you're just not understanding the concept of physics. You don't understand what physical means.
No, Necro,
do you know what
you're not
means?
understanding the concept. You just told us space is not a physical thing. So if space is not a physical thing, how can... bloody Jedi just asked you. Can he have a 3 foot cube of space? And you got offended by such a concept. We are offended by the concept of space-time because it is not physical.
Not everything that is not an object is not physical. There are non-objects that are still physical. Are photons objects?
Excellent. In that case, go and provide Jedi with what he asked for.
A fucking volume of space. We are living in space.
Yeah, and then what I want you to do is distort it because you've got a big thing in it.
What do you mean distorted? How are you going to distort this?
I don't know. You'll have to ask Einstein.
Your own question, your question is not even scientific at this point.
Excuse me.
Your question is just a bunch of words.
Excuse me. Before you keep getting upset, I'm working in Einstein's concept, right? This is what he says: 3-dimensional space and the coordinate. Dude, can you stop talking through me?
Okay.
Thank you. So he says the coordinates, height, width, length, 3-dimensional time can be physically distorted. You're getting upset when I just ask you to give me 3-dimensional space and then put a big thing that's mass in it and distort it. And you're getting angry at me, but that's Einstein's concept.
What do you mean? What do you mean when you say distorted?
Distorted.
What does distorted mean?
So the straight lines would be curved or stretched or compressed.
Okay. Yeah, and that's what Einstein says.
For me. Yeah, can you do that with a big body of mass in 3-dimensional space that you can't give me?
Okay, let me ask you a similar question. Could I? Why can't you give me a bowl full of a planet? Could you do that for me, please? I want you to put a whole fucking planet.
On behalf of everyone in here, what the actual fuck? A bowl full of planets.
Yeah, that's what your friend is asking me.
No, he didn't ask you for that.
My friend, the disappointment level has gone through the roof now. I can't believe you went there. What the hell?
I don't understand how your question is even scientific. Can you ask a scientist to do this?
I'm explaining Einstein's concept to you. Right, so the 4 dimensions.
No, you're not.
Sorry.
You're asking me to give you space.
Necro, listen carefully. Necro, stop talking, please. Listen carefully.
Why are you screaming?
You're claiming space-time is physical.
Yeah.
Excellent. If it's physical, you can grasp it, you can manipulate it, you can modify it, you can carry it, you can offer it to somebody else. So, is it physical or not? Jedi asked you for 3 cubic feet of space. Can you provide that?
Look, maybe we're
Don't
not
sidestep.
Each
yes
other.
or no? If it's physical, you can offer it to him. Can you provide him 3 cubic feet of space? And I will go for a cup of time.
No. Can you?
You can't. Why not? Why can't you offer it to him? Why not?
why can't I give him a planet? Why is this question?
Well, no, stop. Don't sidestep. Why can't you give him 3 cubic feet of space? Why not?
I can do that. I could do that because we are living inside the fucking space. We're living inside the space, and I could just.
So it is physical.
It is physical.
So
I'm telling you.
Is it physical? Then go and get him some.
Hold on.
How am I going to get him some?
My friend, maybe you'll get it if I say this. You occupy the space. The space isn't physical. Physical things occupy space. So is space physical, being that if it doesn't have something physical in it, it's described as empty?
Look, dude, what was your name? What was your name? I cannot read your... No. Why, like, your question, the question even, I don't know, maybe I am not understanding the question, but it doesn't make sense for me. Like, it's like giving you a volume of something that is impossible to even put inside a fucking jar, for example. Could I ask you to give me a jar full of earth?
It's not physical, is it? I can give you a jar of earth. I can go outside, get a spade and put it in a bucket.
No, not that kind of earth. The planet Earth. Can you give?
That's the earth, isn't it? That's the rocks of the earth.
No, I'm saying the planet.
You will understand that the earth is physical, dummy.
Does the planet exist? Does the planet Earth exist?
Listen, you'll understand that the earth is physical and occupies empty space. So I'm going to ask you again: is empty space physical?
It is part of it, yeah, of course, it's physical, because you can manipulate it and send fucking rockets through it, can't you?
Okay, can you distort it? Can you stretch it? Can you bend it? Emptiness.
Can you fucking stretch it? Yeah, of course you can. You are doing it right now. You're doing it right now.
Listen, can you stretch nothing?
Well, who told you that it's nothing? Who told you it's nothing?
At the moment, it's empty space that physicality occupies.
Yeah.
If you take the physicality out, you're still left with the dimension. Is the dimension itself physical?
Yeah, it is.
No, the answer's no. God's sake.
No, it is. How is it no? Like you have zero fucking proof.
Because it's described as empty space that other physicality occupies. When you take the physicality out of the space remains, but it's empty. No physicality. Does no physicality have physicality?
No, it doesn't. But then how does it apply to the space-time that we are living inside
because
right now?
The space,
how is this even connected to it?
Width, length is curved and distorted by the amount of physicality in it. Are you not following along? Being as I educated you about Einstein, but you ran ahead, thinking that you were trying to educate me, and now you're wondering and talking through me why my questions sound silly. But I'm working within Einstein's paradigm, and you're having a hissy fit about it.
No, I have. Look, there are questions that make sense, and there are other such very stupid questions that simply are not even scientific. Like there are questions that are empirical. You know what empirical means? You know the scientific method is. Yeah, I know. It means that your question needs to be formulated. Your question.
Excuse me. You'll understand that natural science is based in the physical and natural world, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
So physicality reigns supreme in science because that's what we're studying. I'm trying to get you to the conclusion that Einstein's mathematics is based in reification, taking non-physical things like concepts and giving them physicality. For example, the concept of three-dimensional space. That can be distorted in the math with physical mass because he says mass has the power. You understand that this is all mathematics. None of it is natural science.
No, it's not. This is the problem. Look. This is the problem that you are not. That you think that this mathematic does not make sense because it doesn't exist in real world, and you cannot in the real world, and you
I know
cannot
English isn't your
distort it.
first language.
But what I'm trying to tell you, is that you can distort it, and the proof is the Earth itself.
Also, show me. Show me the experiment that shows that you distort space-time with mass.
Okay. Just give me a minute.
Okay. I fear that we're going to get into a conversation about what scientific experiments are in a minute.
Especially if we're looking at the sky.
Yeah, nah.
Also, one thing I was curious of is if, what's his name, Necro, could cite somewhere in this definition I posted up from Oxford Learner's Dictionary of the word physical, wherein lies the definition of physical, or rather, where does his definition of space being physical reside in this? Like, what properties applies? I mean, there's many sections. There's real things, nature, science, etc. I'm sure you could find something in here that would apply.
Okay, I have found something now. It's not your question, the latest question, but there was like a gravity probe B in 2004 until 2011. The experiment run, I think. A landmark satellite mission designed to measure the geodetic effect, space-time curvature by Earth's mass, and frame dragging due to Earth's rotation. Geodetic precession was confirmed to within 0.5% of Einstein's prediction. Frame dragging, lens steering effect, was measured within 15% agreement. Final precise rates, geodetic drift is minus 6,606.1 mass per year. Frame dragging is minus 32.2 mass per year. The second experiment is LARIS and LAGEOS laser ranging satellites. Using laser reflections of specialized satellites, scientists measured orbital precessions induced by space-time curvature. LARIS launched in 2012 until 2022. Refined frame dragging to about 5% precision. Similar LAGEOS mission verified these relativistic orbital effects. And the third one is GNSS satellites, GPS, Galileo, and GLONASS. Precision tracking of satellite orbits reveals Schwarzschild mass-induced and lens-steering frame dragging effects. One study measured shifts in orbital semi-major axes, mean offset of 17.4 millimeters, matching GR within 0.36% error margin. Atomic clock-based gravitational redshift experiments within the Galileo satellites attained fractional test accuracy, -2 times 10 to the power of -5, surpassing the 1976 Gravity Probe A mission by -5x. And the fourth one, the number 4, is atomic interferometry on human scale.
ChatGPT, now I get it.
Can we just get a hypothesis for any of those? Just take a hypothesis, please.
Just let me finish. This is the last one. Laboratory experiments using atom interferometers directly measured tidal forces from spatial curvature caused by a nearby test mass, -84 kilograms. Demonstrates quantum level detection of space-time curvature. And I think this is the strongest one. Like, how can you deny this at this point? Like, demonstrates quantum level detection of space-time curvature.
Okay. So, what's the
hypothesis? Please note how happy he was reading that. Please note how happy he was reading that. He was right at home reading that brown stuff.
You got this.
Did you understand?
Yeah, the fourth one, the one that we can't deny. What's the hypothesis in the experimental setup?
I don't have a fucking idea, but I know the results of the experience. It proved that the space-time exists and it can be curved.
No, excuse me.
You just told me. Look, you just asked me if I can
excuse
bend
me.
it.
Yeah,
my God.
You read it off. Neo, shut up. For 5 seconds, let Jedi speak, please. You've read something off ChatGPT. Here's a clap for you. Now, congratulations, you know how to read.
Now give me.
Do you understand any of it? No.
Argument.
Listen to Jedi.
Yes, I do.
Okay. So, thanks for the results. I'm still going to need to see the experimental setup. You do understand what science is. Sorry, you understand what science is, right? Now, you can give me results, but without me seeing the experiment, how it was conducted, what the variables are, the test conditions, the results don't really mean anything.
Okay. I will get it for you. Don't worry.
Thanks. Why does this seem unreasonable? I just want to see the experiment. I can draw the conclusions by looking at the experiment and seeing the results and going okay or not. That's a proper evaluation of an experiment. Don't just give me the results and tell me to fuck off.
This is the title. This is the title.
I don't want to do.
Measurement.
Listen to what I'm saying.
Measurement of the. Didn't you want me to fucking give you the experience? What's wrong with you,
dude? Please, for fuck's sake, don't, because this is rude and not. I'll tell you if you stop talking. This is not how debate goes. You don't just say, "Here are the results. Fuck off." Right? That's not how it goes. Good. So don't just give me the results.
I'm waiting for your response.
Excuse me. How were the results achieved?
Okay, I will give it to you now.
Thank you.
Do you want me to read it, or do you want me to just give you the paper?
I tell you what. You can cite the relevant position within the paper that gives me the information that I require.
What information
do you know what a citation is? I want the experimental setup.
What do you want to learn? What do you want to know about this?
You can start with the hypothesis.
Okay. Let me just find it.
Did you notice how happy he was when he was reading the other stuff, though? He was very happy. He had you there.
Yeah, and it was all false, right? It was all false.
It was all
we haven't investigated it.
Verbal diarrhea.
Okay, and why me being happy was something that annoyed you?
Hello, you don't like being challenged, do you?
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Look. Okay. You want to
dismissing it? Wait, shush. We're not dismissing it yet. We haven't been given the evidence yet. You've just given us the results and told us to fuck off.
Okay, and now what are you even going to do about it at this point?
Well, we're going to go through the hypothesis, look at the experiment. That's reasonable, isn't it? Yeah, it's reasonable, isn't it?
Let's give you the hypothesis.
Thank you.
Okay, it is. Let's continue. A dual atom interferometer can detect and measure the Earth's gravity gradient, tidal forces, which are direct consequences of space-time curvature, predicted by general relativity with high precision, even at laboratory scale. More specifically, space-time curvature near Earth produces measurable tidal forces differences in gravitational acceleration over short distances. Did you understand it?
I understood what you said. Sorry, hold on. I understood what you said, but I asked for a hypothesis. Do you know what a hypothesis is?
I do, but did you know?
Good.
Did you want the hypothesis in the experiment or my own hypothesis?
Dude, right? I do actually have better things to do, and I'm actually sitting down to have this conversation. If you continue acting like this, I'll just fuck off. It's fine, but I'm just asking you reasonable questions. Can you stop getting so upset?
Can you stop asking stupid fucking questions?
Excuse me. I asked you for a hypothesis. Now I understood what you said.
I gave you. I gave you a hypothesis.
For fuck's sake. Shush.
Why? Okay.
Because you're not letting me speak. I'm challenging you on what you said. Are you scared of the challenge?
No.
That's a question. Are you scared of the challenge? Right, shush then.
No, I'm not.
Good, then shush.
Okay.
Good.
Do not fucking shush me.
I asked you for a hypothesis. I understood what you
and I gave you
said. No, I understood what you said, but that wasn't a hypothesis. Mm-hmm. My question is this. Do you know what a hypothesis is?
Yeah.
Okay, what is a hypothesis?
It's basically that you, before making any experiments, you need to have your own, it's not the complete truth, but you're gonna need to something to have like a sentence. For example, if I say that this car is a V8 engine, and then this is my hypothesis, right? But I'm gonna try to prove this, right? So if I check the car and do some experiments, I might find out that yes, it is, and I might find out that no, it is not, or I might find
not
something
what
else.
A hypothesis is. A hypothesis is a special type of prediction that predicts how the independent variable will affect the dependent variable. The dependent variable being the variable that we observed in nature.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to point this out.
Why the hypothesis?
Sorry, my friend, excuse me.
Continue,
like I said, I've got better things to do, and I'm going to bid you goodbye when I've made my point. Thank you.
Sorry.
Now, I asked you what a hypothesis was. You failed to answer that correctly. I had to ask you that because I asked you for a hypothesis, and though I understood what you said, that wasn't a hypothesis. So I'm going to do this.
How it wasn't a hypothesis.
Okay, I'll do this for you. What's the dependent variable, independent variable relationship within the shit that you just said?
Okay, let us go through it one by one. What was the first one?
No, I'm not going to waste my time with you reading again. I want you to isolate the dependent and independent variables.
How am I going to fucking do this without reading? Are you serious?
Dude,
how am I going
I want you to read it out. Right, I just want you to isolate the dependent and independent variable.
And how am I supposed to do that, please?
You don't have to read it out.
Explain to me.
You can read it to yourself. If you would shut up and listen, this would go a lot smoother.
But you asked me something, and
just
I'm answering you.
Get me the dependent and independent variable from the shit that you read out, please. Thank you.
How?
Can you read it to yourself? You don't have to read it out. I've said this 5 times now.
Okay, so you want me to tell you after reading it?
Yeah, if you could.
This is a good freak out.
I mean,
it's intolerable.
He used Chatbot to get those 4 things. He could say, "Hey, give me the hypothesis," and it'll be wrong.
He doesn't actually know
it's wrong, and the entire experiment is fucking wrong because you think it is, right?
So what's the dependent variable in the shit that you read out? You said it's a hypothesis. Sorry, listen. Hypotheses contain both dependent and independent variable. In what you read out, give me those.
Okay.
Another unreasonable question, I assume.
You've been very generous to him, Jedi. I would have just stopped him at space-time is a fictional concept that Einstein imagined.
Oh, we know. We've been through this. We're well down the road now. He's still trying to defend it.
I did not say this, by the way. He said it. This guy that is discussing with me, he said it. It wasn't
Einstein's?
Me. Yeah, that you said that space-time is like...
You need to find the dependent and independent variables in the shit that you read out. Can you do that?
Come on, hurry up.
Yeah, but these guys, they just...
He was really laughing when he was reading them out, right? But he was reading himself into trouble. That's what he did. And hurry up with your Einstein.
Oh yeah, I'm in trouble for reading a fucking experiment. Oh yeah, I'm in trouble now.
You're reading ground stuff.
I really.
Diarrhea. Get on with it.
Excuse me. What's the hypothesis, independent and dependent variable of your experiment?
Yep, that's all we need.
How's he supposed to know that? He's only just read them off ChatGPT 5 minutes ago.
Right.
He's never heard of any of this.
He asked ChatGPT, I need to know the experiments for space-time. I'm going to ask my chatbot for the same thing, and I bet you it comes back and laughs at me.
Yeah, this is really, indeed, entertaining. One of the best ones, this one, I'm telling you. Go down in the history books.
And not to mention the fact that Necro failed to actually define physicality as it pertains to this conversation. I even pulled up a definition.
Okay, why don't you fucking give us that? Why don't you say it?
All right, I did.
Why don't you just give
There we go. Here we go. All right, Necro, check this out. I did the work for you, right? 24 minutes past the hour.
Okay.
I tagged you in reference to another...
I'm not reading the goddamn chat.
Oh, so you okay? So you don't actually have a definition. So you don't have a definition. Right. So he doesn't have a
Since
definition.
you think my definition was wrong, I want you to give your definition, please.
You didn't even
before the chat moves on. Before the chat moves on, Jedi was asking for the hypothesis. Are you saying you're not going to provide that?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I provided him, but then he rejected it. Okay, let's continue with the dependent and independent variables.
Cool.
So the independent variables was like the position of the test mass, the 84 kilogram mass, and then the separation between the two atom clouds, and then the timing of the laser pulses. And then the dependent variables were like the gravity gradient and the interference phase shift.
Okay, just put that in the chat so we can all look at the experiment itself. Where
Oh, God. Oh, God. You guys are just...
Look at him. He's got
God.
Look at you. Look at you, man. Wow. He dropped.
All we need is the actual data from the actual experiment. So if you're reading it, if you're not just making it up, you can put that test experiment, the variables, in the chat. Where did they get the variables?
What do you want now? What do you want me to do? I gave you everything. We asked hypothesis. I gave you hypothesis. You asked for...
No. Jedi asked you very specifically from the experiment that you read out. We need the experimental data, the hypothesis, including the independent and the dependent variables. Put that in the chat.
I just said it.
No, we don't want you to say it. We want you to put it from the actual experiment. It has experimental data that came from the experiment.
Dude, I really do not fucking want to waste my time. I'm just going to send you the experiment.
Yeah, it would be written down.
You can look it up for yourself.
No, that would be written down.
Just look it up for yourself,
If you look it up yourself, then put it in the chat.
Okay, I will do it now. I'm just going to give you the experiment. I don't give a fuck.
And that would require not the entire experiment. He asked for a specific citation.
Oh, shut the fuck up, dude.
So page, paragraph, etc.
No, you can do it yourself. Since you do not believe me and you do not believe in whatever I'm saying, do it yourself. Here is the link. I sent it in the chat.
We don't even believe in Einstein, man. We don't even believe in Einstein. Please get that right. We do not believe in Einstein.
Oh my God. Okay. Now it makes sense. Okay. I mean, why am I arguing with people who do not believe in physics? Like, what am I doing?
We're not arguing about beliefs. If you're here to speak about beliefs, I mean, there's probably a Santa Claus and an Easter Bunny channel somewhere further down the list. We're just looking for empirical evidence of things.
Oh dear God.
So, because you're saying it's a belief,
I have
right?
put the experiment.
He's praying now.
What?
Yeah, we're not interested in the beliefs. Just like send the data, send the evidence. We don't really care about your beliefs.
Fucking sent
we know
you
what
the
your
link.
beliefs are.
You can look it up for yourself. You can see it for yourself because that's you good. Like whatever I say, you think that it's false.
Well, that's all right.
So
see, I already know. I mean, these guys are entertaining you for some reason, but I mean, it's very obvious to everyone here that space-time as a concept is just a concept. So you claiming that you're doing anything in the physical world with space-time just shows us that you're operating in fantasy imagination.
Did you want to? Let's take one by one. Do not mix everything up, okay? You wanted the experiment.
No,
I gave you the experiment.
One by one. No, I didn't ask for any of these experiments. You fantasizing about why things go down is of no interest to me. This is a previous conversation.
Please look at the experiment.
I'm interested in globe evidence. I want evidence that the Earth is a ball, not your fantasies about gravity.
Oh my God, this guy. The experiment is there. The entire paper is there. Why do you not want to read it if you asked me about it? Why did you ask me about it?
Because I'm wanting evidence that the Earth is a spinning ball. I mean, this is another conversation. Jedi, are you wanting to continue the conversation with him, or should we just kill it?
Dude, oh my God.
I mean,
and that was brown paper, by the way.
Hold on. I read it, and it says nothing about where they got the data from the experiment using what controls. It says nothing about the controls or about the hypothesis. Nothing at all.
You read a 10-page long paper.
Yes.
In 5 minutes now?
Yeah, I did.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm a speed reader. Yeah.
Was this supposed to be?
And what did you get?
Was this Was it supposed to be proof of a globe, of an Earth being a spinning ball, or not?
It was supposed to be a proof of space-time curvature. So yes.
Oh dear.
Is it
Dear
is
me.
it flat
Is
though?
indeed
Prove that.
curving
You can't
space-time.
prove an imaginary concept from Einstein's mind. You'd just be
Oh my
begging the
God.
question.
Okay,
So,
dude. Okay.
so did you quantify it? How did you quantify
No, I did not.
space-time?
No, I did not. I did not.
Do you understand that space and time are not physical attributes that can be bent? Do you understand that?
Dude, I seriously look. If that
Well,
makes
think
you
about
see
it.
that
What is time? What is time?
It's on the clock.
I don't know.
It's on
You
the
tell me.
clock.
You tell me. What is time? I
So-
don't know anything
So
at this
how
point.
do you bend it?
You get the
How do you
hand
bend
and then you
fucking,
bend the clock
rubber?
hand.
Oh, that's a clock hand.
How do you
though,
bend the
not
paper?
time. Not time. That's paper again, not time. So you're understanding
Okay.
that it's physical things that can be bent, not concepts like time. You understand that now?
Well, when you say what's the
Starting to wake
time,
up from your
It is
delusion.
physical. Space-time
Time
is
is
physical.
physical.
What is wrong with you at this point?
Space-time is physical. Okay, could you show us some space-time?
It's around you, dude. It's literally
What does
around
it
you.
look like?
What else do you
Oh,
want?
is it in the room with you right now?
What does
Time is
fucking
just-
water look like? What does water look like? Huh?
No,
Water looks
Is it
like
not
water,
physical?
a liquid, a clear
water
liquid.
is wet.
It's your claim.
It
What
looks
color
wet.
is
Clear
it?
liquid.
You said
So now
it's
they don't know
physical.
what water
Yeah,
looks like.
Mind you, don't knock
claiming
it
the same
over.
thing, essentially.
Don't knock over the
He's
space time.
asking me.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
He's
Knock
asking
it
me
over.
what
You guys don't know what water
does
looks
space
like now.
look like?
Yeah, what does it
like
look
the
like?
same
Could you show
question
me a
at this point.
picture? You said it's real and that it's physical, so could you show us a picture of it?
Could you show us a picture of?
No, don't ask me the question. This is your claim. Could you show me?
Dude, there are
That's
things
a no, isn't it?
that
There's
can you show me
things that you just have
infrared
to
light?
imagine.
Like, can you show
There's
me
just things you
infrared
have to
light?
imagine,
Do you have
right?
pictures of it? Can you show me
So you just
infrared light?
don't. You can't show us it, even though you said it's physical.
No, I can't because it's not in the way you think it
Okay,
is.
it's
It's
just
not
your
something that you can
imagination. It's
take a
just
picture of.
Einstein's imagination. It's not even your imagination. It's
Oh my
Einstein's
god! Oh
imagination.
my fucking god!
You're just believing it.
Water is also
So how do you
imagination, isn't it?
bend and warp a concept from your imagination and make that do something in physical
How do you-
reality? Sounds
Look,
kind of
dude,
stupid.
it's not a concept. You need to
It is a
understand. It's not a
concept.
concept.
Did Einstein observe or measure space-time, or did he conceptualize it?
He did not, but others did. We did.
Oh, so how did Einstein
experiment.
come up with it? How did Einstein imagine it? How did he come up with it?
I don't know how did Archimedes?
How did he come up with it? Well, he
came up
didn't
with the
observe
principle
it.
of the water.
He didn't measure it. He didn't measure it, did he? He didn't observe it.
Dude, something.
So what did he
look,
do?
You need
What
to
did he
understand
do?
something.
He
He
imagined it.
hypothesized it. He hypothesized it. That's
So
what
he
he did.
imagined it. So he imagined that it existed.
Yeah, and I imagined
Yes,
that
there
freaking
you
car,
go.
and then
It's
I saw a car.
imagination. There you go. He imagined it.
Okay.
Now
Oh
you
my
understand.
god! Like your
Yes.
your logic is just
God
like
help
complete
me.
bullshit at this point.
Einstein's space-time is imagined. Help me. Yes, it's imagined. Well done.
Imagined. Okay,
Yes,
and how does
imagined.
something imaginary become an experiment? Like, how do you experiment with something that is imaginary?
You don't. That's why
How?
you're spiraling.
Oh, is that so? And the
Yes.
experiments that I gave you,
You don't know that there's any space-time bending and warping going on because you don't have the even have the space-time
I
existing.
have the proof. And I have
No, you don't.
enough evidence.
You can't
So I do.
quantify or show
I
or
do.
demonstrate space-time in
Oh my
any
God.
way. Oh my god.
Do you want me to
I
fucking
don't have
show you
any
now?
evidence
You want
for
me to show you?
space-time. No, it's boring. You've already conceded it's imagination. That's
Oh my
fine.
god.
That's
Oh my god.
Oh
you
my
want
god.
the space
Oh
time?
my
Just
god,
ask
it's
the people in the
imagination.
ISS what the time is.
What the time is in the ISS. Is that what space-time is? So how did Einstein know about that then?
You
The
guys
ISS didn't come around till
I
after
don't.
that.
I really do not like to insult people, but
Well, you're
like you guys, I
insulting
think
us
you need
with
some
your
help.
low level of intelligence. It's insulting that you're still trying
Oh,
to
is
talk
that
to us.
so? Is that so? Is
Yes,
that really so?
that's true.
Because
Yes,
I'm
that's
the
true.
one. I'm the one. By the way,
You're the
from
one
the start of
pirating
this conversation.
ChatGPT, so you must be so smart.
Yeah. Whatever. ChatGPT,
You're the
internet,
one
Google,
believing
whatever.
whatever you read on ChatGPT. That requires
No,
a high
I'm the
level of
one.
intellect.
Just let me speak. Just let me speak, please. I'm the one who is providing you with evidence and paper and articles from the start of this conversation. You provided nothing, absolutely nothing.
You're just giving claims. You're just reading ChatGPT.
No, I gave you experiments. I gave you experiments, and your friend asked me.
Repeating what an NPC is telling you.
Cool
no,
story,
I'm not.
Bro.
Believe me, I'm not.
All right. So do we have any evidence? We're going to move this on. We're going to move this on because it's boring now. Do we have any evidence that the Earth is a big spinning ball in a vacuum like they show us on TV?
Yeah, we do.
Okay, what's the best evidence that the Earth
and
is
do we
a
have
spinning ball in a vacuum?
Okay. You have been
don't start. No, don't start. Do we have any? No, dude. I'm saying you can put yourself on mute if you want. You can put yourself on mute if you want. No, you're not asking us a question. We're asking the question to the room now. Is there any evidence that the Earth is a spinning ball? No, you're not.
Yes, it is.
We're asking the question, is there any evidence that the Earth is a spinning ball in a vacuum?
I'm answering you. I'm giving you.
Okay, what's the evidence? What's the evidence?
The evidence is that we have gravity and we have physics that describe.
No, you can't go back to your same thing because you just agreed that space-time's imagination.
We also have experiments.
Let's talk about imagination.
We have experiments. No, I'm not.
No, you don't. You don't.
That was my imagination. There will not be.
Do you have any measurements? Do you have any measurements of the Earth being a spinning ball?
I do have.
Okay, what do you have measurements of? Curvature or spin of the Earth?
Yeah, I have a measurement for whatever you want. Believe me, whatever you want.
Okay.
Just ask me and I'll give you.
Let's start with the spin of the Earth. Because we usually do curve. Let's start with the spin of the Earth.
Okay. What do you mean by the spin? Like how fast is it?
Yeah, let's do this fast. You've got your spin. How many spins have you got going on? Just so we're clear.
Like, I am not understanding you.
So, do you think the Earth is in motion? Yeah, is that all it does? Does it just spin in place?
No, it doesn't spin in place.
Okay, what does it do?
How many spins per what? Like per year or what?
Well, just in general, how many motions is it going through?
Dude, you need to be specific. What do you mean, how many motions?
How many motions? So it's spinning on its axis, right?
Yeah.
But you're saying it's not spinning in place. So where else is it moving? Where's it moving around?
No, it's moving around its axis. This is not what I told you. I told you that it's spinning around itself. But then it's not like just in its place. It's moving as it
how is it moving? How is it moving? In what way is it moving?
It's moving around the sun.
Okay,
and
so that's another motion.
The sun as well is moving around.
Okay, then the sun as well is moving around. So we've got the axial spin, we've got it spinning around the sun, and then it's chasing the sun, which is spinning around. Any more?
You got to account for.
No, that's it. That's it, I think.
That's it.
What about the great attractor, man? What?
Are you sure? Isn't the whole galaxy supposed to be moving?
You asked me about the Earth.
Well, we'll start with these ones. There are some more, but maybe you're not totally clued up on the globe lore. But we'll start with those ones. So you've got axial rotation, motion around the sun, and then chasing the sun that's moving around. So which of those can you measure?
I can measure everything, any one of them. You just ask me and I'll give you the measurements.
Okay.
Which one do you want?
Give us a measurement. Give me a measurement for all of them. So start with the axial rotation, and then we'll do around the sun, and then we'll do chasing the sun, going around.
Okay, one by one.
So who measured it and how? And don't just start reading out ChatGPT or you're getting muted.
How the fuck else am I going to, I'm going to search it up. How am I going to know this?
You're knowing it. You said you knew it. So why are you now saying you have to search it up? Why are you don't know it?
I never said I knew it. Are you crazy at this point?
You're just saying they were happening.
Why should I know?
You just said I can get you measurements of all of these. You said I know measurements for all of these things.
I did not say I know it in my brain. The measurements are there. They exist.
How do you know they're there if you don't know of the measurements?
I can know of them because I know that they
measured.
Exist,
okay,
but I do not have them in my brain.
The Earth? Let's see. Who measured the Earth going around the sun? How was that measured?
The Earth going around the sun. Well, first of all, we needed the.
How was that measured?
I don't know. I need to search it up, but I know that it was measured.
Okay, you have to. Well, you don't know it because you just have to search it up. So don't say I know this and then say I have to search it up.
I never fucking said this. You little. I never said I know.
So it's a belief then. So it's a belief. It's a belief.
No, it's not a
let's
belief.
see. Let's see if your belief is true.
I
yeah, it is a
remember
belief
that I
because you
read
don't
about
have
it.
the evidence.
I read
You
about
just said
it
it's a belief.
because I know it.
You read about it.
I
Well,
never
you obviously
said it.
didn't. You
I
obviously
never
didn't
said it.
retain the information very well. So who measured it, and
Does
how did
not
they measure
retaining
it?
the information mean that I do not know about it? Like if I
Yes, it
if I
means you
tell you
don't
that
know about it.
this score,
Correct. So if I were to come up to you
if
and
I
say,
tell
"Hey,
you
could
that
you
this
tell me
score,
about this?" and you say, "No, I can't tell you about that," that means yes, you don't know about it. Correct.
no, this is not the case. We are talking about completely different things. You do not even understand what I'm telling you. Could I continue?
Yeah, I do
not
understand.
interrupt me at
You're
this
saying
point.
you don't know.
Okay.
You're saying you don't know.
No. This is not what I told you.
Okay, so who measured
If I tell you
Earth
that-
going around the sun? Well, firstly, how fast do you believe that the Earth is flying around the sun? You don't know
How
that either,
fast?
right?
What?
You have to look up how much you believe it's how fast it's going around the sun.
Yeah, I mean, how else am I going to know about this?
How
about
else
this
are you
data?
going to know it? Well, because certainly you can't measure it or prove it yourself, can you? So of course you just have to read it online and believe it.
Okay, so if you cannot measure and experiment anything yourself, then it doesn't exist. Is that what you're saying?
If you've got no evidence at all for it, then yes, you can assume it doesn't exist.
I got evidence, and I do not remember
the evidence
it.
of absence is the absence of evidence.
Like, let's say I have a book, right? I have a book. I have read the book, and I know what this book is talking about.
Okay, so the book
Any
makes
book.
a claim.
I'm talking about a random book.
So that would be a
And then I don't
claim,
remember.
not evidence. Yeah, that would be a claim, not evidence.
Okay, but if I provide you with the evidence, does this make it relevant or not? If I provide you the evidence from the book,
between a claim and evidence.
Cyclone, I have a question for Cyclone. I read Harry Potter, so now do I understand how to fly on a broom?
True, yes. That must be proof
how
and
is this
evidence for
related?
the wizarding world.
How is this related to our subject? How is
Because
this related?
you read it in a book, he read it in a book, so it must be true.
I'm talking about data and science. I'm not talking about some fucking novel.
No, that's science. There's more science in Harry Potter.
Science?
There's more science. There's more science in Harry Potter than what you're talking about.
There's no science in Harry Potter.
Okay,
there's more than in what you're talking about.
Nah, you guys are just trolling at this point. You're just trolling.
Okay.
Seriously.
Okay, so let's get to it. How fast do you believe the Earth is going around the sun?
I cannot believe
5,000
something that
miles
I
an
know.
hour.
Oh, so you know it. How fast do you know that it's going around the sun? You don't know it.
I do not understand what you're saying. I do not understand even with the question. What the fuck is this question?
What speed do you believe? What speed do you believe that the Earth is going around the sun?
I cannot know this. I told you that I need to search it up in the book or in the Google.
I thought you said you knew
it. But I know it does. Look, dude, your claim, your hypothesis is that it doesn't do this, right? You do not say another thing. Like, you do not say that it's 3,000 and then I told you, no, it's more or it's less.
Calm down.
You just said that it doesn't.
Calm down.
Right? This
It's
is
okay,
your
dude.
claim.
Calm down. Okay, so look it up and then tell us how much you believe what you just read.
I cannot believe something
And
that
then
I can search up the data
how do you
for.
measure it?
If there is data,
And
I
then you
cannot
tell us
tell you
how
that
you
I
measure it.
believe. I can tell you that I know.
You know. Okay, well, let's see if that's true. So go and look it up, and then you can try and explain how you now know it since you read it on Google.
No, seriously, but first of all, you told me
just do
that
it, bro.
I do not believe in this, right? You do not believe in these things. And then I told you that
I don't believe in the fantasy globe
because I have
religion.
evidence.
Of course. No, you don't have any evidence. You just have belief. But come on, let's go.
No, this is not the same. Look, this is not the same. You're just mixing up religion and
so how fast is the Earth going around the sun? That's your claim, dude. How fast is it going around the sun? Look up your belief. Look up your belief.
Your claim was not how fast. You claim that it doesn't spin at all.
It's a question. It's not a claim. It's a question. It's your claim. I'm questioning your claim. So how fast do you believe it's going around the sun?
365 days, like a year, almost. But it depends. Like each year, sometimes it's 300. It's days, but you need to calculate it for the like distance.
365 days per hour. Is that?
No, you do not understand it.
That's pretty fast. 365 days per hour.
I asked you the speed, dude.
Okay.
Yeah, someone asked
I
him.
wonder if he knows what a triangle is. That
Someone
would be
asked
an
him to
interesting.
recite
Hold on.
Okay.
I'm
You want
really
to see
endeavoring at least to get to this moment. All right, yeah, go for it.
67,000 miles per hour. 67,000
Okay.
miles per hour.
Now, now that you've read that, do you believe it?
Yeah, I do.
Yes, you believe it. It's a belief. Okay, confirmed. So now you're telling me that the ground beneath my feet, you believe that ground is moving at 67,000 miles an hour?
Yeah, I do.
At least. Okay, who's measured that?
Yeah. I will need to look it up because I obviously do not know this.
Because in reality, you will have to look it up.
The
But in
measurements
reality,
are done.
Okay, but in reality,
Yeah,
you don't
continue.
you don't experience that in reality, do you?
No, I do not.
Yeah, you just experience the motionless ground. But okay, you're saying it's actually moving at 67,000 miles an hour. So you're going to need to prove that with some measurements. So could you do that?
How? Just fucking how?
Good question.
Your question is just stupid at this point.
measure it? How does the globe religion measure it? Good question.
Okay, let's see. Papers and articles.
Because it seems like 0, but if it's actually 67,000 miles an hour, that'd be good to know.
Somebody had to measure it.
Yeah, of course they did.
Oh yeah, how did they do that?
Of course they did. Let me just check who and how and when and where and how.
Well, first of all, so they have like an orbital path. Average distance from the sun is like 93 million miles.
Oh, you keep you keep adding claims.
That's another. Yeah, that's another claim. So we're gonna have to get to that.
Calculate it first of all. Calculate it from the year. So you look. First of all, you need to understand one thing.
No. I'm asking for a measurement. Hold on. I'm asking for a measurement that the ground is moving at 67,000 miles an hour.
How
so
do you,
that shouldn't matter what year it is.
Just like I said before, in 1 year, the Earth completes one rotation around the sun. Is that true?
Well, no. This is your claim. This is what we're checking because you're saying it's moving at 67,000 miles an hour in order for this to be true.
But we derive this. Look, we derive this number from the fact that it rotates 1 year from the around the sun.
So it's not measured.
365 days.
Oh, so it's not measured. It's just an assumption.
Okay, let's see the measurements.
Yes, please. Because I don't want to just be assuming this, because then, that would be stupid. Especially since our lived experience is that the ground is motionless. We can't just be assuming it's going at 67,000 miles an hour for no reason.
Okay, so stellar parallax.
I thought you were measuring the ground moving.
No, wait. I'm just reading because you do not want me to read it out to you. I'm going to need to read it and then understand it.
Yeah, you need to. Yes, correct. You try and understand your own argument before you make it. That's a good rule of thumb.
Yeah, but I don't think you are doing with that either.
Well, I'm not the one making the argument. I'm not claiming that the Earth, the ground is moving at 67,000 miles an hour. You are.
You're claiming that it is not. You're claiming that
that's
it's not.
What we experience. Right? That's what we experience, isn't it?
No, it is not.
Yes, it is.
You already agree. Experiencing the stars. Can't you see the stars?
You Seriously. Already agreed that we experience a motionless ground.
We experience a motionless ground. That is true. I still say
there you go.
But
so that's not
this
a claim.
Does not mean
that's not a claim on my side.
Yes,
that's just our experience.
When you're driving a car, the car itself beneath your feet, it is not moving away from your feet, is it?
So
you're driving it. It goes.
So is that your evidence that the ground is moving at 67,000?
No, this is not my evidence.
Okay, well, let's get to that then.
This is not my evidence.
Let's get to that then.
But you're just...
Let's just skip to that bit then.
Look. No. You're telling me because the ground beneath my feet is not moving...
I'm happy with driving a car. We can drive a car. We can drive a car on a motionless surface. That's fine. That's not a problem. But you're claiming that the motionless surface is actually moving at 67,000 miles an hour. So we're going to need some measurement for that.
I never said the surface itself is motionless. I said the ground beneath me.
That's what we experience it as, you said.
It's like when I walk, the ground beneath me, the pavement, whatever it is, the asphalt, it does not move away from my feet, does it?
No, the ground is not in motion, as far as you can tell. The ground is still. That's what we're saying.
It does, but this does not mean that the entire surface of the Earth is not moving.
Well, that's what you're trying to prove. That's what we're asking for your evidence for, and so far you haven't given us any.
And why do you think? Like, why did you even propose this? That's like you use it as if
you
it
make
was
a
an
claim.
argument.
It needs evidence. Your claim requires evidence, so you need to measure it. So let's get the measurement, dude.
Your claim.
It's not a claim.
But wait. I will give you the measurement. But first of all,
we'll just do
you
it,
need
dude.
to
You keep
understand
saying
something.
that.
The stars, when you look up the stars, do they move or not? Are
What
they
do you
moving or not?
observe?
Are they in motion?
What do you observe?
Well, I observe that they move. What do you observe?
Yeah, I observe that they move.
Okay. And this means that either these stars are moving away very fast from you, or that you are moving away from them. Does that mean
but we only have the observation of them moving, so if you want to say something else is happening, you would need to prove that.
But you also have the observation of them being stars. And stars, as you know, that the light from them needs to travel and then reach you. And this does not mean that the star is moving as fast as you see it moves. Like you see it moving like in one day.
Dude, you're just getting incoherent now. Let's just focus on that 67,000 mile an hour ground motion that you're claiming. Let's start with that. Where's that measurement, remember? So that's pretty fast. 67,000 miles an hour, that's quite fast. Strange that you can't detect any motion at all in reality.
Yeah, this bad boy screaming across the universe, isn't it?
What's that, AV?
This bad boy screaming across the universe, isn't it?
Seems to be. Well, according to this guy here.
I am screaming. Oh yeah.
No. He's saying the Earth is screaming across the universe. Like it's flying.
I thought it was another.
So what I've got so far from your conversation here is that we don't witness the Earth moving. Yeah, so you've said we don't witness the Earth moving or feel the Earth moving. However, we witness the celestial bodies moving. Therefore, it can't be the celestial bodies moving. It must be us. That is not logical, my friend.
How is that not logical? Please, explain to me your logic. Give me your logic.
So you can't work that out just from his sentence?
No, he just he accused my logic of being untrue, of being false. Then give me your logic. What does it mean then? If you're seeing the stars moving away,
we can go over
and
the
you know that they cannot move away this fast.
What's happening with that measurement then? Are you giving up on the measurement or no?
No, I'm not. I have just read it. So there are how many? 5 different examples. First of all, the stellar parallax, the stars moving away.
Well, just give me the one that focuses on the ground. Just focus on the one that measures the ground motion.
The aberration of the starlight. So the light from
no, that's the lights in the sky again.
At a certain angle.
No. The measurement of the ground moving. Focus on that. No. Not the lights in the sky.
And then GPS and satellite.
Moving.
GPS and the satellite tracking.
Okay, so
GPS
which of those
satellite tracking, they need
is measuring
to be like
the ground?
Extremely. Oh my God!
A measurement of the ground is what we're looking for.
What do you want to measure at this point? What do you even want to measure?
Remember, you said the ground is moving at 67,000 miles an hour. Yeah.
Not the ground that I'm walking on.
Yeah. That ground, because it's the Earth. You said the whole Earth. So that would include the ground that you walk on. Yeah. So the ground that you walk on, you're claiming is moving at 67,000 miles an hour. So if I'm standing on the beach with you, and I'm looking around, the ground doesn't appear or experience to be moving. But you're saying it's moving at 67,000 miles an hour. So how are you measuring the ground moving at 67,000 miles an hour? Don't tell me stories about the lights in the sky. Show me a measurement of the ground.
I just told you GPS. How about
none of those?
Like, what's your problem with the GPS?
Well, what's that measuring?
That's measuring how far from Earth it should be, and like the measurement need to be precise and very, very accurate.
What is the measurement exactly? What's the measurement? Measurement of what? And also, is this something that can be verified? Is this something that we can do to confirm it, or do we just have to believe a story? Because we're not too into story time here. We'd like...
Yeah, we are not.
Verifiable evidence.
Oh my God.
Oh my God, they want to verify it. How dare they? They want to know what I'm claiming is true. Who are these people?
Shut up, you're a flat earther. Shut the fuck up, dude.
Oh, so you joined the Flat Earth channel? Is that why you joined the Flat Earth channel? Is that why you joined the Flat Earth channel? So that you didn't have to hear Flat Earthers? Is that your logic? Your logic sounds about as good as this guy's. Hey guys, can you not both spiral at the same time? Could you not both spiral at the same time, please? So this guy's joined the Flat Earth channel. So this guy's joined the Flat Earth channel because he doesn't want to hear...
Go ahead. I want to listen to your funny arguments. Go ahead. Gravity doesn't exist.
Okay. Here's my argument. Water, a body of water at rest is flat and level. Okay, does a body of water curve? Is that what you're saying?
I listen to your stupid, dumb arguments like a
Okay, just answer it. Okay, it's so stupid. It's so stupid. Okay.
And you keep like bashing your heads in the
I get it, dude. You're emotional. You're spiraling. I get it. You're here to mock us because you're emotional. Because you're emotional and you don't actually have an argument. You have to mock people. So let's see it. So you think a body of water does curve? Okay, could you show us a curved lake?
Bodies of water. Shouldn't you at least tell me like what the
body of water? You just said it was stupid to say that a body of water lies level and flat.
Geographical locations of each country. Go ahead, I'll wait.
Why? Can you not show us that a lake is curving?
Well, until you can provide me a map with the countries, like on their geographical locations and where they are, I would shut the fuck up about like curvature and water sticking to. Like,
Why? If you don't have any curvature, then you don't have an argument, Mighty.
Establish basic things.
Mighty, you don't have an argument unless you've got curvature.
Like fucking arguments, like physics.
Mighty. Listen, I know you're getting upset. But you don't even have an argument to present if you can't demonstrate curvature of the surface. So, no, that's not something you can just skip over. So, how are you going to measure a curved body of water? Could you do that? Who's done that?
How are you going to explain the 24-hour sun in Antarctica?
Well, that would be, in your argument, that would assume a curvature. So I'm asking you how you verify that there is a curvature.
That's not what I said.
Well, if you're going to claim that a 24-hour sun is somehow evidence of a globe Earth, you would be assuming that you're observing that sun on a curved Earth. So, dude, I know you're just going to keep trying talking because you don't want to hear it, you're too upset, you're too fragile, you don't have an argument, you don't know what you're talking about. But that's the whole process that you globers have to go through so that you start to understand. your own Dunning-Kruger retardation. So try again. We need a curved body of water to even show that this globe idea is a possibility. So how are you proving that?
You need to start from the basics, dude. You need to work your way
Yeah,
up.
you need to start right at the basics. Yeah, right at the basics. You assume a curved Earth.
Explain.
Okay, let's start right at the basics. Let's start right at the basics. So, Mighty, what is the claimed radius of this globe that you so fervently believe in?
Where are the sun and the moon?
All right, let's try again. Mighty, what is the claimed radius value of this globe that you believe in?
How far are the sun and the moon, and where's the container?
Mighty, why are you dodging the question? We're trying to start from the basics with you.
He's giving up, Cyclone. Like he can't answer.
Well, let's see how long he will dodge the question for. So we're just looking for the radius value of this globe, Mighty. Mighty, do you not know what the claimed radius value is of this ball Earth that you're trying to argue for? Do you not know that basic detail?
You don't know what the terms container means? Do I have to
I'm
explain?
talking about containers. What are you talking about, dude? You're trying to prove your foundational premise of a globe. So what is this globe you're trying to prove? Could you tell us the radius, the circumference, the diameter? Could you tell us any of those details?
Sure, after you answer me where the container is.
No, just tell me, because this is your argument.
Physical container. I want to see where it is. Let's examine
Why can't you tell us the basics of the globe? Do you not know them?
Container.
Because you came in saying that we're dumb, and it's dumb to question the globe, so we're going to just check and see if you've got that on lock. You know that it is a globe. So could you tell us the basics of this globe? The radius, diameter, circumference, any of those details? And then we can check and see if that's true.
See, the thing is, I already debunked your stupid arguments like a million times. I'm here to ask you.
Mighty, it's very weird that you just can't provide this basic information which is supposedly true. Why would you be so scared of saying what the claimed radius or the circumference is of this globe that you're arguing for? This is your argument.
Where's the firmament? Where's the firmament?
Google it if you want to know.
Where's the container?
Well, I just need to check that you know, Mighty. I just need to check that you know, Mighty, because you came in claiming that this is the truth and it's stupid to question it. So let's see if it is stupid to question it. What's the radius?
Cyclone, show us the container. I'm waiting.
Yeah, where's the container, buddy? Stop avoiding.
Okay, so he's ripped out, given up. Who's the other guy asking about a container?
Booger Smoker.
Yeah,
that's Booger Smoker.
Booger Smoker. Oh, you've been spiraling for ages, Booger Smoker. Why are you still playing this game?
Where's the container?
Why are you still pretending you believe in the globe? Well, where's the container on your globe?
There is none.
Oh, okay, so you don't have gas pressure then?
No, there's gas pressure. Where's the container?
Oh, right. Well, then where's the container?
Where's the evidence of your container?
Well, you said there's gas pressure.
Go back to your corner, dude. Where you
well, hold on. Yeah, I'll just catch him on this L. We'll just give him a quick.
Why do you guys get so emotional?
So you've got gas pressure. So what container is that gas pressing off of?
It's not. Where's your container? I'm asking you. Where's your container?
How do you have gas pressure then? Well, there must be a container for the gas pressure.
Is your container? Can you answer the question?
Well, no, because you're saying that you have. Well, I'm asking you the question.
No, I'm asking you the question. That's what I'm saying. I'm asking you directly.
All around you, wherever this gas pressure is, wherever there's gas pressure, it must be contained.
Pivoting. He keeps avoiding the question.
Well, you're avoiding it because you're agreeing.
I asked you a question first. The other guy asked you the same question. You haven't answered it once. Where is the container? Same question every time. Stop avoiding it.
Okay. Well, why are you asking if there's a container?
Where is the container? Show me evidence of the container.
Are you saying there's no container?
It's like as simple as it can be, buddy. Stop avoiding the question. You see how you're avoiding and you're floundering?
Oh yeah, I'm floundering. Where's the container?
Guys, I found it. I found what's over the ice wall. Guys, I saw what's over the ice wall. Guess what it is?
Yeah, shut up. It's in your mom's basement, Booger Smoker. The container.
I found what's over the ice wall too. It's a fat fucking stupid
Shut up, idiot. And the container's full of...
I found what's over the ice wall as well. I found it.
Good Lord. Off you go, Booger Smoker. Back to your corner. That's all they do, Cyclone. M and Mighty, same thing. They're just on repeat.
Just perpetually melting down to hardcore spiralers.
Yeah.
Full spirals this morning. That's all I've heard for the last 4 hours.
Yeah, so container would be his problem because he's claiming a vacuum in the sky. It's gonna be your problem, Smoker. You claim a vacuum in the sky, Smoker? Where's your container?
He's got his nose in the corner, and he needs to turn around to his mic.
Where's the magic vacuum cleaner in space sucking out everything into space? Show us the evidence.
Okay, you are just way too dumb for this conversation. Pipe down.
Show us the vacuum cleaner. Show us.
You are way too stupid for this. I'm just gonna put you on mute for your own good.
Contemplating his navel. As usual.
Oh. I think I dropped out there. I think I was speaking away to myself. Who was speaking there? Did we get Mighty or?
Yeah, it was a moron, mighty moron, talking about space being a vacuum cleaner.
You gonna press Booger some more? I like to hear it. I want to hear him crack once.
I'm gonna get on Booger again. All right, Booger.
Yeah, why not?
So, Booger, you want to know about the container for the gas pressure?
Aww.
Booger.
He dipped out.
Oh, he ran away.
Container.
I just want to understand what makes Mighty so upset about this topic. What's upset you so much?
I just want to see the container. You claim there's a
Well, you
container.
must be upset because you came in trying to insult. You came in trying to insult a room full of people over this topic. So it must upset you.
Yes, I'm very upset.
Well, why are you upset? That's what I'm asking.
Because I want to see a container and I never saw it. That's why I'm upset.
Oh, does that sound logical to you?
Yes, I'm very upset because someone's claiming there's a magical container holding in all the gas pressure in the planet. I just want to see where it is because, like, I've never seen it, and that's why I'm upset. I want to see a picture.
Are you saying?
My life.
Are you saying you wouldn't need a container to hold in gas pressure?
No. I just want to see the container that you're claiming that there is.
Okay, so you're agreeing.
Like,
so you're
agreeing. Is it
agreeing.
like a glass dome, like in The Simpsons, or is it?
Okay, so let me just clarify. You are in agreement. So you are in agreement that gas pressure would require a container.
No.
No. Okay, how can you have it without a container?
Gravity.
Gravity?
Yes.
Could you show me?
Well, you can look at the Earth.
You should be raging about the fact that you can't see gravity pulling on air. Show me where the gravity's pulling on air. Show it to me really fast.
What's holding the Earth? What's holding the air?
No, show it to me. You're afraid.
What's holding the Earth? What's holding all the air in the atmosphere?
You're afraid to show us.
Hold on, Mighty. Wouldn't that be the same? Wouldn't that be the same as what you're asking us? So, like,
jump
show
where
us.
you are, and if you fall down, that's your proof. Now, show me the container.
Gas? Are you a gas?
Show me the container, please. You claim a container.
You just
should be able to provide evidence for said claim if you want us to believe it, right?
Okay, so shouldn't you be able to provide evidence that you can have gas pressure without a container?
Yes. Look at the Earth. A perfect example.
Well, how do you know that's without a container?
Earth contained within the atmosphere without a physical.
How do you know that's? How do you know that's without? How do you know? How do you know it's without a physical container?
Do you see a physical container? Because you claim there is.
How do you know? How do you know it's just not beyond what you can see?
Did you conduct like a special expedition to a far remote place on the planet we don't know where it is, where you can actually see the container?
No. We just understand that gas pressure. We just understand that gas pressure is defined as the force exerted by the gas on the walls of its container.
Evidence.
If I may, I was. I was not allowing him to type anything else in the text chat. I was deleting all his comments until he answered, "What is a necessary antecedent consequent relationship?" If he could just come to the understanding of that, he'd understand why we say there is containment.
He can't answer that. He already knows. That's why he's so desperately ducking and diving away from every point being made, because he already knows the conclusion. He just can't bring himself to face it, so he's trying to deflect and turn onto us this need to necessitate an antecedent relationship that we all know already exists.
Either that or there's too many big words in that request for him.
It's like saying, I want to see the cow that this filet mignon came out of. I want to see the color.
This is not a steak.
I want to see the color.
This is not honey until I see the hive. This is not a banana until I see the peel.
You believe like how anxious and nervous this guy is when he comes in here? Like how much liquid courage does he even need to come in here?
Well, that's what I was going to say. I mean, you can already tell as soon as he came in that he was super emotional, super pressed. He's just insulting people. Oh, well, why did you tell me? Oh, where you see the container? Are you going to tell me? He's just like rambling through anyone he speaks because that's all he can do. He thinks he's got a gotcha. But he doesn't, because he doesn't have gas pressure without a container. Mikey, you do understand you only have a gas pressure system if it's contained. You understand that, right?
It's very simple, Cyclone. It's very, very logical. You asked.
So why, if it's so simple, why can't you just ever answer a straight question? Why do you have to deflect? You understand that a pressurized system requires containment, don't you?
So I'll answer your question. You asked. I understand what you're asking, but I want you to follow this logic and see if it makes sense to you. You claim a flat Earth and that it's not a sphere because we can't provide any evidence of a curve, correct?
There is no curvature of the Earth's surface, therefore it cannot be a ball. Correct.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, welcome to Flat Earth.
Wait. So let's apply the same logic. By that logic, right? If I can't see, or anyone can see, or prove a container, therefore it does not exist, correct?
No, because we have gas pressure.
Why don't you apply the same logic then?
Because gas pressure requires a container.
Okay, so show us the container.
It's necessary.
We can't show you the curve. You can't show the.
Mighty, it would be like me saying, Mighty, show me your parents right now. And if you can't, then you don't have parents. Your parents don't exist. Obviously, your parents do exist.
And you don't exist.
Well, it's not the same because if God forbid,
it is the same.
Let's say your parents were.
It's the same, Mighty.
Necessary condition.
You couldn't exist. You couldn't exist without your parents. The same way that gas pressure couldn't exist without a container. So it's exactly the same. Unless you can show us a demonstration of gas pressure with no container, but you've already given that away as well and just said, just look outside, which is a blatant begging the question fallacy. That's the exact thing in question. So you're done.
Okay, so two things. No, I'm not done. I have answers for you. Very easy, simple answers that maybe simpletons as you can understand. So A, you're assuming when you're saying, show me your parents, and if you don't have parents, then you don't exist, or whatever that claim was, is a stupid analogy because we know that people come from parents. We know that.
Yeah, we know that gas pressure requires containment.
No, but in case of gas pressure, we know it can also come from other sources such as gravity.
No, this is where, Mighty, this is where you're getting confused. I'm glad we've identified it. So you're laboring under a delusion that you can have gas pressure, i.e., gas particles pressing off the walls of a container with no container. So no, it's not us that are simpletons or incorrect. It's you that is fundamentally lodged in a religious belief. So again, we're going to get back to, okay, show us that you can achieve gas pressure, a gas pressure system within a vacuum without a physical container. And if you can't, Mighty, then we can dismiss your religious fantasy.
Claiming that ours is a religion, but you're applying exactly the logic of a religion. Whereas if you can't show
you are.
Let me explain. You're not following through. You're saying I can't show you a container, but we know that there must be a container, therefore it exists.
Mighty, why are you straw-manning us? Why are you straw-manning us after we've just explained it to you 10 times? Mighty, you know what we're saying is that the gas needs to press off of a container, yes?
No, it
gas
doesn't.
pressure to exist.
No one said gas isn't pressing off a container.
What is the definition of gas pressure, Mighty? Okay, Mighty. What is your definition? And what is not your definition? What is the definition of gas pressure?
First, you're going to have to show me where the container is to explain that there is a gas.
No. Well, wait. Are you disagreeing that we have gas pressure on Earth?
No, I agree. I believe it's
okay. So what is gas pressure?
Well, there's a gradient in how much
No.
air.
What is gas pressure? Define it.
You want me to give you the definition of what pressure is?
Definition of gas pressure.
Gas pressure.
That we have on Earth.
Pressure is newtons per inch squared. So
no, gas pressure. Gas pressure.
Gas pressure. That would be air.
What's the definition?
Yes, air and gases from other.
Why don't you look it up?
Molecules.
Take a moment to look it up.
We'll give you. We'll give you a second.
There you go. Take a moment to look it up on Google.
Painful. Very resistant. Got to drag him around by his ears.
I'm getting really tired of these Globers asking for us for proof of the container when they are assuming or they believe that Earth exists in a vacuum. I want the proof of the container for the vacuum first.
Also, I'm getting sick of their analogy to but you say we can't see curvature, you can't see the container. Okay, then demonstrate that curvature is the necessary condition for something that we experience.
And it's not even that. It's not even analogous because we actually done laser testing where we don't see curvature, and that's the difference.
Yeah, it's a very desperate attempt to make some kind of false equivalence there. So, Mighty, have you looked up the definition for gas pressure yet? Do you know
I
what
know what the definition of gas pressure is. There's no need to mute me. I mean, you can try and run away and avoid my question.
Okay, what is it then?
I can help you win
the argument. What is it then? So what is it then?
The truth stands.
So what is it? What's the definition?
The truth is the same way you want.
Mighty, you're doing it again. You're doing it again. You're running away from a very obvious question.
He already admitted it. He said per square inch of surface area is how we measure it. So he's claiming containment.
Well,
I never said there wasn't containment. I said there is containment. You think it could only be due to a physical container.
So what's the definition of gas pressure then, since you know it?
I can read you the definition if you want. Gas pressure is the force exerted by gas molecules colliding with the surfaces of other containers. Of their container.
Ooh, of their container. Okay, so when we said it needs a container,
you said there's a physical container,
you've just been
but you never showed it.
Oh, okay, so you don't know what a container is. So what's the definition of container? What's the definition of container, since you're going to try and...
A container doesn't have to be a physical container.
Wait, so walls aren't physical? Walls aren't physical?
Yeah.
Well, if it is a wall, so
gas can press on things that aren't physical?
That's a good question.
Can gas press on things that aren't physical?
Yeah, Mighty,
can gas press on things that aren't physical?
That's a good question. Let me answer. So either it's pressing against something that is physical that we can see, or something else that we cannot see is causing this gas pressure that we cannot see. Now, you're claiming it is something we can see, feel, and touch, and that it's physical. Can you provide evidence for that? Yes, so provide evidence for it.
Can gas press against some non-physical substance or container?
That's irrelevant. If you can't show me,
it is relevant.
Container,
that's your argument.
No,
that's what your whole argument is.
Very simple.
Your whole argument is.
Or you don't.
Yeah, your whole argument is that. So is that what you're saying?
Your whole argument is that we can't provide evidence for curvature, and you're assuming something because we can't provide the evidence.
You're agreeing. Gas has to press. Gas has to press again.
Your logic of psych.
See how you just keep trying to talk through me? See how you just keep trying to talk through me?
You're talking through me and muting me all the time. Don't be a little crybaby. Don't be a little Nancy.
You're agreeing that gas is pressing against a physical container. That's what it's doing.
Yes. So so you're claiming a physical container.
You don't have a physical container. You don't have a physical
exactly
container.
Is what I'm saying. Thank you.
Right.
Welcome
so
to
that's wrong with the definition. Yeah. So the definition of gas pressure debunks your globe.
No,
because it says container.
You're assuming you're assuming.
No, hold on a second.
The physical container is something you can see, feel, and touch.
Shut up. Shut up.
It's gravity field.
In your own definition, you said square inches of a container. Can you please show us square inches of a gravity container right now?
Gravity is not something physical. It's a force.
Oh,
so you can't show us
for 110 years. You're not really up on the current.
Hold on. By your logic, then, Mighty, if you can't observe that, it doesn't exist. Because you've just said to us, show me the container or it doesn't exist. Well, you can't show us gas hitting off. Sorry, I just got cut out. Yeah, you can't show us this gas hitting off this gravity container, can you? So why are you believing in that?
You just called me on Discord. What the fuck, dude?
Yeah, it was. I pressed the wrong button. So by your logic, if you can't see the container, why are you believing it?
No, okay. So here's the difference. Because as someone who studies physics, right, you should know. Well,
you don't study physics,
obviously, because
you don't study physics. What are you talking about?
You should know that forces are something that have effects, and we can measure them and we can observe them. Right? We can study gravity. We can demonstrate how it works. Unless you're claiming gravity doesn't exist, are we going to claim
that? Can you demonstrate it?
Is that your claim? Is that your claim that gravity doesn't exist?
Can you demonstrate it creating a gas pressure system in a vacuum?
Yes, absolutely. Look around you at the planet's atmosphere.
Well, no, that would be begging the question.
Container, and yet we have gas gradient, and we can see different pressures in the air.
Hey, Mighty. I was wondering, is science about producing results or reproducing results?
Don't try to deflect. We're in the middle of a conversation.
Is that? Would that be? Does science reproduce results?
Yeah, all you're doing is deflecting.
Or not? Like,
what you're doing is deflecting.
Beating around the bush.
You're deflecting,
you wouldn't be making an unscientific claim now, would you?
Well, maybe I am.
Oh, okay.
So nowhere in the definition of container does it say gravity, and nowhere in the definition of gravity does it say container. So gravity isn't a container for gas.
Look, Cyclone, I'm willing to concede right now.
Just have a container.
I'll take off my globe hat and my fucking tinfoil hat and become a flat earther right now if you can show me physical evidence.
No, we don't want you, dude. We don't want you. You're too emotional and you're too dumb.
Because if you can't do that, you're just absolutely wrong.
You're much too dumb to be a flat earther, dude.
Wrong.
This is a spiral.
Yeah, you're just spiraling, dude.
You're just being dishonest.
We're just letting you air your spiral out so people can see that the globe side have literally nothing.
Because you can't answer
the
question.
So a container that a gas is pressing off of, that's physical, right?
I didn't say it was physical. You claim it's physical, not me. The flat earth.
Gravity forms a wall.
That's just
what
gravity
it is. Forms a wall.
Do you know what a container is?
Say it forms a wall. Why are you strawmanning?
Hey, Mighty, do you know what a container is?
Right, sorry.
Yeah.
Maybe you don't know what a container is. Maybe you need to look up the definition for the word container.
You tell me your definition of
What's the definition? No, just you can just look it up. Whatever it's in the dictionary. I'll go with whatever's in the dictionary.
I don't care what it's in
the definition of gas pressure, right?
Will you agree with what the dictionary definition is of container?
Let me read what it says. Let's go. Here, let's container or gas container.
An object for holding or transporting something.
An object, okay. So an object is, you would agree that's a physical matter.
Yes, so that would be a physical vessel that can hold or transport something.
That we can see, feel, or touch?
Yep. Yes.
Okay, so can you see, feel, or touch this?
No. I know. See, is this your little debate tactic again that you're going to try and now deflect onto this?
Debate tactic? This is literally, I'm literally following.
You're agreeing with the definition. So you're agreeing with the definition of container being a physical container, yeah?
That's your definition, and I agree with it.
No, that's the dictionary definition. Do you agree with it?
Yes,
do you agree?
Let's say for the sake of debate,
you agree with that?
Yes,
okay, so when gas pressure is defined then as the gas colliding with the walls of its container, that's a physical container then.
Let's assume that is a physical container. Okay.
So there you go. So then we have a physical container since we have gas pressure.
No, you
don't need to see, you don't need to see it or feel it or smell it or touch it.
Basically, God. You're saying God. We don't have to feel.
You just got it.
We don't have to just assume it was a purple dragon that created the gas.
Now you've gone to God and everything else. Yeah, that's enough, matey. There you go. You got there in the end. Well done.
What's a non-physical container anyway?
Electromagnetism, like in a particle accelerator.
Isn't that such a thing? His demand. So let's just make sure that we understand that his demand to see it or touch it, right, is an argument from ignorance.
Well, I think his whole worldview is an argument from ignorance, isn't it?
Well, that's what you define container as.
Yeah, as an object that can hold or transport something. So gas pressure being the force exerted by the gas on the walls of its container is obviously referring to a physical container.
Yeah, so
Cyclone
was here, touch it.
No, Cyclone, No, that would be an argument from ignorance, right? Despite the evidence that's presented to you for its existence, right, you will demand that no, unless we can see it or touch it, I don't accept that it exists. It's an argument from ignorance.
Gas pressure in a container is not mutually exclusive.
Yeah,
Sorry to interrupt you. I didn't know you were finished.
okay. Cyclone was willing to entertain the notion that an amount of gas can be restricted to a single area without a container with demonstration, and that's what we asked for, and we never get it.
Well, it's just fantasy.
I have a question.
What's your question?
If gas pressure is created by a container on Earth, then why is pressure lower at higher altitudes?
Well, you can have a pressure gradient in a contained system because a pressure gradient is just delta X of the pressure. But for the pressure to begin with, you would need a container. So for the pressure gradient, you need a container as well.
What's
and you can have that in a dynamic you can have that in a dynamic system.
Would it be a derivative or a consequent of another thing, which would be gas pressure, right?
Yep. You need the containment for the closed system, the closed dynamic system to exist in the first place.
Yeah, then you can have a gradient within that system. That's what we've got, like a terrarium, right? This is an example of a closed system which has its own gas and water cycle, with just a bit of earth and moisture in the contained system. So we can demonstrate all that. But we can't demonstrate a pressurized gas system in a vacuum. So
Wait, so how would you have a pressure gradient in a container?
Energy.
It has to do with the depth of the container.
You understand we live in a dynamic system. There's lots of energy and gas production within the system. The system is thermodynamic and constantly trying to reach an equilibrium. It can't, though, because of the energies that are in the system. That's why we have things like weather. But ultimately, to have this type of thermodynamic system, it needs to be closed. Because if it's open, all the energy and all the matter that has energy, like gas, will leave.
This isn't a bit. I have a genuine question. Can you guys demonstrate gas pressure gradients in a container?
Yeah,
yes, 100%.
So if you have a long container filled with gas and it's closed at all ends, and you impart heat to one side of the container, because of the temperature that's given to the gas moves more. It's more excited and has more physical collisions with the walls of its container, causing more pressure at the other end of the container. Where it's cooler, where the gas is not as excited, it is not vibrating as much and not causing as much collisions with the side of its container pressure.
Oh, that was very informational.
Yeah, even in your own house, there's more pressure.
Over a period of time, it's going to equalize.
Hello,
pressure's going to.
I'm talking. Hello.
I mean,
You're not
no.
hearing me?
I hear you.
All right, so
Nope, everybody's interrupting though.
Yeah, even at your own house, there's more pressure at the bottom of your house than there is in the top of your house. It's a gradient.
Yeah, that's what Jedi said. I think not that exactly, but
Also, it just stands. Well, also, it just stands to reason that since the gas is being produced at surface level via biochemical reactions, it stands to reason that the thickest concentration is where it originates and then spreads out into the wider system.
This happens with all fluids, even, let's say, water. If you have water with a really long container and with one short container, there'll be a pressure gradient on both, and the one with the longer, more depth, has greater pressure at the lower part than at the top. Same amount of water, but there is a pressure gradient due to depth.
So, do you think you could, QWERTY, do you think you could demonstrate a gas pressure gradient without a container?
Yeah.
Okay, what would the demonstration be?
gravity.
Insert beg the question.
Okay, could you show us someone demonstrating a gas pressure system without a container?
I'd have to demonstrate it when I can see it myself.
Or do you see
well, no, you would have to demonstrate it. Because you don't see that
outside.
yourself. No, when you go outside...
Things fall down.
Well, gas doesn't. The air doesn't. The air's going in all directions, including up. No, the air goes up, remember?
Air goes up because it's lighter than the things below it.
It's lighter than the things...
Well, whatever you want to say about that. You just said it was all getting pulled down, but it's not. It's going up.
It's getting pulled down, but if it's lighter than the things below it,
then it's going up. So it's going up.
Still getting pulled down.
So it's getting pulled down, which means it's going up.
It's getting pulled down less than the things around it, so it goes up.
So it's not going down then.
Up, down, left, right.
Because the things around it are pushing. The things around it are pushing up on it.
So that wouldn't be an example of us seeing air pulled down by gravity, since it's going up. No, it's going up.
This is
bullshit.
bullshit.
Yes, we can measure exactly how much it goes up based on how light it is.
Excuse me. This is
there's heavier gases that go straight down.
Excuse me. I feel like you're just plucking this stuff out of thin air. Everything that you are saying is in contradiction to things like kinetic molecular theory of gases, where you're saying that gases have got some kind of force that stops them expanding and pulls them backwards. Gases is described as having constant straight line motion. The only thing that changes their direction are physical collisions with other gas molecules or the walls of its container. There's nothing that's described as something else. Hold on. There's never anything described as something else changing the path or restricting the ability for gas to expand. It's just in your imagination at the moment, unless you can cite it.
I have a question. I don't want to hijack the conversation, so other Glover can keep talking if he wants.
Yeah, but this is demonstrated. What Jedi's talking about is demonstrated when we put a singular type of gas inside an environment where it doesn't occupy a shared space with anything else, like a vacuum chamber, right? Just insert one type of gas, and you have just, by your standard, has no reason to go up now, right? But it does. It fills the entire volume.
Yeah. So. You cannot demonstrate gas pressure without a container. You can't. You can't demonstrate gas pressure without a container. Pointing outside and saying there is just begging the question. The thing you're trying to prove is that it doesn't have a container because every example of gas pressure we have on Earth is in a container. So to say the opposite is occurring and then just pointing outside is not going to cut it. But someone else said they had a question.
When I thought we just established.
There's not going to be any demonstration, but there was another guy who said he had a question, and he sounds a little bit more switched on. So
real quick. Why are we still asking for the?
You're breaking up.
That's unfortunate.
Brought up an example.
Yeah,
you might have to say that all again.
Why are we asking this for this example, right?
Like
him asking for an example of gas pressure without a physical container, but I already gave the example.
So what is the example?
So we already. Inside of a particle accelerator, magnetism confines gases.
Inside a particle accelerator, magnetism confines gases. These gases,
so it's not like a physical.
Excuse me. These gases, are they ionized?
I think they're accelerated. I don't know about ionized.
Okay. Ionized gases are restricted by magnetism.
No, it's like accelerated particles, not ionized.
But these guys aren't arguing. These guys aren't arguing that the air that we're breathing is in a particle accelerator, are they?
Apparently,
they're claiming it's in a vacuum. So could you try and keep it related to the fantasy globe religion that we're trying to ascertain the veracity of?
Well, sorry, you asked for an example of gas pressure without a container, and I gave one.
Oh, in a container, the particle accelerator.
Yeah, the particle accelerator.
Without a container.
That'd be with a container.
No, the gas pressure doesn't go to the physical boundaries of it. It's trapped by the magnetism. Or else they'll go all over the place.
Cool story, bro. Well, it's good that you can at least repeat claims you've vaguely heard. Could you provide some actual evidence that the Earth's a ball now?
Well, if you're going to take my evidence and say it's not valid because you didn't do it yourself, then...
Well, can you do it yourself? Is that something you can verify?
Do you know what a zebra is? You know zebras exist?
Okay, yeah, I can't wait for it. So we're going to go from zebras to the Earth is a big giant spinning ball of water and gas in a vacuum. I can't wait. Let's see your logical steps. So zebras, and then what?
No, it's that you believe things exist without having seen them or being able to demonstrate them yourself. Or maybe you don't. Maybe you think zebras might not exist.
I've seen zebras.
Yeah, have you seen
before?
You never seen a zebra?
Have you seen
a
mix between a polar bear and a grizzly?
Seen them too.
Anglerfish?
When'd you visit it? I think there's only a few zoos that have them.
So okay,
yeah,
so now we've got bears. So we've got zebras and bears, and then we're going to get to Earth's a big spinning ball. How you doing that?
No, that's not what I said. Sorry if that came off that way. What I said was demonstrates in the particle accelerator. I don't have to demonstrate it myself because in order to know things are true, you don't have to demonstrate them firsthand. Because you know anglerfish exists and you've never seen one.
Does Bigfoot exist?
Okay, well, if you want to believe that that's what's occurring in that particle accelerator, then that's up to you. Now, what we're discussing is how the Earth, that's supposed to be in a vacuum with a ball of gas floating around in it. Yeah, so we're asking for evidence that that's possible. Are you saying that that's possible? Or are you just saying that this particle accelerator thing is possible?
Well, yeah, why wouldn't it be? Because just a vacuum just means that it's like close to no matter inside. So it's like massive spaces of basically nothing. So I don't know why
So you're saying it would be possible to do like an air pressure system within that vacuum without a container?
Yeah.
Okay, could you demonstrate that?
I already gave the example. Are you meaning firsthand?
No, with like air and a vacuum.
This isn't natural, right? We're arguing about the physical natural world, and he's got some gases that, because of the amount of free electrons, can be manipulated by magnetic fields. But these are under very specific controlled conditions. This isn't natural, dude.
Every fan
we're talking about physical. Right? My friend, thanks. We're talking about the physical natural world and the laws that apply to that, not this. This only applies to certain gases as well, depending on the amount of free electrons. Not all gases are affected by magnetic fields. So you just ruined right there. We're talking about all gases.
Specifically, air in a vacuum chamber would be your go-to if you're wanting to demonstrate what they're claiming is going on with the Earth.
Yeah. Hey, put him on the speaker. We'll just say it. No, I want to hear him. We're actually being pretty respectful right now, so I don't want to aggravate anything. You know.
Yeah, it's all right. No one's getting aggravated. We just need the evidence that you can have air pressure existing within a vacuum chamber with no physical containment.
I found out.
And what's the air pressure PSI inside your magnetic air bubble?
You can't have air pressure in a vacuum.
I don't want to like rock and make the wood look shitty. All right.
I don't know. You guys are
someone wants me to demonstrate
one of you. There's too many people talking.
One good example of an air pressure gradient without a container is a fan. It creates an air pressure gradient in front of it and the lower pressure behind it.
No, that's called moving air. That's CFM. That's what air conditioners and air handlers do. They move air.
Yeah, all the air around the world is moving.
It sure is.
It's all over the place.
Yeah, it's always moving. How did you figure that out?
I walked outside and saw the wind.
Did you ever look at the water when you were out there?
What the fuck?
Sometimes.
A good example.
You notice the water's flat and level too.
I mean, there's waves. You know, there's flows.
The ripples don't count.
Currents.
Well, yeah, that's fine. There can be waves, but there's no curve.
Currents too.
Right. There's no earth curve of the water. The bodies of water are just flat and level. In general. That's what he's getting at. But yeah, you can't have a gas pressure system existing within a vacuum without a physical container around it. That's just a fact. So if you don't know that, look into thermodynamics, gas pressure, those kind of things. Vacuum chambers. You'll see that gas expands to fill the volume of a container, like a vacuum chamber. So the whole ball of gas in a vacuum idea is just contrary to natural law, scientific experiment, observation in reality. It's just a religious belief they gave to us in school. Yeah, we can move on to curvature if you guys think you've seen Earth curving. You guys seen Earth curving anywhere?
That seems a bit nonsensical, but we have that. I mean,
nonsensical.
Won't accept this,
but doesn't. If we're living on a ball, doesn't it necessitate
that you can have gas pressure for that container, and the fact that they're only specific? Sorry, I didn't hear us talk. Is that are non-physical can act upon gas in such a way that causes gas pressure.
No, well, I just went through. We just went through it. That you need a container for a gas pressure system in a vacuum, or it would expand to fill the vacuum. So we don't need to dwell on that unless you've got a demonstration, not just begging the question, which you can post in the chat. But I think we should move on to the curvature.
Well, how's it begging the question?
Because every demonstration of air pressure requires a container.
That's how it's defined.
That's not an explanation on how it's posing the question. That's a weird claim.
Sorry, it's how it's defined. PV equals nRT. Pressure is solved by force over area. The collision of the gas that has kinetic energy with the walls of its container, a fixed volume.
Yeah, it's a gas law. Doesn't mean universal. Though.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
Yeah, it does. Just because it's gas law doesn't mean universal.
Law doesn't mean universal.
It does.
Yeah, laws don't mean universal.
Yeah, it applies to everywhere.
Sorry, get annoyed. Sorry. We're talking about the second law of thermodynamics. Defined universal, without exception, in open and closed systems. So yeah, this one is.
That's not how it's defined.
Would you like? Sorry. Would you require the citation, sir?
Sure, but it's been demonstrated to not be true, and laws themselves don't mean universally applying.
Let's do this then, I guess.
Yeah, they do. I mean, because just because you can imagine something else doesn't mean that that's true or even a possibility. Your imagination counts for nothing. So yeah, the laws apply.
I didn't say my imagination
universally. Well, it's only in your imagination that these laws don't apply.
No, it's in real life.
Okay, where?
Show us it not applying. You don't remember? You remember about the particle accelerator? I feel like I talked on that quite a bit.
Yeah, but you're claiming that you can have air pressure in a vacuum, not ionized gases in a particle accelerator.
Yeah,
that's what you're claiming,
seriously.
remember?
These, and I addressed this. Sorry, I addressed this. Only certain particles that have unpaired electrons. Not all gases. And this is under very specific, high-powered fields. Not equivalent to the very, very low magnetic field of the Earth. Again, this is unnatural. We're talking about natural laws, not what men can manipulate in certain situations to get a result of certain gases following certain paths. We're talking about what causes pressure. What causes pressure of gas? Do you know?
You can use either a container or a force, but I don't know what you're talking about in regards to the Earth's magnetic field. I never cited or I never used magnetism to say that that's what's happening from the Earth. I just used
particle accelerator.
That you need a container, a physical container to have gas pressure.
He's being a weasel.
I didn't hear you.
He's being a weasel.
It's just been intolerable again. You spoke about the particle accelerator. You brought up the magnetic fields within the particle accelerator. Remember that?
Yeah, in response to you can't have gas pressure without a container. So that
this isn't gas pressure without a container. This isn't the demonstration.
Yeah, the gas pressure isn't expanding to the container like you say it should.
Excuse me, this isn't the demonstration that we're looking for.
It's not expanding to the what?
I'm sorry, do you have a different question to ask then, other than the second law of thermodynamics?
I'll ask you this. Is it only certain gases or all gases that can be manipulated in this way?
Through magnetism? Yeah, certain gases. They need a certain charge.
So not all gases then?
No.
Oh, thank you. So this isn't the demonstration that we're looking for. Can we move on now?
Well, I know what you're looking for, but...
we're looking for the demonstration of an
thermodynamic...
I'll answer you. We're looking for a demonstration of an open thermodynamic system that doesn't release physical energy gas.
Okay. The open system is the particle accelerator. And
no, it's a
the
closed
gas is
system, you fucking idiot. It's a particle accelerator.
Magnet, field of the magnet. Sorry, I didn't hear you. I was talking.
Yeah, I know, it's closed. We went through this. This isn't natural. It's like you're not following
it's an open system. It's an open system in the sense that the gas isn't leaving it to the other outside system. So the system's open.
Excuse me. What's the definition of an open and a closed system?
It's when other factors can interact within inside of a certain area.
So ambiguous. Try again.
I don't know, man.
Try again. That's super ambiguous. It's when certain factors. Oh, okay. Really? No. Define for me a thermodynamically open or closed system.
Sure. So you take any system that like say the Earth.
Any system like
you don't think so?
That's not helping. Try again.
Yeah.
There's only certain ways, if you know what I'm talking about, that you can answer this question. So far, you've tried twice. Everything that's come out of your mouth has just been complete shit. Try again.
Damn, bro.
I don't have enough time to Google
it. At the moment, mate, it's like pissing down my back and you're telling me it's raining. It's annoying. So
I can talk with somebody else.
We can tell you.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm making somebody angry, we don't have to continue the conversation. I don't mean to make somebody angry. But I think the answer that I gave was pretty sufficient. It's a certain system.
Just disingenuous.
Interacts with its environment and exchanges things about that interact with it, like matter, energy.
That's too vague, man. There's specifics that you're leaving out that define the differences.
All right, then enlighten me.
No. Fucking remain in ignorance, dude. This is your argument. You don't even know what you're arguing about. That's the thing.
I don't know. The magnetism's confining the
magnetism. Does that appear in the second law of thermodynamics? Is it?
Magnetism doesn't need to exist with a container, and so you don't need a container. Gas pressure.
Magnetism
to interact with the gas in such a way that it causes a pressure. So yeah.
Sorry, does magnetism appear in the second law of thermodynamics? Does it?
I don't think so.
No, does it appear in the kinetic theory of gases?
Don't think so.
Does it appear in Boyle's law?
Remind me what that is.
Charles' law.
That's about gas, right? I don't think so.
Yeah, well done. Ding, ding, ding. Is any of this what you're talking about relevant?
Yes.
Is it really? What is a closed thermodynamic system?
It's a system that doesn't exchange any sort of thermodynamic energy with anything outside of it.
Okay, keep going.
I don't know, man.
Physical matter can't be exchanged because it's closed. When it's open, there's still free energy transfer, but now that it's open, the physical matter that has energy, like gas, because it's got temperature, is free to leave. Now, you understand in this very short conversation we've had, we didn't mention anything else like forces or magnetism because they don't apply.
Yeah, they show that the law of thermodynamics isn't universal.
It is universal. Do you require citation? You said no, it isn't. It's been debunked, which was an empty claim you made about 10 minutes ago, but I still remember it.
What the laws of thermodynamics are universal? The claim that they wouldn't be universal is debunked. Sure, show me.
No, it was your claim earlier, dude. Did you forget your own claim?
You said it's been debunked. I want to see that.
No. I said the second law of thermodynamics rings true in open and closed systems. You had umbrance with this, saying it had been debunked. You said this about 10 minutes ago. I didn't forget. Now I'm still waiting for evidence of that little bombshell.
So I thought you said you had a debunk.
So I mean, look, dude, am I speaking to a Nobel Prize winner? Is that what's going on?
Am I?
Yeah, you. Yeah, who seems to have debunked the second law of thermodynamics somehow? You debunked it.
Not me. People
someone else has,
do this stuff for a job.
Someone else has, have they?
Multiple other people.
Who
a lot of other people.
Who are they?
People who work on the particle accelerators.
Who were they, and what the particle accelerator? Oh my goodness me!
I wasn't done talking. I can't give any specific names, but
quite understand the difference between natural science and laws of nature and synthetic man-made technologies, do you? You're in the wrong room.
Pretty sure I do.
Oh, really? What's natural science? In actual fact, define a law of nature for me. And tell me the difference between science and laws.
Science is a method that you use to come to understandings of the natural world through experimentation, observation, other means. And then what was the other thing? Natural laws and what a law of nature is. I think that is something that universally applies across all areas, but at the same time, we have no clue if that's universal or not. If things are universal, we've only seen so much,
Yeah, I mean, I haven't been to the far-flung regions of the.
So I wanted to add.
Natures. Yeah, I know. But we're talking about the laws of. Where do you think we get laws of nature from?
Oh, from what we've seen and
in nature. Where's that?
Verified to be true and consistent.
Where is the nature?
And without being falsified.
Where is the nature?
Like nature is like the natural world.
Yeah, all around us, right? So we get the natural laws from the things that happen all around us all the time. So we're talking about
to a spot and say there's the nature of it.
Dude, it's like I'm trying to wrangle sheep.
We finally got round.
Dude, we finally got round to the conclusion that the natural laws apply to here, the Earth. What we're talking about, not some far-flung region where maybe the laws don't fucking apply and they work backwards. We're talking about here. So here on Earth, these laws apply. Do you agree?
Mm-hmm.
Just wasting my time again.
There are laws that are contradicted on Earth, even though they're still laws. I don't know why you're mad, man.
Name one. I tell you what, I'm mad, because I ask you simple questions like to back up your claims, and I'm greeted with perpetual silence.
I've been pretty talkative.
And that's good. Doesn't mean that what you've been spouting is truthful.
Well, if you're going to deny certain pieces of evidence that I've provided,
so you haven't given me the evidence for the last claim that you made, that laws of nature are contradictory. I'm asking for an example. I was with silence. So come on, give me an example of one.
Well, I wasn't silent. I was replying to the other thing you said, but sure, we can focus on the topic. I can cite you something that says that scientific laws aren't universal.
Scientific laws, natural laws, and science, you defined earlier two different things.
Natural laws.
Oh, dear me. Still waiting for the contradiction.
Yeah, he's asked about 10 times for you to cite these broken natural laws. Please, just cite one for us instead of talking about it.
Yeah, Penguin, you seem like a smart guy, man.
Precept can change intrinsically. The principle prescribing theft is abolished.
There you
go. Oh, that was a legal law.
You seem like a decent guy. There has to be some. You got to have some kind of context. Like we're in the conversation here in regards to containment, pressure, etc. You got to have something you can bring, right? This has been so broad for the last 15 minutes. I don't know if you guys actually have said anything. Don't you want to say something?
Well, we've been
Sorry,
talking
I was
about.
muted. Did Cyclone provide any evidence for the physical container yet? No? Oh, that's a shame.
You did.
Yeah, Mike, you already agreed that the container was physical.
Okay, I'll wait inside chat. I'll wait.
You already agreed, remember? We went through it. Yeah, you can just wait on mute for you to provide. Well, you've already agreed. The container is physical. Remember, we went through the definition. You agreed, yes, it must be physical. So there you go. Yeah, don't unmute Mike. It's just a waste of time. Too upset. Well, I'm going to go on mute for a bit before I head off, so feel free to continue that if you like.
Have a good one, boys.
Oh, I missed Cyclone Hour. You're telling me I missed Cyclone Hour. I'm late.
You just missed it, Mary Mom. You just missed it, I'm afraid.
Better luck tomorrow.
We'll see, hopefully. You can always catch me on the replays.
Oh, yes, that's right. That's right.
Peace, Mike. And
see you later,
girls.
Laws of motion, laws of universal gravitation. There's more, but I haven't read those yet.
The laws of universal gravitation. Okay.
Certain natural laws have been shown to have limitations.
Those were actually debunked. That's interesting, right?
So just like that, you need a physical container. I mean, I'm not even sure if the second law of thermodynamics reference specifically a physical container, but if it does, then particle accelerators would show that nothing exists without a physical container.
The law applies to energy and the systems, as you bumbled through earlier. The systems are either with that open to transfer or not open to transfer. Now, even if the system is closed, we can still have free energy transfer, but not free matter transfer. This isn't bollocks. It's the way it's defined. The problem is for you when you claim that the Earth is an open system with all of the energy within the system and all of the gas that has kinetic energy given to it by temperature, then if it's open, by definition, the gas is going to ever so politely go away.
No. I don't know why we're moving from this to that. That was a while ago. We're contending that right now. We're talking about my contention for that.
Okay, so you're going to have to, pretend that the particle accelerator that only manipulates some gases in very high magnetic fields is a debunk of this law?
That would be true, yeah.
And then you don't understand what you're talking about then, do you? There's no point talking to you. Sorry.
Do you have any pictures of the firmament? Any evidence of it?
Well, those are two different things. Evidence and picture. Those are two different things.
A picture could be evidence. I would accept the picture as evidence.
Do you say that there's a vacuum in the sky?
They love the pictures, don't they?
Do you think there's a vacuum in the sky, Smoker?
In the sky or in space?
Space, okay. So the atmosphere, it thins out.
In space, there's a near vacuum. It's not a perfect vacuum.
All right, where's your container then?
You don't need one.
A natural law that has been shown to be untrue. So with more information, we understand the world better. So what seemed like natural laws before could be just...
Why don't you show me where the vacuum container is, please? Or at least
there is no container. You don't need one.
Container then. Huh? Go ahead and demonstrate that. Go ahead and demonstrate
what?
A perfect vacuum without a container. Go ahead.
Okay, just go up into the air until you leave the atmosphere, and then you'll see it.
Okay. All right, you go ahead and do that then. Get on your way. Report back to us.
No, you said you wanted to do it, so go ahead.
No, I asked you to demonstrate it.
No, I told you how you could do it. Just go up above the atmosphere.
Okay,
or actually, if you go really high in the atmosphere.
No, thanks. You do it. I'm not going to do your legwork for you. This is your claim. Why do you think I'm going to run around proving it for you? Are you going to do it or not? If not, just concede.
What happens to air pressure as you...
Yeah, you were muted the whole time. Nobody heard any of that bullshit you said. So this is going to be your claim, so it's going to be your burden. I'm not going to run around trying to prove it for you. Fair enough?
What happens when you go really high up to the air pressure?
Why don't you show me?
I'm asking you a simple question. What happens to air pressure as you go up?
I don't have that claim. I don't have that claim.
So you're saying if I go high up on a mountain, you're saying the air pressure will be the same as it is at the sea level?
Is that what you heard me say?
I'm asking you a simple question. You're not answering. You're avoiding. What happens to air pressure as you go up?
About any of that. You are.
Do you know what? Oh, so you don't know what happens
so if
to
I go
air
up on
pressure?
a mountain, am I going to be out in outer space? Is that it?
Okay, so you don't understand air pressure.
Am I going to be out in a near perfect vacuum of outer space if I climb a mountain? Is that the claim now?
No, that's not the claim. I'm asking you.
So the mountain's irrelevant for me then, because what I would like to see is a near perfect vacuum in the ballpark of 10 to the negative 17 torr without any container holding it. Can you provide that, or just shut up, please? One of the two.
Okay, so what happens when you go up high?
Okay, I'll take that as a concession because you're just asking.
Are you going to answer? I like it.
Of course not. This isn't a time for you to start grilling with questions. It's a time for you to demonstrate your near perfect vacuum that doesn't need a container. Yeah?
It's not a bunch of questions, it's one question. You're just not able to answer.
You don't need to ask even one, dude. All you need to do is demonstrate, here's a near perfect vacuum, no container, confining it. Yeah? Okay. Go ahead, try.
You're the one that thinks air pressure is constant.
I never said that, so that's a straw man.
You did.
Okay, even if I did, it wouldn't matter. I never said that. It's a total straw man, and you're supposed to be demonstrating your perfect vacuum with no container. Why are you dodging this?
Because he has to.
Okay, so do you think air pressure is constant?
Okay, it's not about what I think.
Oh, he doesn't want to answer.
No, well, that's Rich. He doesn't want to answer. He doesn't want to demonstrate his near perfect vacuum with no container. Why's that?
So, do you believe air pressure?
Why are you asking a question, dude? You said you don't need a container for a near perfect vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr. All you have to do now is demonstrate. You don't have to ask me questions. Try again.
So, do you think air pressure is constant?
You're really not getting it, are you?
You broke him, boss.
He's toast.
Quick. Wow.
So I'm going to take that as a yes. You don't understand.
Yeah, no. Well, you can hallucinate as much as you want. I guess that's what you did when you came in here and said that you could have a near perfect vacuum with no container. So I mean, that wouldn't surprise me. Go on.
Okay, so I'm not going to explain air pressure to you. You don't understand it. It's too advanced for you.
I don't need you to explain anything. I need you to demonstrate what I already told you like 17 times. I'm not going to repeat it, and it's obvious that you can't. So I win. Goodbye.
Look at how he takes covers. I win like a little baby child. Pathetic.
Yeah,
I win. Anybody that has to declare...
Shut up. Anybody says that they can have a near-perfect vacuum without a container and then won't show it and can't show it and then spends like 10 minutes trying to dodge that claim that they made is a loser.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, good one, buddy.
Stop saying stupid shit that you can't defend, dude. It's pathetic. You look like a clown. Why do you do this?
Show me the container. Show me the container.
Okay, you're the one who needs a container, dude. You said that there's a near perfect vacuum in the sky, so same question over to you. Show me the container.
No, you said that the vacuum needs a container. So where's the container around the Earth?
Yeah, you're going to have a near perfect vacuum with no container. You couldn't show that, so obviously, yes, of course.
So where?
Okay, I'm going to cut you off because you're trying to interrupt me, so just shut your mic off. Yeah, you said that you could have a near perfect vacuum with no container, dude, and then you couldn't demonstrate that. So clearly, you are going to need a container for that. So I'm going to ask you, since you say there's a near perfect vacuum up there, where's the container? Show me. Where's your container, Smoker? You can't have a near perfect vacuum.
Do you have a picture of the container?
Do you have a picture of a near perfect vacuum?
I mean, you wouldn't be able to see it.
I don't need a container.
You wouldn't be able to see a perfect vacuum in a picture, buddy. Do you know what a vacuum is?
Yeah, it's an absence of matter. So, you're the one who's going to need the container. I haven't claimed a near perfect vacuum in the sky. You have. You're not going to be able to have that without a container. So where's your container, Smoker?
Okay, what happens to air pressure when you go up?
Oh, he's back to asking questions again. I don't know, demonstrate.
It's one question, you just can't answer it.
Does less pressure mean less gas?
Okay, so wait, do you, I'm gonna ask the other guy, since this other dude doesn't know the answer.
That was a clarifying question.
What happens
I'm not going to answer your question until you answer my clarifying question. It was a clarifying question. Does less pressure mean less gas?
Not necessarily. Depends on the gas.
Okay.
And the
what
conditions.
The very fuck are you talking about then?
So I'm asking you now. I answered your question. I'll ask you: what happens to air pressure as you go up?
It decreases. But
okay, cool. So you understand air pressure. Maybe you can teach Heretic about it.
If you mean if there's less amount of gas or there's less gas pressure, you're undefining your terms at the moment.
I said, what happens to air pressure when you go
I've answered it. It decreases, but I still want you to understand. Does that mean less gas or less pressure? That's not the same thing always.
Air pressure decreases. It's
that's lovely.
Question. You answered it.
Yeah, that's lovely. And what was the big thing that you wanted to get to?
I just wanted to know if Heretic knew that, but he didn't.
Really? You wanted to know?
Maybe you could teach him about it. You could tutor him on the weekends.
Climb a mountain. You want to know?
I have climbed a mountain.
Okay, so you already know.
I know. I was asking Heretic if he knew.
Already.
This is not rocket science, bro.
Everybody already knows.
Can you track?
Dude, excuse me. Everybody already knows. We're trying to figure out what the fucking crescendo to your point is.
Heretic didn't know.
You didn't need to do that. That was a red herring, because clearly I'm not going to climb a mountain and end up in a near-perfect vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr, which is ultimately what you claimed is beyond the atmosphere that you claim. So I was just going to ask if you could demonstrate that vacuum environment without the container. Then you couldn't do it. You started talking about climbing up mountains and dumb shit. So that's why nobody bid on that.
Yeah, you can demonstrate it out in space.
Okay, go ahead and demonstrate it. Go on. Because all you talked about was climbing mountains. Because all you talked about was climbing mountains and shit, which was obviously a red herring, because you said, well, no, it's not going to be a near-perfect vacuum on top of a mountain. So just giving us a runaround, just running away from your claim. Pathetic, dude.
What claim? I asked you a question. That was
too stupid to remember what you said? That you could have a near-perfect vacuum without a container. Why do I have to spoon-feed you your own claim now? What the fuck, dude?
You don't. You just have to stop muting like a little child.
I wouldn't do it if you didn't act.
You're going to say, I win again?
No, that's why I'm doing it, because you started talking right in the middle of my sentence. That's why I'm doing it.
You talk nonstop. You should shut the fuck up sometimes.
Well, see, the color commentary we don't need. We just need you to provide your demonstration for the near-perfect vacuum without the container, dude. That's it. And when you go off topic, I just mute you because I don't want to hear it.
I already told you. You go into space. Yeah.
Okay, do it then. Demonstrate.
No, I'm not going to do it because you told me to.
Okay, so you just have a fictional belief that you can't validate or verify.
No, you believe in a container that you can't see or prove.
Wait a second. You believe you can have near-perfect vacuums without containers. Can you demonstrate that?
Yeah, if you go up above the atmosphere, you'll see it.
The demonstration? Okay, if I go, that won't be you demonstrating. Try again.
You should go.
So if that's a hypothetical, and then you want me to do it, so if I have to be the one who does it...
You're the one that's throwing a fit.
Okay, yeah, I'm just going to put you on mute again. Sorry. If I'm the one who has to do it, then I guess it hasn't been done. So you will not be able to demonstrate it since you need me to go and try to do so for you. Anything else?
No, it's been done. You just don't believe it.
Okay, it's been done. Post it.
You've never heard of the Apollo missions?
Go ahead. Verify any of them.
You've never heard of the International Space Station?
Go ahead. Verify any of it.
Verify it?
Yeah, go ahead.
What would you like? How would you like me to verify it?
Well, I mean, if you got to ask me that, then I guess you can. It wouldn't
That's a
matter.
stupid response. How would you like me to verify the International
you don't need
Space
to worry
Station?
about what I would like, dude. Just provide the verification. Doesn't have to be appealing to me or my tastes. It's not subjective. Just verify it. If I don't like it, it's too bad.
Okay, how would I verify the International Space Station that you would believe?
No, you don't know. So again,
I'm asking you because
you're asking me how to verify your stuff again. Well, I'll just take that as a failure from you. You can't do it.
you might have a different burden of proof on that. So if I show you a video of the International Space Station, you might not believe it.
You're just stalling, dude.
No, I'm asking you, what is your burden of proof? If you don't believe in videos from NASA, then obviously showing them to you would be a waste of time.
So you have a low standard of evidence then, and you want us
That's
to
a
show
low
it?
standard of evidence? You guys' biggest piece of evidence is a random video some guy
Okay,
took
now you're
over.
talking about us. I'm just going to stop that because I don't care about that. Post whatever you think verifies it.
I'm not going to post it. You can look at it. I'm sure you've seen videos of the International Space Station.
Okay, well,
I'm not
you're
going to post shit you've seen a million.
Howard who's afraid to defend his own claim. Obviously, you know the claim is stupid as fuck, or else he would have just posted it by now.
So you've never seen a video of the International Space Station?
No. Let's just say I haven't.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, no wonder you sound so stupid.
Okay, post one. Let's take a look. I'll change my mind instantly if this verifies what you claimed.
No, I'm not going to post it. You can look it up on your own.
Take one that you say verifies what you claimed earlier.
There's a bunch of videos. You can go look at a bunch of videos of the International Space Station.
You haven't seen Bigfoot. You're stupid.
Yeah, it's dumb. How come you want me to run around and find your evidence for you?
I don't need the evidence. You're the one that wants evidence. You're asking me for it. You're practically begging.
You need the evidence because you're saying stupid shit like you can have a near-perfect vacuum without a container, so you definitely need the evidence. And I can definitely tell you why you can't give it to us, because you can't demonstrate that.
Do you consider gravity a container?
What's gravity?
I mean, it's complicated. They're not sure completely on what it is. It's right now the most compelling theory is it's a bending of space-time.
Then it's not a container. I hope he doesn't think it's a container.
Okay, so you don't. Okay, so that's a good clarification. I wanted to.
Yeah, so space-time. Yeah, no, I don't think that's a container. Can you demonstrate it?
Okay, then yeah, you don't need.
I don't think it's physical, and I think containers are physical for one. So I'm going to go with no.
Okay, then yes, you do not need a container.
I do not need a container.
No, because you have gravity, and you don't consider gravity a container. So no, you don't need it. You don't need a container. You can just use gravity.
I can just use gravity. Can you demonstrate that?
Yeah, like I said, if you go into space, if you look at any videos of space.
No. So a hypothetical if. So something that hasn't been done, something that's just hypothetical, and then me. You want me to go do it. I'll be having to go do it. So it's hypothetical future proof that I'm going to go and do for the thing you already claimed. That doesn't work. We need to see who's already done it. Try again.
Do you believe in nuclear bombs?
Irrelevant. Try again.
Do you?
It's totally irrelevant, dude. Try again.
It's not irrelevant. It just proves you couldn't make. If I told you to demonstrate that a nuclear bomb, demonstrate it right now, you couldn't. Does that mean they don't exist? Because you can't verify it right now?
Okay, yeah, all right. So you obviously can't do it because now you're just...
No, I mean, obviously...
Yeah, you're just giving us excuses for why you can't actually demonstrate your shit. So we can just, accept that you can't do it and just call it.
There's a bunch of things you couldn't demonstrate right now if I asked you.
Okay, that's really nice. I know you are, but what am I?
Exactly, pretty much. That's pretty much your argument. Is you're just saying demonstrate it right now. If you can't do it right this second, it doesn't exist. That's your childish mentality.
Just appeal to somebody who has, dude. Why are you using all this mic time just to say I can't prove what I said?
Because you can't prove anything either. It's hilarious.
No, you can't prove anything either. Okay, well, I guess that's good enough for the YouTube audience then. You said that outer space is a vacuum. There doesn't need to be a container to hold a vacuum. And then you did this instead of proving it. You went on for like 10 minutes just giving excuses for why you wouldn't prove that. Can't demonstrate it. Okay, thanks, I guess.
You gonna say I win again like a little kid?
It is a win.
Yeah, it's a win.
You guys are pathetic. Do you keep track of these wins? You write them down?
Not anymore. We've got too many. We're in the 100,000s mark now. We can't keep track of it anymore.
That's cool. Let me know when you can pay your mortgage with those wins.
Yeah, it's recorded for posterity, so we can
paying my mortgage
point out
with
the
the
bozos and booger smokers.
What did you need to know about it? I'm paying my mortgage with them.
I'm sure you are. Yeah.
100 years from now, this will have
just
all
like
of
the Earth is flat.
The flat Earth children will be laughing at you 100 years from now.
Do you think in 100 years you guys are going to have concrete proof that the Earth is flat?
It's already proven.
Already flat.
No, I mean, do you think you guys will ever like shoot a rocket up into space and take some pictures or anything?
Who
Space is
cares?
fake. So how are you going to shoot a rocket there?
Okay, would you ever shoot a rocket up into the container around the Earth?
No, I'm not interested in.
Okay, so you guys will basically never prove any of your claims, even in 100 years.
No, it's just you have a fallacious idea that shooting rockets up somewhere is going to prove something, which it doesn't.
Okay, but I mean, if you go really high up, you would get a good vantage point to see more of the Earth.
Would have
you
to be
agree with that?
You would have to be outside of the Earth system, and no one's ever going there.
What do you mean, the Earth system? What are the limits of the Earth system?
Wherever those luminaries are, no one's been out past them. So yeah.
So you're saying that those objects are outside of the Earth system?
Wait a minute, he should know. He's the one who's been claiming.
You said they're outside.
All right, I'll have to shut him up for a sec. He's the one who's been claiming the vacuum beyond the atmosphere. Doesn't he know where the limits of the Earth system are?
This guy just said the Earth has a limit, so I'm asking him what the limit to the Earth system is. Can he answer?
Those things that I mentioned are inside the Earth system, not outside.
You were outside just a second ago.
No, I didn't. I said you would never go. I said you would never go outside of the earthly system.
So you're saying that
the celestial bodies that we see are within the Earth system? And you're not going out past where the luminaries are. Those luminaries are part of the earthly system.
Okay, so then basically you're saying there's nothing beyond the earthly system.
Not that you know of.
I'm asking you. Do you know of anything beyond the earthly system?
How would I know? How would I have God's view of the earth? How would I have that?
You would go beyond the Earth's system, or
no human in all of human history has ever been outside of the Earth.
Yeah, and people couldn't fly until 100 years ago, but now they can. So I mean, just saying you can't do it doesn't mean you wouldn't be able to in the future.
Yeah, I guarantee.
That's a stupid thought process.
No, I guarantee it.
How can you guarantee that?
Because we have gas pressure.
What does that matter? If we have gas pressure, why would that stop you from
a physical container
of the earthly system?
That requires a physical container.
Okay, so how would you exit the physical container?
No one's ever going to be exiting the.
Why? How can you say that with such?
Because it's a physical barrier.
Okay, but there are physical barriers broken all the time. You act like a physical barrier is indestructible.
Okay, how would you intend on breaking the physical barrier?
I'm asking you. You're saying it's impossible. Why is it impossible?
How would I have a God's eye view of this stuff?
Why is it impossible to break through the container? That was your claim. Now back it up.
No one's even
You claimed that you cannot get past it, and no one will ever get past it. Explain to me why.
I'll explain to you why real quickly. Because whatever the barrier is, it's a physical container. It's containing all of the gas pressure of the entire Earth inside of it.
Okay, what does that mean?
You could get out through a barrier that's holding all the gases.
Whatever the barrier is.
Absolutely, yeah. Why couldn't you? You're not answering. Why can't you get out of it? Is it indestructible in your
characteristics?
Is it indestructible in your worldview? You're not giving me any reason why you wouldn't be able to get out of the container.
Says who? Hot miking. I totally want to watch a movie, but I'm doing this instead.
Is he giving up? Is he not going to answer? Why can't you get out of the container?
No, you're talking to somebody else. You're talking to somebody else. It's cool.
Yeah, he's talking to me.
Yeah, okay, so explain to me what is the nature of this container that makes it inescapable?
It's holding in all of the gases on the entire Earth.
So
Done.
what is that? Why does that make it indestructible?
So, oh my God.
This is simple stuff, buddy. This is your claim. You should be able to back it up.
Oh, you mean like a near perfect vacuum without a container claim you made that you couldn't back up?
I gave you evidence. You just rejected it. I'm not here to hold your hand, heretic. So I'm waiting for this guy to back up. Heretic, do you know why? Do you know why we can't escape the container?
Yeah, I must have stepped out when you gave the evidence. I missed that part. Can you run it past us again?
Stop pivoting. Do you know?
Pivoting? I mean, wasn't this the whole point? Isn't there a perfect vacuum, near perfect vacuum in the sky?
Oh, his evidence was.
Show me evidence of the container, heretic.
Shoot a rocket.
Okay, here's my evidence of a container. You claim there's a near perfect vacuum in the sky. You also can't demonstrate the existence.
It's not in the sky. It's beyond.
Okay, yeah, whatever. Yeah, nice.
Okay, where is that?
No.
Where is the container?
You can't demonstrate a near perfect vacuum without a container. So when you claim that there is one out there, well, there'd have to be a container then containing the Earth from it. There would have to be.
Yeah.
So you're the proof of it. Any questions?
Yeah.
The gravity is containing the air.
There's a lot of
You're claiming a vacuum.
Demonstrate that.
A vacuum requires a container.
Okay, so show me the container.
So where's the container for the vacuum of space?
There is none. It's gravity.
No, that's bullshit. You don't have a gravity
that a vacuum
container.
requires a container?
There is no container. It's gravity. Why are you
vacuum requires a container. So are you telling us if gravity created the vacuum or gravity is maintaining the vacuum?
Gravity is maintaining air pressure on the Earth.
No, you said that Earth exists in a vacuum of space, so we want the container for the vacuum.
No, it's in a near vacuum of space.
The near vacuum of space requires a container, a physical one.
It doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
I don't know.
Yeah, it does. A vacuum, a low pressure system like a vacuum or near vacuum requires containment to create a vacuum.
No, not in space.
Yep. Not in space?
What? So space has a container around it to create that vacuum?
No, space doesn't have a container, no.
So where's the end of space?
Oh, I don't know. The end of space? That's a weird question. I don't know. I don't know if we have an answer for that.
How far is the end of space?
I don't know.
What is it made of?
Space?
Yeah. What's the barrier? What's the barrier of space?
The space container. It has to be a container to create a vacuum.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does. Just like reality doesn't matter to you. We know that. So of any vacuum in reality requires a containment, just like gas pressure requires a containment. Although the problem is you have the positive claim, not me.
You said that there was an indestructible container. You had a positive claim as well.
Vacuum of space. So we want to.
You claim that there's an indestructible container that no one will ever get past. Ever.
We want the container for the vacuum.
No flat earther will ever go high enough.
I want the evidence. I want the evidence of the container for your vacuum of space.
Will a flat earther ever go high enough to see the Earth?
Yeah, you need the container. You need the container. You're the ones claiming the vacuum. You're going to need the container, dude.
Will a flat earther ever see the entire Earth?
Nice pivot. You're going to need the container because you said there's a vacuum.
Do you think so,
nobody
Heretic?
will. Globers will never see the entire Earth either.
Heretic, do you think in 100 years a flat earther will see the entire Earth?
Don't care.
Nobody cares.
Okay, just because you don't care doesn't mean it doesn't matter.
No, you just think once again that going out up high.
Okay,
somewhere
so if you don't care about something, it doesn't matter, Heretic? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
You're the arbiter?
For this moment, yeah. In this
what kind of things have you invented that's helped humanity?
It doesn't matter either. We're just trying to get your proof
about
outer space.
See, people like you don't achieve or contribute anything.
No, I wouldn't dox myself like that. So I won't be.
You don't contribute anything to the world. It's proven.
Yeah, I won't be doxing myself like that. Nice try.
There's nothing to dox. You're just a loser. That's all.
Yeah, I know. Another fantasy of yours. You wish. Now,
that's
like you wish.
Any man that has to say "I win" after an argument is a loser.
Just like you wish that outer space existed.
Any man that says "I win" after an argument on the internet is a loser.
That's why I have to keep meeting him.
That's proven.
He's going to keep going off track and just keep talking about the characters and personalities in here because he doesn't have proof of a single thing that he claims.
Well, Mighty wants to talk now. If we can mute that one, he said he's ready to win.
Mighty wants round 2. Are you guys ready for round 2 with Mighty? I didn't hear round 1. I don't know. It must not have gone well.
Oh, you're in for a good one.
Yeah, Smoker, just put yourself on a white mic because we're just going to move to the other numpty now because you had absolutely
because you got slapped around by me enough, Heretic?
Booger, I mean, you openly express your...
because you put your foot in your mouth for long enough, and now it's someone else's turn. We can circle back to you once we get bored of them. You made a bunch of dumb claims that you couldn't back up at all. You spent like 10 minutes making excuses for why you won't and can't back them up. It was great. You did what you needed. You know what we needed you to do, so that's good enough.
You're going to go ahead and say, I win again like a 5-year-old? Go ahead, let's hear it.
Is that all you have?
For the YouTube. Do it for the YouTube.
That seems to be like your favorite thing that came out of this conversation. You would think that you'd be... I'm just going to have to mute him. I offered you the chance to put yourself on mute, but I guess I'll have to do it.
He totally won.
Your mom's got a booger. It's all right, dude. Your mom's got a fresh plate of boogers for you.
No, don't worry about it, bro. I already declared that I won, so I win. That's how it works in here. Somebody just says I win, and then you win. So I won already.
No, you're a loser, but BS.
Dandelion, these men don't respect you, so I don't know why you even waste your time with them.
I know they don't. Yeah, I know they don't. Thanks, BS. I really needed to hear that.
That's sad that you waste your time with people that don't respect you.
Why do you waste your time talking about the characters and personalities here? Oh, wait, that's because you have no evidence to talk about instead. Yep, got
Heretic, you're a loser, and it's proven. Say I win
again. You just do it again.
Say I win.
About me. You just talk about me again.
Say I win.
Instead of the
Heretic,
proof.
go ahead.
Yeah,
go ahead and say I win.
I have to shut your mic off because you think you can just mute me out by talking over me, which is really stupid tactic since I have the mute button, not you. I can't remember what I was going to say, but it doesn't matter.
I win. He forgot what he was going to say.
Just mute his dumbass.
He's weak-minded. He forgot
such a high echelon. He's at such a high echelon of humans. That's why he goes by the moniker Booger Smoker. Think about it.
He cracked the code. He cracked the code, man. Cheetos and boogers in a bong. Golly.
I know, I can almost smell the Cheeto dust from here.
Almost. All that not blow-proof was hurting my ears. This sounds better.
What happened to my E? My E disappeared.
Hello. I will pay for the vasectomy of any and all flat earthers out of my own pocket.
Who is this dumb shit?
Who are you, fucking retard?
Okay, you sound like an easy person to scam. I'll give you a crypto address. 1 sec.
Must be Booger Smoker's buddy.
Yeah, get that fun going here. To get that fun going, you could probably.
Yeah, I'll take the funds. Sure.
Boy, they're really triggered today. How about Inject, who was chiming in?
Oh yeah, the giant tongue man.
Do you have something you'd like to inject? Inject?
He's been gone for like 3 minutes.
Or is it interject? Sorry about that.